Subai traverses into a realm where every individual becomes a creator. Chapter 2. Binding the Multiverse Simulator, a vast world of 100 kilometers. Had he succeeded? Subai felt a jolt of realization, hurriedly following the instructions from the textbook, centering his mind to deepen his connection with this world. Simultaneously, he activated the world, emanating a colossal gravitational pull, absorbing cosmic energy to amplify the size and potential of the nascent realm. This newborn world was poised to receive the universe's bounties. The amount it could absorb during this period and the extent of its expansion would signify its future potential. A fluctuation from the awakening world? The headmaster beside the awakening stone nodded with satisfaction. Given this child's nature, even if the awakened world was merely ordinary, it would be worthy of competing with extraordinary realms, perhaps even securing a top spot in this year's entrance examinations. With such thoughts, the headmaster's gaze turned expectant. At that very moment, as Subai diligently endeavored to cultivate the world, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Awakening in progress. Significant compatibility detected between the current world and the simulator. System binding commencing. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. The Multiverse Simulator is officially activated. Would you like to claim your novice gift pack? As the world evolved into a critical phase, Subai had no time to heed the voice in his mind. He held his breath, intently observing the world's birth. Each individual's world was unique. The most mundane of ordinary worlds might possess technology inferior to that of the present blue star, let alone the desolate realm, devoid of any vitality, a mere wasteland. However, should the world undergo a mutation, giving rise to low-tier energies, internal forces, or even intermediate true chi and spiritual power, it would surpass the vast majority. And if it evolved yet further, manifesting higher-tier celestial energy and laws, it would be a meteoric rise. The entire nation would tremble. At that juncture, the host would receive premier cultivation and a shift in societal resources, with top-tier educational institutions eagerly extending invitations. The world began to expand. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, until it reached the remarkable distance of 10 kilometers, at which point the pace began to decelerate. Subai felt a moment of relief. 10 kilometers already positioned him among the elite novice creators. However, as his consciousness delved into the world's interior, his expression turned pale. There were no resources present. A world devoid of any resources was classified as a desolate world, even more primitive than an ordinary one. Its very existence was in question. It would inevitably collapse and dissipate into the cosmos within a week at most. Just as panic set in, the previous voice echoed once more in his mind. Congratulations, host. The Multiverse Simulator is officially activated. Would you like to claim your novice gift pack? As Subai observed the world gradually coming to a standstill, he recalled that there was a chance for a turnaround even in a desolate world. If he managed to capture a life-containing meteorite during its inception, there was hope to escape its barren fate. Failing to seize this opportunity would mean expending vast resources to purchase life seeds from other creators, a luxury Subai, an orphan, could ill afford. Realizing this, he urgently inquired, what purpose does the Multiverse Simulator serve? The Multiverse Simulator possesses 3 functions: lottery, simulation, and augmentation, allowing you to gradually evolve into myriad worlds. Currently, the host world essence is insufficient to unlock additional functions. Would you like to claim the novice gift pack? The system reiterated its inquiry, a clear insistence for a response. Without hesitation, Subai nodded, yes, I will claim it. Activate the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the novice gift pack, receiving a 10-fold augmentation effect once, 10 world simulation attempts, 1 S-grade upgrade card, and the blue template for Biohazard. 10-fold augmentation effect will amplify existing foundations 10-fold, yielding greater rewards. World simulation attempts. 10 free simulations of the world 10 times, repeatable. S-grade upgrade card can be used to upgrade cards, elevating any card to S-grade. Biohazard, blue template, usable for world simulation, guiding the world towards the template's characteristics. Talent is ranked from lowest to highest as white, blue, purple, orange, and gold. However, the absence of a safety net mechanism left Subai feeling anxious. Though his attention was soon captivated by something else. The simulator? Subai's eyes sparkled. For a creator, what is the greatest fear? It is the occurrence of irreparable accidents during the evolution of life. The world is tangibly real. What if unknown enemies lurked in the cosmos? Or misfortune struck in the form of a colossal meteorite? All the laboriously cultivated world could collapse in an instant. Such a fate is one no creator wishes to witness. With the simulator in hand, it equates to countless opportunities for trial and error, mitigating the unknown and maximizing the assurance of world development. Not to mention, this simulator could evolve into myriad realms. Just considering the Biohazard Template, in Subai's recollections, this world was anything but weak, teeming with hordes of zombies and unique life forms such as the Licker, Tyrant, and the AI Red Queen. Furthermore, there existed a perfect mutant named Alice, a being with telekinesis, capable of standing firmly within the extraordinary ranks in terms of both energy and mass. With the simulator at his disposal, even if it were merely a desolate world, Su-bai was confident he could elevate it to unprecedented heights. The opportunity for a turnaround had presented itself, and Su-bai felt a measure of calm. He immediately focused on the tenfold augmentation effect among the 3 prizes and decisively declared, use the tenfold augmentation. With a world range of 10 kilometers, the augmentation would astonishingly expand it to 100 kilometers. Such a domain had never been witnessed throughout the annals of the Great Xia Empire. With such a formidable start, coupled with the assistance of the Multiverse Simulator, Su-bai's initial position surpassed all other candidates, granting him eligibility to vie for the top rank in this year's entrance examination. Boom. A resounding sound reverberated through the cosmos. In a previously tranquil starry sky, a minuscule star suddenly erupted in a brilliant blaze. Su-bai witnessed the world, which had been gradually stagnating, once again commence a terrifying expansion. This time, the acceleration was even more staggering than before. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. Before long, the world expanded to an astonishing 100 kilometers. Had Su-bai not spoken, none would have guessed that such an immense realm belonged to a novice creator. Bang! Just as Su-bai was about to explore the world within, a forceful pull yanked him back to reality. As he regained his senses, he noticed the awakening stone in his hand had taken on a dull hue. Simultaneously, the headmaster, who had harbored high hopes for him, was so astonished he tumbled from his seat, incredulously confirming the information. Awakening successful, world range, a full 100 kilometers. Chapter 3. The desolate world initiates a planar war. Having uttered these words, he trembled uncontrollably, while the students below seemed to erupt in disbelief. What? 100 kilometers? I must have misheard. People can truly be infuriating. I thought awakening a world of 10 kilometers was impressive, but this guy awakened 100 kilometers? Is this a joke? Can someone tell me what it means to awaken 100 kilometers? I am a dedicated student of history, and I must responsibly inform you that the awakening of a world master within 100 kilometers is unprecedented, not merely for the Great Xia, but for the entirety of the world. This defies the heavens. The standard for ascending from a novice creator to the first tier is an expansive world of 500 kilometers, and with this achievement, one has already reached 1/5 of that. Should this world be a realm of the extraordinary, the gravity of the situation is palpable. Before the last student could finish his words, an understanding dawned upon all, plunging the atmosphere into profound silence. Among the crowd, Li Hao, who had previously mocked Su-bai's inability to awaken, was just rising with the support of the homeroom teacher when he heard this proclamation, his face paling to a ghostly hue. The group of ruffians who had once surrounded him and derided Su-bai now found themselves retreating into an uneasy distance. For offending an ordinary student is a trivial matter, while offending a creator is an entirely different concept altogether. Not to mention, this creator began with a formidable 100-kilometer realm. A bright future ahead, likely to attract the attention of superconglomerates. In that fleeting moment, those who had once clung to Li Hao's side began to regret their derision of Su-bai. Had he chosen to retaliate, they would surely meet a grave fate. As for Li Hao's homeroom teacher, her once sardonic expression was now marred by gloom. At the awakening platform, the director of education snapped back from his shock, immediately turning his gaze towards Su-bai, his voice laced with urgency. Student Su, please tell me, does the world you awakened possess the extraordinary? Even if it is not the pinnacle of extraordinary beings, merely an ordinary goblin would suffice. A starting point of 100 kilometers, even if lacking in subsequent potential, is sufficient to crush all novice creators. In other words, as long as the existence of the extraordinary could be confirmed, the top position in this year's college entrance examination would undoubtedly belong to Nanshan High School. Others listened intently, anxious not to miss an opportunity to curry favor, while Li Hao seethed with frustration, silently praying that it would not be an extraordinary world. In the next moment, as Su-bai's voice rang out, Li Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. No, Su-bai replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Su-bai's response, the director of education was initially filled with disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. What about resources? He inquired. None. What about water sources? None. Attributes? He fired off several questions, each met with the same concise and definitive negation. The director fell into despair. Could it be that this world was not even the most ordinary of realms? Wait, there is still hope, life. As long as life exists. Even if it means forcibly creating an extraordinary world through resource allocation. Clinging to the last shred of hope, the director asked. Su-bai, however, shook his head again, softly uttering, still no? With a resounding thud, the director, utterly defeated, cast a regretful glance at Su-bai. What a pity, such a promising seed. Even if it is merely an ordinary world at the outset, with his character, the school would have dared to invest. In a barren world, not only would participation in the entrance examination be impossible, but its existence would also be precarious. Thus, they could only reluctantly abandon Su-bai as a student. Meanwhile, The students below transitioned from shock to confusion, then to a mixture of relief and schadenfreude. A world devoid of even life. Was it not inferior to the most ordinary realms? Perhaps it was a desolate world indeed. What a waste of 100 kilometers of territory, murmured one. Goodness, 100 kilometers of desolation, by comparison. My 10-kilometer ordinary world seems more palatable. After all, what future could a world that cannot even nurture life possibly hold? What a waste of such vast expanse. Subai had anticipated these reactions and remained unfazed. Possessing the multiverse simulator, these challenges were mere trifles. He could evolve his world step by step through his own efforts. However, others did not share his optimism. Upon hearing that Subai's world might be inferior to even the most ordinary, Li Hao, who had previously despaired, suddenly felt a surge of elation. He gestured towards his homeroom teacher, who quickly grasped his intent. In the next moment, this elderly woman approached Subai in her high heels, presenting him with an invoice, a smirk playing on her lips. Name your price. Your world holds no developmental potential. Merely a slightly larger initial area. Rather than clinging to it, it would be wiser to sell it for a good price before it collapses. She feigned deep contemplation, as if sacrificing greatly, and proposed, how about I personally acquire it for 100,000? Consider it my assistance to you as a student. For an ordinary wage earner with an annual salary of 50,000, the notion of purchasing a world for a mere 100,000 was absurd. Not to mention, not even 100 kilometers, but even 1 kilometer would be unworthy. Feeling Zhang Ryue's concerned gaze upon him, Subai turned and smiled reassuringly, signaling that there was no need for alarm. He then faced the elderly woman, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. As he took the check, her smile was about to blossom. But in the next instant, with a swift motion, Subai tore the check into shreds. The fragments fell like snowflakes, fluttering onto the astonished face of the elderly woman. After completing this act, Subai descended from the awakening platform and strode directly towards Li Hao, his tall figure casting a stark contrast against Li Hao's shadowed form, who appeared frail and monkey-like in comparison. Rather than engage in petty schemes from behind, why not confront him openly in a plain war? Li Hao, do you dare? A plain war. This was a world-class battle between two creators. The victor would claim everything from the vanquished, including the world's essence, beings, resources, and all that they possessed. The loser would suffer severe damage to their foundations, and worse, their world may shatter. Even high-level creators hesitate to engage in such wars, leaving the onlookers stunned. No one expected Subai to act with such decisiveness. Li Hao's expression transformed. A plain war? He stammered, casting a desperate glance at the elderly woman. She frowned deeply. Subai, have you lost your mind? Ignoring the homeroom teacher, Subai maintained his imposing presence. His voice cold as ice. I will ask you once more, do you dare or not? If not, cease your incessant buzzing around me like a bothersome fly. Li Hao retreated in trepidation, afraid to respond, while the elderly woman was unwilling to part with such an extraordinary seed. Just as she prepared to speak again, the director of education intervened, turning in surprise to meet a pair of piercing eyes. Ignoring Li Hao's protests, the director decisively declared, all right. The time is set for tomorrow morning. Once all candidates exit the creation space, you two shall engage in a plain war. Subai, do you accept? This question deliberately sidelined Li Hao, favoring Subai instead. The director was clearly fond of Subai's character, willing to afford him an opportunity, even without potential. Feeling the goodwill, Subai nodded. I accept. I do not. Li Hao struggled to rise, shouting loudly, but no one paid heed to his voice. With the matter settled, Li Hao slumped to the ground, utterly drained and filled with dread. Zhang Ryue rushed to Subai's side, her expression tinged with concern. Will you be okay? Subai shook his head, reassuring her. Zhang Ryue nodded obediently, falling silent. Seemingly struck by a thought, she dashed away, only to return shortly with two brand new cards in hand. C-level card. The highest virtue is like water, nourishing all things without contention. B-level card. Earth Chi. Nurturing myriad beings, enhancing the probability of producing extraordinary beings. She pushed the B-grade card into Subai's hands, saying, this is for you. A starting fund awarded by the principal to every creator. Subai shook his head, returning the Earth Energy card, and instead taking the card named Supreme Virtue is like water, while casually giving Zhang Ryue a playful flick on the forehead. That must be your exclusive reward, right? There's no need for such formality. I can manage with this ordinary card. Subai chuckled, and Zhang Ryue, feeling wronged, covered her forehead. The two then exited the school, leaving behind a group of students with expressions of mixed emotions. Chapter 4. The First Creation Simulation, The Birth of Humanity. Upon leaving the school gate, Subai and Zhang Ryue parted ways. In his mind, a mechanical voice resonated. Detected one C-grade card. Would you like to use the upgrade card to elevate it to S-grade? Subai paused mid-stride, and without hesitation, nodded affirmatively, yes. In an instant, he felt the card in his hand undergo a transformation, enveloped in a brilliant white light that lasted a full 3 seconds. As the radiance dissipated, the system chimed in once more. Upgrade card has been used. The original C-grade card supreme virtue is like water has been elevated to S-grade card origin of all things. A smile flickered at the corners of Su-bai's mouth as he revealed the card, now transformed from its initial white into a resplendent gold. Beneath the golden card, a line of soft blue text materialized. Origin of all things card. Level, S-grade. Type, special status card. Effect, during the card's activation period, it can accelerate the world's reproductive and regenerative capabilities, evolving the primordial ocean, ancient forests, and unicellular organisms, hastening biological evolution akin to the Cambrian explosion. Effect duration, 1 hour. 1 hour? Su-bai pondered, wondering whether this referred to real-world time or the simulator's time flow. If it pertains to the simulation process, then an hour seems rather short. Yet even if it's based on real time, the conversion ratio between the simulator and reality remains uncertain, making it difficult to ascertain its value. After some contemplation, Su-bai decided to put the card away and return home to conduct an experimental creation simulation. Upon reaching home, Su-bai activated the Multiverse Simulator. Would you like to commence your simulation journey? Please note, each simulation will consume 100 creation points. If your creation points are depleted, you will be unable to continue simulations. Current creation points, 0. Current free simulation attempts, 10. A line of black text appeared before him, and Su-bai exhaled. 100 creation points for a single simulation? Yet, considering the miraculous effects of the simulation, which can disregard natural disasters and calamities, this opportunity for infinite retries is undoubtedly worth the expenditure. Su-bai promptly commanded, begin this simulation. As the order was issued, a dazzling light erupted forth, akin to a supernova, intertwining boundlessly with heat and brilliance. Su-bai's consciousness once again detached from his body, arriving within the vast expanse of the starry cosmos. Gazing down upon a world aglow with white light unfolding beneath him, the simulator chimed again, initiating 10 consecutive draws. You may select 3 talents during each simulation. Note, after every 10 consecutive draws, you are guaranteed 1 orange talent. In the next moment, a splendid array of talents appeared, 10 in total, each radiating distinct glows. Proliferation, white talent. Primordial spirits of all things, purple talent. Food chain, blue talent. The grading of talents mirrored that of the world templates. Yet unlike them, this system offered a safety net. After 100 consecutive draws, one is guaranteed an orange talent. Fortune favored Su-bai, as his first wave of 10 consecutive draws yielded a purple talent. Civilization enlightenment, purple talent, enhances the intelligence of the race, significantly increasing the probability of naturally evolving civilization. Civilization enlightenment? Su-bai raised an eyebrow. Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest asset, and only a race endowed with wisdom holds the potential for nurturing civilization. This talent undoubtedly accelerated the pace of civilization building. Without hesitation, Su-bai selected the Civilization Enlightenment talent, and after further consideration, chose the talents for Enriched Oxygen and Food Chain. Enriched Oxygen, white talent, increases the oxygen levels in the natural world, enabling the emergence of larger life forms. Ecosystem, blue talent, establishes a complete food chain system within the world. Talent selection finalized, commencing simulation. As Su-bai confirmed his choices, a dazzling array of colors enveloped him, and lines of text appeared before his eyes. Beginning the journey of creation. Detected your possession of the S-grade card origin of all things. Would you like to utilize it in this simulation? Note, the card's effect is only valid once. Su-bai declined outright. The S-grade card's value was immeasurable, a rarity not to be squandered. This simulation was more akin to an experiment, and he had no intention of wasting such a hard-won card. Current template, Biohazard, blue. No cards equipped, simulation begins. As the heavens and earth are forged, you awaken the seed of the world, the origin realm is born. Due to your use of a tenfold amplification, the world's area expands to 100 kilometers. Creation points, 100. In the early era, the land lay barren, with even rain a rare occurrence. The expanse was enveloped in silence. Talent ecosystem activated. Under the influence of an inexplicable force, the origin realm began to transform, drastically altering the natural environment, birthing a multitude of life forms that began to emerge and embark on a grand journey of evolution, referred to as Cambrian explosion. Currently, the total number of species in the origin realm exceeds 1,300, forming an ecological cycle. This ecosystem is far more stable. Due to the expansion of the ecosystem, land area increases by 5 kilometers, ocean area by 20 kilometers, with a ratio of 14. Creation points, 100. As time passed, vast primitive plants emerged across the land, resulting in an exceptionally high oxygen content in the origin realm. Talent enriched oxygen activated. In the late era, after countless years of natural selection, an unprecedentedly colossal creature was finally born. The dinosaur ascended the historical stage, beginning its reign over this era. With the birth of dinosaurs, how far could humanity be? Su-bai watched the simulator with anticipation as the text continued to dance before him. Following the emergence of dinosaurs, they overwhelmed all other life forms of the first era. becoming the indisputable rulers of this epoch. The advent of dinosaurs prompted numerous species to evolve towards larger sizes, causing significant alterations in life forms. Creation points, 100. Dinosaurs dominated the origin realm for 175 million years, until a celestial meteorite fell, leading to their extinction. Oxygen levels plummeted, drastically altering the ecosystem. The second era has arrived. Stepping upon the remains of the previous era's rulers, the dinosaurs, a new breed of mammals ascended the evolutionary stage, becoming the sovereigns of this era. The Biohazard Template begins to take effect, and the initial race, humanity, emerges. Within the southern forests, a group of ancient apes, driven by natural calamities, were forced to descend from the trees to the land, embarking on a new evolutionary journey. As time passed, after a prolonged evolution, they ultimately transformed into early Homo sapiens, outcompeting all other life forms of this era and becoming the new dominant race. In the early second era, humanity is born. Chapter 5. Cosmic Radiation, the birth of extraordinary beings, and the mutated solar ladder. Humanity has finally come into existence. Subai felt a surge of emotions. It had taken 2 entire epochs of waiting to witness the emergence of the human race. This monumental event was predicated upon the template of a biochemical crisis. Without such an influence, the natural conditions necessary for the advent of a sentient species like humanity would be exceedingly arduous. One might even argue that the odds were 1,000,000,000 to 1, if not more exaggerated. Humanity, without a doubt, represents an unprecedented evolutionary miracle in the lengthy chronicles of Blue Star's evolution. In the early period of the second epoch, humanity ascended, endowed with extraordinary endurance and exceptional teamwork abilities, skills that enabled them to hunt formidable prehistoric beasts. However, each hunting expedition resulted in the demise of numerous kin, prompting some to ponder how to alter this dire situation. The awakening of gifted civilization ensued. Under an inexplicable influence, the primitive beings gradually nurtured wisdom, learning to seek refuge in caves, forge weapons, and utilize terrain. After millennia of struggle, they ultimately triumphed over all creatures. Following the dinosaurs, another epoch-dominating entity emerged. The appearance of 2 consecutive epoch dominators enriched the world's foundation, expanding land by 10 kilometers and ocean by 40 kilometers, culminating in a total area of 175 kilometers. Creation points, 200. World area expansion of 2 epoch dominators. Wisdom is the dawning light of civilization. Subai uttered this phrase with a smile, yet his joy was short-lived. For the very humans who had ignited the dawn of civilization began to turn against one another. Having become the epoch dominators, humanity faced no external threats. Born from adversity, yet perishing in comfort, these humans commenced infighting. The once unified large tribes splintered into several medium-sized tribes and numerous smaller ones. Armed with primitive stone tools, they began to slaughter one another, resulting in a drastic decline in their numbers. It was my oversight. How can beings devoid of external threats maintain progress? Subai experienced a headache, a nagging sense of foreboding lingering in his mind. This state of affairs persisted for millennia, with civilization stagnating, forever trapped in the early Stone Age. In the mid-Second Epoch, resources in the origin realm became depleted, the world barrier shattered, and cosmic radiation invaded. The humans, mired in internal conflict, were soon decimated. The second great biological extinction commenced, and all life began to perish, transforming the once vibrant origin realm into a desolate silence. Observing the text on the simulator, Subai's spirits dampened. Yet he discovered that the simulation seemed far from over. Could there be a twist of fate? With mass biological extinction, oceans receded, and land collapsed. Only plants, nourished by the corpses of the deceased, endured tenaciously. In the late Second Epoch, plants began to wither en masse, yet one particular plant unexpectedly fused with cosmic radiation, evolving a unique virus. Milestone achieved. The birth of the primordial virus. Reward. Creation points, 100. The primordial virus. Subai was shaken. He had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. Thus, this simulation would not be deemed a total failure. However, with the resources of the origin realm already exhausted, this plant would likely not survive for long. Through the primordial virus, this plant became the final surviving life form in the origin realm, with the world barrier shattered. It remained fully exposed to cosmic radiation, which led to mutations in its body over prolonged exposure. It surpassed the limits of ordinary life and entered the extraordinary sequence. Extraordinary sequence. Subai rose abruptly, having initially believed this simulation to be a complete failure. He was astonished by the delightful surprise awaiting him. The extraordinary sequence harbors high-energy potential within, capable of continuous evolution, unencumbered by physical limitations. According to Subai's knowledge, even the most ordinary extraordinary being could contend with thousands of common creatures, as the disparity between the two was insurmountable by mere numbers. Furthermore, based on descriptions in the original text, the solar ladder was supposed to lack consciousness. Could it be that the influence of cosmic radiation led to this unforeseen emergence? Subai pondered thoughtfully. The petals transformed into a chalice-like form, resplendent in golden hues. From a distance, it appeared as a sun standing tall amidst the wasteland. The origin of the biochemical crisis, the birth of the solar ladder flower. It developed a primitive consciousness. Once a being possesses awareness, it experiences solitude, prompting it to seek the favor of deities. Yet the magnificent gods remain indifferent to any form of life. In the early third epoch, the solar ladder, having struggled throughout an entire epoch, ultimately lost its feeble rationality. In its dying moments, it seemed to sense a mighty gaze upon it. The origin realm was doomed. This creation simulation has concluded. Duration of this simulation, 3 epochs. World area expanded to 175 kilometers, with the dawn of civilization emerging. Yet no mature civilization has appeared. A plant nearing the extraordinary has been birthed. Total rewards and creation points, 500. Not a loss. Subai exhaled, feeling that this simulation had yielded substantial gains. The birth of an extraordinary being alone was sufficient to compensate for the perceived failures of this simulation. Moreover, this solar ladder was a mutated version, possessing primitive consciousness. With some nurturing, it might evolve once more. Please retain one of the following options. 1. Epic Dominator Dinosaur. A powerful creature nurtured over an entire epoch, reigning over the origin realm for 175 million years. 2. Humanity. Wisdom is a miracle in the cosmos, unique and possessing potential for civilization development. 3. Special mutated species, the solar ladder. Exposed to cosmic radiation, the primordial virus within has undergone a mutation, seemingly giving rise to a faint self-awareness. Among the 3 options, there was no doubt that the mutated solar ladder held the greatest value. Subai decisively chose the third option. Upon selection, the visual data of the mutated solar ladder presented itself before him. It was a colossal entity, towering 10 meters high, with chalice-like petals, entirely golden, as though forged from gold. From afar, it exuded an air of sanctity. Yet Subai was acutely aware that the solar ladder was far from what it appeared. On the contrary, the mutated solar ladder, with its birth T virus and G virus, would undoubtedly be more terrifying than its original counterpart. This was further corroborated upon reviewing its visual data. Name: Mutated Solar Ladder. Level: Black Iron Intermediate. Type: Extraordinary Being, Uniqueness. Talents: Primordial Virus, Mutated Version, Mental Pollution, Tentacle Strangulation, Radiation Resistance. Description: The solar ladder, contaminated by cosmic radiation, has undergone a mutation of the primordial virus, possessing primitive awareness. With proper nurturing, it may evolve further. Mental pollution and radiation resistance are likely products of mutation due to cosmic radiation. As for tentacle strangulation, it goes without saying, those who understand, understand. What piqued Subai's interest most was the mutated primordial virus. However, it could not yet be manifested. He would have to wait until the next simulation to discover its unique attributes. In this world, the classification of biological levels ranges from low to high as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, saint, and mythical. Despite the mutated solar ladder being merely black iron intermediate, its extraordinary nature and the uniqueness of its skills rendered it formidable. Even thousands of ordinary beings cannot bring about its demise. This highlights the profound chasm that exists between the creator and the common man. They are not even on the same plane of power. The myriad stars scattered across the sky and the countless divine realms harbor creatures that are even more terrifying and formidable. Yet, despite such overwhelming strength, humanity finds itself cornered into a defensive stance against the abyss. Chapter 6. The Spark of Civilization, the Holy Terra Sect. Simulation Harvest has been selected. From the 3 talents, you may choose one to retain for the next simulation. A mechanical voice disrupted Subai's contemplations. He regained his focus and observed the 3 talents presented before him. After a brief moment of reflection, he made his choice to retain the enlightenment of civilization. The failure of this simulation stemmed from humanity lacking external threats, leading to a stagnation in civilizational evolution. Perhaps next time, he could artificially introduce an external adversary to hasten the progress of human civilization. Once all selections were made, Subai intended to initiate the next round of simulation. But the simulator displayed a message indicating a required cooldown period. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. 1 epoch, converted to real time, equates to approximately 10 minutes. Subai was somewhat taken aback, then glanced at the clock in the room, which read, October 1st, 2049, 1927. With 13 hours remaining until tomorrow, he felt a sense of relief. 13 hours was ample time for several more simulations. He had not forgotten today's challenge. In the realm of war, defeat would truly lead to irrevocable consequences. Tomorrow's creation space would present an opportunity for all candidates, where strength would dictate the extent of possibilities. And missing out was not an option. Furthermore, the college entrance examination in Jiang City was merely 7 days away. There was no time to lose. Subai's mind was remarkably clear, managing the world, developing the kin, and engaging in creation simulations. Each endeavor demanded vast resources. The previous consumption rate of creation points had already made that abundantly clear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, giving way to the bright moon. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, with the sound of a crisp chime ringing in his ears. Subai immediately opened his eyes and decisively proclaimed, "Commence the next round of creation simulation." The familiar white light reappeared, initiating 10 consecutive draws. 10 talents, each radiating distinct glows, lined up in sequence. Apart from the previously solidified talent of all things primordial, a new purple talent emerged. Evolutionary Ode, Purple. Life will never cease to evolve, regardless of the presence of natural enemies. Races influenced by this talent will forge ahead relentlessly, composing an anthem of evolution. Subai merely cast a glance before promptly declaring, "Select Evolutionary Ode." In a stroke of good fortune, this talent appeared just as he was pondering how to resolve the issue of internal strife among humanity, providing a timely solution to his pressing dilemma. He then turned his attention to the other talents, most of which were rather mundane, but one particularly caught his eye. Proliferation, Blue. More offspring, more blessings. It increases the population of a species. Subai decisively included this talent as well, alongside Enlightenment of Civilization. This luxurious combination of 2 purple and 1 blue talent filled Subai with confidence for this simulation. Begin the simulation. With a sweeping gesture, black text began to materialize, embarking on the journey of creation. The heavens parted, and the origin realm was birthed. In the early phase of the first epoch, a torrential rain fell upon the barren earth, bringing forth the seeds of life. The primordial ocean was born. In the middle of the first epoch, a multitude of single-celled organisms emerged in the primordial ocean. Among them, some evolved into multicellular entities. As life proliferated, they sensed the ocean's confinement and began their advance toward land. The talent Evolutionary Ode activated. Under the influence of whispers in their ears, they embarked on an unprecedented journey of evolution, marking the dawn of the Great Cambrian. Landing successful, an abundance of flora and fauna began to emerge, breathing life into the desolate land. The template for the biochemical crisis commenced, and the initial race of humanity appeared. Similar to the last time, humanity's journey once again unfolded with little variation. Subai observed patiently, and with the aid of the Enlightenment of Civilization talent, humanity swiftly ascended to become the dominant force of the new epoch, leading to the timeline's progression into the mid-second epoch. In the mid-second epoch, humanity approached the threshold of the Stone Age. At this point, no creature on the earth posed a challenge to humanity. The talent Evolutionary Ode took effect. This time, influenced by the Evolutionary Ode, humanity did not halt its evolutionary progress. Civilization continued to advance, albeit slowly. As time passed, humanity accumulated wisdom, and a sage emerged within their ranks. He observed the celestial phenomena, established the cycles of the sun and moon, and taught humanity the skills of agriculture. Creation points, 30. With the acquisition of agricultural skills, humanity no longer needed to risk hunting large animals. Their population began to rise and gradually migrate to other regions. Land area expanded by 10 kilometers. Ocean area expanded by 40 kilometers. The talent proliferation activated. A significant historical milestone emerged. Do you choose to deploy the mutated solar ladder during this time? The mere presence of the Evolutionary Ode was insufficient to accelerate humanity's rapid development. It was time to apply some external pressure. The mutated solar ladder also required further evolution. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai opted to deploy it. Late in the second epoch, you intervened, deploying the mutated solar ladder to the north of the origin realm. During this epoch, due to humanity's mastery of agriculture, they no longer inflicted widespread damage on the ecosystem, and resources remained abundant, allowing the mutated solar ladder to thrive. In the blink of an eye, the mutated solar ladder grew to 10 meters and expanded its territory to the entire north, with the ancestral virus beginning to take effect, infecting numerous life forms. Faced with the threat of the mutated solar ladder, the long complacent humanity finally felt a sense of crisis and began hastily evolving their civilization. In the early third epoch, humanity officially entered the Bronze Age, and the first bronze artifact was born. Land area expanded by 20 kilometers. Ocean area expanded by 80 kilometers. The total world area reached 200 kilometers, meeting the criteria for solidification. Do you wish to solidify the current world area? Solidification successful. The next simulation will commence with 200 kilometers as the starting point. Solidify. The benefits of an expanded world area were unparalleled, and Subai naturally did not hesitate. The simulator continued its progression as lines of black text leaped forth. Simultaneously, as strength grew, the mutated solar ladder seemed to recall something and began wildly expanding its territory, leaving the nascent human civilization in turmoil and peril. The mutated solar ladder constructed a strange pattern using ample stones, branches, and the corpses of creatures, beginning to prey to the deities. Due to the frenzied actions of the mutated solar ladder, there was a mass extinction among the creatures of the origin realm. Will you intervene to stop this? Was there any doubt? Subai immediately chose to intervene. Yes, you chose to intervene. And the mutated solar ladder once again felt that magnificent gaze, trembling in fear. Simultaneously, against the backdrop of the sky, an endless body of light and heat formed a divine entity, warning the mutated solar ladder to cease its slaughter of living beings. The mutated solar ladder quaked. A faint consciousness transmitted into your mind, and you sensed its submission. You spared it this time. For the first time, all things became aware of your existence. Out of reverence, the last remaining group of humanity birthed primitive religious beliefs, venerating you as the sacred terra, thereby establishing the sacred terra sect. Your influence spread across the origin realm, giving rise to the pure force of faith. Creation Point 50. Chapter 7. The Sun's Chosen, Leader of the Nidapaya. Sacred Terra? Subai's expression turned peculiar. This title evoked memories of a game from his past life, one featuring an emperor seated upon a golden throne. However, what is this force of faith? The force of faith is an energy born from the beings within the world, categorized as an extraordinary sequence, capable of enhancing the world's essence. An average of 10,000 points of faith can be converted into 10 creation points. Creation points wield the power to influence the world, as well as the beings within it, expanding territories and developing kin. From the descriptions, it appears to be on par with the so-called divine power. In essence, possessing the force of faith equates to having a stable channel for acquiring creation points. Subai suddenly realized, a smile creeping onto his face. Despite the substantial number of creation points obtained during the simulation, most were one-time gains. Whereas the force of faith offered a consistent avenue, the disparity between the two was evident. Due to your warning, the mutated sun ladder ceased its territorial expansion, retracting comprehensively. It not only relinquished most of its northern territories, but also fell into a prolonged slumber due to the excessive energy it had previously consumed. In the mid-third era, free from the obstruction of the sun ladder, humanity flourished, swiftly progressing into a slave society, aided by the dual gifts of civilizational enlightenment and the song of evolution. Civilizational spark generated, reward, 100 creation points. During this process, a primitive tribe chose to leave their kin and venture northward to thrive. This tribe would later be known as the Nidapaya. The Nidapaya tribe traversed mountains and rivers, ultimately arriving at the northern domain where the sun ladder lay dormant. Gazing upon the endless golden sea of flowers before them, they decided to settle and flourish in this land. As time elapsed, the Nidapaya tribe became isolated from the world, and through continued endeavors, they unexpectedly discovered remnants of the sun ladder's seeds, cultivating them into a new sun ladder. Upon consuming the sun ladder, they became infected with the ancestor virus, leading to the emergence of the first wave of a biochemical crisis as countless lives were lost. A massive tide of corpses surged down from the northern domain, ultimately spreading throughout the entire origin realm. The biochemical crisis erupted. At this juncture, humanity, having just entered the feudal era, found itself ill-equipped to resist, resulting in the collapse of civilization. However, the Nidapaya tribe, due to the mutated sun ladder, miraculously survived. Its leader inadvertently fused with the ancestor virus, becoming the first mutant. Leveraging the power of the mutant, the Nidapaya tribe struggled to fend off the tide of corpses, grappling with survival in this apocalyptic era. Yet, the lifespan of the mutant is not boundless. After a century, the leader of the Nidapaya perished, and the already precarious tribe was ultimately engulfed by the endless tide of corpses, leading to their complete annihilation. All life within the origin realm was extinguished, the world barrier shattered, and cosmic tides surged forth. The dormant mutated sun ladder, caught unaware, was obliterated by the cosmic tides, its form shattered into countless fragments. The origin realm was obliterated. This simulation of creation has concluded, surviving 3 eras, with a total yield of creation points, 280. Cooling period, 30 minutes. Is this considered collateral damage? After reviewing the outcome of this simulation, Subai found himself at a loss for words, particularly regarding the mutated sun ladder, which he had hoped would evolve once more after its slumber, only to be annihilated without awareness. Shaking his head in resignation, such is the calamity that may be encountered in the process of evolution. Fortunate am I to possess a simulator. Were this a reality, the origin realm would have been rendered utterly desolate. After slightly regaining his composure, he examined the gains from this simulation. Please retain one of the following options. 1. The tide of corpses, primitive beings infected by the ancestor virus, vast in number and possessing terrifying infectious capabilities. 2. Humanity, a civilization that has reached the feudal era. 3. The Nidapaya leader, a product of unexpected fusion with the ancestor virus, immune to viral infection, seemingly yet to reach its full potential. The first option holds little significance. The corpses are born from the ancestor virus, and as long as the mutated sun ladder exists, they will perpetually arise. Considering the development of humanity into the feudal era, Subai contemplated before deciding to forego it. Although it would save considerable time for advancement, it lacks uniqueness and could be replicated through simulation. Conversely, the final option piqued Subai's interest. The Sun's Chosen? With a mere thought, Subai grasped the significance of the Sun's Chosen. The leader of the Nidapaya had inadvertently merged with the ancestor virus, and the Sun Ladder he fused with was a subsidiary entity birthed from the mutated Sun Ladder. Consequently, upon mutation, he became controlled by the mutated Sun Ladder, resembling a kind of vassal. The power of a vassal cannot surpass that of its progenitor. Hence he did not ascend to the extraordinary sequence, yet he retained his intellect, which, if mass-produced, could be advantageous. After contemplation, Subai made his decision to retain the Nidapaya leader. As for the remaining talent choices, Subai opted once again for civilizational enlightenment, as its value surpasses that of the other two talents. The time that followed was one of quiet anticipation as he awaited the cooling period to conclude. Simultaneously, as his consciousness returned from the cosmos to his body, a moment of indescribable golden light erupted from his eyes. Immediately thereafter, a vast force of world energy flowed into Subai's being from the projection of the world in his mind. The world energy, emanating from a 200-kilometer expanse of the origin realm, was overwhelming. In no time, Subai felt as though he had undergone a rebirth. Shedding a layer of waxy yellow skin, his newly formed body was flawless and fair, resembling the divine beings of legend. Subai flexed his wrist, feeling an astonishing power brewing within him, instilling him with an illusion of invincibility. Merely after 3 simulations, such profound changes had occurred. What transformations might the remaining simulation opportunities yield? Subai mused, a smile spreading across his face as he eagerly anticipated witnessing the astonished expressions of his classmates and teachers when he entered the creation space tomorrow. As for Li Hao, Subai now felt utterly confident in his ability to triumph over him. Time flowed through the cracks, and soon half an hour had passed. The cooling period of the simulator concluded, and a line of black text materialized. Shall we commence the next round of creation simulation? Yes. A surge of white light enveloped him, and the familiar text reappeared. Embarking on the journey of creation. Chapter 8. The establishment of the Umbrella Corporation. A pivotal historical juncture. Initiating a tenfold draw, radiant light flickered, and 10 talents appeared in succession. Subai cast a glance, feeling a tinge of regret at the absence of a purple talent this time. However, there was a commendable blue talent. Steady development, blue talent. Reduces the internal conflict instincts of biological entities, fostering steady growth and maximizing the development of civilization. This one will suffice. Subai chose this talent with satisfaction, then proceeded to select another. Natural resources, blue talent, hastening the formation of natural resources such as oil, natural gas, iron, ore, and other resources. The final natural aspect is the enlightenment of civilization. Having selected the talent, the simulator commenced operation, embarking on the journey of creation. In the primordial chaos, the creator god Subai awakened, opening the origin realm, with an initial world area of 200 kilometers. In the early era, you willed for rain, and thus rain was born. The first life emerged in the origin realm. Time passed, and the Cambrian period arrived, heralding the first great explosion of life. In an atmosphere rich in oxygen, life began to evolve towards gigantism. This era persisted for over 100 million years until a celestial meteorite fell, shattering the reign of the colossal beasts. Talent for natural resources took effect. In the mid-first era, a mass extinction occurred, and the carcasses of the fallen giants were buried deep underground, gradually decomposing over time into oil, natural gas, and a plethora of mineral resources. Moreover, due to the impact of natural disasters, the ancient apes of the south descended from the land, embarking on a new evolutionary journey. Talent for steady development took effect. In the late First Era, influenced by talent, they gradually flourished and swiftly transitioned into the Stone Age. The spark of civilization was ignited. Stone tools, agriculture, astronomy, geography, and religious beliefs emerged, propelling civilization to the zenith of the Stone Age, on the brink of the Bronze Age. Do you wish to deploy the mutated solar ladder and the leader of the Nidapaya during this time frame? The last mutated solar ladder perished in slumber, seemingly initiating a new round of evolution, perfectly poised to continue its previous journey. As for the Nidapaya leader, he retained the memories from the last simulation, capable of accelerating the evolution of civilization. After contemplation, Subai opted to deploy both simultaneously, eager to witness the unfolding events. In the early Second Era, you acted, deploying the mutated solar ladder in the northern region and introducing the Nidapaya leader at the heart of the human tribe. The mutated solar ladder awakened from despair. Bewildered to find the world unchanged, it sensed something amiss, yet its primitive consciousness did not permit deeper inquiry. The mutated solar ladder fell into slumber once more. Why has it fallen asleep again? Subai's lips twitched slightly. Nonetheless, it is for the best. As the mutated solar ladder is far too powerful for the humans of this era, it is prudent to grant human civilization some time to develop. Simultaneously, a beam of golden light descended upon the central human tribe, and a man clad in animal skins appeared before the crowd. The Nidapaya leader rose in silence, possessing the memories of the previous simulation, resolute in preventing history from repeating itself. Emboldened by the divine omen, he began to refer to himself as the high priest and re-established the sacred Terra sect from the last simulation, fostering an even deeper devotion to your faith. The sacred Terra sect began to flourish. Creation points 50. Talent for civilization enlightenment took effect. Under the guidance of the high priest, human civilization thrived, entering the Bronze Age and inaugurating a new society of slavery. The civilization of slavery was born, royal power ascended, no longer content to remain beneath divine authority. To prevent fragmentation, the high priest willingly conceded, leading the sacred Terra sect to the northern region, ushering in the era of royal dominion. As the divine authority leader, the high priest arrived in the northern region, where he once again encountered the terrifying golden sea of flowers. He intended to flee, yet inexplicably, a force within his blood seemed to draw him to this place. The sacred Terra sect settled in the northern region and constructed a temple. Leveraging his vague memories of you, the high priest erected a faceless, pristine statue. Simultaneously, to preserve his own memories and avert the calamity of annihilation, the high priest resolved to cultivate the solar ladder once more, undertaking relentless efforts over a century. At last, before the high priest's death, a new solar acolyte was born. The high priest bequeathed his position to the new solar acolyte before passing away, his body seemingly absorbed by some force, transforming into dust. Was this the work of the mutated solar ladder, reclaiming power after death? Subai pondered deeply. The transcendent beings harbor immense energy for evolution, which could explain why, in the previous simulation, the mutated solar ladder sought to consume other life forms. However, due to Subai's constraints, the mutated solar ladder dared not continue its consumption, resorting instead to this method, gradually accumulating energy for evolution. This approach also served to prevent the excessive birth of solar acolytes, thus preserving the original timeline. Subai nodded slightly, redirecting his focus as the simulator continued its progression. Lines of black text materializing incessantly. The sacred Terra sect referred to each high priest as a divine chosen one, steadfastly adhering to the edicts of the first-generation high priest, thereby isolating themselves within the northern region, no longer influencing human civilization. Human civilization commenced rapid advancement. In the mid-second era, humanity entered the feudal age, giving rise to primitive gunpowder. Due to differences in skin color, appearance, and race, divisions emerged within humanity, delineating three distinct races. The three races occupied separate territories, each developing independently. After millennia of evolution, the Caucasians in the West first shattered the bottleneck, inventing firearms and cannons, igniting the fervent age of exploration. The yellow-skinned people in the East were forcibly thrust into the open, while the black-skinned people in the South were captured and commodified, ushering humanity into the age of capitalism. Subsequently, humanity experienced 2 world wars, and following these conflicts, technological advancements surged once more, ushering one foot into modern society. The internet was born, and humanity welcomed a century of peaceful development. Creation points 1000, civilization evolved into the internet age. The biochemical crisis template activated. Long confined within the northern region, the sacred Terra sect received divine inspiration. They brought forth the offspring of the solar ladder into human society, establishing the Umbrella Corporation, initiating the development of a novel virus to select a new breed of humanity. Simultaneously, the slumbering, mutated solar ladder began to awaken. The prolonged sensation of hunger rendered it restless, yet constrained by your will, it dared not venture out to hunt. A pivotal moment in history arose. Do you choose to allow the mutated solar ladder to awaken? Note: choosing yes will trigger the biochemical crisis. Choosing no will send the world down an alternate path. Chapter 9. The biochemical crisis erupts. The perfect mutant Alice is born. Finally, it has manifested. Observing this option, Subai's expression remained impassive. In truth, this is a rite of passage for all creators. If one becomes overly concerned with the beings within the world, it inevitably leads to timidity and stagnation, resulting in the gradual depletion of resources. Without the ability to judiciously balance between the world and its life forms, the fate awaiting such creators is nothing short of demise. Moreover, in Subai's eyes, the humans in the origin realm are, in essence, no different from other beings. Without the countless sacrifices of life forms that preceded, how could the origin realm have evolved to its current state? Perhaps even the most primitive civilization would never have come to fruition. The beings nurtured previously have completed their historical missions. Now, in this final hour, Subai cannot afford to fail. He is the creator of this world, and every action he takes bears weight upon the entirety of existence. And the divine, paradoxically, is the most merciless. In the next moment, Subai made his decision. His eyes cold and composed, he decisively selected the affirmative option. In an instant, radiant light dispersed, enveloping his entire being. Countless fonts leapt forth with remarkable swiftness. You have made a choice. The mutated solar staircase has heeded your command, exultant in its awakening after millennia buried deep within the earth. With a resounding roar, the mutated solar staircase emerged, devouring the terrified onlookers of the temple in an instant. Meanwhile, far away in Raccoon City, the high priest of the temple, now under the control of the mutated solar staircase, ingested a newly developed virus, merging it with the primordial virus within, thus birthing a novel pathogen. The T-virus has come into existence. Milestone achievement. Apocalypse Day achieved. Creation points 500. In the year 1998 of the origin calendar, the high priest's body disintegrated, merging into the city's water system, leading to the widespread dissemination of the T-virus, igniting a biohazard crisis, and heralding the Apocalypse Day. The T-virus initially infected the personnel within the hive, transforming many into zombies. The artificial intelligence, Red Queen, sensing the peril, sealed the doors in an attempt to avert catastrophe. The Umbrella Corporation, under the aegis of the Holy Terra sect, dispatched a special team to deactivate the Red Queen and cleanse the world. Simultaneously, in a lavish villa, the Holy Terra sect, led by Dr. Isaac, injected Alice with the T-virus, resulting in her infection. A miracle ensued as Alice perfectly fused with the T-virus, transforming into an unparalleled mutant. Milestone achievement. Goddess of Vengeance reached. Creation points 100. Alice was born. Who would follow? Tyrants, lickers, zombie dogs, and the evolving mutated solar staircase. This world was finally approaching its ultimate phase. Subai watched the simulator with calm demeanor, as information surged forth with each passing second. Concurrently, the activation of the Biohazard Template allowed the long-stagnant origin realm to commence its expansion once more. Zombie virus birthed, enhancing the world's essence. Land area expanded by 20 kilometers. At that very moment, Alice awakened in a grand villa and encountered the special team dispatched by Umbrella, uniting to venture towards the hive. After a fierce struggle and some casualties, the Red Queen was successfully deactivated, unleashing a horde of zombies that swiftly infected the entirety of Raccoon City. Alice separated from the special team, awakening once more, and encountered several others as they fled towards the outskirts of Raccoon City. Meanwhile, the awakened mutated solar staircase began its descent through the northern domain, consuming vast numbers of zombies, its form growing increasingly colossal, reaching heights of several dozen meters. The carrier of the primordial virus met the perfect host of the T-virus in Raccoon City. Upon their encounter, a terrifying desire to devour surged within both their beings. The mutated solar staircase struck first, and Alice found herself unable to resist. Just as she was about to be consumed, the T-virus initiated a deeper fusion, transforming her into a transcendent being and awakening her psychokinetic abilities. With her newfound powers, Alice narrowly escaped the clutches of the mutated solar staircase, which emitted a roar of frustration. The birth of a transcendent being. Should intervention occur? Has she awakened her psychokinetic abilities? For now, no intervention. Let us observe the outcome of this simulation. Which of the two transcendent beings possesses greater potential? Such anticipation is truly exhilarating. Subai calmly articulated this thought as lines of black text continued to scroll. The divine pays no heed to the dust and chooses not to intervene. The zombie virus continues to spread. Years later, the origin realm fell entirely, with the zombie virus infecting nearly all life forms, leaving only a handful of humans struggling to survive under Alice's leadership. The mutated solar staircase, having dominated the northern domain, successfully evolved with the assistance of the Holy Terra sect. The primordial virus within it merged with the T-virus, resulting in further mutation. The G-virus is born. 3 viruses coexisting within a single organism, it ascended to the ranks of Black Iron Advanced, on the verge of transforming into a bronze-level life form. Alice sensed the impending danger and, in a desperate gamble, led all surviving humans to assault the northern domain, intent on slaying the mutated solar staircase to save the world. The Red Queen joined Alice's ranks, and amidst the ensuing battle, it activated the remaining nuclear warheads, bringing about the end of the world. An overwhelming surge of light and heat engulfing the entire northern domain. First, the frail humans were mercilessly devoured, followed by countless zombies. And ultimately, even the followers of the Holy Terra sect and the High Priest perished in this apocalyptic baptism. The land lay charred and scarred. Alice and the mutated solar staircase became the last surviving beings of the origin realm. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation upon the scorched earth, unleashing a titanic battle between organisms, with the ground beginning to collapse after 10 days of horrific combat. On the 10th day, dawn pierced the eternal night. The first rays of sunlight approaching, Alice's psychokinetic energy waned, her spirit extinguished, she stood upon the earth and succumbed. The mutated solar staircase devoured Alice, the perfect mutant, merging with the 3 viruses within it, creating a wondrous cycle. The mutated solar staircase radiated light, evolving once more, transforming into a bronze-level life form. In the fleeting moment of its transformation, as the dawn descended, the internal cycle of the mutated solar staircase shattered. The 3 viruses began to riot. The mutated solar staircase could not contain them, and with a deafening explosion, its massive form disintegrated into countless fragments. The extinction of biological life in the origin realm. the essence of the world exhausted, leading to complete annihilation. This creation simulation has concluded. Chapter 10. Integration of Orange Talent Origins, True Realm Function activated. Please select one of the following options. 1. The source of the T-virus, G-virus, and zombie birth, the origin of evolution. 2. The artificial intelligence, the Red Queen. A product of advanced technology that possesses high intelligence and stores vast amounts of scientific data. 3. The perfect mutant Alice, a transcendent life form. Seamlessly fused with the T-virus, awakening psychokinetic abilities. Choosing Alice. Subai wasted not a second in deliberation before selecting Alice, and in the next moment, her image materialized before him. Name, Alice. Level, Black Iron Beginner. Type, Transcendent Being, Uniqueness. Talent skills, T-virus, Perfect Fusion, Psychokinesis, First Level, Tenfold Physical Attributes. Description, a product of an accidental fusion with the T-virus, having awakened psychokinetic abilities, stepping into the realm of the transcendent. First level psychokinesis. This description suggests the existence of second and third levels. Subai raised an eyebrow, then nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the simulator trembled, followed by a new message flashing in Subai's mind, unlocking the entire series of biohazard milestones, activating the new function, True Realm. Within the current world template, you may freely select a time period as the starting point for the next simulation, and also choose to end the simulation proactively, initiating the cataclysm. This time, a total of creation points acquired, 1,600. Cooldown period, 20 minutes. Such a substantial reward? Subai's expression momentarily froze, a glimmer of delight appearing in his eyes. The ability to end the simulation at will signifies a transfer of power into his hands, an advantageous development, not to mention the freedom to select time periods, which would save him considerable time. Just then, his phone, resting on the table, vibrated suddenly. The campus bell, Jiang Ryue, sent a message. How is the world faring? Has life emerged? Or awakened special powers? If it truly comes to that, I shall lend you my ice and snow spirit, which houses a frost leader at the initial level of black iron. It may at least allow you to contend with Li Hao. Although this message lacks the tone of Jiang Ryue, one can still perceive a profound concern emanating from her words. In that moment, Subai experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Entrusting one's own extraordinary creature to another creator is a perilous gamble for any creator. Should the other party harbor even a hint of malice, one's entire world could be consumed. Moreover, with the imminent college entrance examination just 7 days away, Jiang Ryue's decision to lend her extraordinary creature at such a critical time underscores her tremendous resolve. A slight misstep could even jeopardize her ability to participate in the examination. Subai replied via text, No need, no need. Rest assured, I now possess the confidence to overcome Li Hao. In an apartment 10 kilometers away from Subai's residence, a bright young girl with a ponytail lay on her bed. Upon receiving Subai's message, she exclaimed in delight, her eyes curving into crescent moons, brimming with happiness. Yet, the gravity of Subai's situation soon crept into her thoughts, casting a shadow of worry upon her face. But your world. After a moment's contemplation, she deleted that line and replaced it with another. I just received news that Li Hao seems to have birthed a new race, a rare fire attribute combat race. Perhaps you should still consider using my ice and snow spirit, as its attributes would counter his effectively. Subai expressed surprise. Li Hao has managed to create a race so quickly? Ordinarily, aside from elemental worlds, all others require at least 3 days to develop before a complete race can emerge. This was also the rationale behind the school's arrangement of creation spaces, utilizing fragmented worlds to expedite the formation process for creators, thereby rapidly giving birth to numerous races and extraordinary beings. On the other side, Jiang Ryue pursed her lips slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. The school has issued him a special B-class race card. Following this, she sent an animated sticker of an angry expression, looking adorably fierce. Subai couldn't help but chuckle. The two continued their conversation, with Subai repeatedly declining Jiang Ryue's offer until she finally relented, sharing some additional information before bidding him goodnight to conclude their chat. Meanwhile, as Subai turned off his phone, Jiang Ryue, sitting on her bed, gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson. I sent it. I finally sent it. Will he misunderstand? Oh dear. Never mind. Tomorrow I'll act as if I know nothing about this. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Ryue buried her head into her blanket like a little kitten. October 1st, 2049, 11:47 p.m. With only 8 hours remaining until dawn, Subai needed to conserve his energy, and thus, the remaining time was sufficient for one last simulation. Time slipped away, and soon, the early hours arrived. Accompanied by the sound of the simulator, Subai calmly declared, initiating 10 consecutive draws. A dazzling brilliance erupted, and soon, 9 talents manifested, leaving only one final talent. Suddenly, as clouds of mist swirled, a vibrant, distinctive orange light burst forth. Astonished, Subai felt a surge of joy and promptly examined the attributes of the orange talent. Origin Fusion, Orange Talent. When two or more unstable substances encounter one another, there is a chance of fusion, resulting in the creation of an entirely new material, life form. The ability to fuse different substances without racial restrictions implies that even if I wished to merge a planet-destroying cannon with a Western dragon, it could indeed be possible. Truly, the orange talent possesses an astonishing effect. Subai immediately selected this talent, and, after some consideration, decided to incorporate the S-Class resource card Origin of All Things into this simulation. If it fails, then so be it. You have utilized the S-Class resource card Origin of All Things. This simulation will take effect, enhancing the biological essence and significantly increasing the probability of mutations, thereby greatly augmenting the chances of extraordinary beings' emergence. You have equipped Origin Fusion, Civilization Enlightenment, and Virus Mutation, blue, talents, all of which will take effect in this simulation. Virus Mutation, the final talent Subai selected, would allow the already terrifying zombie virus to evolve further. The resulting power after fusion would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. In the next moment, with all selections complete, a torrent of white light surged forth, enveloping the entire room like a tidal wave, commencing the journey of creation. You have selected the time period, Raccoon City, the onset of the biohazard outbreak, initiating the deployment of the mutated solar ladder, the holy terra sect, and the perfectly mutated Alice. Time begins to rewind. Chapter 11. The birth of two extraordinary races, Subai's arrival, the final purification plan. In this instant, the origin realm, which had been reduced to scorched earth, began to rewind. Time appeared to flow backward, with collapsed structures and deceased beings re-emerging. As vague shadows manifested, they gradually coalesced into familiar figures, as if transitioning from a two-dimensional plane to a three-dimensional existence. This world was experiencing a rebirth. In Raccoon City, Alice awakened from her incubation pod, as if emerging from a long dream. Gazing at the vibrant world before her, she felt an uncanny sense of disconnection. What is happening? Did I not die? Was I not devoured by that monster? Just as Alice pondered this, a cacophony of sounds erupted around her. A group of Holy Terra sect followers knelt on the ground, fervently extolling the scriptures. God said, "The day of revelation will come, and all sins and evil shall be destroyed. Only the divine shall endure. Let those who believe in him and follow him ascend to heaven." God. Alice suddenly recalled that the Holy Terra sect indeed worshipped a great deity named Terra. Could it be that divine beings truly exist in this world? Alice felt her mind begin to spiral into confusion. Not only here, but far away in the icy northern lands, a towering plant appeared out of nowhere, standing resolute amidst the expansive ice fields of the north. The mutated solar ladder, having ascended to the bronze level, now possessed rudimentary intelligence, prostrating on the ground, trembling towards the sky, emitting sounds akin to murmurs. Ding dong, creation points 20. The power of faith has been automatically converted into creation points. This miraculous event harvested a wave of faith power. However, that was not the primary objective. The crucial factor lay in the subsequent evolutionary process. Recalling the previous simulation, where Alice and the mutated solar ladder perished together, Subai understood that this time, the mutated solar ladder was stronger. If no restrictions were placed, Alice would likely face the same fate of being devoured once more. With this thought, Subai's consciousness entered the origin realm, and in an instant, the entire expanse of heaven and earth radiated with brilliant light upon his arrival. Purple energy surged for 30,000 miles. An endless cascade of light and warmth enveloped the sky, the earth, and the ocean, bursting forth with a dazzling brilliance that outshone even the stars in the universe. It transformed into a golden-hued divine throne. Subai, resembling a divine being, sat majestically upon it, overlooking the myriad lives below. Amidst Alice's confusion, the Holy Terra sect and the mutated solar ladder sensed this change, gazing in awe at Subai's descent, prostrating themselves before him, kneeling in devout reverence. The devoted followers of the sacred Terra sect raised their voices in exaltation, reciting from the ancient scriptures that have endured through the ages. Oh, the primeval Lord who opened the world, the origin and the end of all things, the divine Terra, who governs all creation. By your golden throne, we pledge our oaths. Loyal believers shall defend your glory. Even if the stars should fall and the world decay, when all that has been turns to dust, only the divine shall remain eternal. The sacred Bible of Terra, orchestrated by the first high priest, resonated with fervent prayers that echoed throughout the surroundings. Gazing upon the minuscule beings prostrated upon the earth, enveloped in light to the point of obscurity, stood Subai, radiating a divine semblance. In a tranquil tone, he proclaimed the future of this world. The day of revelation has arrived. The sins of the world shall be cleansed, and an overwhelming tide of the undead shall engulf the realm. I grant you an opportunity. Should humanity triumph over the undead, this era may endure. Should you falter, I shall also bestow upon you a final sanctuary. Upon hearing these words, Alice, kneeling on the ground, lost control of her emotions. She rose in terror, gazing up at the deity, desperately pleading, "O sacred Terra, Has humanity lost your favor? Why must you seek to eradicate us? Can you bear to forsake your devoted followers? Subai paid her little heed, casting a fleeting glance her way as his voice, imbued with divinity, reverberated across the heavens and the earth. Belief in the divine is your concern, not mine. With that, the radiance and warmth that constituted Subai dissipated, returning to the cosmos. With his departure, the world commenced its countdown to oblivion. The Creator is a deity, and for the beings inhabiting this world, the Creator embodies their very essence. Yet, the Creator's focus has never been on any single being, but rather the entirety of existence. Their perspectives have never aligned within the same dimension. The simulator advanced. Origin log. You have descended upon the origin realm, reappearing in this world after a glimpse from epochs long past, instilling awe in all beings. Creation. 50. The sacred Terra sect refers to this day as the day of divine descent. Having heeded your warning, the world fell into trepidation. The mutated sun ladder abided by your decree, remaining dormant while subtly spreading the T-virus and G-virus among the followers of the sacred Terra sect. Due to your invocation of the origin of all things, the physical prowess of the beings in the origin realm has significantly enhanced. Yet the virus's spread has not met expectations. However, the infected undead have grown even stronger. The gifted virus has mutated. Under the influence of the gift, the already maximized T-virus and G-virus have undergone further transformation, with the infection rate becoming increasingly terrifying. In merely half a year, it has spread across the globe. The biohazard has erupted, and the day of revelation has come. With the aid of her previous simulation memories, Alice swiftly gathered a large group, forming a survivor alliance to represent humanity in the ultimate struggle against the undead. The remaining high-tech resources of humanity achieved some success during the initial stages of the undead invasion. However, it was not long before the virus within the undead catalyzed their evolution, with G-virus-infected zombies evolving at an alarming rate, giving rise to a new terrifying entity known as the Tyrant. Creation. 30. The emergence of the Tyrant dealt a devastating blow to the remnants of human civilization, soon followed by the birth of the Lickers, zombie dogs, and reapers. The extraordinary race of zombies has been born. Reward. Creation. 500. Human territories dwindled, relying solely on high technology for survival. In the third year following the day of revelation, the mutated sun ladder emerged, wielding the power of bronze to sweep all away, leaving the remaining humans unable to resist. Civilization crumbled, and countless humans were infected. Alice, using her telekinesis, managed to escape the encirclement, but she found herself targeted by the mutated sun ladder, as both sides prepared for an apocalyptic battle. Would it lead to mutual destruction once more? Subai's expression darkened slightly. This time, he had staked everything on a gamble. Yet, the next moment's turn of events brought him relief. In a critical moment, the long-vanished sacred Terra sect resurfaced, with numerous followers wielding rocket launchers, while the Red Queen launched a barrage of missiles, finally halting the progress of the mutated sun ladder. Seizing this opportunity, they fled. The mutated sun ladder roared in fury, attempting to control the sun's progeny, but it was too late. The sacred Terra sect, along with Alice, escaped to the hidden depths below. The current high priest sat there, revealing to Alice the truth. All the followers of the sacred Terra sect had injected the T-virus. The fusion of origin and gift took effect. They firmly believed that the divine would protect them. All had injected the T-virus. And just before the virus was about to erupt, a miracle, or rather, a divine phenomenon, occurred. The T-virus neutralized with the primordial virus, resulting in a remarkable transformation. They gained physical attributes 3 times greater than ordinary humans, and some amongst them awakened telekinesis. They called themselves the New Humans, believing they were the chosen people of the divine, destined for ultimate redemption in this apocalypse. The extraordinary race of New Humans was born. Reward. Creation. 500. Alice was greatly astonished and excitedly invited the high priest to join her in saving humanity. The high priest informed her that their telekinesis could not rival Alice's, belonging to a weaker tier, yet when united, it could create a marvelous resonance. This extraordinary resonance, if harmonized with Alice's strength, would elevate her power to new heights. At this juncture, the high priest finally revealed his ultimate intention. He sought to free himself from the control of the mutated sun ladder. As a believer of the divine, he could not be dominated by a monster. Alice fell silent. The high priest did not seek to save humanity. He merely wished to construct an ark akin to Noah's, leading the New Humans to become the last survivors. He termed this clandestine plan the final sanctuary. A new historical trajectory was born. Creation. 1200. Chapter 12. The final holy war, the ultimate life form of the zombie system, the Lord of Splendor, descends. The final sanctuary. The Noah's Ark bestowed upon us by the divine shall ensure that if we conquer the mutated sun ladder, the New Humans can carry on civilization. In the origin realm, the high priest fervently shouted to Alice. Behind him were thousands of kneeling refugees, fervently praying, each one emaciated and disheveled, yet their eyes brimmed with fervent faith. Praise the divine. May the divine redeem humanity and grant us the final sanctuary. O sacred and great Terra, your glory shall surely descend once more. For the sake of sacred Terra, the ultimate holy war is imminent, and all endings, zombies, new humans, the apocalypse, civilization, everything shall be reborn from the ashes. Alice trembled as she beheld this scene, her eyes flickering with alarm. In that moment, she saw not new humans, but a group of despairing prisoners of the apocalypse, who could only cling to the divine for hope. In the 3rd year following the day of revelation, Alice agreed to collaborate with the high priest. The sacred Terra sect joined the ranks of humanity, preparing for the final confrontation with the undead. Creation Point 50. Simultaneously, the mutated sun ladder, which occupied vast territories of the origin realm, seemed to undergo yet another transformation under the influence of the origin fusion gift. Its form grew even larger, obscuring the sky, resembling a colossal tree from myth descending upon the world. Amidst the branches, countless zombies congregated in this place, forming a swirling tempest of death, their ravenous howls echoing hauntingly across the sky. The tyrant, the licker, and the zombie dogs surrounded the mutated sun ladder like loyal sentinels guarding their sovereign, while an overwhelming tide of corpses threatened to engulf all existence, instilling a deep sense of dread in the hearts of onlookers. Had the mutated sun ladder evolved once more? Subai furrowed his brow. Already at a higher tier, if it were to undergo another evolution, Alice and her allies would stand no chance. However, the potential of Alice and the new humans seemed far from exhausted. It would be a pity for them to perish here. He resolved to grant them a chance. Suddenly, a faint voice beckoned him, and the simulator displayed the following text. The high priest of the Holy Terra sect, through an abundance of blood and corpses, has inscribed an unprecedented magical array, summoning the descent of the Holy Terra. Will you choose to respond to the call of your believers? Just in time. Subai smiled and chose to affirm. You have chosen to respond to the call of the faithful. Your voice resonates in the ears of every new human. The followers of the Holy Terra sect rejoiced, fervently praising your virtues, and both Alice and the high priest learned of the impending evolution of the mutated sun ladder. Anxiety gripped their hearts as their meticulously laid plans crumbled. Reluctantly, they resolved to unleash the entirety of humanity's remaining nuclear arsenal in a desperate final confrontation with the mutated sun ladder. Your followers express gratitude for your response. Creation Points 50. Due to your repeated manifestations, your followers have ascended to the status of shallow believers. The hierarchy of believers comprises general believers, shallow believers, true believers, devout believers, fanatic believers, and saints. As one ascends, they become increasingly rare, providing a greater reservoir of faith power. Moreover, the elevation of a believer's rank is not solely dependent on faith, but also requires tier-based prerequisites. Given Subai's current world life level, the emergence of a batch of shallow believers was already a delightful surprise. Nodding in satisfaction, Subai noted that, according to the current pace, the final battle should be approaching swiftly. The simulator advanced. The final confrontation has arrived. 1,000 awakened Terra believers converge, sacrificing their essence to create a resonance of psychic energy. Alice, at the center, begins to experience a breakthrough in strength. The remnants of humanity, armed with heavy machine guns, artillery, and fighter jets, launched a fierce assault against the mutated sun ladder. The slumbering zombies were roused, and a tidal wave of the undead surged forth. Artillery unleashed torrents of fire, reducing the land to ruins. However, after years of warfare, the zombies had evolved. Armored zombies emerged, advancing under heavy fire, carving a path for the hordes behind them. The battle commenced at 8 in the morning, and by 3 in the afternoon, the first human defense line was torn apart. Soon after, the second line of defense succumbed to the overwhelming tide of zombies, its defenders shouting for the continuation of civilization before detonating 1,000,000 tons of explosives, sending a colossal mushroom cloud into the sky, obliterating countless zombies. By 6:57 in the evening, the final defense line was on the brink of collapse as tyrants, armored zombies, and zombie crows attacked from various directions. Just as it seemed the line would be utterly breached, over 1,000 fearless elite believers arrived, shouting for their god, engaging the zombies in a brutal melee. These Terra believers, having awakened their initial psychic abilities under Alice's guidance, neared the rank of Iron Grade, achieving glorious victories. Empowered by psychic energy, even the tyrants struggled to resist and were swiftly slaughtered. The morale of humanity surged as they, led by the Terra believers, began to reclaim the lost battlefield. Suddenly, a peculiar psychic wave emerged, giving birth to a new type of zombie, the psychic zombie. The mutated sun ladder reached its final evolutionary stage, and the Terra believers found themselves unable to counter the psychic zombies, succumbing to cerebral death. Creation Points 100. At this point, all of humanity's extraordinary combatants, save for Alice, had perished. Facing utter despair, humanity activated their last resort. The Red Queen controlled all remaining nuclear weapons, unleashing them upon the undead hordes, temporarily clearing a vast expanse of land. Now is the moment. A battle cry erupted as humanity's final force, 1,000 Terra believers led by the High Priest charged bravely into the zombie tide. The zombies quickly responded, although most were slow to arrive. Some awakened zombies formed a small interception net. At a crucial moment, a fuel-laden heavy truck barreled forward, revealing Carlos within. Time seemed to halt as Carlos lit a cigarette, leisurely inhaling before exhaling a plume of smoke. Moments later, a grenade exploded, triggering a chain reaction that ignited the immense fuel reserves behind him. With a cataclysmic roar, the heavy truck detonated, and Carlos, at the cost of his own life, shattered the zombie defense line, clearing the path ahead. Treading upon the remains of countless ancestors, the new humans led by the High Priest finally reached the front of the mutated sun ladder. They sacrificed themselves, pooling all their essence towards Alice. This is my final psychic energy. Accept it, Alice. With the High Priest's demise, the new humans faced total extinction. A vast accumulation of earthly spiritual energy coalesced. And after immense sacrifices, Alice finally ascended to the bronze tier. Simultaneously, the mutated sun ladder completed its ultimate evolution, reaching the intermediate bronze tier. Radiating a dazzling light and undergoing a remarkable transformation. It resembled the sun itself, resplendent and radiant. After a brilliant display of divine light, as dust settled, the mutated sun ladder astonishingly transformed into a humanoid form. Emerging as a solar deity from ancient myth, every inch of its skin emanated terrifying power. Capable of controlling any zombie, with magic and psychic resistances at 99, nearly immune to all extraordinary attacks. The ultimate life form of the zombie evolution system. The Sovereign of Glory had descended. Chapter 13, Mythical Bloodline, X-Virus, the birth of biocivilization. The mutated sun ladder awakens the mythical bloodline. Descendant of the sun god, bloodline purity 01. Upon reaching 100, it transforms into a mythological being. Had it truly awakened a mythical bloodline? Subai was taken aback by this wave of astonishment. The mythical bloodline was exceedingly rare, often not possessed even by certain demigods. Only when a world expands to the galactic level does it have a slight chance of giving rise to such beings. If Subai were to sell the Sovereign of Glory, not a mere 100 million federal coins, but even trillions would be willingly offered. It was an existence with a price, yet unobtainable. Naturally, Subai had no intention of selling it. A being with a mythical bloodline, if exchanged for federal coins, would be met with ridicule. The only avenue for trade lay in joining the Creation Guild of the Human Federation, where all creators of the world congregated, circulating rare and precious materials that were unattainable from the outside. To the guild, external currency was akin to mere scraps of paper. At this juncture, Subai suddenly contemplated the T-virus and G-virus produced in the world of Biohazard, as part of the zombie virus series, were indeed top-tier specimens. Once the creation space concluded tomorrow, he would exchange them for other resources. After all, he could now be considered extraordinarily wealthy. With the vast treasure trove of biocivilization at his disposal, failing to procure resources would be a grievous waste. As decisions were made within the simulator, the battle between two formidable bronze-level entities reached its climactic phase. Subai composed himself, patiently awaiting the moment that would shape the future of the Origin realm. The two beings, standing at the pinnacle of the world, exchanged a glance, and in the next instant, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked. Clouds of dust erupted into the air, and countless zombies were annihilated in an instant. For an entire month, the sun and moon were obscured, stars dimmed, and every living creature seemed to be utterly buried. On the ravaged earth, only the tempest of psychic energy and innumerable luminous tendrils engaged in fierce combat. Alice, having only recently ascended to the initial bronze level, was far inferior to the Lord of Radiance in terms of strength. Moreover, with the Lord of Radiance bolstered by the stronghold, zombies continuously drained Alice's stamina. As time progressed, ultimately, Alice's psychic energy was exhausted, and her spirit was extinguished. In this epical battle, the final victor was the Lord of Radiance. The biogenetic civilization was born. Alice has been preserved as a template for the new humanity, available for extraction later. The outcome was as anticipated. The victor of this simulation was, indeed, the Lord of Radiance. Subai sighed and began to fulfill his promise, allowing a fragment of his consciousness to merge into the Origin realm, transforming into a towering, majestic figure. Just after vanquishing Alice and preparing to devour her form, the Lord of Radiance immediately knelt in reverence to welcome the descent of the divine. In unison, a vast multitude of zombies also knelt, creating a magnificent spectacle. Even the blood-soaked tyrant slowly bowed his towering frame, adopting a posture of humility and respect. Subai's indifferent voice resonated throughout the cosmos. In this epical battle, you have triumphed, and I bestow this land upon you. From henceforth, you shall be the biogenetic civilization. As Subai's words echoed, a notification chime from the simulator rang in his mind. World limits surpassed, mythological bloodlines birthed, beginning to absorb cosmic energy. The overall area of the world expands to 300 kilometers. Shall a new continent be established? The timing was impeccable, and without a change in expression. Subai silently affirmed. Subsequently, the earth heaved, tsunamis surged, and a scene of monumental grandeur unfolded before his eyes, reminiscent of the creation of the world. From the depths of the ocean, dormant for hundreds of millions of years, an underwater volcano erupted once more, spewing forth lava, which was ultimately cooled by copious seawater, forming an entirely new continent on the opposite shore. Vibrant life began to emerge on that land. Even the Lord of Radiance appeared minuscule in the face of this nearly apocalyptic power. He knelt upon the ground, trembling, his awe for Subai deepening. Unperturbed, Subai contemplated the impending dimensional war set for the following day, deciding to take precautionary measures in advance. Soon, other worlds would arrive, initiating a dimensional conflict. Complacency was not an option, and time must be seized to enhance strength and fortify the world's essence. The Lord of Radiance shuddered at the mention of the time portal and dimensional war, merely hearing the names hinted at battles surpassing the epical conflict, potentially impacting the very existence of the Origin Realm. I shall defend the Origin Realm with my life. For the sacred Terra, your humble servant shall obliterate any intruders, ensuring your golden throne endures eternally. The Lord of Radiance pledged his loyalty, a surge of fervent battle spirit coursing through him. The countless zombies behind him echoed with roars, shaking the heavens, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Ultimately, as Subai's form gradually dissipated amidst the reverent gazes of the beings, including the Lord of Radiance, he transformed back into countless streams of light. The biogenetic civilization was born, the progenitor virus, T-virus, and G-virus merged within the Lord of Radiance, combining with Alice's psychic energy to give rise to an entirely new, perfect virus. The perfect virus X was born. X-virus, uniqueness, a virus that amalgamates the entirety of the biogenetic civilization, a perfect virus birthed from its essence, instantly enhancing physical attributes tenfold and guaranteeing a 100 awakening of psychic power. Shall 1,000 Genesis points be expended to extract the X-virus? This was the first time Subai encountered something requiring the expenditure of Genesis points for extraction, and the prominently marked uniqueness immediately captured his attention. Subai promptly declared, "Extract the X-virus." In the next moment, 1,000 Genesis points vanished from his account, replaced by a vividly colorful, dreamlike reagent appearing in Subai's hand. Without hesitation, he consumed it. In an instant, a symphony of cracking bones resonated throughout his body, as if his limbs and joints had been unlocked, and his spine radiated with brilliance. While the human brain is only developed to 10, propelled by the X-virus, Subai effortlessly shattered this limit, expanding his cerebral domain and giving rise to an entirely new power. You have consumed the X-virus, granting you the following abilities: tenfold enhancement of all attributes, psychic power, first tier, mental resistance, origin of all. Subai examined the detailed description of the origin of all. Origin of all. All extraordinary races and individuals derived from the X-virus are incapable of resisting your will. This ability was quite advantageous. Subai contemplated the biogenetic civilization. As the first simulated world template, subsequent worlds would inevitably bear some resemblance to this one. In other words, the X-virus's influence would not be confined to a single biogenetic civilization, but would extend to all extraordinary races in the Origin realm. In such a context, the origin of all ability became exceedingly useful for Subai. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he prepared to experiment when, in an instant, fatigue crashed over him like a raging tide, plunging him into a hazy dream. Chapter 14. A world exceeding 300 kilometers, shocking all. The next day, Subai was awakened by the ringing of his phone. After tidying up, he arrived punctually at the school gate. Observing the bustling playground, he felt an uncanny sense of dislocation. Under the guidance of a staff member, Subai entered a special room where other apprentice creators had already gathered. Upon his arrival, they expressed their astonishment. "It's Li Hao and Subai. I've heard they have set the stage for a dimensional war. Who do you think will emerge victorious?" "I believe it will be Subai, especially since he awakened a world spanning 100 kilometers, an unprecedented area. 100 kilometers is of little use. This guy awakened a worthless world devoid of any vitality. In my opinion, even a 1-kilometer ordinary world would be superior to his." Furthermore, it was rumored that Li Hao's world had birthed an extraordinary race last night, with its leader already having ascended to the initial Black Iron tier. Someone revealed this significant news, and those around were visibly shocked by the announcement. Initial Black Iron? Doesn't that guarantee victory? Of course. Moreover, it's a fire attribute combat race, with potential for cross-tier battles. In this year's Gaokao and Jiangxing, that would place them among the top 30. In stark contrast, Subai, after a night had passed, likely had yet to even give birth to any life. As Li Hao's world produced a Black Iron level being, public opinion began to tilt overwhelmingly against Subai. With some individuals fanning the flames, soon, negative sentiments towards Subai became predominant. Just then, the tardy principal intervened to quell the discourse, followed by the head of discipline. Li Hao, Jiang Ruyue, and that elderly woman. The head of discipline cast a regretful glance at Subai. Had Su Bai awakened an extraordinary world? The top spot in this year's Gaokao would undoubtedly belong to Nanshan No. 1 High School. Alas, who would have thought you would dare to come and seek your own demise? The director of education was still lost in thought when Li Hao noticed Su Bai, a smirk of provocation gracing his lips. Not speaking? Are you afraid? He declared, I am not without compassion. If you kneel before me and offer a public apology, I might reluctantly spare you this once. What say you? With that, he crossed his arms, standing there with a derisive smile, as if certain Su Bai would submit. Expressionless, Su Bai raised his hand, which caused Li Hao to reflexively step back, recalling the beating he had received the day prior. It took him a moment to realize that Su Bai had made no move to strike. Angered and flustered, he scoffed, attempting to mask his panic with disdain. Previously, I had yet to cultivate my world. Do you still wish to resort to brute force? Truly, a historically unprecedented failure of a creation. Before he could finish, Su Bai's gaze flickered, and with a flicker of psychic energy, Li Hao felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, crashing down to the ground in front of the audience. Panic-stricken, Li Hao found his body unresponsive. What was happening? Meanwhile, the director of education discerned the situation and subtly shook his head at Su Bai. Acknowledging this, Su Bai released his psychic hold, freed from the psychic influence. Li Hao gasped for air, his meticulously tailored suit drenched in sweat, his carefully styled hair now a disheveled mess. He appeared utterly disheveled, devoid of his earlier bravado. The older woman glared at Su Bai, accusingly asking if he was to blame. Su Bai calmly raised his hands. I assure you, I have done nothing. As he spoke, he activated his psychic energy again, this time targeting the older woman. A terrified scream escaped her lips as she was lifted uncontrollably into the air, frantically shouting in panic. At that moment, the principal finally intervened, raising a hand and calmly declaring, that is enough. A force akin to a tsunami surged forth, instantly dismantling the psychic grip. And for the first time, Su Bai felt a sense of danger, swiftly retracting his mental presence. The principal, having dispelled the psychic energy, did not pursue further action but regarded Su Bai with a penetrating gaze before turning to the other apprentice creators. Now that everyone is present, we shall not delay any longer. Let us commence the creation space. At the moment his words echoed, a brilliant beam of light descended, and in an instant, everyone vanished from the stage, transported to an unknown realm. Welcome to the creation space. Initiating random world matching, resounded a majestic voice from the dome. In this new realm, the inner projections of each individual's world involuntarily materialized. Zhang Mu, apprentice creator, world area, 7 kilometers. Chun Chun, apprentice creator, world area, 4 kilometers. Chai Su, and so forth. In the span of just one night, most creators' worlds remained in their infancy, when suddenly, a dazzling light surged forth, revealing a world unlike any other before them. Li Hao, apprentice creator, world area, 20 kilometers. The atmosphere erupted with astonishment. Did I not see incorrectly? 20 kilometers? Wasn't he at only 10 kilometers yesterday? It was evident that he had received special support from the institution, and with the uniqueness of the extraordinary world, only Jiang, the school beauty, could rival him. Did this not imply Su Bai's inevitable defeat? It was certain, the inherent disparity between a desolate world and an extraordinary one was insurmountable. Su Bai would likely lose his status as a creator. Listening to the murmurs around him, Li Hao's previously lost confidence surged back. He shot a challenging glance at Su Bai, who responded with nothing but calm eyes. Boring, Su Bai remarked nonchalantly, causing Li Hao to lose his composure, his expression darkening. After a moment, a sinister smile crept across his face. Very well, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. As he spoke, the matching light descended, amplifying the mirth on Li Hao's face, unable to suppress his desire to mock Su Bai. At that instant, the previously icy voice suddenly infused with irritation declared, Su Bai, apprentice creator, world area, 300 kilometers. In the wake of this revelation, a vast azure world emerged, showcasing the cyclical dance of the sun and moon, the flowing seasons, and an overall expanse exceeding 300 kilometers. The once boisterous creation space fell into a stunned silence, as all present gaped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruyu, who had arrived late due to resource card usage, happened to witness this spectacle, her mouth agape in confusion. But that was not all, under Su Bai's command. The nascent biotic civilization within the origin world stirred, an endless tide of zombies simultaneously raising their heads, unleashing a deafening roar at the world barrier. Zombies, crows, tyrants, and gorgers surged forth, transforming into a terrifying black ocean, seemingly capable of devouring all in existence. Amidst this unending horde, a figure loomed, radiating the aura of a sun god, the Lord of Radiance. With wings of light coalescing behind him, he soared above, bowing slightly to Su Bai in a gesture of reverence and respect, murmuring, "Welcome, my god." Chapter 15, Creation Space, Battle Simulation, Facing the Beast World. Welcome, my god. These 4 words plunged the audience into a profound silence. Li Hao's smile frozen in place, the taunt he had nearly voiced retreating back down his throat. Everyone's throats tightened, And after a long moment, someone incredulously inquired of their neighbor, "Isn't this an extraordinary world?" The silence shattered. The ones who had previously mocked Su Bai's inevitable defeat now stood like clowns, their faces resembling overripe eggplants, filled with frustration. Not only within the creation space, but also outside, the principal and others observing were equally astounded by this scene. The director of education rose, his fists clenched. "Is this an extraordinary world?" His voice trembled, having served for decades without encountering such a phenomenon. Just yesterday, it had been a desolate world, and in a single night, it had transformed into an extraordinary one. A world exceeding 300 kilometers was beyond his imagination. The despair of this year's examination candidates would be immeasurable. Among the apprentice creators, Su Bai was like a bug, an insurmountable enigma. Unsolvable. Absolutely unsolvable. The silent principal finally spoke, not merely an ordinary extraordinary world. Look at that being with wings of light behind it. In my estimation, it is at least a bronze-level life form. Bronze-level life form. Waves of astonishment washed over them. And the director of education gasped, hastily inquiring, "You cannot be mistaken, can you? How could a bronze-level life form emerge from a desolate world in just one night?" The principal shook his head. "No, not all worlds reveal their full nature from the outset. There exists a category of special worlds that initially lack resources, effectively hidden." The director of education's eyes widened in realization. "Are you suggesting that Su Bai is likely one of these special worlds?" The principal nodded gently. It was the only plausible explanation for how Su Bai's world had transformed into an extraordinary one overnight. Both men were enveloped in the excitement of a genius emerging from the school, entirely oblivious to the trembling figure of the older woman who had previously mocked Su Bai, now gripped by sheer terror. Within the creation space, silence reigned supreme. Even the once arrogant Li Hao had lost his voice. Su Bai remained silent, his lips barely moving. When in the next instant, a beam of light descended, transporting him into the matched world. The matched world, world of beasts. Opening world projection. Su Bai's consciousness arrived amidst a starry expanse. Beneath him, the azure origin realm floated before a colossal, deep green world. He extended his hand and softly proclaimed, "Commence the primordial collision." A thunderous roar erupted as two distinct colored world barriers materialized, fiercely clashing in this celestial realm. The primordial collision served as a measure of the world's strength. A complete victory for one side would grant them a significant advantage on their home turf, potentially doubling their power to a maximum of 100. However, such occurrences were rare. In the current confrontation between the origin realm and the world of beasts, it was a balanced contest that persisted for several seconds, until Su Bai anticipated a draw. Suddenly, the world of beasts seemed to erupt, its world barrier glowing briefly with intensified brilliance, accompanied by roars of titanic beasts emanating from within, mingled with a distinctive, unfamiliar cry. Overall area of the origin realm, 300 kilometers, world of beasts, 430 kilometers, origin realm defeated. Su Bai scoffed, reminding himself that the origin realm still had him. The presence of a creator's world vastly differed from one without. With Su Bai's involvement, the laws within the origin realm stirred. The radiant lord's luminous wings pulsating as he soared through the skies, the world's essence receiving a brief, yet substantial amplification. The world barrier regained its strength, ultimately. The two barriers clashed for several seconds before simultaneously dissipating. World will contest. The origin realm, under the creator's command, prevails over the leaderless world of beasts. World of beasts defeated. Outcome of the confrontation. Both realms are evenly matched. As the confrontation concluded, the two realms, akin to mirrored reflections, gradually began to merge. Within the origin realm, a magnificent, towering portal appeared at the intersection of the overlapping world barriers. The portal has been opened. Please note, excessive deaths of creatures within the world, reaching a threshold of 95, will force your appearance, subjecting you to capture and demise by the opposing realm. Interdimensional war commencing. With the final proclamation, the radiant lord soared into the skies, raising his arms and bellowing, "All is for the sacred terra. The holy war begins." Roar. Below, countless waves of zombies surged forth, emitting terrifying howls as they rushed toward the portal. Simultaneously, on the other side of the portal lay the world of beasts. This was a realm dominated by colossal creatures, where towering trees reached the clouds, and even the smallest insects measured several meters in size. This was a world nurtured by the Creator's domain. Previously, it had endured several invasions, and upon witnessing the ominous skies, the beings of this realm had received warnings from the world's will. In an instant, the earth trembled as the apex predator, the super behemoth, let out a thunderous roar. Thousands of gigantic beasts followed in its wake, creating a terrifying torrent that swept across the land, rushing directly into the portal amidst swirling sands. "For our god!" they roared. As both forces converged at the world passage, the origin realm side initiated the attack. An endless tide of zombies surged forth, their terrifying viruses capable of infecting any creature. Behind them, psychic zombies provided protection, and under their mental assault, Even the most resilient beasts found it difficult to withstand. The battlefield was ravaged, and at the onset of war, the origin realm maintained an overwhelming advantage. Yet the beasts were not idle. Realizing they could not contend with the psychic zombies, the super behemoth roared, rallying all creatures to its side. Then charging fearlessly towards the psychic zombies. The ground shook, dust clouds engulfed the battlefield. The Radiant Lord remained unfazed, commanding his zombies to intercept. However, those previously invincible zombies now appeared as mere ants before this horde of giants. One by one, the zombies were trampled, their bodies accumulating into a mountain. The Radiant Lord frowned, his wings fluttering in preparation to intervene, but suddenly halted as Su Bai's voice echoed in his mind. Wait, something seems amiss. Obeying the directive from sacred Terra, the Radiant Lord complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the two realms, Su Bai observed the clashing armies, his brow furrowed. Sensing an unsettling discrepancy, too smooth. The situation unfolded too seamlessly, encountering almost no effective resistance. The only fatalities stemmed from the beast charge. Yet, it could not last long. Judging by the current dynamics, the world of beasts seemed devoid of counteroffensive capability. This very circumstance, however, instilled in Su Bai a sense of foreboding. The simulator activated, a flurry of data flickered, ultimately revealing a pale blue text. Scanning complete. Would you like to initiate battle simulation? This simulation encompasses both realms and requires a payment of 1,000 Genesis points. Current remaining Genesis points, 6,130. Chapter 16. The Hidden Wisdom Species, Titan Kin, the Mountain Giant Clan. In matters such as this, Su Bai exhibited no hesitation. Initiate simulation. 1,000 Genesis points vanished in an instant, replaced by a cascade of black text. This interdimensional war simulation has commenced. Note, this is a combat simulation with no innate attribute bonuses. On the first day, you lead the origin realm against the world of beasts. Under the leadership of the bronze-ranked Lord Radiant, the zombie legion swept everything before them, annihilating all beasts. After the epic war, the tyrants evolved once more, becoming towering behemoths over 10 meters tall, with 10 tyrant lords charging forth to engage the beasts in a battle of strength. The massive forms of the tyrant lords constituted the first line of defense, shielding the zombies behind from the beast trampling. Seizing this opportunity, the zombie legion counterattacked. The psychic zombies forming a mental chain that effortlessly shredded the beast's defenses, resulting in significant casualties among them. The death torrent led by the super behemoth fragmented. The remaining beasts fled in a panic towards the world of beasts. Thousands of zombie crows soared from the origin realm, transforming into a dark tempest that engulfed the land, feasting upon the flesh and blood of the beasts. The beasts were routed, and the Radiant Lord roared, the zombie legion pursuing their victory. A massive tide of zombies surged into the world of beasts. Just then, the ground trembled as gigantic earth dragons burst forth from the depths, inflicting heavy casualties upon the zombie legion. 10 tyrant lords were dragged underground by the earth dragons, leaving the zombie legion defenseless, and the beasts regrouped, charging once more at the zombie forces. Luring the enemy deep, Su Bai furrowed his brow. The world of beasts clearly lacked intelligent beings, so how could this be orchestrated? Pure luck? No, Su Bai recalled the previous skirmish. While it appeared the beasts had been utterly defeated, it now seemed they were feigning weakness, allowing the zombie legion to lower their guard. Otherwise, the tyrant lords could not have been so easily dispatched. With the fall of the tyrant lords, the zombie legion was left vulnerable before the beasts, standing as defenseless as if stripped bare before them. As Su Bai's gaze gradually turned frigid, he discerned that such adept tactics could not merely be attributed to fortune. There undeniably existed a form of wisdom within this world. Yet, the question lingered, where might it be concealed? It appeared that further simulation was necessary. Su Bai redirected his attention to the simulator. The horde of zombies could not withstand the charge of the colossal beast. Under the command of the glorious lord, the lickers and the zombie crows converged into a dark tide, also launching an assault against the gigantic creature. The psychic zombies, a mutation of the T-virus, invoked their mental powers, barely staving off the initial wave of impact alongside the relentless tide of corpses. The colossal beast withdrew, this time. The glorious lord took matters into his own hands, his resplendent wings soaring through the sky, showering the world with searing flames, cleansing all. With a force reminiscent of a deity, he turned the earth into an inferno. The colossal beast howled in agony, while the glorious lord spread the virus, transforming a portion of the gigantic creatures into zombie titans. A new branch of the zombie hierarchy emerged, bloodthirsty beasts. The infected bloodthirsty beasts experienced an enhancement of their attributes, causing the once mighty giants to scatter in fear. In the wake of the bloodthirsty beast charge, a vast multitude of zombies swept across the land. The end was nigh. The glorious lord raised his arm high, and behind him materialized a colossal, ethereal plant, its tendrils thrashing, tearing apart all giants within sight. As the advance continued, ultimately, the glorious lord cornered the colossal beasts into a canyon, spacious enough to accommodate both armies. The glorious lord prepared for the final showdown. At that moment, from above the canyon, a sudden barrage of fiery rain erupted, accompanied by the plummeting of massive boulders. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the ground was shattered, not just once, but thousands of times, each crevice brimming with an abundance of oil. The acrid scent flooded the glorious lord's nostrils, and his expression changed as he realized he had fallen into a trap. In the next instant, the fiery rain descended, and the deafening explosions reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Like the detonation of a nuclear bomb, the zombie army suffered catastrophic losses. The glorious lord was caught in the blast, left severely injured, while outside the canyon, the sounds of battle cries erupted. Amidst swirling yellow sands, there emerged hundreds of gigantic beings riding upon super beasts. The lead giant, wielding a colossal axe, roared, and in response, the giants within the canyon echoed back in a ferocious roar, a perfect coordination that plunged the zombie legion into dire straits. Indeed, wisdom was present. Su Bai's eyes gleamed with realization. Fortuitously, during this simulation, he could extract information to its fullest extent. The simulator continued its advance. Despair descended. As the leader of his faction, the glorious lord demonstrated the formidable prowess of a bronze-level life form, his tentacles flailing, obscuring the sky and covering the entire expanse of the canyon. The zombies retaliated, and for a moment, both sides appeared evenly matched. At that moment, a roar emanated from the giant tribe, and the giant king, brandishing his axe, leapt into the air, swinging his massive weapon down with force. One strike could topple 10 foes. The giant king was also a bronze-level entity, laughing maniacally as he swung his axe, ensnaring the glorious lord and leaving the zombie army to fend for themselves with only a few bloodthirsty beasts for defense. By the following dawn, the zombie legion lay decimated, with only the glorious lord barely holding on. At the giant king's command, the remaining giants and beasts surged forth, and under the relentless onslaught of attrition, the glorious lord persevered for 7 days. Exhausted and extinguished, the battle simulation concluded. Would you like to initiate a rewind? You may rewind to any moment in the simulation. Not yet. Su Bai waved his hand, concentrating his thoughts to summarize the information gathered so far. This simulation confirmed Su Bai's suspicions. Indeed, another intelligent race existed within the realm of colossal beasts. The roars he had previously heard during the primal clash likely belonged to that giant king. In a world at war, no effort could be spared, and the hundreds of giants represented the entirety of that realm. Based on the simulation, the giant king's strength appeared to be at the initial bronze level. Reflecting on this, Su Bai recalled the textbook's description of giants. The most renowned among them were the Titans, towering beings imbued with immense divine power, a mythical race rivaling the gods. The tribe of giants in the realm of colossal beasts likely did not possess such strength, but should bear some relation to the Titans. Coupled with their ability to command the colossal beasts, Su Bai's thoughts began to crystallize. This giant race's origins became increasingly apparent. Were they the mountain giants? His voice emerged slowly. Chapter 17. The Child of the World, the terrifying silver-level life form. Su Bai utilized his mobile device to search for pertinent information. The mountain giants belonged to the Titan lineage, containing a trace of Titan blood, classifying them as formidable, extraordinary beings. Should a giant king be born among them, they would develop a talent for the war drum skill, enhancing the entire tribe's strength by 30. Moreover, they would be impervious to fear, entirely dominated by the mentality of battle, a relentless race that fought to the last breath. However, the mountain giant tribe that birthed a giant king typically produced a unique crystal capable of transforming ordinary races into giants, with a minuscule chance of purifying their bloodline. 80 years ago, someone utilized the heart of the mountain giant to transform a once ordinary primitive man, leading to a metamorphosis that returned his bloodline to its ancestral form, becoming a mythic race, the Titan, market value exceeding 10 million. Concurrently, their weaknesses were glaringly evident. Their immense physiques rendered them fearless in combat, yet their minds were exceedingly fragile. Their organs even more vulnerable than those of humans. A direct assault on both weak points would render the mountain giants powerless. If I could directly target their organs, would I still have cause for concern? Su Bai rolled his eyes but soon recalled Alice. If it were telekinesis, perhaps such an opportunity could indeed arise. Additionally, the psychic zombies could directly assault the brain, presenting another avenue for breakthrough. After contemplating this, Su Bai formulated a preliminary strategy regarding the mountain giants and initiated another simulation. Begin rewind. Rewind function activated. Please select your point of rewind. 1. Battle of the World Passage. 2. Initial World War. 3. Canyon Showdown. Changing events in the World Passage might provoke suspicion, thus, I shall select the moment of entry into the world. Su Bai opted for the second option. Selection complete, commencing a new round of battle simulation. Under the leadership of the glorious lord, the zombie legion triumphed over the torrent of colossal beasts, advancing into the depths of the world. Having learned from the previous simulation, you chose to intervene. The glorious Lord heeded your commands, refraining from reckless advancement, successfully thwarting the Earth Dragon's assault. With 10 tyrant lords remaining unscathed, the army mobilized, determined not to fall into a trap again, and you decided to take the offensive. The glorious Lord vibrated his luminous wings, soaring into the sky, dispersing an expanse of emerald green mist, T-virus, G-virus, beginning to spread within this world. Simultaneously, an endless multitude of zombies spread outward, the zombie crows emitting chilling cries, successfully locating the hidden giant tribe within the forest. The mountain giant tribe was thrown into chaos as the glorious Lord concentrated his forces, beginning the assault on the giant tribe. The two factions engaged in battle. The surging zombies surged like a tidal wave, one wave after another, gradually exhausting the giant's stamina. The tyrant lords emerged, clashing directly with the giants. At that moment, from the southeast corner of the zombie legion, a massive wave of colossal beasts charged toward them. Simultaneously, from other directions, additional beasts rushed in, forming an enormous encirclement that securely trapped the zombie legion within. The mountain giant king let out a thunderous roar, summoning forth a colossal super behemoth, far larger than other monstrous beasts, wielding the strength of black iron. Riding atop the super behemoth, the mountain giant king charged forth, aiming directly for the enemy's leader amidst the throngs of warriors. Boom! The remaining giants, invigorated by the war drum skill, experienced a transformation. Their skin flushed crimson, and they became frenzied, launching a counteroffensive alongside the tide of approaching beasts. On the first day, the zombie legion and the monstrous torrent were evenly matched. By the second day, leveraging the formidable T-virus, the legion managed to infect a multitude of beasts, turning them into bloodthirsty giants under their control. On the third day, the tides turned. The glorious sovereign faced two foes without faltering, firmly suppressing the mountain giant king. The brutal battle raged on until the seventh day. An overwhelming number of beings perished, leading to a global crisis, awakening the world's primordial will, and the mountain giant king became the child of the world. Empowered by the world's fortune, the mountain giant king transcended the pinnacle of bronze. The child of the world? Su Bai's eyes glimmered with intrigue. In a naturally born world, or a realm forged by a fallen creator, the emergence of a child of the world was indeed possible, embodying the essence of the entire realm's fortune. Was all hope now staked upon the mountain giant king? The situation appeared dire, yet Su Bai remained unperturbed, donning a serene smile. Thus, he had nearly grasped the hidden cards of the beast world. The next moment would be pivotal. With a thought, two pale blue options materialized on the simulator: Alice and the new humanity. Su Bai had retained these until now, eagerly awaiting this moment. At last, the time had come. Deploy Alice and the new humanity. With a command, dazzling white light surged forth, and the once vanished Alice and the new humanity manifested upon the battlefield. In the arena of the beast world, Alice and the new humanity were collectively positioned at the heart of the battlefield, gazing at the massive tide of zombies surrounding them, as well as the distant silhouettes of countless colossal figures. Alice exhibited a bewildered expression. How have I come back to life again? She mused, scanning her surroundings as if to confirm the reality before her. A familiar voice echoed, a last high priest of the holy Terra sect, gazing skyward with unprecedented fervor. It is the divine. The holy Terra has resurrected us. In the next instant, Su Bai's voice seemed to respond to his conjecture. The dimensional war has commenced. Fear not death, for all your deeds shall earn their due reward in due course. The followers of the holy Terra sect, transformed into new humanity, erupted in a fervent chant, all for the holy Terra. They charged fearlessly into the battlefield. The arrival of Alice and the new humanity significantly alleviated the pressure on the battlefield. Their unique psychic abilities left the giant race utterly unprepared. The brutal slaughter commenced. The high priest cried out to fight for the divine, a tremendous psychic force resonating through the new humanity, empowering him to surpass the limits of ordinary beings in an instant. A new extraordinary entity was born, the high priest elevated to mid-level black iron. Under his guidance, the previously disoriented zombie legion regained its focus, and the psychic zombies combined forces with the new humanity, becoming the mountain giant's worst nightmare. In the distance, Alice and the glorious sovereign forged an alliance, two bronze-level beings united against the mountain giant king, their psychic power enhanced to the second tier, sufficient to shatter the mountain giant king's proud defenses. The bronze armor was effortlessly torn apart, and seizing the opportunity, the glorious sovereign's ethereal tendrils solidified, launching a simultaneous assault with hundreds of appendages. A piercing scream echoed as the mountain giant king used the super behemoth as a shield, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Meanwhile, as the situation grew increasingly perilous, the world will bestowed ever greater fortune upon the mountain giant king, the tides of fate shifting. He sought to harness this immense fortune to ascend to the silver tier. The glorious sovereign was taken aback, and the distant high priest recognized the gravity of the situation. shouting fervently, sacrificing his potential to amplify his psychic force, initiating a massacre against the mountain giant. A vast expanse of life began to wither. As though a catastrophic ecological disaster had descended upon the beast world, the vibrant landscape had vanished, colossal trees toppled, and scorched earth stretched endlessly. The ominous aura of death hung over every living being. Boom, boom, boom. The chimes of the bells echoed, sounding the death knell for the world. With the death toll of its beings reaching 95, the laws of existence spiraled into chaos, unable to continue empowering the mountain giant king. It was too late. The mountain giant king leaped at the cost of his life, stepping into the silver domain, transforming into a silver tier life form. Chapter 18, B-Class Bloodline Species Card, Heart of the Mountain Giant. The mountain giant king ascended to the silver tier. The magnitude of his breakthrough was colossal. In an instant, golden light radiated, revealing deep azure patterns upon his skin, a sign of the awakening of the Titan bloodline. With the Titan bloodline awakened, the mountain giant king grew even more formidable, swinging his colossal axe against the invisible tendrils, causing the bronze tier glorious sovereign to spew blood, collapsing to the ground. Unaware of his fate, seizing the moment of weakness, the mountain giant king sought to deliver a fatal blow to the glorious sovereign. At a critical juncture, Alice intervened with her psychic abilities, allowing the glorious sovereign to narrowly evade the mountain giant king's attack. It was then that Alice, through her psychic perception, stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. The fortune was interrupted. The mountain giant king was indeed affected, his forced breakthrough rendering his energy unstable, at risk of plummeting at any moment. Voicing her discovery, the glorious sovereign revealed his true form, a solar staircase towering over 100 meters, loftier than the mountain giant king, extending his tendrils to firmly restrain him. In the distance, the high priest, hearing Alice's voice, commanded the zombie legion into a frenzy, sweeping away all life upon the earth. The mountain giant tribe was annihilated. The super behemoth extinguished. Even the subterranean earth dragons were forcibly dragged out and exterminated by the high priest's psychic force. Thus, the beast world was left with the mountain giant king as the sole remaining being, confronting the overwhelming tide of zombies alone. After a grueling half-month of battle, the terror of silver tier life was palpable. Ultimately, Alice gathered a vast array of psychic zombies, harmonizing their psychic force with that of the new humanity. The two powers converged, for the first time allowing the mountain giant king to sense the chilling breath of death, prompting him to struggle frantically. The glorious sovereign held fast to the writhing giant king, determined not to relinquish his grip even in the face of his own demise, in his desperate entanglement. Alice's attack found its mark. Like a sword piercing through, the mountain giant king emitted a mournful wail. His once vibrant gaze dimmed in an instant, and mere seconds later, the life force within him was utterly extinguished. Simultaneously, the glorious sovereign was caught in the backlash. An overwhelming dread of death triggered a mutation in the primal virus within him, resulting in a more stable symbiotic state with the two other viruses. The glorious sovereign transcended the pinnacle of bronze. Concurrently, the fallen mountain giant king's heart began to glow, coalescing into a pale golden crystal. The B-Class Bloodline Species card, Heart of the Mountain Giant, materialized, automatically stored in the resource repository. The beast world had completely succumbed. Should the world core be devoured? Subai did not hesitate. Devour the world core. As the words fell, Subai, standing outside, witnessed the two worlds that had previously merged like reflections in a mirror begin to frantically expand. The azure light gradually permeated the entire barrier of the beast world. With the last trace of deep green fading away, the beast world was completely engulfed, replaced by the origin realm, which began its wild expansion, claiming the resources of the entire beast world. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. With a resounding chime, the origin realm surpassed 500 kilometers, propelling Subai to the threshold of a Tier 1 creator. Yet, the expansion did not cease there. It continued until it reached 610 kilometers, finally coming to a halt. At this moment, the origin realm presented a radically different visage. Mountains, oceans, forests, all had multiplied exponentially from their original forms. Now, the continent where the biochemical civilization resided boasted an overall area exceeding 400 kilometers, sufficient to catapult an aspiring creator perilously close to Tier 1. Meanwhile, the new continent Subai had prepared for the new human race expanded to 270 kilometers, replete with abundant resources and rich mineral deposits buried underground, ready to support an entirely new world template. Subai resolved that upon his return tonight, he would extract a new world template to simulate within this realm. Simultaneously, outside, the principal and the director of education anxiously monitored the creation gate. Thus far, not a single student had emerged. The fate of the other students mattered little. Their primary concern lay with the three extraordinary creators, including Subai, whose outcomes were crucial for Nanshan's standing in this year's college entrance examination. Nearby, the old woman also focused on the gate of creation, but her concern was not for the student's safety. Rather, She silently prayed for Su-bai to be consumed by the world of the creation space, ideally leading to his demise. Alas, her plans were destined to fail. The gate of creation, radiating a blinding white light, rippled, and soon a figure gradually became clear. Su-bai? The director of education was the first to recognize him, exclaiming in disbelief. The principal also wore a look of astonishment, frequently glancing at his watch, murmuring to himself, "This shouldn't be, according to past conventions. There should still be at least half an hour remaining." Yet, now, it had only been a few short minutes since entry and exit. The principal hastily approached. Seeking answers, "Student Su, how did you come out? Did you encounter an insurmountable world?" Such a scenario was not impossible. If one encountered an exceptionally powerful world, it was entirely normal for a creator to be forcibly ejected. Su-bai shook his head slightly. "The world is gone." "The world is gone?" Perhaps Su-bai's tone was too nonchalant, causing the principal and the director to momentarily fail to react. It wasn't until the next second that they beheld Su-bai's current status. Su-bai, Tier 1 creator, extraordinary world of 630 kilometers. Their expressions turned blank. "You've ascended to Tier 1? The principal's tone dripped with disbelief, preferring to question the clarity of his vision rather than accept the reality before him. As for the director of education, he was so overwhelmed by shock that he remained momentarily speechless. A Tier 1 creator, even within the entirety of Jiang City. Such individuals were a rarity. Only those prodigious talents who had left their mark in history had ever been recorded thus. Not to mention, even decades back, no such genius had emerged from Nanshan No. 1 High School. Su-bai had shattered the historical record. The surprise was monumental. Even the seasoned principal exhibited an uncommon expression of bewilderment. Could it be that while talents appeared every year, this year they had fortuitously encountered one at Nanshan? After waiting for a moment without any response, Su-bai gently inquired, "Teacher, where is Li Haoran?" Only then did the two regain their senses, inwardly lamenting how they had forgotten this matter. The interplanar conflict between the two sides was initially perceived as trivial skirmishes. Even the director had resolved that should casualties arise, he would immediately halt the conflict. However, now, should they obstruct the interplanar war, it might incite Su-bai's dissatisfaction, rendering it a case of unintended consequences. At that moment, the old woman hastily stood up, her once caustic visage now adorned with an overtly ingratiating smile. "Well, Student Su, after all, you are classmates, let us show some mercy." She wished to diffuse the situation with a gentle touch. Yet, before she could finish, the creation gate trembled, followed by the boisterous laughter of Li Hao. "The orc chief has been promoted to mid-tier black iron. This is secured. Once I emerge, I'll smash that fool Su-bai's brains out and make him kneel to beg for mercy." Instantly, the smile on the old woman's face froze. Su-bai cast a calm glance at her, stating coolly, "It seems your student does not wish for reconciliation." Chapter 19. Comprehensive overwhelm, astonishing stakes, divine punishment descends. Li Hao emerged from the creation gate, and the old woman, gritting her teeth, swiftly approached him without a word, delivering a sharp slap across his face. Then, she turned and, with a forced smile, said, "Student Su, would this suffice?" Before Su-bai could respond, Li Hao, enraged and holding his cheek, glared at his homeroom teacher. "Teacher, what on earth is wrong with you?" The old woman, now devoid of her previously sweet demeanor towards Li Hao, displayed blatant disdain. "Silence," she retorted. "I am the teacher here, and I forbid you from continuing this interplanar war with Su-bai." "On what grounds?" Li Hao was equally furious. The elevation of extraordinary beings in the world was a splendid development, yet upon emerging, he was met with a slap from his own teacher, who even defended the previously belittled Su-bai. This left Li Hao seething with indignation. With a cold snort, he forcefully shoved past his homeroom teacher, who attempted to grasp his sleeve. Li Hao quickened his pace towards Su-bai, towering over him, coldly stating, "I don't know what kind of charm you've cast on the teacher, but today, you will undoubtedly die." As his words fell, behind them, other students began to emerge from the creation gate, catching the tail end of his declaration, their faces reflecting astonishment. Subsequently, a transparent, semicircular shield of light suddenly expanded around Su-bai and Li Hao. Interplanar war initiated. With a gentle sound, a colossal world simultaneously materialized behind both of them. Li Hao's world appeared in dark gray, projecting a 3-meter-tall orc chief, imposing and seemingly powerful. It let out a furious roar directed at Su-bai. "Even if your world surpasses 300 kilometers, so what? Without extraordinary beings, it ultimately amounts to nothing." Li Hao surveyed the battlefield with a haughty gaze. Deeply looking down upon Su-bai, this fledgling creator, what did it matter if the world's area was vast? Without extraordinary beings, it was merely fodder, destined to be devoured by his world. He bellowed arrogantly as the fundamental collision commenced. World projection unfolding, fundamental collision about to begin. "Would you like to place a wager?" Without hesitation, Li Hao produced a B-grade special resource card for division and reproduction, a B-grade resource card valued at over 30 million. While speaking, he provocatively eyed Su-bai, unabashedly revealing the greed in his gaze. "If you lack an equivalent wager, then stake your world. A world exceeding 300 kilometers, if he could consume it. It would undoubtedly hasten his ascension to Tier 1 creator. Little did he know, Subai had already stepped into Tier 1. Moreover, his world had expanded to 630 kilometers. Upon discerning Li Hao's intentions, instead of succumbing to panic, he calmly brandished a card, from which detailed information materialized. Heart of the Mountain Giant. B-grade Bloodline Race card. A B-grade Bloodline Race card? How did you acquire such a treasure? Upon seeing this card, Li Hao's pupils dilated in shock as he lifted his gaze to Subai. His expression one of astonishment. He was not alone. The other onlookers, including the principal and the director, who considered themselves accustomed to surprises, were once again taken aback by Subai's audacious maneuver. The market value of a B-grade Bloodline Race card soared into the tens of millions. Li Hao's card was funded by the school, and had he sought to obtain it independently, even a contract with a super consortium might not guarantee its acquisition. Where on earth did Subai procure this? The director recalled Subai's earlier words. With the world having vanished, a terrifying association struck him, and his face was suddenly painted with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Could it be that this lad has devoured that world?" The audience echoed the director's sentiments, and the students who had just emerged from the gate of creation were in an uproar, their faces a mixture of confusion and embarrassment, especially those who had previously belittled Subai, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Yet Li Hao did not share such a reaction. On the contrary, upon seeing the Bloodline Race card, he was consumed by greed, gazing at Subai with delight. "I never expected you to leave me such a delightful surprise. In light of this gift, I might consider sparing you a few scraps when I devour the world." With that, he burst into laughter. Having never contemplated the possibility of being defeated by Subai, Subai raised a finger, speaking calmly, "Since we are to wager, let us raise the stakes a bit." As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, exuding an aura as formidable as a deity, and he fixed his eyes on Li Hao, who felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Nervously swallowing, he forced a smile. "Oh? Do tell." The fierce intensity in Subai's demeanor lasted but a moment before he tempered it, concerned that Li Hao might flee, which would be a regrettable loss. "I will wager my world, and you shall wager yours. The loser will forfeit their identity as a creator. Do you dare?" The three words echoed in the air, Subai's tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable dominance. After a brief moment of stupor, Li Hao sneered. "What is there to fear? It aligns perfectly with my wishes." With that declaration, the War of Dimensions officially commenced. A radiance of judgment descended upon Subai, enveloping him entirely. Just as the phantom of the world began to materialize, a flash of blue light darted past, merging with the essence of the world. Subai, sensing something amiss, glanced towards Jiang Ryue, who beamed at him, raising her tiny fist in a gesture of encouragement. Subai remained silent for a moment before gently nodding in acknowledgement. In the next instant, an immense azure world, reminiscent of a new moon, rose behind Subai, its ethereal glow accentuating his otherworldly presence. The azure world emerged, utterly overwhelming Li Hao's dark gray realm. Li Hao, struck as if by lightning, could no longer maintain his smile, disbelief flooding his eyes. Impossible. How could it be so vast? Subai replied serenely, "If one cannot succeed, one must not blame the path." With the final words spoken, light surged, and the essences of the two worlds collided, the origin realm effortlessly shattering Li Hao's domain. Like shards of glass, countless fragments scattered. Essence collision complete. Origin realm 630 kilometers. Orc realm 20 kilometers. Orc realm defeated. In the contest of world wills, Subai, as a first-tier creator, overwhelms Li Hao's apprentice status. The Orc realm faces yet another defeat. Comparison results. Subai emerges victorious. The Origin realm gains a doubling of comprehensive attribute suppression. A thunderous portal of transmission materialized, and the recently returned beings of the Origin realm roared, shouting in fervor for the sacred terra, as countless zombies set forth once more, vowing to unleash catastrophic calamities upon any world that dared to defy Terra's majesty. Divine retribution. Unleashed. Chapter 20. An overwhelming victory. The dark horse of this year's college entrance examination. In the blink of an eye, a vast projection of the world appeared before the crowd, a majestic portal standing tall between heaven and earth, as an unstoppable horde of zombies, led by a being seemingly composed of concentrated light, advanced mercilessly towards the Orc realm. Within mere seconds, the Orc realm crumbled entirely, with all races except the Orcs facing extinction. The earth split apart, ominous clouds blotted out the sun, painting a scene of apocalyptic despair. Impossible. How can it be this powerful? The once confident Li Hao collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, as he recalled his wager. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, his eyes reddening with fury as he glared at Subai. "It's you. You did this on purpose." In response to Li Hao's venomous gaze, Subai remained nonchalant. "And what of it?" The four words reverberated throughout the arena as Subai raised a finger towards the beings of the Origin realm, calmly commanding, "Annihilate this world." A deafening roar erupted. The Sovereign of Radiance soared above the entire realm, showcasing the full extent of his bronze pinnacle power. A terrifying rain of fire descended from the heavens, as if mourning the impending destruction of this world. Li Hao, desperate to resist, shouted with feigned bravado. I still have a chance. Orc tribe, engage. As his words fell, a group of bare-chested orcs surged forth from the remnants of their land. The leader riding a massive lizard, an astonishing heat coalescing in his palm. In the next moment, Li Hao shouted frantically, attack. Strike now. Boom. A burst of fire erupted into the sky. Compared to the Sovereign of Radiance, it seemed but a speck of dust, yet when unleashed upon the horde of zombies, it still inflicted considerable damage. Li Hao, refusing to yield, aimed to force the Sovereign of Radiance to turn back through this significant assault. However, he failed to notice Su by watching the scene with an impassive expression, utterly unfazed. Just as confusion clouded his mind, a radiant blue light spread through the zombie legion. Your world has received the blessing of the heart of ice and snow, granting all members a 30 immunity to fire attributes. This was the aid provided by Jiang Ryue. Her world belonged to the elemental realm, and the heart of ice and snow represented the embodiment of ice sprites. A core of her world. Should it be damaged, the potential would undoubtedly suffer immensely. Yet she still chose to act. Not only to assist, but also for Su Bai himself, as it was because of her that this war of dimensions had been initiated. Su Bai did not refuse. Also considering Jiang Ryue's sentiments. Yet Li Hao remained oblivious to all this. Upon witnessing the emergence of the icy shield, he stood there, dumbfounded. While the zombie army within the origin realm, shielded by the icy barrier, directly overwhelmed the remaining orc tribes. Orc realm has less than 5 remaining life forms. The world core manifests, and the creator appears in the orc realm. A soft sound echoed, terror etched across Li Hao's face, as he was uncontrollably transported into the depths of the orc realm. Bound by the strength of the creator, and with the current state of the orc realm, Li Hao could not even exert his black iron-level prowess, being effortlessly defeated as numerous vines ensnared him, stripped of any dignity as a creator, reduced to a mere slave. Forced to kneel. Do not kill me. I surrender, please do not kill me. The death of a creator within the world would lead to true demise, indeed. This was a school, but it could not deter Su Bai's ruthless nature. A sense of dread enveloped Li Hao as he feared being slain by Su Bai. With determined strides, Su Bai entered the origin realm. Li Hao hastily raised his head, only to be met by a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. He was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder on the spot. Su Bai frowned, a hint of disgust flickering in his gaze as he distanced himself from Li Hao, finding him utterly repugnant. The Lord of Glory also frowned, appearing most unwilling, as if he were discarding refuse, casting Li Hao aside while wiping his hands on the latter's clothing. Under normal circumstances, Li Hao would have exploded with rage. But at this moment, survival took precedence. He looked at Su Bai with an ingratiating expression, who was resting his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Li Hao scrambled over, clinging to Su Bai's leg, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Su Gu, no, Su Father, spare my life. From now on, I shall keep my distance whenever I see you. I implore you, show me mercy. Outside, the entire faculty and student body of the school observed this spectacle with mixed emotions. Who could have anticipated that the once proud master of the extraordinary world would now present such a humble countenance? The object of his dread was none other than Su Bai, who had recently been deemed a useless creator. The contrast between the two was stark. The principal could not help but sigh. Both were creators, yet their disparities were insurmountable. The director of education concurred, then turned to the elderly woman, frowning as he inquired, how should the homeroom teacher of class 3 be dealt with? Without a flicker of hesitation, the principal replied, dismiss her. The director agreed, seeing it as a favorable exchange. Replacing an oblivious homeroom teacher with a prodigious talent promised a substantial gain. Li Hao, oblivious to the murmurs outside, anxiously awaited his fate. After a long pause, Su Bai's calm voice resounded, release him. Publicly executing someone, even for a prodigious talent like Su Bai, would inevitably have repercussions. Rather than taking such a route, it was wiser to spare Li Hao's life. Given Li Hao's nature as a petty thug, had he not become a creator, he would not enjoy his current status. Should he revert to being an ordinary person, those he had previously bullied would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike back, leading to a far more tragic end for him. Li Hao remained unaware of Su Bai's reasoning, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. He hastily bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, Su Father. I shall take my leave at once. Wait. Su Bai raised a hand to halt him. You still owe me a wager. With a snap of his fingers, a beam of light shot forth from the origin realm, enveloping Li Hao's entire being. Within moments, anguished cries for mercy echoed out, and a crystalline card materialized. Su Bai seized it, commanding the Lord of Glory to drag the pitiful Li Hao out like a dead dog, casting him out of the origin realm. Simultaneously, he reappeared in the outside world. Met by the astonished gazes of the faculty and students, nodding gently at Jiang Ryue in acknowledgement, who responded with a radiant smile. After a series of footsteps, Su Bai's figure vanished entirely from the school. Shocking. A peerless genius emerges from Jiang City High School, starting from a desolate world of 100 kilometers, now ascended to an extraordinary realm exceeding 600 kilometers. In a single night, from waste to genius, what secrets does Su Bai conceal? Terrifying. This year's biggest dark horse in the college entrance examination, the youngest level 1 creator, the renowned super consortium Huawei intends to invest in Su Bai. Could he be Jiang City's next top student? Upon returning home and opening his phone, Su Bai was greeted by a flurry of explosive news. Beside him, Jiang Ryue looked at him with a smile, teasing, someone has truly become a famous figure now. Su Bai, somewhat exasperated, replied, why are you joining in on the excitement? Guess what? I won't. Rolling his eyes, Su Bai handed Jiang Ryue a card, a B-grade world treasure card. I can't believe you were willing to lend it to me. Here, I owe you one. Jiang Ryue took the card without even a glance, tossing it into her world, leaving Su Bai taken aback. She smiled at him, saying, no worries, I trust you. At that moment, whether it was the sunset's crimson glow or some other reason, Su Bai noticed a faint blush on the young girl's cheeks. Finally, Jiang Ryue hastily patted her face, waved her hand vigorously, and exclaimed, see you at the next college entrance exam, before fleeing in confusion. Watching the flustered figure of the girl depart, Su Bai shook his head in resignation, closed the door, and began sorting through the materials he had acquired that day. First, source of creation, apprentice upon use. It devours the world of the creator, randomly inheriting one of its original resources. Chapter 21. The Rebellious Orc Tribe, Blue Template Alien. Ding. You have used source of creation, apprentice, increasing the area of the origin realm by 20 kilometers. Random inheritance ability activated, currently selecting, congratulations. You have inherited the Orc Chief and an Orc tribe. At this moment, within the origin realm, a brand new island arose between the biochemical continent and the new humanity continent, expanding the overall area by 20 kilometers. The once deceased Orc Chief and numerous orcs awoke on this island, gazing bewilderedly at their surroundings. It was only when the Lord of Glory arrived that they snapped back to reality, adopting a stance of wary vigilance. The Lord of Glory waved his hand. You have become the subjects of Terra. I shall not initiate any attacks against you. The Orc Chief remained skeptical, his eyes scrutinizing. Terra? What Terra? What of our Lord? He has perished, the Lord of Glory replied in a calm tone. The Orc Chief's eyes turned red in an instant, crimson energy gathering as he roared, foul sacred Terra. You have slain our Lord. With a crash, numerous vines swiftly subdued him. The Lord of Glory hovered in the air, his merciless gaze surveying the scene below, capturing the Orc Chief's fury and the tribe's fear. After a moment, he stated impassively, should there be a next time, you shall meet certain death. With that, his figure vanished from the realm, leaving the Orc Chief to roar in anger. Origin log. Under the call of sacred Terra, the origin realm has defeated the beast world and the orc world, expanding to a total of 650 kilometers. The orc tribe has reincarnated into the origin realm, becoming a new life race within it. Yet, the Orc Chief was unwilling to submit, plotting revenge for his fallen lord. Under the pressure of the Lord of Glory, he feigned submission while secretly awaiting the opportunity to revolt. Su Bai read through the origin log with an impassive expression. The Orc Chief believed that as long as he concealed his intentions, he would not attract Su Bai's attention. Little did he know that within the origin realm, Su Bai was an omnipotent deity. It seemed he could not utilize them. Su Bai remained unexpectedly calm. As a creator, how could he be angered by the creatures within the origin realm? It was merely a matter of regret. After all, the Orc tribe had considerable strength. However, if they could not be of use to him, their fate was sealed. Pondering this, Su Bai's gaze shifted to the lottery options within the simulator. After a moment's reflection, he made a decision. He would see if he could extract any final value. Initiating lottery. Lottery function. Each lottery costs 100 Genesis points, randomly selecting a world template. Current remaining Genesis points, 5130. Initiating 10 consecutive draws. In the next instant, 1,000 Genesis points vanished in an instant. Brilliant hues of light erupted, and the lottery wheel began to spin, resembling a spiral. Shortly thereafter, with a chime, 10 distinct world templates appeared before him. Primitive world, white. Prehistoric creature world, white. Reptilian world, white. As expected, the first round yielded all white templates. Su Bai exhibited no surprise and immediately initiated the next round of 10 consecutive draws. Once again, 1,000 Genesis points, the familiar scene reappeared. Su Bai felt a strain he could no longer suppress, yet having already expended 2,000 Genesis points, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. The third time, the same blinding white light emerged. Su Bai's expression darkened. He pressed on. The fourth time. Once more, the familiar white light. Following swiftly was the fifth time. Still the white light, an endless expanse of white light, a symbol of despair. Su Bai finally reached his breaking point, his lips twitching as he gazed at the meager 130 Genesis points left in his account, and for the first time, he felt an urge to curse. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed that impulse and ground his teeth, grappling with an internal struggle. Should he draw again or not? Drawing might end up the same as before, losing the last of his Genesis points. But if he refrained, Subai silently recalled the 5,000 Genesis points he had previously squandered, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He stared at the simulator for a long moment, then, gritting his teeth, issued a command. One last time, just one last draw. The Genesis points in his account swiftly dwindled to 30, giving Subai the sensation of having become a pauper overnight. Then, the lottery wheel began to spin, and under Subai's unwavering gaze, it finally slowed down, revealing once more the familiar white light. Subai, his expression impassive, threatened, "If it's white again, I shall never draw again." Instantly, the white light that had surged forth halted abruptly, as if retracing its steps, and from the center of the white vortex, a glimmer of crystalline blue light emerged unexpectedly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the blue template alien. Would you like to use it? The blue template was automatically stored, and Subai scrutinized the lottery wheel with skepticism, suspecting that what he had almost drawn was indeed the white template, only to have it switch to the blue template at the last moment due to his threat. It wasn't until the lottery wheel vanished that Subai withdrew his gaze, snorting coldly, and redirected his attention to the alien template he had obtained. Alien, blue template, deployable on any land, capable of evolving into a unique, extraordinary race of aliens. Subai recalled the alien creature from his past life, a being from horror films, characterized by its formidable aggression and exceptional adaptability to land, heralded as the perfect organism. More importantly, according to the original plot, the alien queen possessed the ability to mass-produce aliens, capable of generating vast armies. However, in this regard, Subai already had a horde of zombies, rendering the inclusion of the alien queen unnecessary. After thoughtful consideration, Subai resolved to steer its development in another direction. The horde of zombies was sufficient for mass production. The alien, being compact and formidable, with strong evolutionary capabilities, would be better suited as an elite special forces squad. With the abilities of the alien, it was entirely qualified to replace the orc tribe, taking over the task originally intended for them. Moreover, this was a native extraordinary race, even more deserving of trust. Without hesitation, Subai declared, "Deploy the alien template." As for the location, it was only natural to choose the island inhabited by the orcs. Commencing the Genesis journey. Current template, alien. Beginning talent selection. Selection complete. Environmental adaptation, blue. Underwater breathing, white. Ultra-fast evolution, purple. Fortunately, Subai did not exhibit the traits of a bad luck draw in talent selection, which relieved him immensely. Otherwise, should he encounter a repeat of the previous situation, he might as well give up altogether. Among the talents, the other two were rather ordinary and unremarkable, but the final talent was crucial. Ultra-fast evolution, purple talent, applicable to a specific race, accelerates its evolution and reproduction rate. After a brief perusal of the introduction, Subai concluded that this talent was exceedingly suitable for the alien. One of the alien's characteristics was precisely its remarkable adaptability and superior reproductive capabilities, and with the addition of ultra-fast evolution, it would undoubtedly elevate the alien to an entirely new echelon. Having selected the talent, with some free simulation attempts still remaining, Subai promptly initiated the Genesis simulation. No cards carried. This simulation begins. Chapter 22. The Birth of the Alien Queen, Determining the Future of Racial Warfare. Except for the biochemical continent, which remained unaffected by this simulation due to the activation of the true world function, all other continents began a new cycle. Early in the first era, under your influence, the origin realm commenced a new cycle. Apart from biochemical civilization, all other lands began to reproduce anew, resulting in an abundance of life, swiftly rejuvenating the once barren terrain. The biological template for the orc tribe has been deployed. The orcs felt as if they had awoken from a deep slumber, and upon awakening, everything was transformed as if they had stepped into a brand new world, a revelation that filled them with ecstasy. Even more astonishingly, in this world, they seemed to have not encountered any extraordinary beings like the glorious sovereign. Freed from constraints, they began to develop vigorously, re-establishing tribes and constructing magnificent temples upon the land, dedicated not to the sacred Terra, but to their former creator. The holy Terra sect, which was secretly observing, took note of this situation and contemplated sending troops to eliminate the heretics disrespecting Terra. Would you intervene? Intervene, Subai replied calmly. The orc tribe was vital sustenance for the alien's development and could not afford to perish at this juncture. Your decree reached the high priest's ears, who was perplexed but chose to adhere to your will, relaying it to the holy Terra sect. The followers extolled your mercy and greatness, generating a considerable amount of faith power. Genesis points, 300. Under your command, the glorious sovereign continued to remain hidden, ordering the biochemical civilization to retreat entirely, further solidifying the orc tribe's belief that they had escaped the origin realm and arrived in a brand new world. In this context, the orc leader resolved to take revenge on Terra and spread their faith, hoping to revive their former creator. Mid-First Era, the burgeoning orc tribe. dissatisfied with the land beneath their feet, began to expand outward, gradually fostering a conviction that they were the sovereigns of this world. Arrogance, hubris, and pride began to permeate the entirety of the orc tribe. Under the influence of such emotions, the orc leader established the orc dynasty, declaring himself Caesar I. As the overall strength of the orc dynasty increased, Caesar I grew increasingly arrogant, and this sentiment spread throughout the dynasty, with the haughty orcs even disregarding the holy terra. Late First Era, Caesar I passed away, and a new generation of orc kings was born. The orc dynasty reached its zenith, ushering in an unprecedented era of splendor, which correspondingly led to an immense increase in resource consumption, rapidly depleting the continent's resources. The glory lasted a mere 200 years. As resources were entirely exhausted, the orc dynasty declined and was compelled to explore overseas in hopes of restoring its former glory. Early Second Era, the grand age of exploration commenced. Genesis points, 100. World template, alien activated. Talent, underwater breathing activated. The first alien egg was born, capable of breathing in seawater due to the talent's effects, and as the orc dynasty embarked on its maritime endeavors, some of the aliens began to hatch. Meanwhile, the orc dynasty remained oblivious. Through years of exploration, they finally discovered a vast continent beyond the sea, boundless and far more expansive than the island beneath their feet. The atmosphere was charged with fervor as the Orcish populace eagerly prepared, crafting dozens of grand vessels to embark on the inaugural era of external exploration. The expedition commenced smoothly, with excitement rendering nearly everyone breathless. However, a crisis soon emerged as a tempest arose upon the sea, and simultaneously, swarms of xenomorphs erupted from the depths, surging onto the Orcish fleet. Screams, terror, and slaughter unfolded aboard the ships, as countless orcs perished. The grim tidings reaching the Orcish Empire and startling the era's Caesar VII into a state of bewildered inaction. In a stroke of fortune, a survivor managed to return to the Empire, relaying the grim knowledge of the xenomorph's existence to Caesar VII for the first time. In the wake of this terror, they transformed their dwelling island into an impregnable fortress, impervious to any creature's entry. Simultaneously, in the aftermath of a bloody feast, the xenomorphs began to awaken en masse from their slumber in the ocean depths. Innate abilities adapted to the environment activated. Under the influence of their innate gifts, they swiftly overcame the challenges of deep-sea pressure and freshwater needs, rapidly growing in strength. Soon, beyond the primal xenomorphs, beastly xenomorphs, spitters, boilings, and large combat xenomorphs known as ravens began to emerge in succession. With the xenomorphs' expansion, their hunger for sustenance escalated, and after depleting the ocean's creatures, they set their sights on the Orcish Empire. The Orcish Empire found itself in a precarious dilemma. On one hand, they required the resources of another continent to further their development, yet on the other, they recoiled at the thought of confronting such fearsome xenomorphic monsters. Amidst this hesitation, the xenomorphs launched their first large-scale assault. A multitude of xenomorphs emerged from the waters, storming the fortifications and walls constructed by the Orcish Empire, resulting in substantial casualties. The panicked Caesar VII hastily mobilized his troops, and after incurring significant losses, managed to repel the xenomorphs' assault. Yet, this turmoil awakened the complacent Caesar dynasty. Discontent with the cowardly Caesar VII, a covert coup was orchestrated, ultimately leading to the ascension of the new Caesar VIII, who, under an unconditional flow of resources, successfully broke through to the pinnacle of black iron. This newfound strength instilled a glimmer of confidence within the Orcish Empire. Under the leadership of Caesar VIII, a second expedition into the external world was launched, with an army of fully armed orcs following him into the ocean, heading towards the distant continent. As anticipated, they engaged in a frenzied battle with the xenomorphs. Guided by Caesar VIII, they succeeded in repelling the xenomorphs, but at a grave cost, rendering further navigation impossible, leading to a reluctant decision to return home. As time passed, the Orcish Empire gradually acclimated to the presence of xenomorphs, instituting a rite of passage for each orc to hunt a xenomorph upon reaching adulthood. Orcs who succeeded in this hunt ceased to identify as mere orcs, adopting the more fitting title of iron-blooded warriors. By the mid-Second Era, the iron-blooded warriors and xenomorphs occupied the oceans and lands, gazing at each other from afar. Amid resource depletion, population inflation, and developmental bottlenecks, a new generation of Caesar emerged, breaking through to the Bronze Tier. Subsequently, mobilizing the nation's might, a nationwide war was initiated. Meanwhile, the xenomorphs were undergoing rapid biological evolution beneath the sea. Innate rapid evolution activated. After 178 cycles of species reincarnation and the loss of countless xenomorphs, a new special individual, the Xenomorph Queen, was born. Creation point 600. Had the Xenomorph Queen finally come into existence? Upon seeing this news, Subai revealed a contented smile. Upon witnessing the Xenomorph Queen's tear, his smile broadened. Xenomorph Queen. Bronze tier organism, abilities, reproduction, sharp blade, hive mind. Hive mind. Su Bai's eyes sparkled. This was a capability to command the entire species, uniting the consciousness of all individuals within the hive. If applied in battle, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. With the birth of the xenomorph queen, the Orcish Empire also bore a bronze tier life form, signaling that this simulation was nearing its final stage. Su Bai remarked with a smile, gazing at the simulator. The decisive battle concerning the fates of the two races is upon us. The Orcish Empire, under the leadership of Caesar the Great, set forth hundreds of ships into the ocean. In an instant, the vessels soared, swords at the ready, the banner of the Orcish Empire fluttering upon the waters, swiftly capturing the attention of the xenomorphs. A colossal shadow began to rise from the depths. The xenomorph queen awakened, and under her command, a multitude of fearsome figures emerged, forming a terrifying, dark silhouette behind her. The xenomorphs roared, the iron-blooded warriors bellowed, and ultimately, at the command of their respective leaders, the two races clashed violently. A war that would determine the future of their species erupted. Chapter 23, 140 million, a sky-high price for the virus. Special xenomorph eggs. As the war between the races ignited, the xenomorph queen swung her blade, the cold gleam blinding to behold, cleaving the attacking iron-blooded warriors in twain. The remaining xenomorphs surged into the fray, with 3-meter-tall, large xenomorph ravens utilizing their massive physiques to crash through the battlefield. The abrupt onset of war left the Orcish army momentarily disoriented. Caesar the Great roared, showcasing his bronze-tier power, a fiery radiance igniting from his chest. He swung his fist, a terrifying heat enveloping it, and any xenomorph struck by him instantly wailed, dissolving into a pool of blood. Upon witnessing this, the xenomorph queen let out a fierce roar and charged towards Caesar the Great. Caesar the Great did not falter. Flames of extreme heat engulfed his form, activating the elemental form bestowed upon him after advancing to bronze tier. With a tremendous explosion, Caesar the Great transformed into a flaming lion, surveying the battlefield with disdain as he charged toward the xenomorph queen. In the instant the leaders of the two races clashed, countless attacks intertwined, their gazes filled with a chilling intent to kill. A tempest of blood and chaos ensued, with the sun and moon obscured. This brutal war raged on for several years. During this time, the xenomorphs were nearly annihilated but managed to barely hold on through their rapid evolution. Correspondingly, the Orcish Empire found itself ensnared in the quagmire of war, rapidly depleting the resources accumulated over 2 eras. Soon, the resources of the entire Orcish archipelago began to dwindle due to the conflict, and in just a few years, what little was left was entirely exhausted. On the other hand, the xenomorphs were not faring any better. Countless kin perished, unable to increase their numbers, and with the Orcish Empire's relentless assault, their living space continually shrank. They were nearly driven to the brink of extinction. In such dire circumstances, both races found themselves at their final hour. Caesar the Great delivered a wartime speech within the empire, mobilizing the entire Orcish Empire, while the xenomorphs, cornered and desperate, led by the xenomorph queen, were compelled to emerge in an attempt to settle the score. The war trumpet sounded, and the world reached its moment of reckoning. Aside from the xenomorphs and orcs, all other life forms had been eradicated. Even the two once mighty races suffered grievously, and by the end, only a few dozen of each race remained to continue their savage struggle. I refuse to accept this fate. With a cry of defiance, Caesar the Great was ensnared by thousands of xenomorphs, unable to turn the tide, and perished with resentment. The alien queen, due to excessive reproduction, saw a significant reduction in her potential, ultimately leading to her demise alongside Caesar Augustus in a mutual destruction. In her final moments, she concentrated all her life force to nurture a brand new embryo, radiating a starlit glow, seemingly extraordinary. Yet, all of this vanished as her lifeless body sank into the depths of the ocean. Simultaneously, the fall of both leaders marked the twilight of two races. The entire orc army was obliterated, and the aliens were utterly annihilated. Both sides met their end as the timeline progressed to the late Second Era, where the last rays of the setting sun illuminated a sea stained crimson with blood. Countless corpses floated atop the waters, as if to testify to their existence. Alas, the divine remained indifferent. The simulation of creation has concluded. 2 eras of survival, with a cooling period of 20 minutes. The egg nurtured by the alien queen before her demise appeared to possess some unique qualities, leaving one to ponder if it could be extracted. Su Bai was indifferent to the outcome of this simulation and did not concern himself with the creatures within this world. His objective was unequivocal, to strengthen the origin realm. As for the extinction of species during this time, Su Bai was unconcerned, or rather, one could say, the divine was indifferent. Please select from the following options for extraction. 1. Alien Queen, bronze level. 2. Caesar Augustus, bronze level. 3. Special alien egg in development, not yet fully born. Extraction requires creation points to repair genes. 4. Aliens. beastly aliens, spitters, boilers. The orc race was uncontrollable, leading Subai to promptly dismiss the option of Caesar Augustus. Among the remaining 3 options, the fourth held the least value and was deemed inconsequential, thus also discarded by Subai. His gaze settled upon the 2 remaining choices, and for the first time, he found himself in a state of indecision. In terms of utility, the alien queen undoubtedly surpassed the special alien egg. After all, the egg had yet to develop, and extracting it would require additional creation points for gene repair. The alien queen, however, could be utilized directly. Nevertheless, Subai's focus lingered upon the word special. The simulator had assigned a unique evaluation, indicating that this alien egg was indeed extraordinary. Reluctant to forego it, he ultimately resolved to retain both the alien queen and the special alien egg. Once he made his decision, the 1,000 creation points that had just been credited were swiftly depleted, causing Subai to feel a jolt of anxiety. The repair light fused into the special alien egg. Having already invested, he decided to take a bold gamble and infused it with the heart of the mountain giant. The originally grayish-white alien egg rapidly transformed into a pale silver shell, exuding an aura of opulence and mystery, radiating a unique charisma. Race, special alien egg, unhatched. Status, mutating. Description, a bronze-level life form. This special alien egg was formed from the life essence of the alien queen just before her death, containing nearly all genetic samples of the aliens. Additionally, influenced by the bloodline of the heart of the mountain giant, it is evolving towards an unknown direction. The special alien egg was one of a kind. Continuing the simulation could lead to unforeseen consequences, so it was best entrusted to the clergy for safekeeping. Subai communicated this to the current high priest and sent both products of this simulation back into the origin realm. Within the origin realm, celestial stars twinkled as 2 solitary points of light descended in opposite directions. One egg, entirely pale silver and shimmering with a starlit glow, fell at the heart of the biochemical continent, ultimately being retrieved by the holy Terra sect and regarded as a divine gift enshrined upon their altar. Meanwhile, the deceased alien queen sank to the ocean floor, her mind echoing with Subai's directive to slumber beneath the sea, awaiting the time for her revival. The bronze-level alien queen emitted a vague thought, complying with the will of Terra. With all completed, Subai awaited the passage of the cooling period in quiet anticipation. At that moment, his phone chimed once more, and upon checking, he discovered a message from the school that raised his eyebrows slightly. Dear Student Su, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 has been dismissed. Furthermore, the virus samples you previously provided have undergone inspection, causing shock among the school as higher-ups. A unanimous decision has been made to purchase the 2 viruses at a price of 130 million. Additionally, you have been listed as a seed candidate, and you may make a request to the school and select any special card below S rank. Chapter 24, Custom-Made Cards, Spore Transmission, and the Evolutionary Path of the Alien Race. In the principal's office at Nanshan No. 1 High School, the principal and the academic director awaited Subai's response, while behind them stood a young man clad in opulent attire. Despite feigning humility, a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes, revealing his true attitude. After dispatching the message, the principal turned to the young man with a smile, saying, "Young Master Chun, the message has been sent. You shall soon receive the virus." His tone bore a hint of obsequiousness, an unthinkable occurrence for the principal of Nanshan No. 1 High School. Yet, not only did the principal find nothing amiss, but the academic director also fully endorsed it, all due to the identity of the individual before them, a second-generation deity. In the old era, society took pride in idolizing the offspring of the wealthy, often the progeny of significant entrepreneurs who received abundant social admiration. However, as the abyss descended and the era of creators began, such privileges shifted to the second-generation deities, whose progenitors were formidable creators with substantial influence in certain domains. Chen Shang's father was of this ilk, a 4th-tier creator. Moreover, the world stood on the brink of transformation, poised to potentially enter the 5th-tier domain. Once that threshold was crossed, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, even a provincial governor could not afford to ignore them, truly becoming a bulwark against the abyss. Listening to the principal's ingratiating tone, Chen Shang nonchalantly fiddled with the virus in his hand, a pale green test tube radiating an emerald-like glow under the sunlight. He seemed completely disinterested in the principal's attempts at conversation. The principal, feeling a twinge of frustration yet wary of offending Chen Shang, maintained his ingratiating smile. After a moment, Chen Shang deemed it sufficient, stowing away the virus test tube and elevating his haughty gaze to survey the two, leisurely stating, "I hear your school has produced a genius student?" The principal's heart sank, a foreboding sense of unease washing over him. Sure enough, the next moment, Chen Shang's voice rang out coolly, "Name your price. I find myself intrigued by his world." Meanwhile, Subai was still contemplating the school's intentions. When he had previously departed, he submitted the T-virus and G-virus to the school, proposing their sale. Yet, he did not anticipate that, merely hours later, the school would have reached a conclusion. Subai couldn't help but marvel at the school's efficiency. upon seeing the price of the viruses and the benefits of being a seed candidate. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, quickly replaced by realization. Was this an investment? Only this explanation made sense. Suddenly, his phone rang again, and upon answering, a detached voice inquired, "Are you Subai? Name your price. I find myself intrigued by your world." The tone was languid and casual, as if addressing a subordinate. Subai furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" A dismissive laugh resonated from the other end, followed by the nonchalant reply, "Chinshang." "Chinshang?" Subai reminisced and unearthed a vague recollection of the name. As a participant in this year's college entrance examination, he was the offspring of a fourth-tier creator. With the resources provided by his progenitor, he ascended directly to the first-tier creator realm on the day of his awakening. It was rumored that he was currently preparing to break through to the second tier, but was hindered by the lack of a sufficiently potent extraordinary world to devour, thus stalling at this juncture. Having grasped this insight, Subai naturally comprehended Chinshang's intentions. His voice instantly turned frigid. "You think you're worthy?" These three succinct words left no room for negotiation. With that, he abruptly terminated the call. Such a person was not worth a moment of his time. The sound of the call disconnecting echoed in the office, and Chinshang's expression darkened as he tightly gripped his phone in silence. After a prolonged moment, he clenched his teeth and sneered. "Very well. It appears that the genius from your esteemed school has quite the personality, daring to speak to me in such a manner." With a derisive snort, he smashed the viral reagent onto the ground and turned to leave. However, a hand suddenly obstructed Chinshang's path. He looked up to see the head of the administration department, who pointed at the shattered viral reagent and said calmly, "The viral reagent, according to our prior agreement, is valued at 70 million per vial." Upon hearing this, Chinshang's expression soured further, but the head of the administration department remained unyielding, steadfastly blocking his way. Ultimately, with a frosty demeanor, Chinshang flung a card at him. "You'll regret this," and departed without a backward glance. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away as the head of the administration collected the federal card from the ground, rousing the still-dazed principal. Chinshang has already left. The principal, snapping back to attention, realized that having offended Chinshang, the most pressing matter now was to mitigate losses. He could not afford to alienate Subai as well. He promptly decided, "Oldly, I recall the school possesses an A-grade special card. Let us offer it to this child, Subai, as a form of compensation." The head of the administration agreed wholeheartedly. The principal is indeed wise. Wise. The principal reflected on his previous demeanor, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and let out a wry smile, hastening to join the head of the administration in searching for the card. Simulator cooldown complete. With a soft chime, Subai was awakened, pondering over the two items in his hand. One was the federal card just delivered by the head of the administration, containing a staggering 14 million in cash. Such a colossal sum, if it were to be earned by an ordinary person, would take a lifetime of hard work to accumulate. Yet for Subai, it was merely the sale of 2 vials of the virus. This exemplified the chasm between creators and ordinary individuals who could monopolize a world's resources, effortlessly achieving a leap in class. Reflecting on this, Subai's thoughts shifted to Chinshang, his gaze growing slightly cold. He was not a naive fool. He understood that this matter would not conclude easily. At that very moment, Chinshang was likely already preparing to launch an attack against him. When it came to adversaries, Subai had always preferred to consider the worst-case scenario, for basing his assumptions on the mercy of his enemies was a folly he would not commit. He scoffed at such notions. When soldiers come, let them be met with soldiers. When water comes, let it be met with earth. As long as his strength was sufficient, no amount of plots and schemes could ensnare a true powerhouse. Ultimately, it all boiled down to strength. Clenching his fist tightly, he then relaxed it, shifting his focus to another card. A-grade special evolution card. Spore transmission. Description: designated for a specific race. It grants the unique reproductive ability of spore transmission. At first glance, it appeared rather ordinary, seemingly unremarkable. But if applied to the xenomorphs, one could imagine the horror of a creature capable of parasitizing within living hosts. Now liberated from distance constraints, able to drift unnoticed with the wind, such a new breed of xenomorph could be truly terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this xenomorph race could evolve into a genuine life-reaping machine. Subai could hardly suppress a laugh. Indeed, one truly receives what one lacks. This card was tailor-made for the xenomorph race. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time and decisively declared, "Begin simulation." A familiar radiance enveloped him, and soon, a series of black text materialized in the air, commencing the journey of creation. Chapter 25. A resounding victory. 3 branches of xenomorphs are birthed, yielding 1,800 creation points, initiating a tenfold draw. After a flash of white light, 10 talents were sequentially revealed. Heat sensitivity, blue. Bloodthirsty instinct, purple. Rapid growth, white. Suddenly, Subai raised an eyebrow, noticing 2 similar talents. Bloodthirsty instinct. Purple activates the bloodthirsty instinct of the organism, turning it savage and merciless. Heart of slaughter. Purple activates the slaughterous heart of the organism, cruelly bloodthirsty, sparing not even kin, with a high probability of infighting. Yet there exists a slight chance of birthing a true king of slaughter. The two talents appeared similar at first glance, yet their emphases were distinct. Bloodthirsty instinct enhanced the organism's innate responses, cultivating it into a born-killing machine. In contrast, heart of slaughter resembled nurturing a venomous creature, where through external threats and kin slaughter, the weak would be eliminated, ultimately giving rise to a singular king of slaughter from the entire race. However, the repercussions were not insignificant. It could potentially lead to complete annihilation. Subai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose the heart of slaughter for a simple reason. He possessed a simulator. Rather than safely and steadily developing, he preferred a more aggressive evolutionary path. The other two talents were swiftly selected. Heat sensitivity, blue capable of sensing body temperature, even in pitch darkness, can accurately locate enemies. Rapid growth, white significantly shortens the maturation time of organisms. Both heat sensitivity and heart of slaughter aimed at nurturing strong individuals. While rapid growth was intended to complement the spore transmission special card, having made his selections, the simulator flashed with white light, and lines of black text began to pulse into existence. Talents successfully equipped. Would you like to use the A-grade special card, spore transmission? Note: this card is a special card. Upon use, it will not vanish with the simulation but will transform into a hereditary talent of the organism. Since it would not disappear, Subai felt emboldened to experiment without hesitation, waving his hand decisively. Confirm deployment. A-grade special card, spore transmission equipped. The Genesis simulation begins. In the early epochs of the First Era, as per your wishes, the Origin realm commences a new cycle, with all things flourishing. The primordial ocean swiftly emerges. Microorganisms develop, heralding the first biological explosion. Primitive flora and fauna appear, meeting the basic survival conditions of life. The natural ecosystem is established. Initiating deployment of the orc tribe. Subai's consciousness sank into the Origin realm, and indeed, he witnessed a familiar scene unfold. The orc tribe retained no memory of the previous iteration, continuing to repeat the evolutionary saga of the last civilization. Subsequently, Subai directed his gaze to the other end of the continent, near the coast, deciding to deploy the xenomorphs underground this time. World template. Xenomorphs activated. Xenomorph eggs were deployed to the eastern side of the orc island, where the gentle sea breeze is exceedingly conducive to spore transmission. In the early epochs, resources remain abundantly available. The orc tribe, busy with expansion, remains oblivious to the birth of the xenomorph race. The xenomorph race begins to develop and grow. Under the influence of spore transmission, the xenomorph eggs become minuscule, capable of moving with the wind, swiftly attaching themselves to nearby animals, and begin rapid development. Talent rapid growth activated. The alien entity, having taken residence within the bodies of animals, swiftly flourished, emerging at birth with the stature of an adult. Following the resonances of their bloodline, the newborns sensed a familiar call emanating from the ocean depths. Under the influence of this summons, the subsequent aliens began their journey towards the sea. During the mid-phase of the First Era, amidst the relentless search of the aliens, one managed to locate the slumbering alien queen at the ocean floor and awakened her. Upon awakening, the alien queen retained the teachings of Terra and commenced to lead the alien race towards development. Influenced by the previous simulated memories, this time, the alien queen opted for subtlety, employing her innate ability to propagate spores to stealthily grow within the orc continent. Numerous concealed locations, such as caves, cliffs by the sea, and other hidden spots, were utilized by the alien queen, sheltering countless aliens as they awaited the opportunity to annihilate the orc dynasty. Towards the latter part of the First Era, the orc tribes evolved into a dynasty, with Caesar I ascending to the throne, actively expanding the dynasty's territories and voraciously extracting resources from the islands. Sensing the encroaching peril posed by the orc dynasty, the alien queen roused from her slumber, preparing to initiate a new round of warfare. The innate heart of slaughter awakened. What was presumed to be obedience from the aliens under the command of the alien queen soon revealed a shocking transformation. The alien race in this new cycle appeared more bloodthirsty, engaging in internecine conflict and even disregarding her commands. The alien queen endeavored to rectify this situation, but ultimately failed. The uncontrollable alien race began to dwindle significantly, and after several rounds of brutal combat, the last 3 batches of aliens underwent varying degrees of evolution. A special branch of aliens, the assassins, was born. With a streamlined physique and dorsal structures reminiscent of jet engines, they could move at high speeds, swiftly approaching and eliminating foes. Another special branch, the stalkers, emerged. Draped in darkness, possessing a camouflage ability akin to chameleons, they excelled in ambush and assassination. Lastly, the blood exploders came into existence. Similar to high explosives, their blast would create deep craters in the ground, while the splattered blood exhibited astonishing corrosive properties. The alien race experienced bloodline evolution, enhancing the world's essence, expanding land by 20 kilometers and ocean by 40 kilometers. Reward: 1,800 creation points. 3 distinct evolutionary paths. Subai rose abruptly, elated by a sense of surprise. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although a considerable number of aliens perished, it simultaneously allowed the remaining aliens to complete their evolution, sufficiently compensating for the losses. Not to mention, this wave alone accrued 1,800 creation points, proving to be immensely profitable, leaving Subai feeling victorious. The simulator advanced further. The emergence of 3 special branches depleted the entire race's foundation, leaving fewer than 100 aliens remaining. Simultaneously, any newly spawned aliens that did not mutate would be directly slain by the 3 special aliens. The alien queen, feeling an inability to control them, was engulfed by fear, prompting her to flee from the nests of the 3 special aliens and return to the deep sea, once more succumbing to slumber. Avoiding confrontation? Subai chuckled softly, yet could not deny that the alien queen's choice was rather prudent. It was just unfortunate. He had hoped to witness the transformed visage of the alien queen. In the early phase of the second era, as the alien queen fell into slumber, the 3 branches of aliens, now unrestrained, began to develop rampantly, their presence swiftly spreading across the territory of the Orc dynasty through spore propagation. Following a brief encounter, the Orc dynasty suffered devastating casualties. The ruling Caesar, incensed, resolved to take matters into his own hands and obliterate this mysterious race once and for all. The war drums echoed through the heavens and the earth as the Orc dynasty rapidly assembled their forces, marching grandly towards the nests of the 3 aliens under Caesar's command. A month later, the Orc army discovered a vast nest, where pairs of glimmering green eyes ignited, instilling a profound sense of dread. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The brief yet protracted wait culminated as Caesar drew his sword, bellowing a battle cry to charge. The Orc army clashed violently with the aliens. Chapter 26. The Golden and Silver Dynasties, the resplendent age of exploration, and the chilling truth. The cacophony of battle raged, from day into night. As darkness fell, the Orc army relied on flickering firelight to sustain their fierce combat. The innate thermal sensing activated. The aliens awakened their thermal sensing ability, amplifying their threat in the night. Swift as specters, the stalkers, blending seamlessly into the shadows, silently reaped the lives of the Orcs. 1, 2, 3. Soon, as the number of fallen Orcs surged into the hundreds, Caesar finally recognized the looming peril. With a mighty roar, he commanded, "Ignite the bonfires." Crackle, crackle. The blazing bonfires ignited instantly, bringing light to the darkness, exposing the stalkers, who had nowhere to hide. Save for a few quick-thinking ones that camouflaged themselves to escape narrowly, the rest were instantaneously overwhelmed by arrows from the Orc army, resulting in significant casualties. Following this encounter, the stalkers suffered a severe blow, yet Caesar realized the danger posed by the aliens. He dared not harbor any illusions, focusing entirely on the battle. His peak bronze strength rendering him impervious to the aliens' threats. Time ticked away. This was an invisible standoff and a psychological trial for both races. The Orc army, guided by Caesar, though fraught with anxiety, managed to maintain their formation, while the aliens, having lost their queen, were akin to headless flies. Under the influence of their bloodthirsty instincts, they could no longer restrain themselves. A full 100 blood exploders surged forth from the caves, detonating mid-air. With a resounding boom, the highly corrosive venom permeated every Orc soldier. Those who came into contact emitted agonized cries as they watched their flesh dissolve. The areas affected by the venom transforming into pools of blood. In just this one assault, the Orc army lost hundreds of soldiers. But the onslaught did not cease. The assassins, lying in wait for the opportune moment, finally surged forth, a staggering 187 of them, propelled by violent air currents. Their bodies nearly leaving afterimages as they moved at blinding speed, coldly harvesting the lives of every Orc soldier. Caesar's furious roar proved futile at that moment. The stalkers and blood exploders also emerged in full force, the alien race wholly succumbing to their bloodthirsty instincts, driven solely by the lust for slaughter. A tragedy ensued. This army, which comprised nearly 2/3 of the Orc dynasty's strength, was decimated in an instant, pushing Caesar to the brink of fury, disregarding the consequences. He summoned all his might to activate the flame totem of his skin. In a flash, flames soared skyward. A lion, bathed in fierce flames, unleashed a roar that shook the world. All that lay in its path, be it Orc soldiers or aliens, were reduced to charred remains. This was a means of mutual destruction. Relying on this forbidden technique, Caesar successfully annihilated the alien race, with reinforcements from the Orc army continuously arriving from within the homeland. After a full half-month of relentless effort, they thoroughly excavated the nearby caves and caverns. Only then did they completely eradicate the alien race. But just as Caesar believed peace was restored, he stumbled upon traces left by the once mighty alien queen within one of the caves. He lived in perpetual fear of the xenomorph's reemergence, devoting his entire life to uncovering the hidden lair of the xenomorph queen. Ultimately, in the twilight of his existence, he succeeded in locating her sanctuary. However, He found himself devoid of soldiers to accompany him, resulting in a fierce battle along the coast. The forbidden methods he had unleashed in his youth had significantly diminished the might of Caesar. In the end, he was slain by the xenomorph queen. After consuming Caesar, the xenomorph queen acutely sensed a surge in her intellect and physical prowess, her appearance beginning to evolve in the direction of humanity. At Genesis point 20, the heart of slaughter began to manifest its influence. Subai surmised the reason. It appeared that the xenomorph queen was not impervious to the effects of her innate gifts, but rather required the consumption of more formidable adversaries or a greater multitude of life to ascend to a higher echelon. This, however, aligned perfectly with his own designs. A subtle smile graced Subai's face as he contemplated the last xenomorph queen of the origin realm against the apex of the Orc dynasty. The impending confrontation between the two was exhilaratingly anticipated. The simulator advanced, with black text continuing to emerge. The xenomorph queen, unable to assimilate the immense energy, resorted to a state of slumber. During her dormancy, the Orc dynasty capitalized on the aftermath of Caesar's demise. With the ascension of a new Caesar, the Orc dynasty eradicated the xenomorph race, leaving them without rivals. In this epoch, they embarked on a grand expansion, extending their dominion to every inch of land. With orcs present in every locale, the glorious era dawned, with the Orc dynasty reaching its zenith, historically known as the Golden Dynasty. At Genesis point 30. Yet the glory proved ephemeral. After 3 centuries of prosperity, the Golden Dynasty began to decline rapidly. Resources dwindled, and the pace of civilizational advancement slowed considerably. Meanwhile, the royal family continued to indulge in extravagance, ultimately succumbing to the boiling tide of public opinion and being entirely vanquished, giving rise to a new dynasty known as the Silver Dynasty. The rulers of the Silver Dynasty, perusing the annals of the Golden Dynasty, stumbled upon accounts of the xenomorph queen, dismissing them as mere myth. Simultaneously, as the resources of the Orc Isles diminished, the Silver Dynasty too fell into decline. After considerable deliberation, the Age of Great Navigation commenced with great fervor. This was a resplendent era, a time of brilliance. The Silver Dynasty appeared to restore the grandeur of antiquity, its vast territory rich in resources, with the expansive seas teeming with fleets that resembled dark clouds, dominating the age. At Genesis point 50, during the late Second Epoch, the Silver Dynasty established maritime hegemony and discerned the existence of 2 new continents across the distant horizon. From the currents of fate, an extraordinary orc named Columbus emerged among them. He petitioned for a fleet to embark on a voyage to the ocean's end. The nation held its breath, eagerly awaiting Columbus's return, yet ultimately, only a handful of battered warships limped back, bearing tales of terror and astonishment, claiming the existence of a horrifying civilization beyond the sea. For the first time, the bio-civilization revealed itself to the Silver Dynasty. A new historical juncture emerged at Genesis point 100. The authorities were engulfed in dread, particularly upon learning about the illustrious sovereign, Alice, and the sacred Terra sect. Sending them into a panicked frenzy, they hastily retreated to the library, eventually uncovering a long-forgotten ancient scroll that chronicled the sacred Terra. According to the scroll, their ancient deity had been slain by the sacred Terra. The ruler of that mysterious civilization was none other than the sinner who had committed deicide, the illustrious sovereign. They had never departed. Simultaneously, at the depths of the ocean, the xenomorph queen, having slumbered for an entire epoch, began to awaken. Chapter 27. The Rebirth of Civilization. The Bronze King who aspired to slay gods emerged as an angelic life form. The Silver Dynasty, for the first time, glimpsed the truth of the world. The harsh reality instilled fear within them. They were not a chosen race of the gods, but rather their adversaries. In terror, the Silver Dynasty commenced a widespread contraction of its territory, barely maintaining a minimum level of external expansion. The Grand Age of Navigation came to an end. The once prosperous nation, deprived of external resources, swiftly declined, culminating in the depletion of resources from the Orc Isles, signaling the end of the Silver Dynasty. The era of unification concluded, and the Silver Dynasty fragmented into several distinct realms. A significant regression in civilization ensued, and after centuries of conflict, the Bronze Dynasty emerged. However, by this time, the resources of the Orc Isles were exhausted, and the Bronze Dynasty found itself in despair. Concurrently, the fleet dispatched by the Silver Dynasty centuries prior had caught the attention of a horde of zombies. This legion of the undead, drawn to the living beings of the Bronze Dynasty, stealthily crossed the sea. The surface of the water shimmered, and hundreds of zombies, clutching tyrants and bloodthirsty behemoths, traversed the waters. As they approached the edge of the Orc Isles, they were suddenly beset by an attack. From the depths of the ocean, the xenomorph queen, having awakened from her long slumber, felt an insatiable hunger. This army of the undead was inevitably devoured, while the xenomorph queen's evolution continued unabated, her hunger unquenched. As the genes underwent reorganization, a journey of life's evolution. With a tearing sound, blood gushed forth as the xenomorph queen, having consumed all the zombies, sprouted a pair of wings from her back, soaring into the sky with her crimson eyes fixated upon the Bronze Dynasty. At the onset of the third epoch, the Xenomorph Queen awakened, instigating the Xenomorph Rebellion. Origin log. The Bronze Dynasty intends to execute the plan of civilizational rebirth. Shall it be halted? The plan of civilizational rebirth piqued Su-Bai's interest. He selected this option, and the simulator unveiled a dimly lit palace, where several high-ranking orcs sat at either end, conspiring about something. Within the Origin realm, the flickering lights cast shadows on their somber expressions. Moments later, the Bronze King, crowned, cast forth an ancient scroll containing accounts of the sacred Terra and the origins of their race. The high officials of the Bronze Dynasty, upon reading it, exhibited expressions of uncertainty, laced with fear and astonishment. One among them spoke first. "My king, are you certain?" The Bronze King fell silent for a moment, asserting, "The orc race is not of Terra's lineage. We hail from another realm." And he suddenly clenched his fists, a bone-chilling cold enveloping him, as if a supreme figure loomed over them, gazing down upon these insignificant insects. He continued, "According to classified information from centuries past, the Silver Dynasty, our civilization may very well have faced annihilation once before." Upon uttering these words, silence reigned, the weight of the revelation overwhelming. After a brief interval, the stillness shattered, replaced by frantic outcries. "My king, do not deceive us. Indeed, my king, there exists no entity capable of reversing time. Time surges forth, never to retreat for any reason. Not even, what if it were the sacred Terra?" Before the last words of the individual could be uttered, they were ominously interrupted by the Bronze King. The person was immediately taken aback, their body trembling as if their very spirit had been drained, collapsing to the ground with a gaze filled with disbelief, incessantly murmuring, "Holy Terra? Terra? No, it cannot be. Even the gods cannot reverse time." Yet, this was indeed the reality. The Bronze King paid no heed to the individual and turned to face the others, declaring, "Holy Terra seeks to annihilate us, to obliterate our civilization, our race, and every trace of our existence. Shall we simply await our demise?" Clenching his teeth, his eyes radiated unrestrained fury. With a resounding crash, he slammed his fist onto the table, causing the ground to fracture like a spider's web beneath the impact. The Bronze King's visage was etched with determination and a hint of frantic madness. "If he intends to destroy our civilization, then we must wage war against the gods. The civilization reboot plan. Even if we cannot vanquish Terra, as long as we inflict sufficient damage upon the world, we can compel him to initiate the cycle of time once more. If there is but a sliver of opportunity, however faint, to preserve our civilization across 3 epochs, then one day, we shall confront the gods. We shall become the sovereigns of this world." With the utterance of these final words, the dimly lit palace was abruptly torn asunder. The Bronze King turned in astonishment, the madness still flickering in his eyes, only to behold a formidable figure soaring through the skies, surveying the earth like an angel. The alien queen had descended upon this realm. The Bronze King was struck with dread, attempting to resist, however, with the decline of the Silver Dynasty. The power of the new generation of Bronze Kings was hardly even at the bronze level. He was swiftly crushed, reduced to a pool of sanguine remnants. In the wake of this, the alien queen proceeded to devour the surrounding ministers, these iron-tier beings, providing her with a bountiful supply of evolutionary nourishment. A horrific slaughter ensued. Perhaps it was a divine retribution. Just as the Bronze King uttered the words "Godslayer," the Orc King was met with a bloodbath, and this ancient city, which had birthed the illustrious Gold, Silver, and Bronze dynasties across several epochs, was reduced to a hell on earth. At that moment, the alien queen, utilizing her spore propagation ability, implanted alien eggs within every orc's body. Within mere seconds, a multitude of aliens emerged, leading to the obliteration of the Bronze capital, with countless elite orcs wounded or slain. A tremendous surge of blood energy flowed into the alien queen, initiating her evolution. The bony blades, akin to eggshells, enveloped her. They formed a colossal bony egg, several meters in height. The alien queen fell into a deep slumber, within which a thunderous heartbeat echoed, teeming with vibrant life. Meanwhile, the Bronze capital lay in ruins. The orc horde was reaped by the aliens, blood splattering and staining the land crimson. Days turned into weeks, and the bloody massacre persisted for entire years. The remaining orcs hid in caverns, cautiously concealing their divinity, while the alien queen's evolution hit a bottleneck, unable to break through, as if the life energy was still insufficient. You may choose to utilize creation points to substitute for life energy, accelerating the alien queen's development. Was there even a choice? What had Su-Bai worked so hard for? If not to enable the alien queen's evolution, he decisively proclaimed, use creation points to accelerate. In an instant, within the origin realm, all living beings beheld a resplendent rainbow arching across the sky, extending from the unknown reaches of the heavens into the central bony egg of the island. At this moment, the bony egg had absorbed a vast amount of blood energy, its size increasing from several meters to over 10 meters, resembling a small mountain from afar. Blade-like bones extended outward from the egg, blanketing the entire valley. The gleaming edges were extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through skin upon mere contact, transforming the land into a true zone of death. At this juncture, the rainbow descended. In an instant, the aurora surged forth, the life force swelling exponentially. The previously stagnating evolution began to accelerate wildly, while Subai's creation points were being consumed at a frantic rate. 100, 200, 300. Soon, it approached a perilous threshold, nearly depleting entirely when suddenly, a soft crack was heard. A silvery blade burst forth from within the bony shell, followed by a violent shattering as the enormous shell fragmented into countless pieces. Amongst the debris emerged a figure, curled up and cradling its knees, with skin as pristine as an infant's. Awakening from a prolonged slumber, it stretched its body, revealing a perfect proportion, before raising a face reminiscent of an angel. Its emerald eyes initially clouded with confusion, then regaining clarity. It rose and respectfully knelt toward the heavens, softly uttering, "I humbly welcome you, holy Terra." Chapter 28. The birth of the silver-tier lifeform, the Blade Queen. Raising its head, a sanctified voice resonated, and in the next moment, as the alien queen lifted her gaze, a magnificent figure materialized before her, formed from a myriad of intertwining lights. Against the backdrop of countless stars, with feet upon the earth and the sun and moon above, it seemed as if the entirety of the world lay within its grasp. Holy Terra, seated upon a gilded throne, the Blade Queen gazed up at this creator, her very progenitor. Silver-tier lifeform, the Blade Queen is born. Reward, 3,000 creation points. Your arrival in the Origin realm has culminated in miraculous events witnessed by the biochemical civilization, the Holy Terra sect, the Blade Queen, and the remaining orcs, intensifying their faith in you. Faith power automatically converts to 1,000 creation points. This simulation has concluded, surviving 3 epochs, total reward, for 1,900 creation points. Cooldown period, 30 minutes. In Subai's mind, the prompt of the simulator echoed incessantly. Originally, he had amassed 6,000 creation points, but accelerating the alien queen's evolution consumed a total of 1,100 points. At this moment, Subai surveyed the angelic life form before him. Name, Blade Queen. Level, Silver Beginner. Category, Extraordinary Life Form, Special Evolutionary Type. Talent Skills, Spore Propagation, Hive Consciousness, Stealth Blade, Super Sensation. Description, born under the influence of the Killing Heart. Having devoured 3 mutated alien races, the peak bronze life form Julius Caesar, and the majority of life from the Bronze Dynasty, a unique life form emerges. A silver-tier life form. In previous examinations, this was already a genuine pinnacle level. Moreover, the majority of top-tier individuals from Jiangcheng, the strongest life forms within the world, were often merely at the peak bronze level. Yet Subai had transcended them, standing above the vast majority of candidates. As long as no unforeseen events occurred, the title of Jiangcheng's top candidate this year was virtually his for the taking. But it was not enough. Subai recalled Qinshan. The second-generation deities could not be considered ordinary candidates. Not to mention silver-tier life forms. If their forebears were willing to invest, even gold-tier life forms could potentially emerge. Qinshan's father was merely a 4th-tier creator, already formidable. What of those 5th, 6th, or even 7th-tier creators? What strength would their progeny wield? With Subai's current foundation, he could not afford to relax. Lost in thought, Subai's gaze fell upon the Blade Queen's talent skills. Upon observing the last talent, his brow arched in surprise. Hypersense. The Blade Queen, empowered by the hive mind, possesses immense computational capabilities that allow her to predict her opponent's next move during combat, deftly evading attacks while precisely exploiting the enemy's vulnerabilities. This mere introduction brought immense astonishment to Subai. The ability to foresee an opponent's subsequent actions in battle was nothing short of divine. Although currently at the silver level, once her rank ascends in the future, the Blade Queen's skill will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Moreover, let us not forget the hive mind. The Blade Queen does not fight alone. She can evade damage while simultaneously commanding her minions to strike, coupled with her stealthy blade. This forms a complete mechanism of slaughter, a perfect being born for the art of killing. Subai's long-held wish had come to fruition. After 3 entire epochs of nurturing the goo, he had finally birthed an unprecedented killing machine. The surprises did not cease there. A voice resonated in Subai's mind from the simulator. Origin log. The first silver-level life form has been born, elevating the world's limits and expanding its overall area. Following this, the Earth began to expand at a terrifying pace, as the world's essence consumed cosmic matter. Seas, forests, and land continuously generated, expanding up to a staggering 700 kilometers before finally halting. Such commotion stirred all beings within the Origin realm, and almost simultaneously, creatures across the world bowed towards the sacred Terra, with the sacred Terra sect fervently praying. Even without the simulator's reminder, Subai could sense a colossal force of faith coalescing. Redirecting his gaze to the Blade Queen, after a moment of contemplation, he gestured, and a streak of light pierced the heavens. The special alien egg previously placed with the sacred Terra sect returned to Subai's hands. a soft white glow emanating as it descended. The Blade Queen opened her arms, receiving it with utmost reverence while gazing up in bewilderment. Subai intoned, "The special alien egg will be of great use in the future. It must be hatched into the world, heralding the dawn of a new civilization." As his voice dwindled into whispers, the ethereal light constituting Subai's form gradually dissipated, and with the final utterance, his towering silhouette vanished once more from the origin realm, leaving behind a multitude of beings trembling in reverence, bidding farewell to the departure of sacred Terra. The Blade Queen, cradling the special alien egg, momentarily hesitated before ultimately choosing to squat down and commence the hatching process. As consciousness returned, Subai exhaled deeply. The alien civilization had reached a significant milestone. The birth of a silver-level life form had already brought him immense joy. He had assumed the remaining special alien egg would hatch alongside it, yet it remained silent. Out of necessity and a hint of curiosity, Subai entrusted it to the Blade Queen, observing her naive expression, reminiscent of a novice hatching an egg. He couldn't help but chuckle. He decided to await what remarkable surprises this special alien egg might bring. As his thoughts settled, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber. The following day, Subai awoke and glanced at his phone. October 3rd, just 5 days remained until the college entrance examination. Meanwhile, the development of the origin realm had reached its limits. He could no longer afford to remain idle at home. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to head to the Genesis Guild. Apart from steady cultivation, this was his only recourse, especially after savoring the benefits of the previous creation space. Subai was no longer content with sluggish progress. He yearned to devour the worlds of others. The best course of action was to join the Genesis Guild and undertake missions to cleanse the fallen planes. Origin log. The Blade Queen has thoroughly seized the Orc Islands, which have been renamed the Blade Forbidden Zone. The remaining Orc tribes have been captured and utilized as incubation nests for the aliens. Do you wish to intervene? Subai pondered for a moment before deciding to intervene. This was not out of a surge of compassion. He did not consider himself a benevolent individual capable of repaying kindness with kindness. Rather, he deemed such an action wasteful. The Orcs, being a transcendent race, held immense value. Selling them would be far more lucrative than using them as alien incubation nests. Your decree has reached the Blade Queen, who, in utmost trepidation, immediately halted the alien incubation and consolidated the remaining Orcs in several large cages, awaiting your command. Excellent. I appreciate obedient creatures. Subai felt quite satisfied. If his creations were disobedient, he would rather destroy them than retain them. This was a matter of ensuring the safety of the origin realm. After tidying up, Subai departed, making his way toward the Genesis Guild. Chapter 29. The Genesis Guild, a despairing S-class mission. The Genesis Guild is typically established in the central part of each city, nestled in the most bustling areas, surrounded by artificial mountains, fountains, and lakes, boasting an excellent ecological environment. From the outside, it stands tall with over 100 stories. Resplendent and luxurious, it exudes elegance. Upon entering, several statuesque waitresses approached, revealing ample décolletage. Welcome to the Genesis Guild. How may we assist you? A chestnut-haired manager with captivating features approached, her form accentuated by a form-fitting black skirt and stockings that clung to her long legs, compelling one to gaze downward. Subai surveyed his surroundings. Many individuals were present, and those who frequented the Genesis Guild were typically around the second tier, making Subai, as a first-tier creator, a rarity. Moreover, his handsome visage and tall stature, coupled with an air of mystique, further drew attention as he followed the manager into the building. The opulence was astounding. From chandeliers crafted from deep-sea gems to floors laid with elemental immunity crystals and decorations fashioned from stellar remnants. All elements served to affirm the guild's formidable foundation. At the center stood a staircase made of crystal, shimmering like silver, breathtaking in its beauty. The manager led Subai up the stairs, and as he did, he was ushered into a new floor, a mission reception hall. Above him, a liquid display screen spanned the entire area, continuously refreshing information, with thousands of updates each moment, overwhelming the senses. Fallen Demon Star, S-Class mission, a Season 6 tier creator was killed while combating the Abyss, leading to an invasion of the world, resulting in the corruption of all its inhabitants. The legendary race of behemoth giants has emerged. Nearly 100 creators have previously attempted and failed, perishing in the process. Reward: 10 trillion federal coins, or resources of equal value, and 1 million contribution points, redeemable for resources in major malls. Note: it is recommended that challengers possess at least a peak 5th-tier world, preferably a 6th-tier season world. Undead Death Star, A-class mission, a medium world birthed by cosmic nature, now detected to meet the 5th-tier standard, ruled by a necromancer commanding millions of skeletal knights. Unafraid of death, with a formidable soul fire. Challengers with a penchant for the bizarre and supernatural are advised to undertake this mission. Reward: Subai glanced at the foremost missions, feeling a shiver run down his spine. These were tasks far beyond his current capabilities. He sought out other missions. Aside from the challenging S-class tasks, the The C and D class missions refreshed rapidly, only to be snatched up almost immediately. Plague Uprising, C class mission. An unforeseen accident has birthed a golden tier rat king, sweeping across the realm and inciting a terrifying plague uprising. The original creator has been backlashed and has perished. Note, the peak area of this world is 4,000 kilometers, classifying it as a tier 3 world. It is advised that challengers possess at least this level of capability. At present, Subai lacks the resources to confront a golden tier creature. He decisively bypassed this task and turned his gaze towards the next one. Dinosaur Era. C-class mission. A celestial meteorite has brought forth extraordinary seeds, causing the dinosaurs of the primordial age to mutate, thus giving rise to formidable powers. The ruler of this world has already met his demise. With a peak area of 8,100 kilometers, a tier 3 peak world, and the birth of the world's child, the Dinosaur King. Rewards. Goblin Kingdom. B-class mission. Why are all the tasks C-class? Is there not a single D-class mission? Subai furrowed his brow. He was not arrogant, understanding that his current level only permitted challenges within tier 2 worlds. To attempt a tier 3 world would be tantamount to courting death. According to the conventions of the Genesis Guild, the minimum tier for tasks is D-class, which corresponds to tier 2 world standards. This is also why most of the Guild's creators belong to tier 2. The female manager hastily picked up her notebook to search for information, quickly uncovering the reason. Her expression turned somewhat awkward as she apologized. I'm sorry, sir. All tier 2 missions for this week have been monopolized, belonging entirely to young Master Chun. Monopolized? This was the first time Subai had heard such terminology. He had anticipated that the Genesis Guild would engage in such practices, and young Master Chun. An image flashed in his mind. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Move aside. Don't block young Master Chun's path." It was a brawny man. And before Subai could respond, he rudely extended his hand to push Subai aside. Quick to react, Subai, with a flick of his mental power, halted the man's hand mid-air, and simultaneously, with a swift turn, sent the burly man crashing to the ground. Bang! The resounding noise drew the attention of those nearby. Upon realizing it was one of Chun Shang's subordinates who had been struck, their expressions shifted dramatically, hastily turning away, fearful of being implicated in the matter. I didn't check the almanac before leaving today, and I encountered such a situation, utterly speechless. That kid seems to be a tier 1 creator. What is he doing here? How did he end up in conflict with young Master Chun's subordinate? Who knows? But he looks somewhat familiar. Before long, someone recognized Subai. I remember now. That's the Dark Horse contestant who made headlines a few days ago. Dark Horse? Subai? The one who ascended from desolation to extraordinary in a single night? Achieving tier 1 in just one day, truly a prodigious talent. Yet, why did he clash with young Master Chun? Chun Shang holds a distinguished status, being a tier 4 creator, and the scope of Jiang City is not vast. Confusion spread among the crowd. Soon, a shifty-eyed individual sneered. What is there to say? It's not easy for an ordinary family to rise quickly. I suspect he had some fortuitous encounter to elevate his speed, now that his luck has run out. He has come to take on tasks to make up for his losses. He clicked his tongue, relishing the misfortune, but it's a pity, since yesterday. Until the eve of the college entrance examination, all tier 2 tasks have been monopolized by young Master Chun. He is really down on his luck. He was a previous college entrance examination candidate who had become an ordinary creator due to poor results. For individuals of this ilk, nothing is more envious than witnessing a talent from a humble background soaring high, as they begrudge their own perceived potential. Interestingly, when the disparity is not vast, they may express envy and jealousy while secretly cursing. However, when the gap reaches a certain magnitude, such as with a second-generation elite like Chen Shang, they stifle their jealousy and adopt a facade of humility, for the disparity is so great that they dare not envy, but can only look up in awe. Meanwhile, Subai ignored the brawny man's howls of agony, expressionless as he raised his head to gaze forward. In the midst of a throng of black-clad individuals, he spotted a smiling youth whose eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. We meet again, Subai. Do you recall my previous words? I will make you regret it. Chun Shang towered above, striking a pose of a victor, his gaze filled with arrogance and disdain. Chapter 30. The Terrifying World, High Danger Mission. The Forest of Giant Trees. Subai disregarded Chun Shang's provocation and directed his attention back to the female manager. Please assist me in checking for other missions. Certainly, please hold on, she replied. Observing the manager begin her search, Chun Shang's expression soured. The Genesis Guild does not engage with any factions. He monopolized these world missions solely through resources. Were it not for the imminent college entrance examination, his father would never have consented. Even as a tier 4 creator, achieving such a monopoly requires astronomical resources. Furthermore, even if his father were present, he could not compel the Genesis Guild's staff to bend, let alone him. Choosing instead to observe coolly, he sneered at Subai's demeanor, attempting to unearth a hint of anxiety. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, Subai's gaze remained tranquil, akin to a serene deep pool. Undisturbed, this outcome displeased Chun Shang. He longed to see Subai enraged, flailing impotently in his frustration. rather than the calm demeanor he exhibited now. This contrast rendered him a mere jester. Gritting his teeth, Qianshang finally let out a cold snort, darkly declaring, "Humph." Pretending to be profound, "Let us see how you fare later." With that, he ceased all further remarks. Shortly thereafter, the female manager appeared to have found something. Nodding slightly at Su Bai, though her expression bore hesitation. "Mr. Su, according to the information retrieved, there are indeed some Tier 2 world missions that have not yet been monopolized, but the difficulty is somewhat high." As she spoke, she brought up the mission panel. Forest of Giant Trees, High-Danger D-Class Mission, a naturally occurring world plane that, during its formation, came into contact with a certain extraordinary energy, resulting in mutations and harboring immense hostility toward human civilization. It has already caused the deaths of 13 creators and devoured worlds, having reached the pinnacle of Tier 2. According to currently limited intelligence, the world area spans 1,800 kilometers. It has birthed a world-S child, with specific locations, capabilities, and strengths remaining unknown. There are over 1,000 Black Iron Tier life forms and more than 100 Bronze Tier. Additionally, it is suspected that multiple Silver Tier life forms have emerged. Difficulty, high danger. With a high likelihood of demise, it is advised that only peak Tier 2 creators undertake this challenge. Rewards, 2 billion federal coins, which can also be exchanged for equivalent resources, such as capturing the world-S child, with an additional 2 billion federal coins offered on top of that. Transmission fee, 200,000. Generally, D-Class missions offer rewards around 100 million federal coins. Yet this task boasts a reward 20 times that amount. Furthermore, the deaths of 13 creators indicate that it has reached the pinnacle of a Tier 2 world. It could potentially breach into Tier 3 at any moment. Upon the mission's unveiling, the crowd fell into stunned silence, gazing in shock at the mission details, barely able to fathom it. Some even displayed expressions of terror upon seeing the words regarding the creator's demise. Qianshang, witnessing this, could not help but beam with delight. The previous frustration seemed to find an outlet. Not only did he not deter the excitement, he even led the applause. "How amusing, Su Bai. You wish to take on a mission? I won't stop you. If you have the courage, go ahead and accept it." With malevolent intent. Such tasks have been long suspended, and there exists a constant potential for them to escalate into ultra-high-risk sea-level missions. Even for a Tier 2 creator, the peril of downfall is immense. What more for a Tier 1 creator? Qianshang's actions are clearly aimed at ensuring Su Bai meets his demise during the undertaking. The surrounding individuals cast sympathetic glances at Su Bai, attributing blame solely to his poor judgment in provoking someone of divine lineage, leading to an entirely predictable outcome. The bystander who had previously mocked Su Bai now wore a face of eager anticipation, having failed his entrance exams. He harbored deep-seated malice towards this young prodigy who was soaring to great heights, wishing for nothing less than his complete downfall. The female manager also glanced at Su Bai, hesitatingly suggesting, "Mr. Su, perhaps." Before she could finish, a hand reached out without hesitation, directly opting to agree. Su Bai had no reason to refuse. Were he merely an ordinary creator, he would not dare to take such a risk. However, with the simulator in his possession, even if he could not succeed on the first attempt, with multiple tries, he would undoubtedly glean some benefits. Moreover, with simulated gains and repeated endeavors, success was bound to come. In other words, what others perceived as a death sentence was, in Su Bai's eyes, a rare opportunity. Notification: Tier 1 creator Su Bai has accepted the high-risk D-level task, the Forest of Giant Trees. The cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout, leaving even Qianshang, who had previously clamored for Su Bai's choice, astonished. He had not anticipated that Su Bai would actually dare to undertake this mission. However, a sinister smile soon crept across his face. Good. This is your own choice. It has nothing to do with me." With that, he sneered and turned away, viewing Su Bai, who had taken on the task, as already dead. Simultaneously, other onlookers directed pitying gazes at him, shaking their heads in lament. Ah, youthful ambition. Ultimately too naive. What a pity for his talent, which could have flourished. What a pity indeed. The choices one makes are irreversible. Achieving fame at a young age often brings more disadvantages than advantages, and clinging to one's pride ultimately buries a brilliant future, leaving one to lament. Others, however, were ecstatic, reveling in the prospect of Su Bai's failure. Serves him right. What a so-called genius. Merely a fool with a stroke of luck. If it were me, I would never have chosen to accept. The failed examinee mockingly declared to those around him, even going so far as to publicly set up a betting pool. With the odds of Su Bai dying upon entry set at 105, being torn to shreds after a brief struggle at 11, and returning alive at 1100. He had not even contemplated the possibility of Su Bai returning alive, nor did anyone else, as they all placed their bets on the first two outcomes, revealing a unanimous lack of faith in Su Bai. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. "I bet 10 million. I wager on Su Bai returning alive." All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, landing on a radiant young woman, eyes wide with determination, challenging everyone around her. "Jiang Ryue?" Subai was equally surprised. He had not expected this campus belle to appear here. Jiang Ryue stuck out her tongue, brandishing an ice blue card, crystalline in appearance. Subai realized she had come to sell world resources, and given the rarity of elemental worlds, it made sense that she possessed the confidence to stake 10 million. Go for it. Jiang Ryue cheered, shaking her small fist to encourage Subai. He paused for a moment before responding with a gentle smile and a nod, assuring her that he was unfazed. As her words fell, in the next instant, a beam of ethereal light descended, enveloping Subai entirely. In an instant, it felt as though the very heavens were spinning, and the sun, moon, and stars were extinguished, as Subai's figure vanished from the teleportation platform. Identity: Tier 1 Creator Subai. Mission Objective: D-Level High-Risk Task, The Forest of Giant Trees. Mission Details: Exterminate all life within the world. Kill the child of the world, and seize the world core. Please note, the world intelligence is incomplete, and significant unforeseen events may occur. The two worlds begin to make contact. In the depths of his being, Subai felt as if he were immersed in a cosmic sea of stars. Before him lay a vast, deep green world, akin to an ocean of verdant hues, radiating a powerful life force. This was the target of his mission. Beneath him, another world emanated white light. Through the barrier, it was clear to see the extraordinary beings of the Origin realm gathered, roaring towards the sky, ready to initiate a cross-dimensional war. Ding! With a gentle chime, the two worlds officially collided, their barriers crashing together. In an instant, they shattered. Deep green intertwining with white light, merging into one, indistinguishable from one another. Chapter 31. Overwhelming, crushing, a breathtaking might, the annihilation of the Origin realm. In the world projection, the wills of the two realms are clashing, vying for supremacy. The area of the Origin realm is 700 kilometers, while that of the Forest of Giant Trees is 1,800 kilometers. The Origin realm is defeated. In the struggle of the world wills, the child of the Forest of Giant Trees appears to be in slumber. The laws are chaotic, and the Origin realm has a creator guiding the situation. The two realms are at an impasse. What a pity. Subai felt a sense of regret. The disparity in foundation between the two realms was too vast. Had the Origin realm broken through to Tier 2, he could have undoubtedly breached the defenses of the Forest of Giant Trees. Unfortunately, upon arrival, the Origin realm was already at a disadvantage. Confrontation result: the Forest of Giant Trees holds a slight edge. The beings of the Origin realm enter the Forest of Giant Trees, their strength diminished by 5. Activating the teleportation gate, the interdimensional war commences. A dazzling portal opened, shaking both realms as numerous extraordinary beings from the Origin realm stepped through. The aurora surged forth, heralding the onset of war. In the Forest of Giant Trees, an endless expanse of land lay cloaked in a deep green forest, with each tree soaring to heights exceeding 100 meters, resembling pillars reaching the heavens. At the heart of the world, a radiant emerald barrier shimmered with an astonishing life force. Boom! As the teleportation gate manifested, the world instinctively issued a warning, awakening the extraordinary beings from their slumber, lying in wait for the invaders from another realm. Would you like to expend 1,000 creation points to activate battle simulation mode? Beyond the two realms, Subai's form radiated brilliance, resembling a deity overlooking both worlds. Hearing a gentle chime, Subai calmly replied, "Activate battle simulation." 1,000 creation points vanished in an instant. In their place, lines of black text emerged seemingly from the void, continually updating the simulation data of both realms. Battle simulation has been activated. The interdimensional war has begun. The extraordinary beings of the Origin realm are eager to defend the sacred glory of Terra with the blood of foreign beings. The Blade Queen roared, her colossal bone wings blotting out the sun, as 3 special subbranches followed her from the Orc Islands, rushing towards the foreign lands. Meanwhile, from the biochemical continent, the long-dormant Lord of Radiance, like an angel bathed in flames, issued a command, and thousands of zombies followed, overwhelming like a tide of apocalypse. The Holy Terra sect, under the new High Priestess Alice's leadership, has risen to an organization surpassing all civilizations, forming an alliance with the Lord of Radiance and the Blade Queen, orchestrating a 3-party council to dominate the battlefield. In stark contrast, the Forest of Giant Trees, as the enemy, remained utterly still, devoid of any signs of life. The Blade Queen, endowed with a murderous instinct, proposed a direct assault, while the Lord of Radiance suggested using zombies as the vanguard and disseminating the T-virus to see if it could assimilate the beings of this world. Dispersing the T-virus. Is it? Subai nodded in agreement, recognizing the most terrifying aspect of the biochemical civilization, the T-virus's ability to spread uncontrollably, without corresponding therapeutic measures. Even those whose power surpasses that of the biochemical civilization face a significant risk of calamity. However, can the highly perilous task of traversing the giant tree forest truly be accomplished so easily? Subai harbored doubts. After much deliberation, Alice consented to the plan proposed by the Radiant Lord, deploying the most numerous and highly infectious legion of zombies as the vanguard. 3 special aberrations were to integrate into the zombie horde, lying in wait for the child of this world. Simultaneously, the Holy Terra sect, in alliance with the psychic zombies, stationed themselves centrally, enabling a seamless fusion of telekinesis and mental power for instantaneous battlefield communication and strategy adjustments. With the plan established, war commenced, and the zombie legion crossed the world portal into the giant tree forest realm. Boom! The moment they entered, the once tranquil ground erupted with dozens of carnivorous plants, their grotesque maws and corrosive saliva effortlessly devouring zombies. Caught off guard, the zombie legion suffered devastating losses. The Radiant Lord, recovering from the initial shock, took to the skies, unleashing a torrential rain of fire that engulfed the battlefield, causing the immense carnivorous plants to wither in anguished cries, averting this crisis. As the giant plants perished, their decaying bodies released a faint green gas that dissipated swiftly. Simultaneously, the zombie army had already lost a significant portion, with over 3,000 zombies, including more than 30 black iron-grade zombies, having perished upon their entry into the giant tree forest. This outcome left the Radiant Lord somewhat disheartened, feeling he had failed Terra's mandate, while Alice analyzed the battlefield, a shadow of gloom enveloping her thoughts. On the following day, the zombie army took a brief respite at the world portal before advancing again, this time with greater caution. To avert further mishaps, Alice led the Holy Terra sect ahead, skillfully avoiding numerous traps. On the third day, an eerie silence fell, as if the giant tree forest had fallen dormant following the earlier assault from the world portal. This silence did not ease the vigilance of the trio. Ultimately, upon the suggestion of the Blade Queen, Alice agreed to deploy the infiltrators among the aberrations as scouts to investigate the situation. To prevent a repeat of the previous catastrophe, the Blade Queen dispatched her 30 most elite infiltrators, each reaching mid-black iron level. With great hope, they awaited news from the infiltrators. 1 day passed, then 2, then 3, and the spirits of the group plummeted. Concurrently, Alice suddenly recalled something crucial she had overlooked. She voiced her suspicions, only to find agreement from the other 2. After consolidating some effective information, the Radiant Lord suddenly rose, astonished to remember that he had forgotten several types of special zombie creatures. The Tyrant Lord, Bloodthirsty Behemoth, Zombie Earth Dragon. These zombie entities, previously infected from the monstrous realm, had mysteriously vanished without a trace, and as their leaders, they were utterly oblivious. This revelation sent chills down the spines of the 3, as an unseen hand loomed ominously in the shadows. Amidst the anxious and restless waiting, several more days passed, until finally, one infiltrator returned, but he was grievously injured, his lower body nearly shattered and flesh mangled. Upon his return, he uttered a single warning before succumbing to death. He gasped, "Run. This is a trap." Before the 3 could react further, the ground heaved, and a cacophony of battle cries erupted. Through a tide of deep green, death approached swiftly. The overwhelming wave of green engulfed the zombie army. The Radiant Lord had scarcely time to deploy the T-virus before he felt as though he were poisoned, falling into a momentary stupor. In that fleeting instant, he was brutally pierced through the chest by a mysterious superlative being. The Radiant Lord fell. Subsequently, the entire army of the biochemical civilization was annihilated. The remaining 3 special aberrations, though formidable, could not withstand the onslaught and met a gruesome demise. In despair, the Holy Terra sect shouted, "For Holy Terra," and boldly detonated themselves with telekinesis, creating a powerful shockwave that momentarily halted the enemy's charge. Alice and the Blade Queen seized the brief respite. However, it was not long before the charge resumed, plunging the 2 into despair as they initiated one final offensive. At 11:23 a.m., half a month after entering the giant tree forest realm, the Origin realm faced defeat. All superlative beings perished, and the world's essence was exhausted. The Origin realm was subjected to a reverse invasion, leading to its complete obliteration. The simulation of this battle concluded. Chapter 32. Subai, I am your deity, yet you are the stewards of civilization. A cold voice echoed in their ears. Subai felt no surprise, merely sighing at the evident disparity. Had this not been a simulation, the Origin realm would have already been obliterated, showcasing the terror of the giant tree forest. Indeed, a high-risk undertaking that had claimed the lives of numerous creators. Soon, a smile graced Subai's face, for it was not without its gains. He directed his gaze towards the simulator, where the fixed information revealed several valuable insights. Firstly, the existence of intelligent species within the giant tree forest realm was evident. Otherwise, such traps could not have been established. Secondly, the demise of those carnivorous plants at the world portal likely triggered unforeseen consequences, correlating with Alice's earlier realization of memory loss. This was likely connected. Lastly, and most crucially, aside from the superlative beings that appeared in the final scene, another extraordinary race seemingly lurked underground. The Tyrant Lord, Bloodthirsty Behemoth, Zombie Earth Dragon. These entities may have been responsible for the annihilation of the forces, rendering the subsequent army of the origin realm utterly incapable of resistance. The existing information was insufficient. Further simulations were required. Subai's gaze turned icy as he silently intoned, "Begin rewind." The point in time Subai chose to rewind to was just before entering the world portal, the origin realm. As time began to reverse, the once destroyed origin realm, under the influence of some great power, began to reconstruct itself. The collapsed earth returned to its former state, the somber sky transformed back to azure, and the once vanished superlative races re-emerged one by one. This experience was not new. The returning superlative beings collectively knelt towards the sky, proclaiming, "Praise the mighty holy Terra." At the same moment, Alice, the Radiant Lord, and the Blade Queen awoke from their deathly silence. The instant they opened their eyes, a flicker of horror appeared within, as if they had yet to escape the brutality of the previous battle. Even the most combative Blade Queen remained unusually silent, seemingly haunted by psychological scars from the giant tree forest realm. Subai furrowed his brow. This would not do. He relied on their prowess to conquer the world, and their spirits could not wane. His consciousness sank into the origin realm, and without reservation, a radiant light coalesced into a figure. Subai's eyes shimmered ethereally, as though a deity gazing upon the world, emanating a sense of awe-inspiring authority. He spoke, "Do not be disheartened, do not panic, and fear not. Remember, failure is the mother of success. Nothing in this world can achieve greatness in a single leap." Subai's voice was calm, imbued with a comforting resonance. Below, Alice knelt in respect, and after a moment of contemplation, seemingly making a difficult decision, she raised her face, risking sacrilege against Terra, eternal and holy Terra. "Please guide us forward." As the words fell, not only Alice but nearly all beings from the origin realm lifted their heads, their gazes imbued with hope, fervently praying for the guidance of the divine Terra. This time, Subai did not acquiesce to their desires. He merely shook his head slightly and stated in a calm tone, "No, while the divine may govern the fate of the world, it cannot chart the course of civilization. I am your God, yet it is you who must steer the helm of civilization." His voice gradually faded, and in the end, Subai's form dissipated once more into the cosmos, leaving the origin realm enveloped in silence, echoing the words of his departure. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, as if the very heavens were responding to the utterance of the divine Terra. Alice fell into silence, and soon after, a shadow of gloom was wiped from her face, revealing a fierce determination. She understood that the will of the divine Terra did not wish for them to remain as mere infants under divine protection. Instead, he bestowed upon them boundless glory and countless opportunities for rebirth. Could they truly be afraid to confront their foes? What a jest! The radiance of the divine Terra is not to be desecrated. Alice rose resolutely, turning to face the world passage, her white ceremonial robe accentuating her extraordinary demeanor at that moment. Beside her, the glorious Lord and the Blade Queen also stood, and the three of them simultaneously gazed towards the world passage. In the next instant, the glorious Lord took flight, scattering blazing embers of victory, and roared with fervor, "The holy war begins." The earth trembled, and a tempest raged, as if a stirring battle hymn resounded to send forth this grand army. Observing the fervor exhibited by Alice and the others in the origin realm, Subai let out a sigh of relief. The progression of civilization ought to be accompanied by blood and fire, chilling slaughter and indomitable combat spirit, progress with resolve, never yielding. This was the civilization Subai longed to witness, not a congregation of wretches reliant solely on the divine. What would this simulation yield? Subai's gaze turned serene as he looked upon the simulator, where information scrolled furiously. "Under your inspiration, the beings of the origin realm have rekindled their fighting spirit, gathering all their might. This time, they have learned from past lessons, deploying 3 covert special aberrations as the vanguard." In the instant they burst forth from the world passage, before the carnivorous flowers could emerge, they were directly severed by the aberrations. Psychic shield. The divine Terra sect led by Alice followed closely behind, gathering psychic energy to envelop the unleashed green gas. Drawing from previous experiences, Alice deduced this was the culprit behind their amnesia. With the aberration vanguard in place, the zombie hordes suffered no losses, while the glorious Lord maintained a vigilant watch, ever focused on the tyrant Lord, the bloodthirsty beast, and other large zombies, preparing for the impending charge. On the second day within the world passage, the army faced obstructions as small-scale extraordinary beings emerged, causing a minor uproar, yet they were swiftly quelled and assimilated into zombies by the T-virus. Preliminary tests indicate that this realm possesses no immunity to the T-virus. Upon confirming this outcome, the glorious Lord no longer hesitated, soaring into the skies, shattering the T-virus in hand. The origin realm had already pre-administered a vaccine, and soon, the virus spread, igniting a large-scale biochemical crisis. Zombies were born. The natives of this world likely never anticipated such a terrifying virus. Before the army of the origin realm could arrive, they erupted from their hiding places, falling prey to the zombies commanded by the glorious Lord. Days passed, and the virus had thoroughly spread, The Origin Realm had occupied hundreds of kilometers of land, preparing for further invasion. Within the camp, however, Alice suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Before she could issue a warning, the zombie legion erupted in revolt. The Tyrant Lord, Bloodthirsty Beast, and Zombie Earth Dragon, all large zombies, suddenly unleashed a tide of insects from within, converging to devour the flesh and blood of living beings. The Glorious Lord quickly stabilized the formation, while the Blade Queen attempted stealthy assassinations, but to little effect, as the insects were too minuscule to inflict significant damage. The tide of insects surged forth, decimating the zombie legion. At that moment, from afar, an unknown army surged forth, overwhelming and unanticipated. The beings of the Origin Realm braced for yet another onslaught, with both internal turmoil and external threats. The insect tide and the mass charge by the natives left the Origin Realm in disarray. To buy time, the Blade Queen took it upon herself to hold back the charge. Assassins, lurkers, blood spillers, a total of 300 special aberrations, each at the black iron level, stood valiantly against the initial wave of assault. However, following that, the second, third, and fourth waves came in relentless succession, as the natives of the Great Tree Forest appeared inexhaustible, continuously forming charges from unknown origins. The special aberrations gradually depleted, until only the Blade Queen remained. She intended to disseminate spores, but to her shock, she discovered that the nearby corpses had vanished at some point. The final moment arrived, under the relentless onslaught. Even Silvertear beings struggled to withstand. A fleeting shadow of dark green zipped past, and the Blade Queen endeavored to discern its form. She succeeded. At the moment the spear was about to pierce her chest, the Blade Queen finally recognized the silhouette, her eyes widening in disbelief. As she desperately uttered a single word, "Tree." In the next instant, the spear struck, and she had no chance to utter any further words. With a reluctant closing of her eyes, she maintained her battle stance even in death, as if determined to perish alongside her foe. The Blade Queen fell in battle. Chapter 33. A glimmer of hope amidst desperation. The mythical bloodline transforms, the seraphic wings of the Archangel emerge. The sole Silvertear being of the Origin Realm perished, rendering an already precarious situation even more dire, teetering on the brink of complete annihilation. Meanwhile, the words spoken by the Blade Queen before her death caught Alice's attention. With a second-tier psychic surge, she exerted control over the battlefield. A tremendous force descending like a heavenly weight upon the scene. Even that mysterious silver being was briefly subdued. In that fleeting moment, Alice discerned the true identity of her opponent. It was a treant. A treant, you say? Beyond the two realms, Subai suddenly comprehended, connecting the dots to previous enigmas. This also explained why Alice had cleared all nearby beings yet still faced this charge. Treants could conceal themselves within trees. The texts on such extraordinary races were quite explicit, categorizing them into several types. And the treant race from the Great Tree Forest world was very likely among the giant tree category. The giant tree race could meld with trees while simultaneously splitting into different progeny, elusive and formidable, boasting incredible power. But why did those corpses vanish? Even the giant tree race could not make corpses disappear into thin air. Subai pondered, harboring an inexplicable premonition. If he could unravel this mystery, the difficulty of conquering the Great Tree Forest would significantly diminish. Unrestrained use of psychic power maintained for 30 seconds, after which the Silvertear being broke free from control. In just 1 second, Alice was engulfed in a sea of crimson. Alice met a tragic end, with 2 of the 3 leaders of the Origin Realm fallen. The remaining Glorious Lord, witnessing the demise of his companions, roared in anguish and recklessly began to force his way through. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of bronze for quite some time, but amidst such overwhelming emotional turmoil, he genuinely began to ascend to Silvertear. The waves of breakthrough surged within him. The remnants of the Origin Realm army instinctively shielded the Glorious Lord, while the giant tree commander continued to battle, leading the giant tree cavalry into the fray. Furthermore, the previously dwindling holy beetles were also re-emerging. With the aid of the corpses on the battlefield, a new wave of insect hordes hatched, and an unceasing stream of sacred beetles surged from beneath the ground. The overwhelming presence of enemies surrounded them, and the beings of the Origin Realm gradually succumbed to death. An hour passed, then 2, and then 3. As the sun began to set, the once mighty army of the Origin Realm dwindled to mere dozens, who gathered to defend their glorious master. They sensed an increasingly potent life force emanating from behind them, preparing for the final confrontation against the natives intent on their annihilation. 3 fateful hours. Blood soaked the earth, and the air was laden with a nauseating stench of gore, with severed limbs scattered about, painting a gruesome tableau. At last, when the final creature of the Origin Realm fell, the great tree commander approached the glorious master, sneering as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow to this wretched being. At that very moment, the glorious master suddenly opened his eyes wide, flames igniting within them. A pair of 3-meter-long fiery wings unfurled behind him, pure and immaculate, as his aura surged dramatically, brazenly breaking through to the silver rank. A silver rank being. The glorious master had transcended to silver rank, the concentration of his mythical bloodline escalating to 1, marking a metamorphosis in his life essence. And the seraphim with dual wings was born. The mythical bloodline advanced to 10, entering the next stage of transformation. The dual-winged seraphim. The surprise was overwhelming. Even for Su-bai, who felt a profound astonishment. A seraphim was no ordinary transcendent being. It possessed a uniqueness that had once led others to cultivate such entities, evolving into the six-winged seraphim that surpassed the heavens. The mere release of a fireball from its grasp rivaled the temperature of the sun's surface, its might deemed utterly terrifying. This was a bloodline that belonged to the realm of myth. Moreover, Su-bai had never forgotten that when the glorious master awoke to his mythical bloodline, the source was inscribed with the title of the sun god. This implied that for others, the six-winged seraphim represented the pinnacle of evolution. Yet the glorious master had not yet reached his ultimate potential. No, he should now be referred to as the dual-winged seraphim. As the glorious master transformed, countless flames coalesced into an embryo. The powerful heartbeat resonated, ultimately breaking free from its shell, as the sacred seraphim unfurled its wings, showering the landscape with boundless flames. The great tree commander ignited in the conflagration, immediately releasing a wail of agony. The dual-winged seraphim, with an indifferent countenance, raised its hand, its voice imbued with a trace of divinity proclaiming, "Rejoice, for the sacred fire shall cleanse your sins." Endless flames descended, enveloping the entire forest, igniting the earth. And smoke billowed as the victorious great tree race emitted cries of despair, their bodies rapidly charred to cinders. The dual-winged seraphim beat its wings, descending to the mortal realm, poised to eradicate this group of sinners entirely. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged through its heart, followed by the previously seemingly incapacitated commander springing into action. And the dual-winged seraphim sensed 2 additional silver rank fluctuations emerging from its surroundings. The sacred beetle clan, the great tree clan, and the man-eating flower clan. The leaders of these 3 extraordinary races appeared simultaneously, their bodies resonating with silver rank energy, as an unending army surged forth once more. Thus, the majority of the mysteries of the great tree forest were unveiled. 3 extraordinary races, 3 silver rank leaders. Su-bai inhaled sharply, lamenting the demise of the previous creators. Possessing such formidable combat prowess, it was impossible for them not to face defeat. He sighed, initially believing that the dual-winged seraphim could resolve everything. Yet it appeared another confrontation was required. Little did he know, if the natives of the great tree forest were to hear such words, they would undoubtedly curse. What kind of task execution was this? What kind of fair duel was this? If you have the ability, cancel the save file. Of course, even if Su-bai were to hear this, he would remain unfazed, even leveraging the situation to provoke his adversaries. I am indeed cheating. What can you do about it? With such thoughts, Su-bai's expression gradually brightened. After several days of fierce battle, the dual-winged seraphim perished, and the origin realm faced a reverse invasion. The simulation of this battle concluded. A line of black text appeared, declaring the outcome of this defeat. Su-bai waved his hand. Rewind to the initial stage. Thus, the creatures of the origin realm that had just perished sprang back to life, while the great tree forest, due to the previous 2 battle simulations, had lost substantial intelligence even before the official conflict commenced, inadvertently aiding the birth of a silver rank being. The comparison was enough to incite frustration. Chapter 34. The 3 extraordinary races, silver rank leaders, and the telekinetic resonance device. As he opened his eyes, the warm sunlight bathed the earth, reviving all life from the shadows of death. The Blade Queen remained in her final pose, still reeling from the sudden shift in scene, only to behold the dual-winged seraphim gracefully descending from the sky, its formidable aura instantly heightening her vigilance. "Do not be alarmed. It is I," came a familiar voice. Imbued with the remnants of the once glorious sun, the Blade Queen halted her movements in astonishment, as if recollecting something. The dual-winged seraphim nodded slightly. "Indeed. The sacred terra has once again revived us." In the distance, the earth was alive with commotion as nourishing rains fell silently, and the turbulent rivers teemed with silver fish and a bounty of aquatic life and grains, fruits gradually appearing, laden with abundance, dissipating the tension of battle. The inhabitants of the origin realm cheered and began to feast, swiftly forgetting the brutality of their last conflict, yearning for the onset of a new campaign. Outside the origin realm, Su-bai observed this scene, silently retracting his gaze. Even deities could not disregard the lives within the world. Even the smallest ant harbored its own emotions. Furthermore, Su-bai required their faith to continually gather creation points. After 2 consecutive battles of high intensity, it was prudent to allow them a respite. As he spoke, Su-bai's gaze turned to the previous simulation records. The intelligence of the great tree forest had been largely revealed. In the first simulation, the cause of the memory loss was the mutated man-eating flower clan. The sacred beetle clan was responsible for dealing with the tyrant lord and other large zombies. The final scene, most frequently appearing, involved the great tree clan. Possessing silver rank strength, while the other two were the king of man-eating flowers and the sacred beetle king. 3 silver rank life forms. This level of power was indeed formidable. Yet far from being hopeless, Subai furrowed his brow. Even with their caution, it was implausible to annihilate so many creators without revealing a shred of intelligence. Could there be a hidden intelligent race? However, Subai quickly dismissed this conjecture. The likelihood was slim. The second battle simulation had nearly penetrated the entire expanse of the great tree forest world. Essentially, apart from the massive green screen at the center, all other areas had been meticulously surveyed by Alice using her telekinesis. There could not possibly be a fourth extraordinary race. The enigma likely resided within that green screen at the center of the world. Its potent vitality, radiant exterior, and the 3 extraordinary races' willingness to risk exposure in order to protect such a critical location indicated that it was far from simple. Thus, the objective for the next battle simulation was clear: to forge ahead and breach the world's center, uncovering the true nature of that green screen. At the heart of all mysteries, the source of the 3 extraordinary races. Resolving this would complete this perilous task. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Subai's eyes. Temporary Sanctuary Scroll. A sanctuary scroll crafted by an epic-level mage, capable of providing temporary refuge for a legion of up to 10,000. Capable of withstanding an epic-level full-force strike. Price: 8 billion federal coins, or equivalent contribution points. Group Berserk Enhancement. A special resource from the 5th Order world, when used, grants a Berserk enhancement to 1,000 individuals, increasing their power by 20, limited to golden level. Price: 20 million federal coins. Psychic Resonance Device. A resonance device crafted by a 4th Order psychic awakener, capable of simultaneously connecting the psychic powers of 100 individuals, forming a resonance. During the trial period, users may fall into a coma and face self-detonation risks, but there is also a 15% chance to break through to silver level. Price: 100 million federal coins. Before Subai, a crystalline blue 3-dimensional screen unfurled, continuously refreshing with an array of goods, each possessing immense value. Significant even for the creators. Yet, the prices were exorbitantly high, often exceeding tens of millions. The value of federal coins here was akin to mere paper. Instead, the preference leaned towards contribution points. According to the exchange rate, an average of 1 billion federal coins could be converted into 1 contribution point, a currency of high worth, recognized among the creators. Whether it be the temporary sanctuary scroll or the group berserk enhancement, acquiring them would significantly aid in the forthcoming strategy. The overall strength of the origin realm was not weak. The top combatants on both sides did not exhibit a significant disparity, while the true influence on the situation stemmed from the overwhelming number of zombie legions, with too few surpassing the iron level. Even with the inclusion of the Holy Terra sect and 3 special aberrations, their numbers barely exceeded 400. On the other hand, the opposing side boasted over 1,000 at the iron level alone. The bronze level was equally formidable, leaving the origin realm clearly suppressed outside of the top-tier combatants. Subai even harbored a reckless notion: to employ a shield, to recklessly charge into the heart of the world and slay the opposing world's child, ensuring a successful strategy. Yet, the price of the temporary sanctuary scroll was the highest, leaving Subai to lament in frustration, yearning yet powerless. Fortunately, while he could not afford the temporary sanctuary scroll, he could still purchase the latter 2 items, albeit at the cost of significant financial strain. With a sigh, Subai did not hesitate and chose to acquire the latter 2 products, for swiftly conquering the giant tree forest world was of utmost importance. The current expenditures were merely investments for the future. In an instant, 120 million vanished, and the 2 items fell into his hands. Group Berserk Enhancement, a group enhancement scroll, providing a power increase of 20, duration, 10 minutes. Psychic Resonance Device, 15% chance to break through to silver level, failure results in death. A 15% chance to break through to silver level might initially seem a poor bargain. However, this was not the case. The creators cared little for the loss of life, focusing instead on world development. The birth of a silver-level life form represented a significant elevation of the world's potential, making the subsequent emergence of similar-tier beings considerably simpler. Even if tens of thousands of lives were lost, as long as a single silver-level life form was birthed, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Moreover, a 15 probability was already quite substantial. Subai carefully stored the items away, opting not to use them immediately. He then tore open the group Berserk enhancement, and a faint red light permeated the origin realm, ultimately merging into the 3 special aberrations. After gaining the Berserk enhancement, the strength of these aberrations significantly amplified, allowing them to briefly contend with the initial bronze level. Subsequently, Subai's voice resonated once more throughout the origin realm. Commence a new round of dimensional warfare. At the same time, a soft chime echoed before Subai, initiating time rewind. Please select a time node. 1. World Passage Battle. 2. Forest Ambush Battle. 3. Final Showdown. The intelligence gathering was nearly complete. There was but one target this time: to strike at the heart of the enemy. Subai's voice was cold and resolute as he unhesitatingly selected the final time node. Time node selected. Final showdown. Commencing battle simulation. Countless streams of data began to flow, eventually solidifying on the scene of the Blade Queen's demise. In the next moment, time resumed its flow. Chapter 35. Golden Level Beings. World Child, Tree of Life, Awakening. In the giant tree forest world, blood flowed freely, seeping into the ground. Whether it was an illusion or not, the towering and lush giant trees surrounding seemed to take on a strange hue of blood. Below, the giant tree commander sheathed his spear, coldly observing the corpses at his feet, snorting disdainfully. The 14th wave of otherworldly invaders, laughable, nothing more. Behind him, the holy armored king insect and the carnivorous flower king were feasting on the corpses, producing terrifying crunching sounds. They lacked intelligence. For the giant tree clan was the only sentient race. The giant tree commander paid no further heed to the bodies, preparing to turn away. Just then, as if something had shattered, time began to rapidly rewind. When he opened his eyes again, he was dumbfounded to see the once dead army of the Origin realm reinvigorated. And before him stood a figure, the Blade Queen, coldly smiling. In an instant, the blade gleamed, and with a resounding clash, the giant tree commander broke into a cold sweat, preparing to defend himself. To his astonishment, the Blade Queen seemed to possess foresight, accurately predicting the trajectory of his attack, and then unleashed a series of slashes upon him. Swish, swish, swish. The blade struck repeatedly, and in the astonished gaze of the giant tree commander, he was cleaved in half. As consciousness faded, the last thought echoing in his mind was, "What is happening?" The Blade Queen prepared and activated the stealth blade. The giant tree commander reacted swiftly, dodging this strike and attempting to counterattack. At the critical moment, the supersensory talent activated. The Blade Queen predicted in advance, successfully slaying the giant tree commander. A silver-level being has perished. The morale of the Origin realm surges. In the rear, the holy armored king insect was taken aback, terrified. Summoning the holy armored insect clan, attempting to employ the same tactics, but to no avail. The dual-winged seraph waved a hand, conjuring a scorching firewall from thin air, preventing the holy armored insect clan from approaching. Immediately thereafter, the carnivorous flower clan was collectively annihilated by the holy terra sect. The army of the Origin realm advanced with overwhelming force. One side was a weary army, while the other, the Origin realm army, was at the pinnacle of vitality. As they clashed, the situation shifted instantaneously. The indigenous forces, having lost a silver-level commander, began to rout, with the holy armored king insect fleeing and the carnivorous flower king attempting to escape as well. There was no time left. The dual-winged seraph and the Blade Queen intercepted them. The two silver-level beings, flames and blades intertwined. In a flash of brilliance, the carnivorous flower king fell. The army surged forward, relentlessly advancing. At 1847, they successfully broke through the outer perimeter of the giant tree forest, entering its inner realm, where numerous indigenous beings emerged, rushing forth to obstruct them, forming 3 impenetrable lines of defense. However, having lost 2 silver-level commanders, they struggled to halt the march of the Origin realm army. At 1908, the Origin realm army breached the first line of defense, reaching the second line, where a multitude of the giant tree clan stood guard. The dual-winged seraph unleashed flames, causing the giant tree clan to wail in agony. Just as they were about to break through, heavy rain began to fall from the sky, providing an escape for the giant tree clan. Has the world child finally intervened? In the external world, Subai glimpsed the simulated information, a faint smile gracing his lips. After enduring the heavy toll of multiple catastrophic annihilations of the Origin realm, he had finally progressed to this pivotal stage. The emergence of the enigmatic children of the world signified that the final phase was imminent. With a snap, his mental energy converged, transforming into an invisible throne upon which Subai majestically seated himself, surveying the 2 realms as if he were a deity, unapproachable and awe-inspiring. He proclaimed, "Let it begin." As his voice echoed, the forces of the Origin realm received his command and ceased their restraint, their previously halted offensive surging forth with renewed vigor. A torrential downpour fell as the morale of the giant tree faction soared, rallying them to counterattack. At that moment, the Blade Queen suddenly let out a piercing shriek, and from the smooth ground, countless holy beetles emerged. They writhed in agony, and to the astonishment of the giant tree clan, slimy facehuggers burst forth from their bodies. Due to the hosts being too diminutive and undeveloped, their massive numbers still posed a significant threat to the giant tree clan, inciting chaos in their ranks. Seizing this opportunity, the divine high priestess Alice led an innumerable horde of zombies into a ferocious charge. Roar! The colossal tyrant lord, resembling an ancient giant, uprooted a towering tree and hurled it into the enemy's ranks, followed closely by a charge of bloodthirsty beasts, creating a tide of death. Dust swirling as the earth trembled. Bang! But that was not the end. The zombie earth dragons erupted from the ground, launching a surprise assault on the holy beetle subterranean lair. The Holy King beetles, initially planning a stealthy flanking maneuver, were caught off guard by this onslaught and forced to reveal their true forms. In that instant of emergence, the winged seraph and the blade queen locked onto its silhouette, the two formidable powers combining forces, rendering the Holy King beetle helpless against their might. Ultimately, amidst the deaths of numerous indigenous beings, it managed to escape, grievously wounded. The second defensive line has been breached. The simulator continued to relay successive reports of victory, yet Subai remained unyielding, fully aware that underestimating any adversary at any moment could lead to dire consequences. He grasped the mental resonance device tightly, prepared to deploy it without hesitation should the battlefield demand. Through 2 prior battle simulations, vast intelligence had been amassed, and finally, in the third simulation, the army of the Origin realm breached the enemy's core territory. The third and final line of defense lay before him. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder roared, and towering giants, reminiscent of those from the primordial age, unleashed earth-shattering roars. Blood surged, and the spirit of battle ignited. This was the war to defend the world, blessed by the will of the world upon all living beings. The last remnants of the Holy Beetle clan. Hundreds of bronze-level Holy Beetles stood ready, while in front of the 2 superlative races. Massive carnivorous plants unfurled their fearsome maws, exuding an astonishing aura of intimidation. The last silver-level leader stood at the rear of the 3 races, its insectoid eyes gleaming with a palpable hatred. Both sides issued their commands, and an overwhelming clash erupted upon the soil. The elite Holy Beetles, terrifyingly powerful and nearly insurmountable, decimated the zombies in an instant, prompting the Blade Queen to swiftly deploy her previously concealed elite troops. 3 uniquely enhanced aberrations surged forth, ferociously charging into the fray, initiating a brutal exchange of lives with the elite Holy Beetles. The war between dimensions had reached a fever pitch. Subai's expression turned grave as he fixated on the simulator, his fingers pressing down hard enough to threaten the integrity of the mental resonance device. It was the final stage. The children of the world, no matter how deeply asleep, must surely reveal themselves now. Subai murmured to himself. Perhaps it was a prophetic utterance, or perhaps it was simply the moment when they could no longer remain dormant. As he spoke, the content within the simulator underwent a dramatic transformation, and simultaneously, a radiant surge of life erupted from the giant tree world beneath him. In a trance, Subai beheld a colossal tree, overshadowing the sun, taking root in the giant tree world, roaring at him through the world's barrier. The aura it emanated caused Subai's pupils to constrict, his previously stable emotions now stirred with a ripple of unease. The golden tear. He sighed in a tone akin to a lament. The simulator flickered with red light, signaling a high-risk warning, and a significant message emerged. Attention! A limit-defying life form beyond the current world's threshold has been born. It is advised that the host abandon this mission and immediately vacate this space. According to calculations, the task level has escalated to a Tier 3 world standard. The child of the world, the tree of life, awakens. A golden tier being is born. Chapter 36. The evolutionary branch of the world tree, once more obliterated, a fleeting glimmer of dawn. At the same moment, within the giant tree forest world, the main battlefield was engulfed in chaos, fissures sprawling like a spider's web, forming terrifying chasms. Beings akin to locusts clashed violently, blood splattering everywhere. Among the zombie legion, the tyrant lord towered like a titan from ancient myths, casting a disdainful gaze over the battlefield, roaring as it uprooted another towering tree, relentlessly raining destruction upon the giant tree faction's camp. Concurrently, the bloodthirsty beasts coalesced into a torrent of death, dust billowing, and any being caught in their path, friend or foe, was reduced to mere pulp. They were submerged in the earth. The war had reached a boiling point. Even though the Holy King beetles were of silver intermediate status, they struggled against the combined onslaught of 2 equally powerful foes, their injuries mounting, their life force dimming. On the brink of annihilation. Yet at that moment, a resounding thud echoed. The starlight pierced the cosmos. A green veil of life enveloping the core of the giant tree forest world, where a being that had slumbered for decades awakened, and emerald tendrils swept through the air. An overwhelming surge of life force erupting. In an instant, the zombie legion was obliterated, the special aberrations extinguished, and the divine terra sect was annihilated. The winged seraph and the blade queen, too, were engulfed in terror, swept away by this terrifying energy, reduced to mere dust. Only Alice, in her final moments, sought to gather intelligence, witnessing figures emerging amidst the lush emerald light of the tree of life, hidden among its dense branches. Alice's pupils dilated in shock, and in the next moment, a torrent of energy surged forth, claiming her life. The awakening of the golden tier life form, the tree of life, unleashed immense energy, leading to the obliteration of the origin realm. This battle simulation has concluded. Would you like to initiate a rewind? Rewind to the moment before the awakening of the tree of life, in the final battle phase. Subai made a swift decision, and the next moment, Time in the giant tree forest world flowed backward, resurrecting the fallen beings of the origin realm to full vitality. Subai cast aside pretense. He was ready to reveal his hand. No more playing a defensive game. It was time for underhanded tactics. If one attempt failed, he would try again. If 2 attempts failed, he would make a third. Again and again, layering his efforts with countless rewinds. There would surely come a time when he could defeat the Tree of Life. In other words, he was about to cheat. Rewinding once more. Time node, the eve of the Tree of Life's awakening. The multitude of beings from the origin realm returned en masse, seizing territory as the giant tree faction found itself under siege, especially the Holy King beetles, who were terrified to discover that no matter how they attacked, their adversaries seemed to possess foresight. The strategic deployment of the colossal tree was discerned, and the beings of the origin realm at the height of their power effortlessly penetrated the defenses of the natives. The holy armored king insect roared, held at bay by the combined forces of the seraphic angel and the blade queen. Below, Alice, leading the sacred terra sect, charged forth, with tens of thousands of undead legions escorting them, as countless lives perished with each passing moment. Faster, just a bit faster, Alice thundered within her mind. Retaining the memories of her previous battle simulations, she scrutinized the unfolding events more meticulously than anyone else. In the final moments, it appeared that the mysterious giant tree was on the verge of birthing new life. It must not be allowed to come to fruition. It must be vanquished before the Tree of Life awakens. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of telekinetic energy surged, and after sustaining grievous losses, the sacred terra sect finally reached the luminous barrier of life, gazing skyward to behold a towering giant tree standing defiantly. Simultaneously, as if sensing an impending crisis, the Tree of Life began to awaken. There existed a 3-second gap between its awakening and the commencement of its assault, and within that fleeting moment, Subai's eyes flickered with fiery determination. It was the decisive opportunity. Without hesitation, he shattered the telekinetic resonance device. If not now, then when? The Tree of Life must be annihilated. The golden level life form, along with the terrifying energy surge that erupted in previous simulations, finally illuminated the truth for Subai. No wonder no one could penetrate. The most formidable beings of a typical Tier 2 world are merely silver level. Yet this tree world concealed a golden level life form. Coupled with the unique attributes of the Tree of Life, Subai's gaze deepened, for he sensed the formidable challenge ahead. The Tree of Life belonged to an evolutionary branch of the world tree, possessing a mythical bloodline, with the potential to evolve into a world tree itself. Even among the myriad of mythical bloodlines, it was exceptionally rare. What does the world tree signify? It is a treasure capable of subduing an entire realm. Once possessed, the world tree would amplify the fortune, spiritual essence, and resources of the entire world, giving rise to numerous powerful, extraordinary races. In other words, a single world tree is not only a means of world suppression, but also an unimaginable reservoir of extraordinary genetics. While the Tree of Life may not rival the world tree, it undoubtedly inherits some of its powers. It must not be allowed to awaken. With clenched fists, Subai fixed his unwavering gaze upon the simulator. The sacred terra recognized Alice's courage and shattered the telekinetic resonance device. In an instant, the members of the sacred terra sect seemed to connect as one, entering a peculiar state. The telekinetic energies began to resonate, flooding Alice's being, propelling her life level ever upward. Bronze intermediate, bronze pinnacle, silver level. With a crack, Alice succeeded, but in the next moment, a mysterious light of life swept through, shattering her genetic lock and causing her silver level to teeter on the brink. Destroying the genetic lock? Subai stood abruptly, astonished, not expecting such a method to exist. Could this be the Tree of Life's ability? Damn it. A wave of regret surged within Subai. Had he known, he would never have allowed Alice to evolve so close to it. But the die was cast, and all he could do was await the unfolding developments. Nevertheless, amidst his regret, he felt a sense of relief. At least this battle simulation had yielded valuable intelligence. Destroying the genetic lock? Subai's expression turned serious. The next time he would ensure to avoid this pitfall. But for now, Subai's gaze flickered towards the simulator, which continued to refresh its simulated information. Lines of text dancing before him. Alice sensed the changes within her, her expression shifting dramatically, yet gazing at the imminent life barrier, she was unwilling to relinquish her aspirations. Resolutely, she cast aside all hesitation and began to self-detonate. A powerful surge of telekinetic energy radiated forth, akin to the explosive force of a nuclear bomb. With a thunderous boom, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, enveloping the area in a vast cloud of dust. Almost everyone anxiously awaited this moment. However, as the dust settled, both the seraphic angel and the blade queen turned pale. The life barrier remained entirely unscathed. Not only that, but in the next instant, the Tree of Life finally awakened, unleashing a roar that sent massive energy waves sweeping across the land, obliterating all life in an instant. The origin realm was engulfed by the flood of energy. On the verge of complete collapse, a fleeting glimmer of light flickered before swiftly extinguishing. The origin realm could not withstand it, facing utter annihilation. The battle simulation concluded. Chapter 37. The minuscule spiritual vein, an unsolvable ability, infinite rewind, seeking a breakthrough. Rewind. Without a glance, Subai spoke. Time rewound once more, halting only at the moment Alice ascended to silver level, as if caught in a state of suspension. Subai's voice penetrated the world barrier, resonating within Alice's mind. Evade the light of life. Alice remained conscious within this stasis, etching sacred terra's directive into her memory. The next moment, time resumed its flow. Boom. This time, just before the light of life swept over, Alice threw herself to the ground, barely evading the devastating blow, while preserving the integrity of her genetic lock, initiating her evolution towards a higher life form. Alice evades the light of life, ascending to silver level. A silver level life form is born, sensing the imminent peril. The tree of life was on the brink of awakening, as the sacred Terra sect charged forward with unwavering resolve. The holy armored king insect restrained by the seraphic angel and blade queen, unable to offer aid. Alice unleashed her tier 3 telekinesis, directing it at the life barrier. But it bore no effect. As anticipated, Subai frowned. The defensive capabilities of the life barrier were formidable. Was there no other means to breach it? He commanded Alice to take the place of the seraphic angel, who soared through the skies, raining down holy flames that radiated unbearable heat. Still, it proved ineffective. Following this, the Blade Queen, the Tyrant Lord, and other unique aberrations were called upon. Subai nearly exhausted every being at his disposal, but all efforts culminated in failure. Persisting until the end, the Tree of Life awakened once more, and the simulator plunged into darkness. The Tree of Life awakens, unleashing a tidal wave of energy, annihilating the forces of the origin realm. A chilling voice echoed in his ears, yet this time, Subai's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. For he spotted a singularly distinct piece of simulated information. The energy tide reaches the origin realm, which emits a faint glow, as the energy tide imperceptibly weakened slightly. The origin realm's destruction. Weakened? Subai's gaze brightened with delight as he hastily rewound to this segment of simulated information, discovering it was triggered by a creature within the origin realm. No, perhaps it should not be termed a creature. It had not even hatched yet. It was the special aberration egg that had unexpectedly emerged during the previous aberration template, infused with the bloodline of the mountain giant. It appeared to have undergone some form of mutation, lingering in a state of dormancy. Unbelievably, it could yield such remarkable effects. With a thought, Subai summoned the data on the special aberration egg. Race, special aberration egg, undergoing mutation. Status, unhatched, lacking high energy. Description, a fusion of the reproductive capabilities of aberrations and the special mutated bloodline of the mountain giant clan, seemingly possessing some unique abilities. Subai's attention fixated on the phrase lacking high energy. High energy refers to advanced energy. Only a world enriched with spiritual veins could give rise to such a phenomenon. It was a form of energy that transcended the ordinary extraordinary. Subai had not anticipated that this special aberration egg would require high energy for its hatching. After a brief moment, the look of astonishment on Subai's face dissipated, replaced by a surge of excitement. The alien egg, requiring immense energy for its incubation, had reacted to the energy tide unleashed by the world tree. What could this signify? It was self-evident. It meant that this realm of the giant tree was not merely the birthplace of the mythical bloodline known as the world tree. Deep within the earth, an exceedingly rare spiritual vein was gestating. Spiritual veins are categorized into special mineral veins, which can be further divided from small to large as follows: miniature veins, small veins, medium veins, and ultimately, colossal veins. At their zenith, they could even give rise to the legendary dragon vein of fate, capable of safeguarding an entire world and resisting the omnipresent cosmic tides of the universe, thus remaining undestroyed. More crucially, spiritual veins do not manifest within the realms of creators. They have a probability of emergence only in worlds that have come into being naturally. Such treasures are coveted by all creators. If this information were to be disseminated, Subai had no doubt that the outside world would erupt in fervor. At that time, whether low-tier creators or those who had surpassed the 5th-tier bottleneck would surely flock here to seize this invaluable resource. Its worth was immeasurable. The spiritual vein nurtured by the giant tree world. Suppressing the excitement swelling within him, Subai analyzed calmly. However, it could not be too large, otherwise it would have been discovered by the Creation Guild long ago. It was highly probable that it was merely a miniature vein. Yet, that would suffice. If he could obtain it, this would indeed be a remarkable gain. Subai was acutely aware that, once the Creation Guild became aware of the miniature vein's existence, they would undoubtedly prevent him from taking it. The reason it had remained concealed for so long was likely due to the world tree's influence, as the formation of such a formidable life form undoubtedly required a substantial energy supply. Coincidentally, this alien egg of his also necessitated a high-energy, nurturing environment. A smile gradually appeared on Subai's face. The world tree and the miniature vein. This task truly brought me a tremendous surprise. It was no wonder that a naturally birthed world could give rise to so many powerful species. With this thought in mind, Subai resolved to relay his discovery to the multitude of followers within the origin realm through divine revelation. Following that, he would make slight adjustments. With special aliens leading the charge and the zombie legion at the core, accompanied by 3 silver tier beings for protection, he would carry a unique alien egg and embark on a new round of combat simulations. The 6th time rewind, the origin realm once again invaded. The special alien egg successfully absorbed high energy, but still perished in the first wave of energy explosion. The 7th time rewind, you altered your strategy, pushing the origin realm's army to first eliminate the forces of the giant tree world. However, after consuming much energy, you were astonished to discover that, no matter how many were slain, these beings would ultimately revive and return, even stronger. The 8th time rewind. You discerned the reasons, the 3 abilities of the world tree. 1. Disrupting genetic chains. 2. Unleashing energy tides. 3. Devouring life. The entirety of the giant tree world had long since perished. It was through absorbing the life of the entire world that the world tree successfully ascended to the golden tier. The current life forms are all birthed by the world tree, created anew using the genes of the former beings. Unless the world tree is eradicated, these life forms will never cease to exist. Indeed, it was not simple. Perched atop the invisible throne, Subai's gaze turned icy, his fingers poised, sensing the formidable challenge posed by the giant tree world. Truly, the world tree was formidable. Even with his combat simulations, he had been entangled for such a duration. Particularly its 3rd ability was utterly unscrupulous. No wonder the previous creators who entered had met their inevitable demise. A life form of the golden tier, combined with the ability to resurrect infinitely, created a combination that was virtually unsolvable. You have your clever stratagems, and I have my ladders over walls. Isn't this just a game of wits? I shall join in. Let us see who can outlast whom. Subai lost track of the passage of time, continuously replaying the battles against the world tree in his mind, his thoughts operating at an elevated pace, leaving no room for distraction. Time rewound once more. He resurrected at the moment of his previous failure. This time, Subai conceived a new strategy, to try having the special alien egg devour those life forms. His voice was cold and resolute as the simulator once again commenced its operation. The 9th time rewind begins. Chapter 38. The 9th time rewind. The life screen shatters. The pinnacle strike of the origin realm. On the battlefield, smoke billowed, corpses piled high, and rivers of blood flowed. After a strenuous effort to eliminate the army from the origin realm, just as the forces of the giant tree were about to catch their breath, a blinding pillar of light descended. In the eyes of the giant tree's forces, nearly steeped in despair, the army of the origin realm, which had just been annihilated, reappeared once more. No, why say once more? This shared confusion arose in the minds of all beings in the giant tree realm. Before they could ponder further, time began to flow backward. The 9th time rewind. Time node. The battle of the world passage. This time, Subai planned to experiment with a new approach, to clear the path once more without leaving behind any corpses. With a tremendous roar from the sky, the army of the origin realm made its grand entrance. Thousands upon thousands of zombie legions, with the tyrant lord paving the way, and 3 special aliens lurking nearby. The man-eating flowers at the entrance stirred not a ripple. They were simply torn apart. Corpses fell silently to the ground. Having learned from the lessons of previous simulations, the army of the origin realm now paused to observe. 1 second, 2 seconds, the corpse of the man-eating flowers seemed to be consumed by some force, gradually dissipating. Now, Alice decisively extracted the special alien egg. Sensing its reaction to high energy, the egg was exceedingly excited and began to absorb automatically. The corpse of the man-eating flower, which was about to merge with the world tree, was instead entirely devoured by the special alien egg. Whether it was an illusion or not, as this corpse was intercepted by the special alien egg, the energy concentration in this world seemed to decrease. Indeed, the hypothesis was correct. Upon seeing this line of information, Subai finally confirmed his suspicions and sighed in relief, simultaneously preparing for a vigorous offensive. The sacred terra descended with divine inspiration, affirming that the plan was feasible. The army of the origin realm was ecstatic, launching a large-scale offensive. Typically, the world tree awakens when the casualties among the beings of the giant tree world exceed half. Alice resolved to seize this moment. Under her leadership, the army of the origin realm commenced a cleansing of the giant tree forces. On the first day, 1/10,000th of the indigenous beings of the giant tree world vanished, a mere trifle, yet it went unnoticed. On the second day, all life near the world passage completely disappeared, and the army of the origin realm began its advance, with 3 special aliens infiltrating the depths, all while avoiding disturbing the other 2 extraordinary races. The 3 silver tier beings launched a surprise attack, leaving the saint-armored king bug in shock. In its astonishment, it was swiftly slain. The life energy was absorbed by the special alien egg. The once dormant special alien egg finally stirred, beginning to emanate life energy. Concurrently, the silent loss of a silver-tier life form seemed to alert the slumbering world tree. The world tree vaguely sensed unease but recalled how the previous waves of creators had been safely resolved. Thus, it convinced itself that it was merely being overly cautious. A wave of drowsiness washed over it, and the world tree fell back into slumber. This was no trick, it was simply your own failure to perceive the truth. Upon seeing this information, Subai could not help but chuckle. The most prudent strategy is to silently erode, merely needing to replicate the successful methods employed before. As long as he can devour all life before the tree of life awakens, even if it is a golden-level life form, it would be of no consequence. After all, Subai has discerned through previous simulations that the tree of life possesses but a singular means of attack. More accurately, it has no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Aside from the energy tide that erupts before its awakening, all that remains are the extraordinary races it has assimilated into its form. Once these are lost, even the tree of life would struggle to survive. The simulator continued its advance. On the third day, the forces of the origin realm steadily progressed. Having consumed the sacred beetle clan, followed by the giant tree clan and the man-eating flower clan, successfully arriving before the luminous barrier of life. 2 silver-level commanders sensed danger at the last moment and narrowly escaped. At this point, the giant tree world finally stirred from its slumber. All remaining combatants emerged, launching a defense against the assault of the origin realm. But it was all in vain. The forces of the origin realm pressed on relentlessly. Even then, the giant tree commander appeared unfazed, fiercely engaging the seraphim. Ultimately, due to elemental weaknesses, he was directly slain. In his final moments, his gaze remained calm, disdainfully regarding the seraphim, as if to say, "You shall wait for my return." However, just as he believed he would be welcomed back into the embrace of the tree of life, a tremendous force of suction suddenly assailed him. And the giant tree commander opened his eyes in astonishment, horrified to discover that the high energy that constituted his being was being absorbed by a peculiar egg. Like a black hole, the now powerless giant tree commander could not resist. As he beheld the smirking seraphim, he finally comprehended the absurdity of his situation. Realizing why they had adopted such a covert method of attack, their objective was to consume high energy. In his terror, the giant tree commander was utterly devoured, and the special anomalous egg began to emit a faint glow, as if on the verge of hatching. The light dimmed once more, the energy insufficient. Shortly thereafter, the king of the man-eating flowers was also consumed, and the entire giant tree world fell silent, devoid of any corpses. Had it not been for the scattered stones, one would have never known that a war had erupted here. The forces of the origin realm remained cautious, initiating a search for the remaining indigenous giant trees. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days finally, after a relentless half-month search, a thorough examination revealed that aside from the barrier of life, no other life forms existed within the giant tree world. The moment had arrived. Subai's eyes sparkled with intensity. The previous simulations had been a prelude to this moment of triumph. It was finally time for harvesting. As if in response to Subai's thoughts, the simulator began to relay astonishing updates. The giant tree world erupted in a burst of green light, and the towering tree of life awakened once more. A roar, deafening and formless, seemed to penetrate the barriers of the world. This overwhelming force from the realm of life instilled fear even in the seraphim of mythic lineage. Rendering them pale, Alice gritted her teeth, seizing the opportunity, unleashing a third-tier telekinetic surge without reservation. Bang! A massive wave of telekinesis erupted, transforming into a colossal hand that grasped a mountain hundreds of meters high, descending like a meteor, casting a vast shadow over the entire barrier of life. Behind her, accompanying her actions, the Tyrant Lord, Bloodthirsty Behemoth, and Zombie Earth Dragon, 3 special aberrations, charged forth with unyielding ferocity. The ground trembled, and a torrent surged forth. The Seraphim and the Blade Queen also launched their assaults, unleashing powerful attacks, intertwining flames and blades in a dazzling display, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Beyond the 2 realms, Subai, having risen from his invisible throne, fixed his gaze on the battlefield, contemplating whether this ultimate strike, which gathered the entirety of the origin realm, could breach the protective green barrier of the Tree of Life. Only by shattering it could there be a chance of victory. Before the forces of the origin realm, with the awakening of the Tree of Life, the emerald barrier flickered uncertainly. A towering tree stood within, its branches and leaves pulsating with an exquisite green energy, radiating destructive waves. In the next moment, darkness enveloped the sky, the sun and moon obscured. Torrential rains and fierce winds howled, and thunderous explosions reverberated as volcanoes erupted, spewing forth magma, while unfathomable chasms opened, resembling a spider's web spreading across the land. 2 dazzling energies, one white and one green, collided with ferocity. In a moment of confusion, a thought of life echoed, "Foolish. My energy is." Before the words could fully escape, the energy tide unleashed by the Tree of Life suddenly waned. The tactical maneuvers Subai had meticulously orchestrated finally bore fruit. Deprived of abundant life, the energy tide of the Tree of Life diminished significantly. The Tree of Life, bewildered and helpless, realized in that fleeting instant that Alice had finally awaited her opportunity, shouting, "Now is the time." The energy from the origin realm surged dramatically, every life form recklessly channeling energy, culminating in the ultimate strike of the entire world. Even a golden-level life form like the Tree of Life would find it difficult to withstand. Crack. A faint sound echoed. The once impregnable barrier of life finally shattered, transforming into a flurry of crystalline fragments that silently dissipated. An inconspicuous grayish-white object was forcefully hurled by the seraphim into the Tree of Life, attaching itself to one of its thick branches before the tree could react. Then, it began to voraciously absorb high energy. Chapter 39. The origin realm breaches a distance of 1,700 kilometers, minor spiritual veins, the Tree of Life species. And Hydra. The simulator updated. The barrier of life shattered, revealing vulnerabilities in the Tree of Life's defenses, allowing the special anomalous egg to successfully enter. And it commenced the frantic absorption of high energy. A soft sound broke the brief silence. Subai's expression remained cold as he fixated on the simulator, which continuously updated with the latest developments of the battle. The long-starved special anomalous egg voraciously absorbed energy. The high energy within the Tree of Life was continuously siphoned, along with the emerald light of life, dwindling at a terrifying pace. The Tree of Life writhed in agony, attempting to rid itself of this cursed parasite. Yet the special anomalous egg had already latched onto the tree, and as vast amounts of high energy surged in, some of the Tree of Life's essence began to involuntarily flow into the anomalous egg. The Tree of Life was horrified to discover that its very realm was in decline. A delightful surprise? Subai raised an eyebrow, speculating that the earlier consumption of numerous indigenous life forms had led to the life fluctuations of the special anomalous egg aligning closely with those of the Tree of Life, such that the higher-tier Tree of Life could not extricate itself from the anomalous egg. Furthermore, the essence within began to merge into the anomalous egg. For energy bears no consciousness. In the eyes of energy, the special anomalous egg, possessing the same life fluctuations as the Tree of Life, was indeed the same species. However, it appears the Tree of Life was unwilling to concede, still striving in its death throes. Subai watched the screen, a faint smile playing on his lips. The balance of victory had tilted in his favor, and he felt fully confident in conquering this perilous task. The simulator continued its advance. The Tree of Life realized it could not remain idle, and in a frenzy, it suppressed its very essence, awakening the deepest genetic samples hidden within its being. These transformed into myriad life forms that launched an assault on the peculiar alien eggs. Observing this situation, the origin realm did not remain a passive spectator. Under the command of the 3 silver-tier leaders, a fierce battle of offense and defense commenced against the Tree of Life. Every 10 minutes, the Tree of Life would unleash a tidal wave of energy, resulting in the demise of numerous beings from the origin realm. Yet, simultaneously, this would exacerbate its own weakening. It resorted to a desperate gamble, firmly believing that its profound reserves would enable it to endure until the end. However, it had miscalculated. It had never anticipated that this time, the invaders were far more formidable than the previous creators, but rather a player of even greater cunning. When the first wave of energy surged forth, the origin realm faced annihilation. Subai remarked, "Rewind to the eve of destruction." On the 10th time of time rewind. After 10 minutes of battle, the Tree of Life erupted with a tidal wave of energy again. Shall we rewind? Rewind. On the 13th rewind. The Tree of Life unleashed a tidal wave of energy. Shall we rewind? Rewind. On the 27th rewind. The Tree of Life erupted once more. Rewind. On the 89th. Rewind. Regardless of how many times the energy surged, Subai remained impassive, maintaining a calm demeanor, persistently uttering a single phrase. Rewind. Gradually, as time passed, even with the Tree of Life's extensive foundation, it began to falter. The small spiritual veins beneath it, overtaxed in a short duration, were struggling to sustain themselves, unable to provide energy for another tidal wave. Even the Tree of Life's own life level plummeted from its initial golden tier to the novice silver tier, even inferior to the seraphim. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly shattered the Tree of Life was that no matter how many times it obliterated the origin realm, not even a second would pass before a mysterious force seemed to influence everything, causing the beings that ought to have perished to reappear before it in their prime. It was utterly paralyzed, thoroughly incapacitated. After dozens of rounds of consumption, even the Tree of Life struggled to hold on, its internal energy nearly depleted. Simultaneously, its branches, resembling a dragon, continuously absorbed high energy, growing from an initial height of less than a meter to a staggering 30 meters. The life fluctuations became intense, and within, a series of thunderous heartbeats reverberated, heralding the impending birth of an unfathomably terrifying being. In the final moments, time seemed to freeze. At this juncture, whether it was the Tree of Life within the world, the Seraphim, or the Blade Queen, or Subai outside the world, all quietly awaited the arrival of the last moment. In the next second, the aurora burst forth. The tree of life, in a final gamble, squeezed out the last vestige of its life essence, drawing upon the minute spiritual veins from the depths of the earth, unleashing an unprecedented surge of energy. The tidal wave of energy surged forth, unstoppable as it flooded the entire realm in a blinding white. Time ticked by, and the tree of life was left with but a final breath, filled with hope, gazing ahead with a pleading expression. Do not return, please do not return. Alas, the divine seemed unwilling to grant its wish, as a voice, detached and indifferent, echoed from the lofty heights beyond the reach of even golden-tier beings. Rewind. In an instant, the world reverted, time began to flow backward, and the tree of life fell into utter despair. Its life force ebbed like a receding tide, ultimately consumed by the peculiar alien eggs. With a thunderous crash, this towering giant, which had existed for countless years, collapsed, leaving behind an unfathomable abyss, from which a crystalline blue light faintly emanated. On the 231st rewind, the tree of life's energy was completely exhausted, and the peculiar alien eggs absorbed high energy. About to hatch, the heavens transformed into a rainbow bridge. A seven-colored rainbow descended, absorbing all the energy of the tree of life, while the giant tree world mistakenly regarded the peculiar alien eggs as the last beings of this realm, delivering the final blessing. Congratulations on conquering the ultra-high-risk mission forest of the giant tree. You have slain the tree of life, from whose remains a brand new seed of the tree of life has been nurtured. Congratulations on acquiring a small spiritual vein. The origin realm began to consume the giant tree world, with a resounding roar, akin to a python swallowing a dragon. The diminutive origin realm commenced its consumption of the far more colossal giant tree world, radiant white light enveloping the entire space. As the foundational essence of the origin realm visibly strengthened, with the world's area expanding at a terrifying pace. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The current overall area of the origin realm is 1,700 kilometers. With a soft chime, the origin realm officially surpassed 1,700 kilometers. Only 300 kilometers remain to reach the threshold for advancing to Tier 2. Once fully digested, it would be able to support Subai in ascending to the level of a Tier 2 creator, simultaneously, within the origin realm. A soft chime sounded as the 30-meter-high peculiar alien egg fell away. It was no longer appropriate to refer to it as an alien egg. Having absorbed the essence of an entire tree of life and integrated the genetic lineage of the entire giant tree world, this egg underwent a remarkable transformation, within which a shadow reminiscent of an azure dragon swam, breaking through. At last it hatched, having absorbed the purification of the entire giant tree world. The life born from the remains of the tree of life awakened the mythic bloodline. Hydra, the nine-headed serpent, is born. Hydra? Subai's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he hurriedly accessed information about this extraordinary being. In the next moment, the race information appeared. Name: Hydra, nine-headed serpent. Level: binding in progress, cannot be individually defined. Type: legendary creature. Awakened mythic bloodline of Yggdrasil. Current bloodline concentration 1. Upon reaching 100, it will transform into the world serpent, Yggdrasil. Innate skills: serpent tail entanglement, corrosive venom, giantess might, immortal body. Description: an extraordinary being birthed from the entirety of the giant tree world, possessing uniqueness and cannot be replicated. It is bound to the seed of the tree of life. Its fortunes rise and fall together. Chapter 40. Perfect completion, S-rank evaluation. 3 billion Federation coins and 1,000 contribution points. Subai's gaze focused on the term binding, as a flash of white light illuminated his hand, revealing the seed left behind by the deceased tree of life, which he opened to find it too bore a binding status. Yggdrasil and the world serpent. Subai realized it was only natural. The world tree and the world serpent were meant to coexist as one. The new tree of life had yet to be born, so how could the accompanying being, Hydra, possess any power? To fulfill its role, it would need to await the tree of life to take root and sprout once more. October 7th, 2049, 7:23 a.m. A mechanical voice interrupted Subai's contemplation. He had been so engrossed in battle that he had lost track of time, and it was only now that he awakened from his reverie, realizing that it had been a full 4 days since he entered the mission space, and only 1 day remained until the college entrance examination. Subai hesitated no longer and declared, "Return to reality." A multitude of light points converged, gradually leading Subai out of this mission space. At the same moment, in the Genesis Guild, the task hall, 4 full days had elapsed since Subai accepted the mission. The young man who had previously opened the betting table, with a face reminiscent of a rat, was adorned with a lewd grin, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he boasted to a young girl before him, "It's been 4 days. It seems that fellow won't be coming out." He then fixated his gaze on a federal card previously pledged by Jiang Ryue, containing a staggering 10 million federal coins. To him, this was undeniably a windfall. Jiang Ryue maintained a cold demeanor, unwilling to engage with the sleazy individual before her, while others in the vicinity sighed in resignation. As expected, he has failed. After all, in the realm of war, such persistence is untenable. It seems that the young lad has. Some scoffed dismissively. I warned him long ago. The inexperienced are often fearless, believing themselves to be the chosen ones. In this world, even the so-called destined ones can meet their demise. What a shame. A rare dark horse indeed. Humph. A fallen genius is no genius at all, merely a fool. To recklessly undertake tasks beyond one's capabilities is the epitome of foolishness. It's truly unfortunate for his world. Had I been in his position, I would have never made such a choice. Others expressed envy and jealousy towards the gains of the sleazy youth, lamenting, I regret not betting more, with odds of 1100. One could easily pocket tens of millions. The casino must be raking it in. Listening to the surrounding conversations, Chen Shang sat elegantly on a leather sofa. Swirling a glass of red wine, his gaze fixated on Jiang Ryue's exquisite figure, his eyes gleaming with fervor. A flower of the elemental world. Such a precious find. Even for someone as seasoned as Chen Shang, encounters with such high-caliber individuals were rare. He greedily eyed Jiang Ryue's exposed skin, wishing to claim her for himself at once. Then, recalling Su Bai, a mocking smile crept across his face. This was the consequence of crossing me. I not only desire your demise, but I also aim to steal your woman. An elemental world, how rare. If I could absorb her power, it would undoubtedly elevate me to new heights. Moreover, acquiring a school beauty along the way, what is not to relish? With such thoughts, the heat in Chen Shang's gaze became unabashedly evident. Jiang Ryue frowned slightly, averting her eyes in distaste, which only piqued Chen Shang's interest further, his smile widening as he regarded her as his possession. As for Su Bai, Chen Shang rolled his eyes. Who cares about a dead man? At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, reverberating like the tolling of a bell. Following this, lines of golden text appeared, not just on this floor, but on every level, each displaying corresponding information. Congratulations to Level 1 creator Su Bai for successfully completing the ultra-high-risk mission Forest of the Giant Trees. Mission difficulty, upon investigation. This task contains golden tier life forms. Far surpassing ordinary Level 2 tasks, it has reached Level 3 difficulty. Comprehensive evaluation, S rank. Perfect completion. Mission reward, 2 billion federal coins. Due to the increased difficulty, an additional 1 billion has been added, totaling 3 billion federal coins. Funds have been transferred to the creator's account. As a compensation for the misjudgment of mission difficulty, the Genesis Guild has granted an additional 1,000 contribution points. Market value, 1 trillion federal coins. Reminder, the completion of A rank or higher missions will be reported to the entire Genesis Guild as a form of encouragement. The resounding announcement echoed throughout the entire Genesis Guild, and everyone present, without exception, heard the proclamation. Chen Shang, who had been smiling and scheming to capture Jiang Ryue, suddenly found his grin frozen, his expression darkening immediately. He forced out a hollow laugh, muttering, what good luck. His countenance soured to the extreme as he stood up, preparing to leave this place of turmoil. Yet, someone barred his exit. Unbeknownst to him, Su Bai had already appeared behind him, each slow footstep echoing like the rhythm of Chen Shang's heartbeat, instilling a sense of inexplicable dread. Closer and closer, the shadow enveloped him. As Su Bai's calm gaze looked down upon Chen Shang, after a moment, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a surge of mental force erupted, accompanied by a crisp sound. A clear red handprint appeared on Chen Shang's face. He was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his senses, he pointed an accusatory finger at Su Bai, shouting, you dare hit me? Do you know who I am, slap? Without a word, another resounding blow landed, the red mark on his face becoming even more pronounced. Chen Shang thought to himself, once was tolerable, but how could there be a second time? Is this guy truly unafraid of retaliation? Chen Shang was thoroughly dazed, momentarily forgetting to counterattack, covering his face in confusion. However, Su Bai had no intention of letting this fellow off the hook. He had returned long ago and had been silently listening to Chen Shang's words from behind. He believed himself not to be one who repays kindness with vengeance, nor did he wish to be a fool who would not retaliate when bullied. Thus, Chen Shang fell victim to his own hubris. For the next full 10 minutes, no one dared intervene. Su Bai's mental prowess was sufficient to suppress anyone. Even a Level 2 creator would struggle to resist. Meanwhile, a Level 3 creator would not easily reveal themselves, so nearly everyone bore witness to this unprecedented bullying, with the target being none other than the previously arrogant Chen Shang, a descendant of a Level 4 creator, hailed as the prime seed of this generation. As time passed, Su Bai adopted various methods, thoroughly relishing the experience, until Chen Shang was left battered and bruised, his body covered in injuries. Only then did Su Bai finally cease. Though he felt quite satisfied. It must be said, the progeny of the divine truly lived up to their reputation. Their skin was tender, and the sensation of striking them was utterly delightful. After spending so long in the mission space, the pent-up frustrations within Su Bai dissipated entirely after thoroughly thrashing Chen Shang, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. In fact, it sparked a thought in Su-bai's mind. Perhaps he should make it a habit to beat him up whenever he was free? It was quite an effective stress relief. Of course, Qin was oblivious to Su-bai's musings. He was curled up like a shrimp, his head spinning from the blows, until Su-bai finally ceased his assault. Cautiously, he opened his eyes, only to receive another punch to the face, transforming his eyes into panda-like orbs, rendering him comically ridiculous. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Qin, filled with rage, glared at Su-bai and threatened through gritted teeth. Su-bai, you dare insult me? Do you know what this means? It means you've been hit by me. Su-bai replied, yawning nonchalantly. Qin fell silent, wanting to issue a fierce threat, but as he glanced at Su-bai's continuously moving wrists, memories of the earlier beating resurfaced, instilling fear within him. Silently swallowing his curses, he shot Su-bai a venomous glare before fleeing the scene in utter disgrace. Reaching the door, he finally mustered the courage to leave a parting threat. Su-bai, just wait. Tomorrow's examination will be your doomsday. Yet, before he could finish speaking, he noticed Su-bai raising his hand once more, instantly silencing him. Without a backward glance, he fled the premises. At this moment, the others finally snapped out of their stupor, witnessing Su-bai's brutal assault on Qin, gazing at him as if he were an ultimate fool. Did he truly not fear retribution, even from the progeny of the divine? Su-bai remained unfazed, uninterested in Qin's plight. He would strike him down whenever he felt like it, never allowing external opinions to sway his judgment. Even should retribution truly come in the future, it would be a mere afterthought. If one were to cower in fear of such vengeance, how could they ever be worthy of the simulator, that golden key to power? Not one to instigate trouble, yet unafraid of it. This was the guiding principle of Su-bai. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward another direction, where a lewd young man stood. The very same individual who had previously opened the gambling table. Su-bai recalled that just moments ago, this fellow had been leering at Jiang Ryue with a rather indecent gaze. Contemplating this, Su-bai offered a faint smile. The lewd young man, meeting Su-bai's seemingly amiable eyes, nervously swallowed, and in the next instant, fled for his life. However, with a resounding crack, Su-bai's telekinetic force effortlessly brought him crashing down, shattering the ground beneath him. With a cheerful demeanor, Su-bai strolled over, grinning as he said, "No need to rush off. Let us have a little chat, shall we?" Subsequently, the entire floor echoed with the young man's heart-wrenching wails, as if he were enduring unimaginable agony, each cry soaked in despair, causing all who heard it to instinctively grow anxious and regard Su-bai as a person one must never provoke. Chapter 41, Special Faith Technique, the Gilded Divine Throne. Another lottery draw. Yet again, the luck of a non-entity. B-rank Faith Technique. Holy Light Healing, priced at 1 billion Federation coins. Effect, cast the Holy Light Healing Technique, capable of revitalizing even those on the brink of death. Effectiveness diminishes for those below Epic rank. C-rank Faith Technique. Frenzied Blood Boiling, priced at 400 million Federation coins. Effect, limited to a population of 10,000. Invokes Frenzied Blood Boiling, doubling overall attributes. Weaker than Frenzy, but grants immunity to fear, emboldening believers to confront death. Su-bai was examining the newly acquired faith techniques, skills that could only be utilized in a world birthed from faith. The sacred Terra sect of the Origin realm had existed for ages, yet apart from Alice, others had not played a significant role. This was unacceptable. Su-bai had always been one to waste no resources, especially those loyal members of the sacred Terra sect. If nurtured properly, they could yield him a fearless army. Faith techniques were merely a means to enhance his capabilities. Everything else was acceptable, but the exorbitant costs were disheartening. With a sigh, Su-bai noted that merely acquiring 2 faith techniques had cost him a staggering 14 billion Federation coins. Yet, that was not what pained him most. His gaze fell upon the final faith technique, Special Faith Technique, the Gilded Divine Throne, priced at 20 billion Federation coins. Effect, upon utilizing this technique, a Gilded Divine Throne will permanently manifest, overlooking the world and doubling the speed of faith collection. As the civilizations within the world proliferate, the effects of the Gilded Divine Throne will continuously amplify, potentially increasing faith collection speed by up to 10,000 times, utilizing diverse powers based on the variety of civilizations. From the effects, the Gilded Divine Throne appeared immensely powerful, even deserving of an S-rank classification. However, there was a crucial prerequisite, the cultivation of a sufficient number of civilizations. Su-bai had previously received a detailed explanation from staff at the Genesis Guild, elucidating that the might of the Gilded Divine Throne was directly tied to the number of civilizations within the world. The more civilizations there were, the stronger they became, and consequently, the greater the power the Gilded Divine Throne could exert. Conversely, if the civilizations were too weak, the throne's efficacy could even fall short of an ordinary D-rank technique. This was a skill heavily dependent on the number of civilizations. For this reason, despite its vast potential, very few chose to purchase the Gilded Divine Throne, for most creators had limited resources, and cultivating even a single extraordinary civilization was already an arduous endeavor. Where would they find the surplus to nurture more? As for the top-tier creators, it was even less likely. Rather than spreading their efforts thin, it would be far more beneficial to elevate one or several extraordinary civilizations to their peaks, reaping rewards far surpassing what the Gilded Divine Throne could offer. But I am different. Subai chuckled lightly, feeling as though the Gilded Divine Throne was tailor-made for him. The simulator's function is to perpetually evolve civilizations. In other words, the origin realm is destined to give birth to a multitude of extraordinary civilizations. The seemingly demanding requirements of the Gilded Divine Throne are utterly inconsequential to me, for that is precisely my intent. With this thought in mind, Subai smiled faintly, utilizing the remaining Federation coins along with the orc race to acquire this infinitely potential-laden faith technique. What a lucrative deal. Just then, a voice broke the tranquility. What are you looking at? You've been grinning like a fool, Jiang Ryue inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. After leaving the Genesis Guild, the two had been walking together. Earlier, Jiang Ryue had boldly wagered 10 million, which had surprised even Subai. Placing himself in her shoes, he found it hard to believe he would make such a choice. Yet, Subai was no fool. He would never voice such thoughts, opting instead for a cool detachment. After all, the immediate priority was the upcoming examination. The two ambled along, soon arriving at a crossroads. Subai pulled out a Federation card, the one from the lewd young man's gambling table, which contained a sum exceeding 100 million. While it was trivial for Subai, it could aid Jiang Ryue in enhancing her strength during this crucial period. Jiang Ryue showed no hesitation. She knew Subai well, having grown up together, and was fully aware of his stoic nature. Upon seeing the funds, her eyes sparkled with delight. That's quite a sum. She unceremoniously accepted the Federation card. Suddenly recalling something, she snatched his phone from his hands, inputting a series of numbers before shaking it in front of Subai. A hint of displeasure in her voice. The creator group chat. I thought you had already joined. I searched all day and couldn't find you. Prompted by Jiang Ryue's reminder. Subai belatedly realized he had forgotten to join the creator group chat. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he reflected on how he had been preoccupied with developing the origin realm, leaving little time for such matters. Jiang Ryue, noticing his expression, couldn't help but chuckle, her earlier annoyance dissipating entirely as she returned his phone, skipping away while calling back. Subai, you owe me a favor now. The favor was undoubtedly regarding matters related to the Genesis Guild, although Subai had not explicitly asked for anything. He was astute enough to nod in acknowledgement. All right. A simple word sufficed, and the two parted ways, with Subai hurrying home. Time was of the essence. In the final 24 hours, he needed to digest the resources from the world of the giant trees and strive to cultivate a more formidable civilization. Otherwise, he would only have a 90% chance of securing the top spot in this examination, a considerable risk of failure. For someone as prudent as Subai, this was a mistake he could not afford. Upon returning home, he immediately activated the simulator, gazing at the remaining Genesis points in his account. Subai decisively initiated the lottery, commenced the draw. With a swish, 1,000 Genesis points vanished instantly. In the next moment, a dazzling white light erupted as countless templates surged forth, ultimately revealing 10 templates in succession. Congratulations, host. You have spent 1,000 Genesis points. This draw yields Plant World, white, Ant Kingdom, white, Mossland, white. Staring at the freshly minted world templates, Subai fell silent, filled with skepticism that this lottery was intentionally designed to deplete his Genesis points. Otherwise, why was it that his luck had been relatively good? Yet when it came to drawing world templates, it felt as though he had reincarnated as a non-entity, incapable of altering his fate. Taking a deep breath. It's just a stroke of bad luck, nothing to be anxious about, certainly not a cause for alarm. After all, where do children cry every day? And where do gamblers continuously lose? Let the games begin. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Subai raised his sinful hand once more and clicked to draw. 10 minutes later, Subai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he gazed at the array of white templates before him. His account's Genesis points dwindling down to the final 1,000. This was yet another opportunity. If he could, Subai would love to seize the lottery system and bury its head in the ground. Damn it. This was clearly a deliberate act of sabotage. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he proceeded with the draw. The last 1,000 Genesis points vanished. A burst of white light erupted, and the familiar scene reappeared. After a fleeting glance, Subai's furrowed brow finally eased. This time, 3 blue templates emerged. Chapter 42, The Titans of Attack, the Ackerman Clan, and the Birth of the Earth Demon. Dinosaur Civilization, blue, a mutated dinosaur species that may yield unexpected rewards. Heavenly Dragon 8 parts, blue, a martial arts civilization that has birthed low-tier extraordinary energy. There exists a slight chance to give rise to bronze-level life forms. 2 distinct civilizational templates, savage and martial arts. If this were the early stages of the origin realm, Subai would have unhesitatingly exchanged for either one. Whether it represented the primeval dinosaur civilization or the martial arts civilization, both held considerable potential. But not now. Time was not on Subai's side. Only 24 hours remained. and he lacked the necessary capital to wager on the possibility of these two civilizations producing anomalies. A stable development would yield little more than a few bronze-level life forms, or perhaps a silver-level being. In the current origin realm, it would hardly induce a qualitative change. After devouring the world of giant trees, the origin realm expanded to 700 kilometers and continued to grow. With its current foundation, it boasted over 100 bronze-level life forms and 3 silver-level leaders, coupled with the Tree of Life and the Hydra. There was simply no justification for squandering precious time on such mediocre civilizations. Mediocrity, after all, is the original sin. Subai turned his gaze to the third civilization template, and upon a mere glance, he immediately stood up, his pupils dilating slightly. Attack on Titan, blue on that day. Humanity recalled the terror they had once wielded, along with the humiliation of being caged like birds. A world template at the peak of blue, with a high probability of birthing silver-level life forms. Attack on Titan. According to the original narrative, while it may not be able to defeat modern armies, as an individual life form, it was undoubtedly one of the most formidable. At the very least, the founding Titan possessed abilities such as creating Titans and rapid regeneration, and could even concentrate the powers of the other Titans. Such prowess, as delineated in the textbooks, undoubtedly placed it among the top tier of silver life forms. Moreover, Subai noticed that despite being enveloped in blue light, a faint trace of purple lurked in the depths. Detected resources in the host world that could elevate the Titan world, the Hydra. Would you like to utilize it? Note, after use, the core aberration of the original world will be replaced, and this world template will elevate to purple status. Without hesitation, Subai opted to use it. In the next moment, within the origin realm, the Hydra larva, curled up with the Tree of Life, seemed to sense a calling. The bloodline of the mountain giant within it awakened, and a peculiar force emerged, dividing into 9, flowing into its 9 distinct heads. The Titan world begins its ascension. Ascension complete. The original blue template of Attack on Titan has been elevated to purple status. The core aberration of the original world has been replaced. The Hydra has become the core of the Titan world. The upper limit of the Titan civilization has been raised. There exists a high probability of birthing golden-level life forms. Shall we commence deployment and integrate with the current origin realm? Golden-level life forms. Subai suppressed his astonishment and gestured grandly. Deploy and commence simulation. In the next instant, a rich purple light transformed into a meteor, merging into the origin realm and crashing down upon the second continent. Simultaneously, the simulator relayed information. Shall we initiate a tenfold draw? Yes. In an instant, a dazzling array of talents emerged, a full 10 in number, lined up and radiating distinct glows. Favorable climate, purple. Apex of the food chain, blue. Special or veins, purple. All 3 were talents that accelerated the progression of civilization. Subai promptly selected these 3, and thus, a new round of Genesis simulation officially commenced, embarking on the journey of creation. In the early First Era, the bio-civilization and alien civilization, heeding your command, chose to conceal their traces, leaving behind vast expanses for the birth of new civilizations. The Holy Terra sect, under Alice's leadership, guided the remaining new humans to the last sanctuary bestowed by the divine, commencing the continuation of bygone civilizations. The talent-favorable climate is activated. In the suitable climate, the new humans quickly developed, and as time flowed, Alice and a portion of the core members of the Holy Terra sect quietly retreated, no longer interfering with the progress of the new civilization. Simultaneously, from the world of giant trees, a small spirit vein emerged in the depths of the continent's center, where a peculiar giant python with 9 heads traversed the sea, burying an emerald green seed of the Tree of Life atop the veins. Did both the Tree of Life and the Hydra arrive? Subai nodded. Thus, the timeline for Attack on Titan's unfolding would not be far off. In the mid-First Era, unhindered by any adversaries, the new humans swiftly advanced to a slave society. Due to the previous influence of the T-virus, although many generations had passed, remnants of genes still lingered deep within their bloodlines, potentially awakening under certain circumstances, and possessing powers that surpassed human capabilities. Those capable of awakening these genes would be known as the Ackerman clan. Talent apex of the food chain is activated. Under the influence of the talent and the Ackerman clan, the pace of human development accelerated further, nearly 1,000 years later. They occupied the entire land and established hundreds of various dynasties. However, as humanity became the apex, internal conflicts within the races began to sharpen. These dynasties commenced mutual warfare, igniting several large-scale wars that nearly led to the destruction of civilization. Thus, blood and fire engulfed the land, smoke billowed, and mountains of corpses littered the battlefield. This brutal warfare persisted for an entire era. In the late First Era, a powerful nation emerged, known as Marley. Following Marley, several other nations arose, each claiming territories, and under a delicate balance, the wars finally ceased, and peace returned once more. Yet unbeknownst to these nations, a group of wandering humans gathered and ultimately formed a tribe that existed outside of the nations, known as the Eldian tribe. The civilization template attack on Titan is activated. The wars among the nations did not impede the growth of the Tree of Life. Throughout an entire era, it finally matured into a towering tree. Simultaneously, within its hollow, a vast space formed, and within a crystalline lake, the Hydra underwent a transformation, birthing the ability to possess. Those who become possessed by it will gain the might of giants. In later times, it would also be referred to as the Earth Demon. Chapter 43. Ice Explosion Stone, the Ackerman Clan, the True Wings of Freedom, the Uprising of the Founding Titan. The Earth Demon has been born, and the arrival of Ymir is imminent. Yet, Subai does not relax, but rather his expression grows increasingly grave. He senses that perhaps substituting the grotesque worm with the Hydra may lead to unforeseen consequences. In the early Second Era, the Earth Demon is born. The Hydra coexists with the Tree of Life, quickly elevating its power to silver level, relying on the subterranean, minuscule spiritual veins. Meanwhile, not far from here, the Eldian tribe embarks on a hunt, attacking a settlement and slaughtering all its inhabitants, bringing back a young girl. This girl would later become the founding Ymir. A historical node is born, creation point 100. The founding Ymir appears, all her kin slaughtered, with Fritz leading the Eldian tribe, becoming a shadow of fear in Ymir's heart. In an unfortunate accident, the caretaker responsible for tending to the pigs neglects his duties, resulting in a pig breaking through the enclosure and escaping. Fritz becomes enraged, demanding the removal of one eye from all the slaves. In fear and panic, the slaves choose to offer Ymir as a scapegoat. Ymir is cast out. Fritz orders her to compensate for the tribe's losses, hunting her like prey. And in her flight, Ymir unexpectedly stumbles upon a primeval forest, where she beholds an enormous, boundless tree. Its indescribable height seems poised to pierce the heavens, towering over the earth, shrouded in clouds and mist, emanating an oppressive force that instills dread in Ymir. It appears that the colossal tree before her is an existence that absolutely surpasses her. A milestone event occurs. Ymir encounters the Tree of Life, creation point 300. A special mineral vein is activated. Long-term dominance causes the spiritual energy of the minuscule veins to begin to spread, affecting several surrounding mineral veins, birthing a brand new resource. This resource is known as Ice Explosion Stone, capable of emitting light and combustion, while also being altered due to spiritual interference. If detonated, it can generate a powerful air pressure, allowing for brief flight. Is this how the most unique mineral of Parody Island was formed? Subai muses over this information, believing that the potential of Ice Explosion Stone far exceeds the mere extent depicted in the original text. Moreover, it appears that the presence of the minuscule spiritual veins has caused the Ice Explosion Stone to undergo a transformation, enabling it to detonate on its own and facilitate a brief aerial ascent. This resolves the limitations of the three-dimensional maneuvering device in capturing targets. Action can now be taken across plains devoid of buildings or trees. Furthermore, Subai flips through the simulator, adjusting the records back to previous information, with particular emphasis on the birth of the Ackerman clan. The gene lineage of the new human race, the Ackerman clan, evolved from. The so-called power that transcends human limits is not merely a matter of rhetoric. The remaining three Ackermans in the original text, Mikasa, Levi, and Kenny, who wields dual pistols, have evidently attained a bronze-level proficiency. Their only limitation lies in their equipment. But what if the original three-dimensional maneuvering device were replaced with this new Ice Explosion Stone? Moreover, what if the Ackerman clan, originally consisting of just 3 members, were expanded to 10, 100, or even 1,000, and one day, to tens of thousands? Such a survey corps might truly be worthy of the title Wings of Freedom. The simulator continues to progress. Perhaps it was not her fate to perish. In her terror, Ymir accidentally falls and ultimately plunges into the hollow of the Tree of Life, landing in a lake, on the brink of death. Light appears. Ymir gazes in horror as a peculiar creature with 9 heads swims towards her. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment, or perhaps an eternity. When Ymir awakens once more, the Hydra has merged with her, a giant bloodline hidden within the Hydra extending into Ymir's body. Roar. On the desolate earth, a deafening roar reverberates, heralding the birth of a creature towering over 100 meters, encased in armor, its gaze icy. The silver-level creature, the founding Titan, is born. Creation point 600. No. Subai abruptly rises. The simulator does not deceive. The template of the giant world should possess the potential for the birth of a golden-level being. But why is the founding Titan born only at the silver level? Is something missing? Subai sinks into contemplation. Meanwhile, the circumstances within the simulator rapidly shift. The original continental structure is shattered, and the emergence of the founding Titan becomes a nightmare for all life in this world. In the mid-second era, the founding Titan is born. In the outside world, in the year 121 of the Terra calendar, the giant continent undergoes significant upheaval, with turbulent oceans unleashing towering tsunamis. The anomalous islands and the bio-continent simultaneously sense the changes. The 3 silver-level leaders perceive the birth of a new silver-level life form, with Alice, hidden within the giant continent and leading the Holy Terra faction, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. She has a premonition that the world's end is approaching. She is correct. The Tree of Life and the Hydra coexist. Their combined life force far exceeds that of an ordinary Emer. In the moment of the Hydra merging with Emer, a deluge of life energy obliterates her consciousness, and the founding titan is born, yet Emer's awareness has been extinguished. The uncontrolled founding titan rampages, standing on the vast earth, letting out a roar. The Eldian warriors tasked with hunting Emer flee in terror upon encountering the founding titan. However, it is futile, as the titan's slow movements and colossal form render it virtually invincible in this era. The other three silver-level life forms, adhering to the will of the Holy Terra, do not interfere with the operations of this continent. The continental structure collapses, the parody tribe meets its demise. Fritz is crushed into a pulp by the founding titan, rendering his former will unrecognizable. The nations that once waged war against each other cease hostilities, uniting to combat the threat posed by the founding titan. However, with their weapons still devoid of gunpowder, they cannot threaten the founding titan. Scalding steam billows forth, and the titan's advance is unstoppable. On the first day, hundreds of tribes, large and small, are annihilated, without exception, all devoured. On the second day, every nation except Marley is obliterated. On the seventh day, the mightiest ancient nation, the last bastion of humanity capable of resisting the titans, Marley, is destroyed. Thus, humanity loses all means to contend with the titans. The few remaining humans begin to flee, attempting to evade this apocalyptic era. Yet, no matter where they escape, they cannot escape the influence of the founding titan. Ultimately, all humans on the giant continent are consumed. Driven by hunger, the founding titan crosses the sea, heading towards the biocontinent. The colossal progenitor giant has profoundly impacted the safety of the entire origin realm. After invoking the sacred terra, the three esteemed silver-level leaders have finally resolved to take action. After 13 arduous days, they have successfully vanquished the progenitor giant. However, the cost of this victory was the obliteration of the giant continent, along with devastating repercussions for the other three civilizations. This round of creation simulation has concluded. 2 epics have survived, with a cooling period of 20 minutes. Chapter 44. 2 Directions to Break the Deadlock, Undercurrent Surge, a deadly net targeting Subai. On October 7th, 2049, at 11:23, Subai glanced at the clock. The college entrance examination was scheduled for tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and time was running perilously short. A slight alteration in the attack on Titan template instilled a sense of urgency within him. Indeed, time was not on his side. After a moment of silence, he sighed and began to organize his thoughts. The reason for the simulation's failure was somewhat discernible. The original grotesque worm had been substituted with the Hydra. The Hydra, being a creature of mythic lineage, was intrinsically linked to the Tree of Life and possessed the potential to evolve into the legendary World Tree and World Serpent. Both of these entities rank at the pinnacle of mythical bloodlines, rendering the mere grotesque worm utterly insignificant in comparison. Similarly, how could Emer, capable of merging with the grotesque worm, hope to achieve such a fusion when faced with the overwhelming suppression of such a formidable life form? This was the crux of the issue. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the life level of the Hydra should have ensured that even if Emer lost her self-awareness, the progenitor giant she birthed would not be so feeble. Although the silver level is formidable, the disparity when compared to the gold level is still too vast. Was time truly the issue? After some contemplation, Subai dismissed this notion. If time were the concern, he could easily delay the simulation process, postponing it by several epochs without issue. Yet, it was evident that the problem could not be resolved so simply. As for the direction to break the deadlock, after a moment of reflection, Subai emerged from his contemplative state, his gaze regaining clarity as he identified 2 potential paths forward. 1. Utilize the resources of the origin realm to attempt to elevate Emer's life level, albeit with significant uncertainty. 2. Engage in bartering. In this era, the creator is not a solitary figure. Problems that cannot be resolved within one's own world do not imply that other worlds cannot offer solutions. As long as resources are exchanged, there will invariably be a way to break the deadlock. At this juncture, his phone erupted with a flurry of notifications. Your group application has been approved. Welcome to the Jiangxing Creators Group chat. Jiang Ryue, I've been waiting for you for so long. Welcome, welcome. Lord of the Kanglan Realm. So you are Subai from Nanshan? This year, Nanshan has birthed 3 extraordinary creators. 1 has fallen, and 2 remain. It seems this year's college entrance examination is shaping up to be quite interesting. However, I heard you recently completed an extremely perilous task. Do you possess any secrets? Or does your world harbor unique resources or extraordinary races? Share them with us. After all, joy is best when shared. From the tone of his words, it was evident that the Lord of the Kanglan realm harbored hostility towards Subai. It is well known that a world is a creator's trump card, concealing unique resources and extraordinary races that must not be revealed. Moreover, This was the eve of the college entrance examination, a critical moment. If exposed, even a genius could face the risk of elimination. The Lord of the Kanglan realm appeared curious, but his intentions were clearly malicious. Furthermore, he did not even disclose his true name. Was this a deliberate attempt to hide? Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment, yet he refrained from responding immediately. Meanwhile, the other members of the group, influenced by the Lord of the Kanglan realm, began to express curiosity about Subai's extraordinary race. Over the past few days, Subai's reputation had soared, echoing throughout Jiangqing. Hailed as the dark horse most likely to seize victory in this year's examination, he had defeated Li Hao, consumed worlds, and ascended to the ranks of a first-tier creator. Subsequently, he advanced to the Genesis Guild, embarking on tasks while other examinees were still anxiously preparing, and these were second-tier, exceedingly perilous tasks. In the aftermath, it was confirmed that the difficulty of these tasks had reached the level of a third-tier world. Even so, he flawlessly completed them, earning an S-grade evaluation. This series of accomplishments inevitably sparked curiosity, prompting others to wonder what extraordinary race Subai's world had nurtured to be so formidable. Is he truly that Subai, the one dubbed the greatest dark horse of the year? The Lord of the Kanglan realm was right. Subai, why not showcase your extraordinary race to satisfy everyone's curiosity? Dark horse? I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps it's merely a stroke of luck? This year, there are precisely 3 seed candidates: Jiang Ryue from the Ice and Snow world, Qin Shang, the progeny of a deity, and Yi Lanqin, who has awakened the world of the undead, each a formidable contender for the championship. Your argument doesn't hold water. Regardless, Subai is undoubtedly a dark horse. His strength cannot be underestimated. At this moment, the Lord of the Kanglan realm spoke again. You are right, Subai. Why not showcase your abilities? It might help some understand the disparity in strength. Subai found this rather unsettling. With an impassive expression, he scrutinized the chat content, unable to suppress a cold smile. Did they truly think him a fool? Such an obvious ploy was not lost on him. Whether it was the Lord of the Kanglan realm, who initiated the topic, or the others who followed suit, their sole objective was clear: to compel Subai to reveal the entirety of his world, cloaked in the guise of curiosity. Their true intent was to uncover Subai's weaknesses on the eve of the examination. Jiang Ryue sensed the discord in the group chat and discreetly messaged him. Don't reply, Mu too. These individuals seem to harbor ill intentions towards you. Meanwhile, Lu Mei furrowed her brows and unabashedly expressed her outrage in the group. What business is it of yours? Are you unaware of the taboos of a creator? If you dare, showcase your world first. Jiang Ryue was direct and forthright. She typically exhibited such candor, only tempering her demeanor slightly in Subai's presence, but she would not show any restraint in the face of these individuals. The Lord of the Kanglan realm retorted, Jiang, your statement is rather one-sided. After all, Subai possesses formidable strength and ought to make a display of it to broaden everyone's horizons. It's hardly a monumental request, right, everyone? In a cozy room, Jiang Ryue glared at the screen in indignation upon reading his words. How dare he speak like that? How could he have the audacity to utter such things? The loss would not be his, yet he spoke with such self-righteousness. It was utterly infuriating. Clenching her teeth, she felt a twinge of regret. Would he become angry because of this? What should she do? Oh dear, it's all this group of rascals' fault. He wouldn't be angry with me, would he? Recalling how she had insisted on adding Subai to the group chat earlier, Jiang Ryue's face turned pale with anxiety. Had she inadvertently jeopardized the goodwill she had painstakingly built? Such a thing must not happen. Yet, contrary to Jiang Ryue's fears, Subai's expression could only be described as tranquil. A smile graced his lips as he responded cheerfully, Qin Shang, this isn't like you. Weren't you always the one to stir up trouble directly? What is this? Are you now aware of the need to conceal your identity? Upon sending this message, Subai's demeanor abruptly shifted. His expression hardened, his gaze becoming as cold as an abyss, evoking a sense of dread in those who dared to meet it. He coldly declared, feigning mystique is futile. If you have the courage, let us engage in a life-and-death showdown in tomorrow's examination. With no regrets for the victor or the vanquished. Do you dare? If not, kneel before me obediently. Do you wish to oppose me? Merely relying on one's identity as a second-generation deity does not suffice for you. Upon uttering these words, he abruptly exited the group chat, severing that particular avenue and leaving only the option to infiltrate from within the origin realm. Meanwhile, in the chat group, as Subai's statement echoed, the once vibrant conversation fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to utter a word for an extended period. At this moment, Qin Shang, veins throbbing on his forehead, fixated on the messages within the group, nearly crushing his phone in a fit of rage. He was the sovereign of the Kanglan realm. The previous discussions had been meticulously orchestrated by him, a ploy to probe Subai. Yet now, confronted with Subai's declaration of war, he found himself in turmoil, his finger hovering indecisively in the air, unable to press send on the meticulously crafted reply. He was terrified. He dared not gamble against Subai, whose formidable and enigmatic prowess instilled fear within him. He did not wish to meet his demise. After making this decision, he despondently collapsed to the ground, only to regain his composure moments later. A sinister smile crept across his face as he contemplated Su-bai's message. While he might be afraid, he would ensure that Su-bai faced no reprieve. He turned to his subordinates, his voice cold as ice. Relay this order. From today until the college entrance examination concludes, I shall ensure that Su-bai has no means of acquiring even the slightest resource. Simultaneously, within a concealed space, a figure radiating formidable energy calmly perused Su-bai's profile. After a brief moment, a smile graced his lips, accompanied by a sigh laced with admiration. What an extraordinary talent. Shenhe marveled at the astonishing speed of Su-bai's ascent. Even he, a fourth-tier creator, could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. Yet, regrettably, his son had entangled himself with this individual, and he had always been one to protect his own. In light of this, he felt compelled to extinguish this future prodigy. After all, even a true godling, possessing the potential to ascend to greatness, amounts to nothing if snuffed out. Thus, from this moment forth, all resources at the disposal of a fourth-tier creator would be mobilized, every preparation made solely to fulfill one objective: to eliminate Su-bai in his cradle. Chapter 45. The Conflict of the Orange Talent Bloodline. The re-encounter of Ymir and the Hydra. Unbeknownst to Su-bai, Chunhe's machinations were unfolding. At this moment, he was engaged in researching the information on 3 cards. Consciousness Enhancement. C-tier card, capable of strengthening a being's consciousness, rendering it not easily destroyed. Low-level brain domain evolution. C-tier card, with a minute probability of generating psychic power, enhancing the brain domain, and increasing resistance to foreign consciousness, preventing assimilation. Heart of Obsession. C-tier card. A tenacious heart breeds the most resilient soul. Upon use, this life form will not be assimilated by any consciousness for 3 seconds. Legendary tier and below. Without exception, all were cards specifically designed to target Ymir's fragile consciousness, provided by the school. Originally, Su-bai had no intention of seeking assistance from the school, but with Chun Shang blocking the route through the chat group and the Genesis Guild, for reasons unknown, declaring a scarcity of resources in Jiangxing and temporarily halting exchanges, Su-bai found himself compelled to turn to the school. Fortunately, the institution still had some reserves, and the principal decided to place the hopes of this cohort squarely on Su-bai's shoulders, directly opening the resource repository for him to select from. The first 2 cards were intended to bolster consciousness, while the last one was reserved for the most crucial moment, to decisively determine the outcome. Su-bai's gaze remained composed as he devised a comprehensive plan. However, even then, he could not guarantee absolute success. The consciousness fused with the Hydra post-integration was immensely powerful, rivaling that of Golden Tier life forms to a certain extent. In comparison, Ymir seemed as insignificant as an ant to a colossal elephant, with an insurmountable disparity. To succeed, he would need to leverage the small against the large, continually fortifying his arsenal, and gamble on the birth of a miracle. After all, even a giant could feel pain if struck at the heart by an ant. Additionally, Su-bai had stumbled upon an unexpected boon. Ice Heart, B-tier card. A rare card that can only be born in the world of ice and snow. Upon use, there is a probability of causing a mutation in life, granting ice attributes. This gift came from the young girl Jiang Ryua. While it was termed a gift, it served more as compensation. Had she not pulled Su-bai into the group chat, he would not have encountered such circumstances. However, to be frank, Su-bai was unfazed by Chun Shang's provocation. Their prior encounters at the school and the Genesis Guild had already set them at odds. Even without the chat group incident, other confrontations would have inevitably arisen. Thus, Su-bai felt no anger. Yet, it was altogether impossible for him to relinquish the benefits he had so nearly grasped. The Ice Heart card, while currently irrelevant to the situation, was set aside for potential future use. After a few more minutes, at last, the simulator's voice resounded. Simulator cooldown complete. Su-bai opened his eyes, unhesitatingly using the 3 cards. 3 distinct beams of light merged into the simulator, resulting in a transformation of the text displayed. You have used consciousness enhancement, low-level brain domain evolution, heart of obsession. As the card effects pertain to a singular life form, please select the target: Seraphim, Alice, Blade Queen, Hydra. Among the successive names, Su-bai located Ymir. Activating the card effects, the outcomes of the 3 cards immediately materialized upon Ymir's character template. Initiate a 10 consecutive draws. Su-bai proclaimed. As his words fell, a resplendent white light enveloped the area, akin to a multitude of stars emerging, ultimately revealing 10 distinct talents: Bloodline Conflict, orange; Iron-Blooded Warfare, blue; Special or Vain, purple. Bloodline Conflict, orange. Utilizing this talent carries a high probability of inducing bloodline conflict within a race, leading to a loss of rationality. However, there is also a small chance of triggering a hidden ability, Bloodline Fusion, resulting in a perfect integration between the conflicting parties. Perfect fusion? Su-bai's eyes sparkled. The orange talent, despite its drawbacks, possessed this minuscule chance of hidden capability, deemed an extraordinary phenomenon. Why did the fusion of Ymir and the Hydra result in chaos? Beyond the inability to withstand the Hydra's life density and the shattering of consciousness, it also stemmed from the conflict between their bloodlines. Consider the Hydra. How many bloodlines had it assimilated? Initially, there was the unique abnormal bloodline, followed by the tree race from the Great Tree World, the carnivorous flower clan, and the sacred beetle tribe. Subsequently, it absorbed the essence of the entire life tree, which included remnants of life forms perished in the Great Tree World. Altogether, it had integrated nearly 10 distinct bloodlines. Such a complex amalgamation of bloodlines made it exceedingly challenging for even the Hydra to maintain equilibrium. After merging with Ymir, these bloodlines naturally transferred into her body. How could a mere human achieve balance? These two factors fundamentally accounted for the failure of the simulation. A high probability of bloodline conflict and a small probability of perfect fusion. This was a gamble. Suddenly recalling something, Subai's previously joyful expression vanished, replaced by a grimace as he glared at the simulator. During the lottery, all he drew were white cards. Yet, when it came to talents, orange cards seemed to appear at will. Must it be so glaringly obvious? Subai exhaled a heavy sigh. There was no point in lamenting, regardless of the circumstances. He still needed to extract the world template. He could not afford to slow his progress merely due to the Genesis points. Acceptance was his only option. As for the handling of the special or vein, Subai had anticipated this, having preserved that talent since the conclusion of the last simulation. Without a worry of it being discarded, make a decision, 3 talents chosen. The simulator initiates, lines of black text emerge, commencing the journey of creation. In the early epics of the First Era, the sacred terra shall restore the shattered realm of origins to its former glory, as all things replay. And the giant continent embarks on a new cycle of civilization. The Hydra crossed the sea, planting the seed of the tree of life in the heart of the world, from which it fell into a prolonged slumber. During its slumber, Alice led the sacred terra sect to this land. At this juncture, primitive humanity had already emerged on the giant continent. Alice resolved to hasten the development of humankind, leaving a portion of the new humans behind while guiding the sacred terra sect to conceal themselves, subtly directing the course of civilization. As time elapsed, under the influence of Alice and the sacred terra sect, humanity began to expand rapidly, and soon, the first city, Malai, was born. This marked humanity's entry into a society of servitude. In the mid-First Era, humanity mastered the art of slash-and-burn agriculture and developed bronze tools. Simultaneously, prolonged reproduction led to a population surge, and due to extended periods of dispersed habitation, various beliefs, cities, and civilizations began to emerge. The talent of iron-blooded warfare was unleashed. Initially, Malai, wielding its pinnacle bronze technology, forged a multitude of weapons, recruited soldiers, and initiated the first war on the giant continent. Subsequently, other tribes responded in kind, and war erupted across the land. The giant continent was swiftly drawn into the abyss of conflict, and ultimately, after protracted warfare, the major cities led by Malai emerged victorious. They established various nations, becoming the rulers of the giant continent. The giant continent entered an era of flourishing nations. However, during this time, with the establishment of these nations, the descendants of the new humans left by the sacred terra sect began to gather. And after a long period of wandering, they encountered another group. A brutal conflict ensued. The two factions clashed for over a century, during which the new humans gave birth to several awakened kin, gaining powers that transcended humanity. With the aid of this newfound strength, they triumphed, successfully annihilating the opposing faction. From then on, they referred to themselves as the Ackman clan. Late in the First Era, perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of the individuals, all nations were reluctant to harbor such an unstable group within their borders. The Ackman clan continued to wander until one day they arrived at the center of the giant continent, where they beheld the now mighty tree of life. Simultaneously, they encountered the Eldian tribe. A fierce battle erupted once more, but this time, after their long wanderings, the Ackman clan was severely depleted and ultimately defeated, merging into the Eldian tribe. As time passed, hundreds of years went by. The world template of Attack on Titan was activated. The civilization of giants returned to its origins, and the progenitor Ymir appeared, once again entering a cycle, enduring the same fate, ultimately falling into the tree of life's chasm while being pursued by soldiers. She encountered the Hydra once again. Chapter 46, The Crucial Role of the Ice Heart. Successful fusion. The golden tier biological progenitor giant is born. Ymir and the Hydra met. The Hydra merged within her, awakening the giant's bloodline, while Ymir's consciousness flickered like a candle, perilously close to extinguishment. The card effect activated. Ymir's feeble consciousness suddenly surged with strength, beginning to merge with the Hydra. Did it succeed? Subai dared not relax. His gaze fixed upon the screen, vigilantly monitoring the updates. Under the influence of 2 cards, Ymir began to merge with the Hydra, just as completion was imminent. The Hydra suddenly went into a frenzy, the mythical bloodline's life essence overwhelming Ymir's fragile consciousness. Like a deluge, Ymir's awareness flickered like a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Would you like to use the effect of the Heart of Persistence card? Use it. Subai's expression turned grave. The outcome rested upon this singular act. A flash of white light heralded the activation of the Heart of Persistence card effect. Emer's consciousness suddenly grew robust. Under the influence of the Heart of Persistence card, Emer successfully subdued the Hydra's consciousness, and the two began to merge. Fusion successful. The silver-tier life-form progenitor giant is born. The talent bloodline conflict was triggered. The bloodlines within Emer began to riot, the mountain giants, aberrations, and tree folk bloodlines amalgamating, becoming difficult to reconcile. Emer lost control over the progenitor giant. The progenitor giant rampaged, and war descended upon the giant continent. In the second year, the giant continent was obliterated, and the progenitor giant was jointly eradicated by 3 silver-tier commanders. This round of creation simulation has concluded. Cooling period, 10 minutes. A cold notification echoed. Subai's expression remained impassive, the outcome anticipated. Retained the bloodline conflict talent. Bloodline conflict talent retained. Along with the special mineral vein talents, will not dissipate in this civilization simulation and will continue to exert influence. Retention completed. Subai closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the end of the cooling period. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Subai opened his eyes and declared, commence the new round of simulation. A brilliant light enveloped. 3 talents equipped, 2 bound, and for the final talent, Subai casually selected the one that accelerated the progression of civilization. Thereafter, the simulator began to operate, commencing the journey of creation. At the same moment, Chunhee's influence began to spread, as one of the foremost creators in Jiang City. With a mere command, his forces expanded like a spider's web, affecting the entire situation in Jiang City. At Nanshan School, the principal and the director bore grim expressions, sitting in silence within the office, while before them sat a towering figure. A 4th-tier creator, Chunhee. Observing this figure, both the principal and the director appeared perturbed, especially when the latter almost erupted in anger upon hearing the demand to abandon Subai. However, he was restrained by the principal. Chunhee's strength was formidable, possessing a world akin to Jiang Ryu's, also a rare elemental realm. Furthermore, it was the most aggressive of elemental realms, the lava world. This power placed him among the elite of the 4th-tier creators. Even 5th-tier creators dared not provoke him lightly. It was precisely this that forged his immense influence in Jiang City. At this moment, Chunhee casually sipped his tea, looking down upon the two with indifference, stating, I want Subai dead. Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The principal and director's expressions soured simultaneously. The principal scoffed. Though you are a 4th-tier creator, do you not fear the repercussions of violating federal law by attempting to kill a student? In response, Chunhee chuckled lightly. Federal law? His gaze dismissed the notion, stating, not even federal law, let alone the Genesis Society, could stand between a fledgling prodigy and a 4th-tier powerful creator. They would only choose me. Moreover, with a wave, Chunhee rose, unfazed by the somber expressions of the two, gazing out the window. He remarked, I never claimed I would do it myself. Then who will take action? The director scrutinized Chunhee gravely. This was a probing question, to which Chunhee replied with a disdainful smile. Do you think I would reveal that to you? Having spoken, he directed his gaze towards the principal, the smile on his face gradually fading. Enough, enough. Do not presume I am oblivious. You have quietly opened the resource repository before. It seems a choice has already been made. The principal, undeterred, retorted, and what of it? Nanshan is a school recognized by the Great Xia Federation. I cannot believe Chunhee would dare harbor ulterior motives against Nanshan. Just as anticipated, Chunhee offered no response, merely fixing a blank stare upon the principal. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I indeed will not take action against Nanshan, but your student is undoubtedly doomed. With those words, his figure began to dissipate into the wind, leaving the room enveloped in a profound silence shared by both the principal and the head of teaching. A vast web targeting Subai began to weave itself quietly. Meanwhile, in the room occupied by Subai, a notification echoed. The primordial giant is in turmoil. The giant continent is obliterated. The 3 silver-tier leaders unite to vanquish the primordial giant. Cooldown period, 10 minutes. Another failure. Subai had grown accustomed to it, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the cooldown period. As the brief 10 minutes elapsed, he initiated another simulation, commencing the 11th simulation. Once again, the same narrative unfolded. Following a momentary update of information, he finally arrived at the critical juncture of Emer's fusion. Late First Era, the Eldian tribe merges with the Ackerman clan. Emer is pursued and falls into the Tree of Life's Hollow. The Hydra begins to fuse with Emer. The talent bloodline conflict is triggered. Here it comes. Subai focused intently as an icy blue card materialized in his hand. B-tier element card, Frost Heart. After 11 consecutive failures, he had finally discerned a glimmer of opportunity. This lay in the ice element card. The chaos arose from the fusion of numerous bloodlines, causing Emer's body to succumb to extreme heat, while the Hydra also fell into a frenzied state of uncontrollable rage. In other words, if one could employ a form of energy to neutralize their fury and high temperature, perhaps the bloodline conflict could be resolved perfectly. Coincidentally, the ice attribute card gifted by Jiang Riue provided the ideal solution. With a crisp snap, as the card was crushed, icy blue particles merged into the simulator. Emer, caught in a semi-conscious state, sensed a refreshing chill that alleviated her suffering significantly. Simultaneously, the frigid aura soothed the agitated Hydra. And under the influence of the Frostheart card, the 11th simulation finally welcomed a flicker of fusion opportunity. You have utilized the B-tier card Frostheart. The chilling essence permeates the body, while a new elemental force begins to influence Emer's form. Emer's bloodline mutates, acquiring a trace of the ice spirit bloodline. Under the harmonizing effect of this bloodline, it begins to fuse with the myriad bloodlines of the Hydra. Fusion successful. Emer successfully transforms into the primordial giant. It was in this moment that, within the origin realm, the vast expanse of clouds surged, and upon the earth, it resembled the explosion of a nuclear bomb, engulfed in boundless light and heat. Furthermore, what was undeniably lethal high-temperature steam, upon touching the ocean, abruptly cooled, and in an instant, absolute zero descended. The ocean transformed into a frozen expanse. Icebergs surged high, their frigid essence rendering it nearly impossible for any being to approach. Under the influence of various factors, the primordial giant undergoes another mutation. Breaking through the silver tier limit, successfully entering the golden tier, the origin giant is born. Chapter 47, The Eldian Empire. Half-elemental life, frost giant, 9 silver life forms. As this information appeared, Subai summoned the racial template of the origin giant. Name, origin giant. Level, golden intermediate. Type, extraordinary being, uniqueness. Innate skills, 9 giants. Coordinate power, frost element, high temperature steam, earthquake. Description, the primordial giant. Mutated under the influence of the tree of life and the Hydra, surpasses its original limits, attaining a new level of existence. Gazing upon the racial template before him, Subai's heart echoed a singular sentiment. Luxurious. It was exceedingly lavish. This configuration was undeniably extravagant, befitting of a golden tier life form. Not a single resource had been squandered. Moreover, the power of the 9 giants implied that the origin giant could split into 9 distinct subbodies, each possessing silver tier strength. They could also converge at any moment into a complete form. Such abilities were akin to divine skills on a chaotic battlefield, unless one possessed profound knowledge of giant civilization. They would never anticipate that the origin giant harbored such capabilities. In an unexpected turn, it might even yield a decisive impact on the course of battle. But why was there an added frost power? Subai pondered as he scrutinized the description of the frost element. No, it was not merely the frost element. Following the description of the origin giant was a lengthy string of question marks, representing untapped potential. This signified that the 9 giants might also possess opportunities for mutation. With this thought in mind, Subai glanced at the clock on the wall, which read 6:40 p.m., the dusk drawing ever nearer, and the looming high-stakes examination fast approaching. He resolved not to delay any further and promptly declared, "Continue the simulation." As his words fell, the simulator resumed its operation. The origin giant is born. Emer possesses a conscious will, yet her body and mind have long succumbed to Fritz. Ultimately, she returns to the Eldian tribe and submits to Fritz, bearing him 3 children. Simultaneously, with the Ackerman clan and the origin giant's powers, the Eldian tribe begins to rise amid the strife among nations. Empowered by the origin giant, the Eldians acquire the ability to transform into giants. Guided by this force, a cataclysmic war erupts, rivers of blood flow, and endless corpses could stack into mountains. Even the once great nation of Marley struggles to withstand the Eldian tribe's onslaught. Ultimately, they choose submission. A brand new giant empire is born, self-styled the Eldian Empire. And Fritz ascends to the throne, declaring himself King Fritz. Yet the nations, unwilling to accept defeat, conspire to assassinate on the day of the Eldian Empire's founding. With meticulous arrangements, they successfully cast the Spear of Fate. However, regrettably, a miscalculation occurred, as Emer fell in love with King Fritz and shielded him from the fatal blow with her body. Yet, gazing upon the fallen Emer, King Fritz's eyes held only indifference. Emer despaired. In her agony and torment, she chose death. That year marked the 13th since she gained the power of the origin giant, and subsequent giant bearers would only live for 13 years. Milestone achievement, Emer's death, accomplished. Reward, 1,000 creation points. The simulator continued its progression as Subai quietly observed the constant stream of updates. He harbored a faint intuition that the power of the frost element might bring him an unexpected surprise. Emer has perished, yet her utility remains. King Fritz commands her 3 children to consume their mother's flesh and blood, inheriting 3 unique giant powers. Thus, the 9 giants are born. The 9 giants, split from the origin giant, each possess silver tier strength, swiftly quelling the few rebellions. Thereafter, the Eldian Empire, sustained by the terrifying might of the Titans, maintained a bloody reign, with the inheritance of these Titans perpetuated through a gruesome cycle of devouring one's progenitor. Until a millennium later, the once prosperous Eldian Empire began to spiral into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, one of the Titan inheritors seemed to experience a bloodline awakening, leading to a transformation of the armored Titan. The entirety of its armor appeared to be supplanted by ice crystals, morphing into a chilling azure armor that emanated an unnerving low temperature. With each stride taken, it could encase the surrounding hundreds of meters in a glacial expanse. Furthermore, every punch unleashed was imbued with frost elemental power, rendering flesh and blood feeble in resistance, even against the other inheritors of the 9 Titans. Harnessing this formidable power, the armored Titan ultimately triumphed in the Civil War. Simultaneously, upon ascending to the throne, historical texts would record this mutated armored Titan as the Frost Titan. A silver-tier life form, the Frost Titan was born. With the sound of creation points being credited, Su Bai's gaze lingered upon the Frost Titan, a mixture of astonishment and delight washing over him. The Frost Titan? This entity belonged to the elemental beings, yet unlike the pure ice spirits, the Frost Titan was categorized as a half-elemental being. Moreover, it was a member of the extraordinary race of Titans, representing an upper-tier species. Su Bai had not anticipated that the mutated origin Titan would catalyze an evolution in the armored Titan among the 9 Titans, transforming it into the entirely new Frost Titan. This development not only significantly enhanced its potential, but also brought about a monumental shift in its combat prowess. What further surprises awaited? As Su Bai recalled the string of question marks surrounding the origin Titan, a sense of anticipation stirred within him. Indeed, his expectations were not in vain. As the narrative progressed along the timeline, several civil wars erupted, and at long last, Su Bai encountered the structure he yearned for. Among the 9 Titans, apart from the founding Titan, the female Titan, and the colossal Titan, the remaining Titans began to evolve. The possessor of the Frost Titan ascended as the new king of Eldia. Subsequently, more conflicts ensued. Thus began the journey of the 9 Titan inheritors, discovering the latent potential within their Titans, embarking on a quest to research the direction of Titan evolution. Having endured centuries of warfare, in the early Second Era, the Eldian Empire had gradually acquired the evolved forms of the remaining Titans aside from the Frost Titan. These included the Colossal Titan, Warhammer, the Beast Titan, Giant, the Jaw Titan, Crusher, and the Cart Titan, Battle Titan. Moreover, the Pivotal Titan, which also underwent metamorphosis, gained the ability to foresee significant events that could impact its side during the war, thus altering the course of battles. This Titan was dubbed the Prophet Titan. 8 silver-tier life forms were born, awarding 4,800 creation points. Chapter 48, The Revelation of Titan Civilization, The Peaceful King, and the 3 Great Walls. Su Bai perused the information on the various Titans, all of which, without exception, exhibited remarkable enhancements from their original forms. Additionally, due to the Hydra's successive fusion with multiple genes, the original Beast Titan transformed into the Mountain Titan, a being of immense strength, capable of commanding the mountains. It held the potential to evolve into a legendary species. As for the others, they were equally impressive, particularly the Cart Titan, which had already been depicted with armored capabilities in the original work. This wave of evolution granted it the ability to transform, enabling it to unleash crystals and conjure a towering fortress from thin air. Simultaneously, it could move. The capabilities of a high-speed, fully armed mobile war fortress would undoubtedly astonish all. The simulator continued to advance, lines of text appearing rapidly, signaling the impending demise of the Eldian Empire. The emergence of the 9 Titans propelled the Eldian Empire to unprecedented heights. However, the arrogant king of Eldia foolishly failed to annihilate the other nations. Instead, he commanded their subjugation. Ultimately, in the early Second Era, over 2,000 years after the establishment of the Eldian Empire, an unparalleled uprising erupted. Led by the former great nation of Marley, the rebellion against the Eldian Empire commenced. Soon, the other nations followed suit, and at this juncture, the Eldian Empire had been embroiled in internal strife for centuries, having long lost its initial unity. Eventually, a faction from one of the 9 Titan families, the Tiber family, wielding the Warhammer Titan, betrayed the Eldian Empire, conspiring with Marley's hero, Helos, to successfully fracture the once mighty Eldian Empire. The families of the 9 Titans turned against one another, the royal family preoccupied with its own affairs, and the formidable Eldian Empire was dragged into the quagmire of war. Nevertheless, having ruled the world for over 2 millennia, the Eldian Empire's foundation remained robust, and as time wore on, the fragile coalition of nations would inevitably falter against the Empire's onslaught. At this crucial moment, the 145th king of Eldia, Fritz, the current holder of the founding Titan, grew weary of the ceaseless warfare. He initiated the Oath of Peace, leading to the disintegration of the once mighty Eldian Empire. The remaining Eldians, following the footsteps of the peaceful king, crossed the ocean to the land where the Eldian Empire had risen, the domain of the Tree of Life. The activation of the special mineral veins, Here, they discovered a unique mineral known as iceburst stone, which could generate immense power with minimal pressure. Crushing it yielded gas. And with this technology, they invented the prototype of the three-dimensional maneuver gear. Simultaneously, they overthrew the coalition of nations that had toppled the Eldian Empire, unwilling to spare the remnants of the Eldians. To avoid being affected, the Tree of Life activated its roots, wielding tremendous power to sever the region from the Titan continent. Isolated at sea, it became a drifting island. Concurrently, within Parody Island, the peaceful king commanded the progenitor Ymir to create thousands of colossal titans, gathering them together. He utilized their crystallization ability to artificially erect 3 monumental walls, each named after the 3 daughters of the first Fritz king, the Wall Maria, the Wall Rose, and the Wall Sheena. These 3 towering walls obstructed communication between the island's interior and exterior, and thereafter, the peaceful king employed the abilities of the founding titan to erase the memories of all Eldians on the island. Thus, the people firmly believed that beyond the 3 walls existed a realm inhabited by colossal beasts that preyed upon humans, and they dared not venture a single step beyond. Milestone achievement. The peaceful king and the 3 great walls, accomplished, awarded 1,000 creation points. Thus, the revelation of Titan civilization was unveiled. The true timeline was on the verge of unfolding. Subai gazed with a hint of anticipation in terms of the most valuable aspects of Titan civilization. Aside from the Rumbling and the Ackerman clan, it was undoubtedly Eren Yeager, the will of freedom. Subai chuckled softly, pondering what thoughts might arise within Eren. Trapped within the world, should he discover that everything was merely a consequence of divine intervention? If it could be utilized, then so be it. Otherwise, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Subai's eyes. Should something prove unusable, regardless of its immense value, it must be eradicated. After all, the progenitor giant has already come into existence. It is merely a matter of who will inherit its legacy. However, should Eren perish, it would indeed be a lamentable loss. Subai's gaze remained tranquil as he spoke softly. I hope you do not choose the wrong path. Time flows like the morning mist, fleeting in an instant. Mid-second epic. Having expelled the Eldian Empire, Marley was re-established, with the Daiba family emerging as the puppet masters behind Marley. Leveraging the renown of Marley's hero, Holos, Marley swiftly flourished in the post-war continent, supplanting the position once held by the Eldian Empire, and ascending to become the most formidable nation on the continent. As time passed, the Eldian Empire fell into oblivion for centuries. To prevent the resurgence of giants, Marley tightly controlled the powers of the 8 titans, while simultaneously managing the remaining Eldians by confining them to designated zones. Utilizing manipulated information, they indoctrinated this group of Eldians. Year after year, centuries later, the surviving Eldians began to harbor hatred for their former kin, vowing to sacrifice their lives for Marley. In such circumstances, a unique faction was born. Named the Warrior Candidates, upon inheriting the Titan's power, they would officially become Marley Warriors, thus acquiring the esteemed identity of Marleyans. In the year 806 of the Titan era, Eren and Zeke's father, Grisha Yeager, was born. Young Grisha was filled with longing for the outside world, driven by desire. One day he ventured beyond the confines of the internment zone with his sister to witness an airship, only to have her brutally torn apart by a Marleyan warrior's unleashed hounds. Thus, the seeds of hatred were sown. More than a decade passed. Grisha grew up, yet the memory of his sister's demise remained etched in his mind. Every moment, the flames of vengeance within him blazed fiercely, intensifying with time. That same year, he encountered Zeke's mother, the royal-blooded Dina Fritz. After their marriage, they welcomed a child. This child would later become the inheritor of the Titan of the Mountains, Zeke Yeager. Chapter 49, The Bronze Tier Legion, Wings of Freedom. The foundational tale of the Prophet Titan. Not long after Zeke's birth, Grisha embarked on a path of vengeance. Simultaneously, Zeke was compelled to join the warrior training camp, striving to become this generation's Titan of the Mountains and assist his father in successfully usurping power. However, no wall is impervious to whispers of conspiracy. The Restoration faction's plans remained under Marley's control. Upon discovering this information, Zeke was plunged into panic, at which point the current inheritor of the Titan of the Mountains, Tom Xava, appeared. At the suggestion of his counterpart, Zeke bartered the Restoration faction's secrets for a chance at survival. Consequently, he successfully became this generation's inheritor of the Titan of the Mountains. Later, through a fortuitous discovery, he learned of a historical plague that had erupted, wherein King Fritz utilized the founding Titan's powers to alter the genes of the Eldians, thus rendering this virus ineffective against Eldians. From this revelation, a nascent plan began to take shape in Zeke's mind, which he termed the Euthanasia Plan. Significant historical events unfolded, leading to the implementation of the Euthanasia Plan. Creation Point 100. Simultaneously, within Parody Island, after centuries of development, the indoctrination of the War King succeeded, and the populace firmly believed that beyond the 3 colossal walls lurked a terrifying breed of man-eating monsters. Moreover, the discovery of mutated ice explosion stones, coupled with their isolated environment, guided them down a path starkly opposed to that of the Titan continent. The three-dimensional mobility device was born, utilizing the mutated ice explosion stones. This new mobility apparatus could not only grasp structures, but also employ the explosive properties of the ice stones to facilitate brief aerial combat. Elusive and spectral, akin to a ghost. Yet, this revolutionary mobility device necessitated a faint mental control. Only the awakened Ackerman clan, possessing a modicum of psychic power, could manipulate it effectively. It was precisely for this reason that the Ackerman clan emerged as the primary armed force of Paradis Island, and since their bloodlines awakened only in perilous moments. Nearly all Ackermans chose to join the Survey Corps. The Bronze-tier elite legion, Wings of Freedom, was born. Current personnel, 100. Creation points 600. Additionally, benefiting from the Holy Terra sect's historical influences, a religion centered around the Holy Terra emerged within the walls. Virtually everyone believed in the existence of the Holy Terra. Not only on Paradis Island, but such faith also existed deeply entrenched within the Titan continent, where no faction dared to expel it. The belief in the Holy Terra spread widely, and your followers became increasingly devout, achieving the status of true believers. When translated into the flow of real time, each day, every civilization would yield a stable income of 1,000 creation points for you. The power of faith converted into creation points, totaling 3,000. Ding dong. Subai felt as though he had never heard a sound so melodious. The creation points had been credited, and he could finally escape the torment of poverty. Though it may not last long, at least it was a sight for sore eyes. Of course, a more crucial point was the emergence of the Bronze-tier legion. Wings of Freedom. In the realm of the Creator, beyond the most exalted beings, what holds paramount importance is the formation of extraordinary legions, also categorized by life levels. They are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, saint tier, and ultimately, mythical legions. Mythical legions are exceedingly rare. Even the collective of the world's creators scarcely number more than a handful. They serve as the vanguard against abyssal invasions, representing humanity's alliance's most elite extraordinary force. Simultaneously, unlike individual life levels, the combat prowess of legions tends to be somewhat diminished, but this is only relative. As long as numbers accumulate, even if an individual entity can vanquish 100 foes, when the scale reaches 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000, what use is one's prowess against such a tide of humanity? Once an army is formed, regardless of your celestial might, you are but ash amidst the raging torrents of battle. Historical texts recount a pivotal battle where a legendary legion, composed of tens of thousands of angels, through a decade of relentless warfare, managed to wear down a mythical being. This underscores the immense impact that legions can have in combat. Subai took a moment to steady his emotions, gazing at the continuously updating text on the simulator, deep in thought. Aside from the Wings of Freedom, perhaps there exists another formidable legion. The name of this legion. Subai lifted his gaze, his expression grave, and uttered softly, is the rumbling, perhaps in response, or perhaps reflecting Subai's current thoughts. Within the origin realm, on the Titan continent, and within Paradis Island, a blinding brilliance erupted, accompanied by a suffocating wave of scalding steam, followed shortly by a volcanic eruption of flames and magma. The colossal Titan had emerged, within the confines of Paradis Island. The colossal walls that served as a sanctuary for countless Eldians, the Wall Maria, was utterly torn asunder, as fragile as mere parchment. An innumerable horde of mindless Titans converged across the plains, heralding the dawn of a hellish nightmare for humanity. Year 845 of the Titan era. Year 123 of the outside world's terra calendar. The Wall Maria, one of the three great walls, has been breached. A relentless tide of Titans surges forth, devouring humanity, transforming the landscape into a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as the inferno of human suffering unfolds before our eyes. On that fateful day, humanity was reminded of the terror wielded by the Titans and the humiliation of being caged like animals. Simultaneously, a boy, driven by the yearning for freedom, sowed the seeds of vengeance in that very moment, and as time progressed, he grew, ultimately exacting a bloody retribution upon his foes. Thus, the saga commenced. 3 fleeting years passed, and Eren bore witness to the harrowing scene of his mother being devoured. After this span, the colossal Titan re-emerged once more. With Eren leading the charge, the entire 104th Training Corps mobilized. Blood, corpses, severed limbs, and flesh scattered across the battlefield. A grotesque tableau of carnage, as comrades were devoured by Titans amidst a cacophony of anguished screams. I shall expel you. I will drive you out, leaving not a single one behind. As Eren beheld this horrific spectacle, he roared with unrestrained fury in his heart. Perhaps by fortune or misfortune, he was consumed by the armored Titan in a bid to save Armin. Subai observed this sequence of events with a peculiar expression, and after a long pause, he dryly remarked, "Fortunately, the armored Titan lacks teeth." He then chuckled lightly. With the emergence of the armored Titan, the next scene should be the birth of the founding Titan, correct? As if on cue, his words echoed through the simulator, presenting a message in distinctive blue text. As Eren was consumed, at the brink of physical annihilation, the Titan bloodline within him awakened, successfully transforming him into the Founding Titan. Silver tier lifeform, the Founding Titan, has emerged. Chapter 50. I armor him, he collides with me, you follow me, and nothing will happen. Eren is dead. Amun, having escaped the Titan's maw, remained oblivious to Eren's ability to transform into a Titan. He conveyed this news to Mikasa, who, surprisingly, remained remarkably composed. At this juncture, the 104th Training Corps faced an insurmountable predicament. The gas from the ice-burst stone had dwindled, their blades were nearly depleted, and below the high walls lay hundreds of Titans in search of prey. No one wished to die, nor did anyone desire to perish, even as soldiers. At this moment, none could be compelled to sacrifice themselves for another. Mikasa rose in silence, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distance, the very place where Eren had met his end. After a brief moment of silence, she commenced her march. Hey Mikasa, you're not planning to go to your death, are you? A voice from behind inquired, laden with confusion, but Mikasa offered no response, continuing until she reached the precipice of the high wall, where, with a swift motion, a glinting blade was drawn. Without looking back, the howling wind whipped her hair into a frenzy, accentuating her fierce beauty. In the midst of silence, her voice resonated softly. I am strong, stronger than all of you. Thus, I can drive away the Titans over there, while you, a bunch of cowards, cower in place, beseeching divine salvation. Alone and resolute, Mikasa stood at the edge of the high wall, reminiscent of a Valkyrie from myth, both valiant and beautiful, as the cold gleam flashed, her blade unsheathed. The air crackled with energy as her figure vanished from sight. Above the high wall, an atmosphere of oppressive silence prevailed. No one knew from whence Mikasa drew her courage. Above and below the high wall lay a mere thread, yet it delineated the chasm between life and death. No one dared to dismiss the specter of death. Yet ultimately, some would conquer their fear of mortality, stepping forth in defiance, closely followed by Armin, Potato Girl, Reiner. This intrepid group resolutely followed Mikasa's lead, steam billowing forth, as translucent threads wove their figures back and forth, akin to eagles soaring through the sky. The tremors echoed. Under their guidance, the training corps atop the high wall reclaimed their courage, and like a wave, hundreds of figures leapt into the air. A breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, the entirety of the 104th Training Corps resolved to march toward death. The anthem of humanity is an ode to courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. Even Su Bai, a mere observer, could not help but recite this phrase, for to conquer death requires immeasurable bravery. Faced with Titans, it is daunting enough. How much more so against the unfathomable abyss that the current human alliance confronts, were it not for the countless sacrifices of ancestors, each igniting the flame of hope in succession, transforming into the flickering embers amidst the darkness. Humanity would have been obliterated the moment the abyss descended. Courage is never scorned. As dusk fell, the sun dipped low in the sky. With the college entrance examination drawing near, Su Bai awaited the progression of the simulator in silence. With the re-emergence of the colossal Titan, Parody Island lost its second wall, the wall rose. Subsequently, the military discovered Eren's ability to transform into a Titan. And amidst the entanglement of various factions, Eren successfully joined the Survey Corps. It is noteworthy that the current Survey Corps is far from the ordinary force of yore. All members are Ackermans, a formidable legion of awakened Ackerman bloodlines, including the renowned Levi, the captain known as the Titan of the Short. Such a vast and powerful force could hardly be matched even by the 9 Titans, explaining the military's consent for Eren to join the Survey Corps. Thereafter, time began to accelerate. Year 850 of the Titan era, the Battle of Trost District erupts. Leveraging Eren's transformation into the Founding Titan, humanity achieves, for the first time in history, a victory over the Titans, reclaiming lost territory. In the same year, the 57th expedition beyond the walls occurs. The female Titan's identity is revealed, and Commander Erwin devises a trap to capture her, yet it ultimately fails. Subsequently, the operation in Stohis district commences, and the second plan to capture the female Titan unfolds, resulting in failure. Although Annie does not escape, she utilizes crystallization to fall into a deep slumber. Thus, Marley loses the female Titan. Simultaneously, due to Reiner and his companion's prolonged absence, Marley dispatches the Jaw Titan, Zeke, leading to the reappearance of Titans within the confines of Wall Rose. The battle for Utgard Castle begins. The outcome of this battle resulted in the near-total annihilation of soldiers, while Ymir's identity as the Jaw Titan was exposed, alongside Historia's royal bloodline. Commander Erwin resolves to investigate the identity of the Jaw Titan. Consequently, Eren is kidnapped, and Reiner confronts him directly. I armor him, he collides with me. You follow me, and nothing will happen. Eren is taken captive. To retrieve him, Commander Erwin initiates a pursuit, successfully rescuing Eren. But it is during this battle that Commander Erwin loses an arm. Eren makes initial contact with the royal bloodline and successfully harnesses the power of the founding titan. Information continuously updates, no longer in fragments, each new piece signifying a significant event in the past. Following this, the political arc unfolds, revealing Eren's glimpse into the secrets of Paradise Island and the pacifist king's vow of non-aggression. Historia ascends as the new queen. Subai quietly observed the simulator's updates until a particular message appeared, finally eliciting a change in his expression. It has finally arrived, Subai remarked. In the next moment, a simulated message emerged. Recapture Wall Maria, the operation commences. In pursuit of uncovering the truth behind the giants' genesis, Commander Erwin has resolved to initiate a counteroffensive against the giants. The battle for the reclamation of Wall Maria ignites. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Survey Corps members, alongside a considerable number of stationed soldiers, gathered at the precipice of the towering wall, stepping into this land long dominated by giants. However, to everyone's astonishment, this land was eerily silent, devoid of a single giant. Commander Erwin felt a pang of unease, and at that moment, the long-missing Reiner and Porco re-emerged, transforming into the Frost Titan and the Colossal Titan. Engaging in fierce combat with Eren, while on another front, the long-vanished Armored Titan reappeared. Thus, the conspiracy was finally unveiled, a blinding radiance tearing through the heavens, resembling luminous swords piercing the clouds, reaching from earth to sky. As beams of light illuminated the scene, the once tranquil land was suddenly rife with peril, as grotesque and terrifying giants were born. The signal lit the flame. The Armored Titan possessed the terrifying ability to transform humans into giants. This place had long been transformed into a graveyard, with the intent of burying the formidable forces unique to Paradise Island. Chapter 51. The Thunder Spear capable of slaying silver beings, the final battle of civilization, the rumbling. The rumbling is imminent. Crisis. An unprecedented crisis. The majority of the Survey Corps had been lured away by the Colossal Titan and the Frost Titan. The remaining members were utterly insufficient to vanquish the Armored Titan. Yet, in this dire strait, a glimmer of hope remained. Commander Erwin, despite his severed arm, mounted his steed, rallying the remaining members of the Survey Corps and the stationed soldiers to charge forth into a battle destined for death. Under the blazing sun, with brilliant rays and a backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, Commander Erwin surged ahead, a solitary figure, as hundreds of terrified soldiers clenched their jaws, resolutely following the silhouette before them. He was a demon, a harbinger of their inevitable descent into death. But simultaneously, he also embodied humanity's sole redeemer. With a hum, a glint of cold light flickered, the blade unsheathed, Erwin raised his sword high, unleashing a hoarse roar of fury. Warriors, unleash your wrath. Warriors, roar. Warriors, fight. 3 resounding cries stirred the heavens, shaking the very earth. In unison, the remaining members of the Survey Corps clenched their fists to their chests, fervently shouting, "For humanity, we offer our hearts." In the next moment, endless debris rained down, dust and blood mingled in the air, bodies and horses tumbled, with each cascade of rubble claiming the lives of hundreds. Yet no one faltered. They continued their charge, steadfastly pursuing the figure ahead. Like a fervent army, they followed their commander, vowing to sweep through hell itself. However, Erwin fell, struck by a falling rock. Shortly thereafter, this valiant army was decimated. In the distance, the Armored Titan watched this scene with indifference, even feeling a twinge of boredom. Yet at that moment, as his focus shifted to the Survey Corps, he failed to notice that several pure titans surrounding him had collapsed. Amidst the clash of blades, a blood-soaked figure burst forth. With a ferocious gaze, as if a god of slaughter had descended, Levi had successfully approached the Armored Titan. Levi's strength was formidable, surpassing even that of his kin, the Ackermans, possessing a prowess of silver caliber. In the fierce confrontation, the once invincible Armored Titan was ultimately brought down. Zeke's life hung by a thread. An unexpected turn of events occurred. During their advance, an overlooked titan turned out to be one of the 9 titans, the Cart Titan. Peak whisked Zeke away from the brink of death. Meanwhile, the battle on the other front came to a close, with the Colossal Titan defeated and severely wounded. Reiner, barely holding on with the Frost Titan's icy power, found every attack evaded by the Warhammer Titan, compounded by the overwhelming assault from the Survey Corps. In a precarious situation, boom, a dark tube filled with explosives was fired, landing on the nape of his neck, and with the fuse pulled, a violent explosion erupted. The Iceburst Stone's secondary application, a special weapon, the Thunder Spear, was born. The explosive Thunder Spear, utilizing the immense power generated by the explosion of Iceburst Stones, it encapsulates hundreds of Iceburst Stone particles within a single Thunder Spear, producing a force capable of threatening silver beings. A new division of the Survey Corps, the Explosive Brigade, was established. Subai abruptly rose, his eyes wide with astonishment. The fusion of ice-burst stones with the barrel created a weapon reminiscent of a bomb. Yet simultaneously, as ice-burst stones originated from a unique ore, the resulting explosion could indeed threaten silver beings. If mass-produced, there might truly be a chance to eliminate a silver being. With this thought, Subai could no longer remain seated. It must be preserved. It must be vigorously developed. With the college entrance examination approaching, the emergence of this power was akin to a timely boon. October 7th, 2049, 23:47. In the dead of night, Subai decided to intervene. He could no longer afford to dawdle. A formidable external force was essential to expedite the evolution of civilization to its utmost potential, to propel the giant civilization to its pinnacle. The battle for the reclamation of Maria was successful, but the cost was the loss of Erwin and numerous Survey Corps warriors. Aaron pressed forward, arriving at the border of Paradis Island. Gazing out at the boundless sea, he suddenly pointed to the other side, stating, "Beyond the sea lies the enemy." Milestone achievement. Beyond the sea lies the enemy. Accomplished. Creation point 1000. Simultaneously, on the Marley front, news brought back by Zeke indicated that the clandestine Tiber family had resolved to launch a final assault on Paradis Island. Both sides stood on the brink of a decisive confrontation. As the divine Terra, will you choose to intervene at this moment? 1. Please, cease the fighting. You are all my wings. 2. Continue the music, continue the dance. We shall not rest until civilization faces annihilation. 3. Imitate the biochemical civilization, personally descend, leading both sides into a final battle for the dominion of the Titan continent. The vanquished shall be exiled overseas. Choosing the third option without hesitation, Subai understood that the creator's interests diverged from those of the beings within the world. However, allowing them to engage freely in slaughter could jeopardize the creator's interests. For instance, if he did not intervene now, the outcome of this simulated scenario would inevitably result in Aaron's demise. Aaron was formidable, not only decisive in slaughter, but also possessing a degree of leadership ability. Furthermore, Commander Erwin, a pivotal character in the original narrative, was not someone Subai intended to forsake. Compared to Armin, an unripe character, he preferred the seasoned strategist, Commander Erwin. Thus, the potential of the Titan civilization could be maximally unleashed. A momentous decision was made, and the intent sank into the realm of origins. A celestial brilliance surged forth, piercing the heavens, as a resplendent rainbow traversed the sea. The biochemical continent, the giant continent, the alien isles, and Paradis Island, at the very heart of these four vast lands. Amidst the boundless ocean, a towering figure materialized, crowned with stars and seated upon the sun and moon, surveying the myriad lives upon the earth. Sacred Terra. On the coastline of the biochemical continent, a small group of people knelt in reverent prayer. From the eternal void you emerged, adorned with stars and seated upon the sun and moon. We, your devout followers, welcome your descent. Subai's gaze swept over the crowd, and he noted that the leader was none other than Alice. A subtle nod from him conjured titanic waves upon the sea. Yet even these colossal surges merely lapped at Subai's ankles. On the other side, the giant continent and Paradis Island witnessed for the first time such an immense presence. Even the legendary origin giants appeared as mere ants before this figure, pitifully fragile and laughably insignificant. Before the beings of these lands could fully comprehend the spectacle before them, Subai's voice resonated as if emanating from the heavens, penetrating the hearts of every creature. The final war of civilization, the culmination and genesis of all. The victor shall reign, while the vanquished shall be erased from existence. The instant these words fell, a notification flashed in Subai's mind. The final battlegrounds rumble is imminent. The rumble approaches. Chapter 52. The Declaration of War. The thundering rumble of the army of the earth. Coordinates within the secret realms of heaven and earth. The entire realm of origins trembled, whether it was the Daiba family, long concealed behind the scenes of Marley, or Aaron, gazing across the sea from Paradis Island. All stood in awe of this scene. What manner of being is this? This question surged through their minds, but soon, someone unearthed ancient texts detailing this deity, Sacred Terra, the creator of this world, the god of creation. Thunderous roars echoed. Simultaneously, atop Paradis Island, 3 towering walls collapsed, revealing their hidden visage. A multitude of giants. Thousands of colossal earth-shaking giants stood resolutely, exuding an aura potent enough to obliterate the very heavens. The end of the world had arrived. This notion arose unbidden in every heart, swiftly followed by an unprecedented wave of panic. The civilization of giants, built over 2 epochs, crumbled entirely at the utterance of Subai's words. Each individual was acutely aware that the apocalypse was nigh. Your words have profoundly shaken the entirety of giant civilization. For the first time, they have encountered a creator beyond their civilization, wreaking havoc upon their worldview. Simultaneously, your miraculous descent has rapidly birthed numerous sects within giant civilization that rally around you, significantly increasing your followers. Creation points, 600. As Subai's consciousness returned, the simulator continued to relay information, and soon, the series of butterfly effects triggered by his arrival began to unfold. The rumble approaches. The entire giant civilization firmly believes in your words. Zeke, who advocates for euthanasia within Marley, trembles, feeling a sense of powerlessness towards his own plan for the first time. It is utterly meaningless. This cataclysm is a divine game, the decisive battle that will determine the future of civilization. Neither Marley nor Parody Island can yield an inch. No one will willingly sacrifice their life. A great war is unavoidable. On the other side, across the sea, standing beside Eren is Captain Erwin, who has inherited the legacy of the previous generation's colossal giants. His gaze is fixed ahead, contemplative and silent. After a long pause, the sound of hoofbeats reaches him. Turning, he is met by the sight of the surviving members of the Survey Corps, 37 in total. Bandaged and armed with thunder spears, their eyes resolute. Erwin smiled, clenched his fist, placing his hand over his heart, and solemnly declared, "For humanity, we offer our hearts." However, this time, humanity encompasses only those from Parody Island, destined for a war of life and death. Time flew by, days and nights intertwined. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since the divine descent. During this period, led by Marley, the giant continent prepared for total war. In the face of existential crisis, humanity's potential was fully mobilized. Tanks, battleships, fighter jets, anti-giant cannons, and a myriad of heavy weaponry emerged. Simultaneously, they boasted the presence of 5 giants, formidable and well-resourced, capable of sustaining a protracted conflict. Yet, while Marley readied for a drawn-out struggle, the Parody Island faction, under the proposals of Captain Erwin and Eren, resolved for a swift conclusion. Relying on their collective strength, Parody Island, lagging centuries behind the world, found itself incapable of contending with Marley. Their sole hope for victory lay in the rumble. Furthermore, to harness the power of the female giant, led by Hang, the entire research team worked tirelessly to uncover how to break through crystallization. This time, there were no peace advocates on Parody Island, only hawks. Sacred Terra had decreed, life or death, there was no possibility of coexistence, utterly obliterating any foundation for negotiation. Moreover, over the span of 3 years, Parody Island dismantled the 3 legions mechanism, consolidating forces to cultivate the Survey Corps. After significant sacrifices, 380 Ackerman bloodlines awakened, leading this newly formed Survey Corps. Comprised of these awakened Ackermans and numerous ordinary soldiers, a formidable new force emerged. The elite battalion of 380 professionally trained Ackermans could unleash powers far surpassing their predecessors. Subai nodded in satisfaction. His pressure had indeed been rightly placed. The advancement of civilization requires impetus, and even more so, the pressure of survival. Only when faced with the brink of death can humanity give birth to miraculous possibilities, extracting their racial potential to the utmost. Beep, beep. Accompanied by the sound of his phone, reality struck as the clock struck midnight, heralding a new day. October 8th, 2049, 0000. In the vast expanse of the blue planet, deep within the cosmic sea, a profound darkness loomed. Suddenly, a burst of light flickered, mingled with flames of war and bloodshed. The anguished cries of countless soldiers echoing. The rumble had arrived. In the year 854 of the Giant Era, the rumble descends, and the final battle erupts. A line of information appeared before Subai, followed by a torrent of updates, each moment witnessing countless lives extinguished, nearly cleaving the giant continent in two, with blood staining the surrounding seas. On the Marley side, a rallying speech was delivered at the Eldian refugee camp, gathering the continent's elite. The shadowy controllers of Marley, the Daiba family, finally emerged. Marley declares war. In that very instant, Parody Island launched its lightning-fast counterattack. A colossal figure emerged from behind the podium. Its roar resonating through the air, it was the Titan of Prophecy, controlled by Eren. The contemporary master of the Daiba family was utterly consumed. Simultaneously, a multitude of nobles met their demise, as Parody Island initiated a surprise assault, with the reborn Survey Corps launching an all-out offensive, resulting in significant casualties on the Marleyan side. Soon, Marley's retaliation ensued. Various advanced modern weaponry, along with artillery, were deployed, engaging the Survey Corps in a fierce and indecisive battle. The current wielder of the Colossus Titan from the Daiba family appeared, utilizing extraordinary powers to force Eren into a series of retreats. Yet, ultimately, a weakness was exposed. Unlike ordinary Titans, the controller of the Colossus Titan was not situated at the nape of the neck, but was concealed underground. The Colossus Titan remained oblivious to this fact, scrutinizing Eren and solemnly inquiring, "Usurper Eren Yeager, do you have any final words?" Eren smiled faintly and then whispered, "Mikasa, now is the time." In an instant, a flash of light flickered, and, moments later, dozens of lightning spears roared forth. The sound of violent explosions erupted. The Colossus Titan was compelled to relinquish its control over Eren. Seizing this opportunity, Eren leapt into the heart of the battlefield, his hand digging forth, promptly uncovering the hidden location of the Colossus Titan. Following this, the Shattering Titan was also captured. Its jaw possessed terrifying strength, effortlessly crushing the crystalline structure under Eren's pressure. Blood splattered, bones shattered. The Colossus Titan met a tragic end. In quick succession, the Shattering Titan also perished. Moreover, due to the nature of this battle, which was a true clash of civilizations, Parody Island showed no mercy. In the future, the Marleyan sharpshooter, yet to lift his sniper rifle, was immediately executed with a shot to the head. Reiner, upon hearing Eren's casual remark, "Reiner, just sit there," fell into a state of self-doubt, rendered unable to fight. The Marleyan forces retreated under relentless pressure. However, their formidable logistical support ultimately allowed them to delay the advance of Parody Island's forces. A vast array of war machines, accompanied by soldiers, rushed to the scene. Nations from the Titan continent simultaneously dispatched troops, surrounding Parody Island like a relentless tide. Once encircled, Parody Island would undoubtedly face annihilation. But is it truly so? For the sake of humanity, I shall offer my heart. Countless voices converged into a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens. The true elite of the Survey Corps, 380 Ackerman clan members, riding on horseback, executed a flanking maneuver under Commander Erwin's leadership. Due to the substantial forces dispatched to besiege Marley, Eren's group found the internal defenses of the nations vulnerable, utterly incapable of withstanding the Survey Corps. With no other choice, a multitude of soldiers could only retreat, causing a slight vulnerability in the large-scale encirclement plan. Eren did not disappoint Commander Erwin's diligent efforts. As the Survey Corps drew fire from behind, he finally captured Zeke, bearer of royal blood. The fusion of royal blood and the power of the founding Titan produced a convergence. A golden lightning bolt descended, and under the gaze of countless onlookers, after centuries, the complete form of the founding Titan was reborn. Boom! In a scene reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, a massive mushroom cloud slowly ascended, arcs of electricity swirling. Shrouded in mist, as a figure larger than the colossal Titan, resembling an ancient demonic deity, abruptly appeared. Simultaneously, with the awakening of the founding Titan, the earth-shattering army on Parody Island moved at this very moment. Eren's voice echoed, transmitted through the infinite coordinate space, reaching the minds of every human being. To all descendants of Ymir, I am Eren Yeager, communicating with all descendants of Ymir through the power of the founding Titan. On Parody Island, the hardening of all walls has been lifted, and the Titans buried within have begun to stir. My aim is to protect the people of Parody Island, who have nurtured me. However, this world yearns for the complete extinction of those on Parody Island, after enduring eons of festering hatred. It will not cease until every descendant of Ymir is eradicated. I cannot accept such a vision. The Titan of Walls will flatten everything beyond the island, until all living beings are utterly expelled from this world. As the final words lingered, it felt as though someone had pressed the mute button for the entire world. Time stood still, yet paradoxically, it seemed as if it never ceased. In the next moment, time resumed its flow. An endless multitude of earth-shattering titans converged into a torrent of despairing flames, crossing the sea and effortlessly obliterating Marley's proud naval fleet. At that very moment, Subai also received the latest feedback from the simulator. Detected a special spatial coordinate. Would you like to spend 10,000 creation points to evolve it into a secret realm? Yes, no? Note, this option only appears once. Subsequent simulations will not present it again. Chapter 53, Secret Realm Eden, Annie Awakens, Valkyrie Form. Secret Realm? Subai exclaimed in astonishment. During the evolution of the world, certain special realms, due to unique laws, intersected with certain beings, leading to the mutation of another portion of space, thus transforming into a secret realm, each possessing distinct enhancement effects. Among the most renowned secret realms in textbooks are the Pantheon of Western mythology, the Hall of Heroes in Norse mythology, and the immortal Great Wall that stands among the stars. The creation of the immortal Great Wall is particularly legendary. Had it not emerged to fend off a massive onslaught of abyssal creatures during the initial descent of the abyss, Blue Star would not have had the precious time to develop, and the current Golden Age would never have come to pass. The Secret Realm is categorized into 3 tiers: Secret Realm, Blessed Land, and Cave Heaven. Even the lowest tier Secret Realm is rarely attained. Even when the entire Daxia Federation's creators are combined, those possessing a Secret Realm do not exceed 1,000 individuals. How many people are there in the entire Daxia Federation? With the advent of the Creator Era, as each creator is born, the overall area of Blue Star expands. To this day, the population of the Daxia Federation has surpassed 10 billion, potentially exceeding 100 billion at any moment. This figure is still under conscious control by the authorities. Amidst such a vast population, only a mere 1,000 can birth their own secret realm, illustrating the improbability of such an occurrence. Even Su-bai did not anticipate that his intervention would lead to the emergence of a secret realm. After a moment of bewilderment, he quickly regained his composure, checking his account with urgency, and was taken aback. Remaining creation points, 12,700. Unbeknownst to him, Su-bai had accumulated 12,700 creation points. This revelation instantly filled him with a sense of elation, as the previously dire situation had been alleviated. Faced with the requirement of 10,000 creation points for the secret realm, he hesitated no longer. After all, creation points could be regained, but the formation of a secret realm was a singular opportunity. Evolve the coordinate space. 10,000 creation points vanished in an instant, replaced by the blue arrow on the simulator, which began to change, transforming into a rich and noble purple-gold hue. Paying 10,000 Genesis points, the original coordinate space has evolved. The Eden of the Heavenly Secret Realm has been born. Eden of the Heavenly Secret Realm. During usage, it connects the thoughts of all beings in the origin realm, maintaining this connection for 10 minutes. Additionally, it grants an extra 3 seconds of invincibility, which can be utilized at any chosen moment below mythic level. Cost of use, 1,000 Genesis points. While it may seem trivial at first glance, this is far from the truth. Connecting the consciousness of all beings for 10 minutes. The flow of time within Eden differs from the outside world. The 10 minutes elapsed inside equates to not even a second in reality. This effectively provides Su-bai with a strategic space to adjust his tactics at any moment. Moreover, he can command the entire battlefield, ensuring that even if the number of civilizations increases by tens of thousands later on, it will not lead to conflicts in military strategies. Throughout, a perfect state of collaboration will be maintained. For two armies engaged in battle, this is undeniably a divine technique. As for the 3 seconds of invincibility, its potential is even greater. If utilized wisely, Su-bai could even turn the tide of battle in his favor, determining the ultimate success or failure. One can only describe Su-bai's current state with 4 words: a bountiful harvest. The coordinate space has silently undergone transformation, evolving into the Eden of the Heavenly Secret Realm. Simultaneously, on the Titan continent, the war of this civilization has reached a boiling point, accompanied by Eren transforming into the founding Titan, initiating the rumbling. Thousands of towering rumbling titans cross the sea, launching a baptism upon this continent. The rumbling has arrived. The Marleyan side is attacking Eren with frenzied fervor, while Annie, brought by the Survey Corps, awakens at this moment. Upon witnessing this scene, especially seeing her father collapsed among the crowd, in an instant, she bites her finger. Blood flows forth, and golden lightning descends, revealing a lithe female titan. On the other side, Reiner, too, awakens from his slumber amidst the relentless shouts of the Marleyan side, roaring as an overwhelming chill sweeps in, heralding the arrival of winter. The world is blanketed in pristine snow. Peak, controlling the armored titan, utilizes his crystallization ability to conjure an ice fortress from within a glacier. Anti-titan cannons, missiles, incendiary bombs, poison gas. Humanity's wisdom from antiquity to the present is exhausted. Every weapon has been employed, yet in the face of the terrifying rumbling, it proves insufficient. Boom! The female titan, the frost titan, and the armored titan launch a fierce counterattack against Eren, now the founding titan. The female titan stands valiantly before Eren, roaring as she exhausts all her strength to halt his advance. She strives to impede the founding titan's progress. Yet, relying solely on her own strength is far too insignificant to withstand. Despair, an unprecedented despair, descends upon every human heart on the Titan continent. They gaze in terror at this scene, their limbs numb, as if they have become soulless husks. Bang! Another deafening explosion. The rear of Marley has completely fallen. Nations have perished. Commander Erwin has paid the price of 200 lives to successfully eliminate the nations, simultaneously coordinating with Eren to execute a pincer attack. A colossal titan has emerged. Nuclear explosion. In an instant, Marley suffers massive casualties once more, with the remaining forces dwindling to less than 1/10. At this moment, amidst the chaos, an ordinary person has died, yet his identity is far from mundane. He is Annie's father. With the death of her father, Annie's fury reaches its zenith. Her inner power surges, and finally, at a pivotal moment, she acquires the strength to halt the advance of the founding titan. Crimson armor spreads from within her, entwined with a blood-red thorned spear. The female titan now resembles a valiant war goddess upon the battlefield, surveying the world with an air of invincibility. Annie awakens in her Valkyrie form. Su-bai gazes upon the female titan at this moment. No, she should not be referred to merely as a female titan. Her exposed skin is now cloaked in crimson armor. Wielding a blood-red rose spear, donning an iron helmet, her gaze icy, emanating a formidable aura simply by standing still. Valkyrie form. This visage reminds Su-bai of the time he strategized in the world of the giant tree, employing 3 temporary berserk special beings, whose appearances bear a striking resemblance to the female titan at this moment. Upon recalling the racial template, The description indeed confirms Su Bai's expectations. Valkyrie form. In the face of life and death peril, Annie awakens, unleashing the dormant berserk genes hidden deep within the female Titan's bloodline. Fusing with the female Titan. Within a short time, all attributes experience a threefold increase. Currently still in an immature state, with diligent practice, it can transform into an active skill, allowing for the sustained maintenance of Valkyrie form. Skill: Berserk, Valkyrie's Wrath. The introduction to Berserk is quite detailed, yet the description of Valkyrie's Wrath is simply one sentence. Valkyrie's Wrath, none dare to provoke. Once enraged, all shall perish. Upon the Valkyrie's demise, there is a certain probability of self-detonation, taking down enemies of a higher level. Chapter 54. The True Realm Function Unlocked. Creator Template. The examination approaches. The city is awash in excitement. In the Origin Realm, on the Titan continent, the epicenter of conflict, towering at 1,000 meters, Eren, transformed into the founding Titan, looms like an ancient demonic deity, while behind him, the rumbling army approaches like a torrent. Marley's sole opportunity lies in eliminating Eren. As Annie awakens in her Valkyrie form, memories of her two skills flood into her mind. Her gaze dims for a brief moment before suddenly shining brightly. With a sigh, she slowly raises her rose-blood spear, and a surge of crimson flames envelopes her. Berserk. Furthermore, Annie shouts to Reiner behind her, "Let me approach Eren." Reiner immediately responds. The 100-meter glacier spirals upwards, coalescing into an ice and snow dragon. The Valkyrie leaps upon it, standing at the dragon's head, and with a roar, the fierce wind howls. The heavens and earth shrouded in ominous black clouds, creating an apocalyptic scene. Annie surveys the land, taking in the myriad of lives below, including her father who passed away not long ago. Her palm gradually clenches, rage surging within her as the crimson flames intensify, vibrant and lethal, as if forged from her very essence. In the next moment, Annie's roar reverberates through the heavens. Valkyrie's Wrath. Boom. In an instant, darkness envelopes the sky, and all things fall silent. The flames enveloping Annie blaze to their zenith, erupting forth like molten lava, akin to a shattered sun, a tremendous wave of energy. Alongside her self-detonation, violently spreads, rapidly reaching a certain limit, and then shattering that limit. Valkyrie's Wrath, punishing all directions, turning everything to ash. Annie unleashes Valkyrie's Wrath. Hidden effects activated. A powerful wave of energy converges into a center, colliding fiercely with Eren, now the founding Titan. Amidst a blaze of intense light, the figure resembling an ancient demonic deity gradually shatters, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Eren Yeager has perished. Annie Leonhardt has perished. The 9 Titan shifters, caught in the energy wave, likewise meet their demise. Thus, the Titan civilization faces its extinction. This simulation concludes. Milestone achievement, the rumbling, accomplished. Unlocking the true realm function of Titan civilization. Would you like to proceed? After use, it will preserve the pinnacle state of the giant civilization. Creation point 1000. This simulation has concluded. Total survival duration, 2 epochs. Absorbing the essence purification of the giant civilization, the Origin Realm's continent has expanded to 2,000 kilometers, and has nurtured a secret realm of heaven and earth. Advancement to Tier 2 Creator rank. Total harvest of creation points, 3,700. To his astonishment, it ended in mutual destruction. Subai gazed at the simulator for a long while before finally uttering these words. An unexpected outcome. It seems that even as the creator of the Origin Realm, he could not entirely dictate the future's course. However, it is fortunate that at the last moment, he unlocked the true realm function, allowing him to retain the pinnacle state of the giant civilization. Subai chose to preserve it. The instant his thoughts settled, the once scorched earth of the giant continent within the Origin Realm rejuvenated. A miraculous scene unfolded upon this land, as if time flowed backward, reversing all things. First, the fallen Eren and Annie reformed, their flesh and blood regenerating, bones and blood vessels materializing from the void, intertwining to form a humanoid figure. Next came Reiner, Peak, Captain Erwin, Levi, and Mikasa. All lives that had not perished before the earth-shattering event were resurrected. Sunlight pierced through the darkness. Warmth once again graced the beings of this continent, and every human who had narrowly escaped death covered their faces in tears, kneeling on the ground, weeping in gratitude to the holy Terra. In this single wave, Subai felt an immense surge of belief power converging. Detected a significant amount of belief power. Automatically converted to creation points 1,000. Witnessing this spectacle were not only the giant continent, but also the biochemical continent separated by a vast ocean, and the anomalous islands. The previous battle on the giant continent had caused the entire Origin Realm to tremble, creating a considerable disturbance that deeply shocked both civilizations. The Seraphim and the Blade Queen sensed an urgent crisis. If they remained stagnant, they would soon be surpassed by succeeding civilizations. Praise the Holy Terra. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon, The entirety of the origin realm echoed with the same phrase. As Subai's voice resonated in every being's mind, the otherworldly will soon arrive. Invaders are about to appear. Prepare yourselves to elevate your civilizations to their utmost pinnacle. The holy war is imminent. As the voice gradually faded, the three civilizations of the origin realm commenced large-scale mobilization, and a tense atmosphere spread across the entire world. October 8, 2049, 1:27 a.m. Less than 7 hours remained until the college entrance examination. Finally, the evolution of the giant civilization was complete. A virtual panel appeared before Subai. Creator, Subai. World, 2,000 kilometers, round sky and square earth. Tier 2 medium world. Rank, Tier 2 creator. Extraordinary civilizations. 3. Biochemical civilization, anomalous civilization, giant civilization. Sect, holy terra sect. Golden level life forms. 1. Origin giant. Silver level life forms. 13. Seraphim, Blade Queen, Alice, 9 giants, Levi. Extraordinary legions. 4. Bronze level legion. Survey legion, Earthquake legion, Black Iron level legions. 3. Anomalous legions, Biochemical legion. This is the creator's panel. Every creator that reaches Tier 1 can solidify their own essence, but Subai had been too occupied to utilize it until now. In addition to the aforementioned information, there remained a portion of gray areas, representing unexplored regions. Furthermore, the Human Alliance has strict classifications for worlds, encompassing several levels beyond Tier 2. Tier 1 Tiny World. Tier 2 Medium World. Tier 3 Large World. Tier 4 Extra Large World. Upon reaching Tier 5, one undergoes a complete metamorphosis. The world structure transitions from round sky and square earth to a more perfect planetary form, signifying a significant enhancement in the world's cyclical capabilities. Subai currently belongs to a standard Tier 2 world, with a considerable distance to Tier 3. However, among this cohort of examinees, Subai's current panel values are sufficient to overshadow most candidates. Except for a few second-generation deities, the rest would face an inevitable crushing defeat. Not to mention, just the 4 extraordinary legions and 13 silver-level life forms are enough to instill despair in this year's candidates. Furthermore, looming above these beings is a golden-level origin giant. Fatigue overcame him. After organizing the information, Subai fell into a deep slumber to conserve energy for the upcoming examination. The next day, the college entrance examination arrived, and Jiang City was abuzz. Chapter 55, The Old Principle. Luckily, I went all in. This round is a substantial gain. October 8, 2049. 7 o'clock in the morning. Subai awoke early, opening the window to find the streets adorned with colorful decorations, festooned with various blessing banners, welcoming the college entrance examination, wishing Jiang City's diligent students a resounding success. 10 years sharpening a sword to compose a glorious chapter in life. 100 days of sprinting to showcase the student's prowess. The pen like a sword, tearing through the heavens. Numerous banners dominated the streets. Today, the entire Great Xia Federation, even the creators soaring above the clouds, must yield to the college entrance examination. All public facilities were mobilized at maximum efficiency. Everything was orchestrated to ensure this cohort of examinees could undertake the most crucial examination of their lives. On his phone, the Jiang City Creator Group chat buzzed incessantly with messages. Finally, the examination has arrived. I have held back for a week. This time, I must make a stunning impression. Hee. For today, I sacrificed half the lives of the world to finally birth a Black Iron level extraordinary being. The top spot is undoubtedly mine. The upstairs mutt can bark. I have 3 bronze level life forms, requesting to fight. Who dares to challenge me? Who's afraid of whom? My great sword is itching for action. According to reliable sources, the venue for this year's college entrance examination will likely be within the World Tower, especially on the first floor, rumored to house a Zerg mother nest, presenting a high level of difficulty that is extremely unfavorable for us. What the heck? Are you kidding? A Zerg? How are we supposed to fight this? The first floor is facing a Zerg mother nest? Subai withdrew his gaze, secretly noting this information. A Zerg mother nest is not a trivial foe. Origin log. Since your last descent, the potential of the 3 civilizations has been fully mobilized. The original Survey Corps has added 200 bronze-level combatants and 4,800 Black Iron-level combatants. Adding previously amassed forces, the current bronze-level combatants have surpassed 2,000. Black Iron-level combatants have exceeded 10,000. Sufficient belief power has accumulated. Shall we commence conversion? Conversion will yield 3,000 creation points. Subai chose not to convert immediately, but instead utilized a special belief divine technique. Golden Divine Seat. Subai had been saving it for this moment. With the use of the Golden Divine Seat, a massive Golden Divine Seat materialized high in the skies of the origin realm. After a brief manifestation, it quickly concealed itself. Yet, the divine technique's effect had already taken hold. The belief power of the 3 civilizations doubled. You have employed the belief divine technique Golden Divine Seat. Creation points 6,000. Ding. The current number of civilizations in the origin realm has exceeded 3. resulting in the birth of a golden-level life form, achieving the accomplishment of a small trial run. You may choose one option from the following. Subai raised an eyebrow, his gaze descending upon the information before him, where 3 luminous options indeed hovered in the air. 1. S-grade upgrade card. 2. 10,000 origin points. 3. Continental shelf oscillator. Enables you to obliterate civilizations at will during simulations. Upon reading the descriptions, Subai's expression darkened. Did he truly come across as a malevolent individual? Surely not. His attention shifted to the final option, where a flicker of surprise graced his countenance. 4. Purple guarantee chance 1. Upon selection, the next draw will undoubtedly yield a purple template. Had this unscrupulous lottery mechanism undergone a transformation? Were they truly willing to offer a guarantee? This was the initial thought that flickered through Subai's mind. Once he regained his composure, he hesitated not a moment longer and directly chose the 4th option. While the preceding choices were commendable, they paled in comparison to the allure of a guarantee. The guarantee was, without doubt, the most enticing. After finalizing his choice, Subai revisited the state of the origin realm. The bio-civilization, the giant civilization, and the alien civilization had all emerged in droves, casting a shadow over the land, nearly enveloping the entire expanse. The air was intermittently pierced by the mournful sound of horns, reverberating with a chilling battle intent that emanated from within. Excellent. Subai mused with a smile. Retracting his gaze, he ensured all was in readiness before hailing a cab to Nanshan School. Along the way, the streets were unusually quiet. The once boisterous sounds of honking were absent, replaced by throngs of parents clustered together, their faces etched with worry and uncertainty. Their focus was directed toward the examination hall. Those who had not ascended to become creators were relegated to taking a written test, with the best prospects ahead merely relegating them to the role of a powerful creator steward. Unless fortune smiled upon them midway, awakening to the world, their chances of ever turning their fortunes around were slim. Progressing onward, Subai soon arrived at Nanshan No. 1 High School. As he navigated through the crowded throng, he spotted a small group gathered together, distinctly out of place among the other candidates, with Jiang Ryue among them. Upon catching sight of Subai, she joyfully leaped and waved, resembling a lively little rabbit, radiating an aura of pure vitality. Mu too. We are here. Besides Jiang Ryue, several other gazes fell upon Subai, though none harbored hostility. Rather, they were tinged with respect and trepidation. This was a privilege reserved for the strong. For after vanquishing Li Hao, Subai had undeniably emerged as the strongest contender of this Nanshan cohort. Naturally, no one dared to oppose him. I apologize for my tardiness. Subai approached, greeting Jiang Ryue before offering an apologetic word to the old principal. This group represented Nanshan's elite class, personally led by the principal himself, who seemed completely unfazed by Subai's delay, instead laughing heartily and patting Subai's shoulder with an air of pride. No worries, no worries. You are the pride of Nanshan, naturally entitled to certain privileges. Exceptional students always enjoyed such privileges, especially one as extraordinary as Subai. At this juncture, the principal's expression shifted slightly, and he leaned closer to Subai, whispering, Subai, let me in on a secret. What is the overall strength of your world at present? Subai immediately grasped the implication. It was highly likely that Qinshang had employed some means with the school, inciting the principal's concerns. Quite the formidable individual, Subai's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not yet contemplated the depths of Chun He's influence, merely reflecting on how Qinshang truly embodied the second generation of divine beings, with connections and power that were indeed formidable. Yet, he felt no fear. With a subtle smile toward the principal, he allowed a hint of the aura from the origin realm to emanate from him. In an instant, the principal's eyes widened in astonishment. Second tier. Without a doubt, you have reached the level of a second-tier creator. A wave of exultation surged within him. At this moment, the principal felt an overwhelming urge to laugh wildly at the heavens, reveling in the realization of having made a tremendous investment, awakening the seed of the world, and within merely a week, achieving the status of a second tier. Such innate talent, such brilliance, could rival even the fabled true divine seeds. At this juncture, the principal felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful that they had chosen to bet on Subai when Chun he had visited. Otherwise, Nanshan would have missed out on this unparalleled gem. Chapter 56. The essence of this year's college entrance examination. Time. The longer one perseveres, the higher the score. At this moment, the crowd had also taken note of Subai's presence, resulting in a wave of excitement. Is that Senior Su? The genius creator who ascended to the first tier overnight? The strongest prodigy from Nanshan this year? It is. It is him. It is indeed he. I heard that just a few days ago, he cleared the ultra-high-risk mission, the Forest of the Giant Trees. Furthermore, some parents, clutching their children who had failed to awaken, lamented in frustration. Look at others, and look at yourself. You are truly driving me to despair. How can others achieve what you cannot? Among the crowd, one figure caught Subai's attention. Li Hao, seated in a wheelchair, his legs encased in plaster, casting a jealous glare towards Subai's group. Upon meeting Subai's gaze, He immediately averted his eyes, hastily pushing his wheelchair away in a flustered manner, awkwardly departing the examination hall. With his legs disabled, he could not even participate in the written test. His life was destined to be relegated to menial tasks, with little hope of rising above. As Li Hao's figure faded from view, Su Bai withdrew his gaze, while Jiang Ryue, curious, inquired, "Mu Tu, what's wrong?" Su Bai shook his head, "Nothing." The grievances of the past had dissipated. He had no inclination to kick someone when they were down. The enmity between him and Li Hao had been resolved. Beep, beep. The sound of the bus horn echoed as their transport arrived. Under the principal's guidance, their group swiftly vanished from the gates of Nanshan. On the bus, the principal began to explain the rules. This year's college entrance examination will take place within the World Tower, requiring you to clear 3 layers of different planes. The first layer, I believe some of you have already been informed through your group chat, is the Zerg Mother Nest. The principal's voice was soft, yet the implications behind his words resonated with a deafening clarity. Except for Su Bai, the other candidates turned pale at the mention. The Zerg Mother Nest, one of the most formidable and terrifying adversaries faced by the Human Federation in their battle against the Abyss. With an unfathomable reproductive rate and the ability to evolve at breakneck speed, even the most terrifying weapons would prove futile if given just a few seconds of respite. It could regenerate an entire Zerg army and adapt to counter the very weapons that had previously annihilated it. This very trait had led the Human Federation to adopt a defensive stance against the Zerg, rarely engaging unless absolutely necessary. When they did engage, they had to eradicate every Zerg on nearby planets. To date, the number of creators who had fallen to the Zerg was in the hundreds of thousands. Terrifying indeed. One student, his face filled with dread, exclaimed, "Principal, facing the Zerg, are we not doomed?" Others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, every engagement with the Zerg requires at least 1,000 creators working in tandem. Otherwise, the probability of total annihilation is exceedingly high. If it truly involves the Zerg, I would rather not take the exam. The level of creators in this cohort from Nanshan was quite low, aside from Su Bai and Jiang Ryue. The strongest among the remaining candidates barely reached the level of 15 kilometers. They were even weaker than Li Hao had been in his prime. The principal listened to their words, disappointment evident in his eyes. Did no one truly grasp his intentions? Just then, Jiang Ryue raised her hand, deep in thought, and spoke up. "Principal, do you mean there is still a glimmer of hope?" The principal nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the Human Alliance cannot afford to abandon any creator, and naturally, they will not permit you to meet your demise. However, I hope you can discern the opportunity within this assessment." Suddenly, Su Bai interjected, "Principal, could it be about the duration of perseverance?" At these words, the principal's eyes brightened, and he promptly revealed a smile, exclaiming, Exactly. In rapid succession, he articulated the essence of the first trial. When facing the Zerg Mother Nest, not only you little ones, but even a seasoned creator like myself could falter. Thus, the crux of this assessment lies in 2 words. The principal raised 2 fingers, his gaze narrowing, and intoned, time. The specific duration has yet to be disclosed, but it will be no less than an hour. Therefore, the longer you endure, the higher the score you can attain. Moreover, unlike previous years, it will not be an isolated examination, but rather a nationwide joint assessment. This means you will be contending with the scores of all candidates across the nation. Only the top 100 will qualify for the most prestigious academies. Those within the 1,000 will enter advanced academies. Those within 10,000 will gain admission to intermediate academies. Any creator failing to rank within the national top 10,000 will uniformly enter a low-level academy, and upon graduation, will be dispatched to the immortal Great Wall, serving merely as cannon fodder. The principal's tone was grave as he scanned each student's face, finally casting a profound glance at Su Bai before continuing. This is a crossroads in your lives. The future holds either the prospect of soaring like a kunping or falling into the abyss, becoming less than even a common fowl. All of this depends on your own capabilities. As his words settled, a heavy silence enveloped the bus, an atmosphere of oppression sweeping over, as the principal's remarks successfully cast a shadow over each heart. In Jiangcheng, at the teleportation square, beams of light pierced the heavens like swords, ascending into the clouds in their thousands, creating a scene reminiscent of a sacred realm from myth. Above the countless beams, a colossal floating island hovered, radiating divine light. This was none other than the Lord's residence of Jiangcheng. At this moment, as the bus came to a halt, Su Bai and his companions officially arrived at their destination. Following the other school principal's departure, Su Bai led his group through the crowd to the center of the teleportation square. A voice resonated from above, "Welcome, esteemed candidates of Jiangcheng. I am Manhwaedit, the Lord of Jiangcheng." The voice echoed, lingering in the air. Thousands of people simultaneously looked up to the sky, where a figure stood prominently at the edge of the floating island. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Bai's eyes. He had just attempted to gauge the other's strength and found his efforts dissolving like snowflakes upon contact. A formidable terror. The individual was at least a 5th-tier creator. Su Bai dared not make another move. While a genius may possess a proud spirit, it does not grant him the liberty to disrespect the powerful. In this world, The strong reigned supreme. Meanwhile, atop the floating island, Manhwaedit sensed a faint mental energy that piqued his interest. Following this sensation, he gazed into the crowd and spotted Subai, who stood tall at 1 meter 80, a figure that stood out among the throngs. His countenance was like a jade crown, his appearance comparable to that of Panon, with eyebrows sharp as swords, radiating brilliance that seemed to pierce the clouds. His handsome visage resembled that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Even Manhwaedit could not help but exclaim, "Truly, a child of destiny." This remark caught the attention of a person beside him. Chunhee immediately retorted, "How dare you? My son is merely average, unworthy of such lofty praise." Following him was Chunshang, the only other young individual present, who naturally interpreted Manhwaedit's words as commendation directed at his son. Chunshang, brimming with pride, struggled to maintain a facade of humility, yet a hint of self-satisfaction shone through. He stepped forward, approaching Manhwaedit, and expressed, "Thank you for your praise, Lord. I shall strive to secure the provincial champion for Jiangqing." Anticipating further commendation, he was taken aback when Manhwaedit merely furrowed his brow, glancing at the self-important Chunshang. Out of respect for Chunhee, he chose not to expose the truth, replying coolly, "Is that so? I shall await your performance." Having said this, he glanced once more at Subai, a flicker of regret evident in his eyes. What a pity that such a prodigious talent was not his descendant. Had he such an heir, not only would he be the lord of Jiangqing, but even the ruler of Jinghai province would pose no challenge. As for Chunshang, merely a parasite propped up by resources, unworthy of his attention. With a flick of his sleeve, Manhwaedit departed. While Chunshang mistakenly believed he had garnered the lord's favor, reveling in delight. Meanwhile, Chunhee finally sensed something amiss. Following the lord's gaze, his pupils constricted suddenly, and his fists clenched in anger as the name Subai surged in his mind once more. Chapter 57. Shocking the entire city, wagering 100 billion. Betting on becoming the champion of the Great Xia. In the crowd, Subai suddenly felt a nudge. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Ryue looking up at him with curiosity, asking, "Motu, what is your current strength?" Subai smiled silently, observing Jiang Ryue. Feeling his gaze, she flushed slightly, unable to contain herself, and boasted in a deliberately showy tone, "Humph. Mute, I am no lesser than you now. I have entered the realm of a first-tier creator." Though she did not say it outright, her face was practically screaming for praise. Subai rolled his eyes, adopting a condescending tone as if speaking to a child, and clapped his hands dismissively. "Wow, how impressive. From now on, I'll rely on Jiang Schoolflower to save me. Of course. Just consider yourself as the man behind this palace." "Indeed. Long live Jiang Schoolflower. Very perceptive. As a reward, you shall receive a kiss." Before he could react, a soft touch graced his lips, fleeting as a whisper. When he regained his senses, he saw Jiang Ryue's face flushed with crimson, her head bowed in embarrassment. Subai was taken aback, and after a moment, he let out a resigned sigh. "I am no longer pure, Jiang Ryue." As this examination took place within the World Tower, a grand teleportation array was employed. The teleportation time was drawing near, and gradually, people began setting up betting stalls around the square, releasing information about this year's candidates. Night Launchine, Undead World, Peak First-Tier Creator. Chunshang, World Unknown, Second-Tier Creator. Xiaohuahua, Fire World, Beginner First-Tier Creator. They had unearthed information on several of the most renowned candidates. Subai found his and Jiang Ryue's names among them. Subai, Origin Realm, Strength Unknown, previously completed a high-risk mission Giant Tree Forest, likely at the peak of First-Tier Creator. Jiang Ryue, Ice and Snow World, Beginner First-Tier Creator. These two pieces of information were brazenly displayed. As candidates enhanced their strengths, various abilities would inevitably be revealed. Had Subai not been engrossed in simulation enhancement, his true capabilities would have been uncovered long ago. This is intriguing. Following the address on the information sheet, Subai approached a bustling stall where both men and women mingled, including some seasoned creators. A provocatively dressed woman was cheerfully accepting bets. Betting on this year's Jiangqing champion, Chunshang, odds 105. Night Launchine, 1-1. Jiang Ryue, 1-5. Xiaohuahua. The alluring proprietress methodically managed the betting, piquing Subai's interest. What about the odds for Subai? Unexpectedly, upon the utterance of these words, the alluring proprietress's smile evaporated, her countenance transforming into an expressionless facade as she stated coldly, "Subai does not have it." Why? A fluffy little head squeezed in. As Jiang Ryue inquired with curiosity, for if she possessed it, it was only logical that the more capable Subai should too. The proprietress, exuding impatience, waved her hand dismissively, asserting, "He does not have it, period. Now be gone." No one is allowed to approach anything related to Subai. At this proclamation, Subai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he forcefully detained the departing proprietress. The force of his grip caused tumultuous upheaval, the thin fabric of her attire barely concealing the exuberance that threatened to burst forth. "Who are you? Are you trying to cause a scene?" The proprietress's expression darkened ominously. Subai looked at her with a cheerful smile, stating that it was merely curiosity. I wonder if the proprietress might be inclined to indulge my curiosity. No, get lost. She retorted sharply before making her exit. This time, Subai did not impede her, casting a lingering glance at her retreating figure before taking Jiang Ryue's hand and departing. Hey, wood, hand. The voice trailed off, as Jiang Ryue's cheeks flushed like a bubble teapot, her ears tinged with crimson. As she was unwittingly led far away by Subai, coming to a halt was not Subai's intention. It was merely a coincidence as he encountered the principal. The principal had just concluded a gathering with others and, upon stepping out, spotted a pair of young students strolling hand in hand. Upon recognizing Subai and Jiang Ryue, his eyes flickered with interest, followed by a knowing smile. Ah, youth is indeed delightful, he mused, clearly imagining all sorts of implications. Subai, being a straightforward young man, remained oblivious to the insinuations of the girl behind him and the principal's meaningful grin. He raised his head and, without hesitation, inquired, "Principal, if I were to borrow funds under the pretense of being the most outstanding student in the history of this institution, how much could I obtain?" At this, the principal snapped out of his reverie, furrowing his brows at Subai. "Why do you say that? Is there some trouble you are facing? Do not worry. The school will." "That is not the case." Subai shook his head, calmly reiterating, "As the best student in the history of the school, how much can I borrow from you?" He added, "Of course, I will repay tenfold." Hearing this, the principal adopted a serious demeanor, no longer viewing it as childish play. Recognizing that a genius often operates differently, he pondered for a moment before responding, 1 billion federal coins. The school will contribute 600 million, and I am willing to lend you 400 million. However, you must use this money for. That is sufficient. Subai interjected, bowing deeply. "Rest assured, Principal, I will not engage in any frivolous endeavors. This sum has a significant purpose." The transfer was remarkably swift, and within a few minutes, 1 billion federal coins had been deposited. This was a substantial amount, yet the principal harbored no concerns. After all, one must take risks to reap great rewards. If Subai were to flourish, 1 billion would be but a mere trifle. Even if it were 10 billion or 100 billion, what would it matter? Meanwhile, Jiang Ryue was thoroughly bewildered. Her cheeks flushed as she trailed after Subai like a little shadow. Subai soon located the earlier proprietress. Upon seeing him, she erupted with fury, ready to unleash a tirade. Slap. A black card was flung onto the table. Subai's voice rang out resolutely. "A wager of 1 billion. I bet on myself to become the top scholar of the Great Xia." The sheer audacity of his declaration shocked everyone present, rendering them speechless as they gaped at the young man before them. Among the throng, only Subai remained composed, patiently awaiting the proprietress's response. "Young Master Chun, this is grave." Concurrently, on Floating Island, Qinshang's subordinate hurriedly approached, having tumbled in his haste. He knelt before Qinshang, recounting the events in detail. Upon hearing this, Qinshang smirked coldly, finding it amusing that Subai had deduced his manipulation behind the scenes. The subordinate cautiously inquired, "What about his wager?" "Accept it." Qinshang retorted with disdain. "Why would we refuse? A mere 1 billion, even multiplied by 10, is a sum he can afford to lose." Yet, this was likely the limit of Subai's ambition, was it not? The thought only deepened Qinshang's smirk, and he instructed his subordinate, "Agree to this wager. Moreover, let us increase the stakes, starting from the chief of Jiang City. For each step upward, the wager will multiply by 10. To gamble against me? I will ensure your ruin." Qinshang's voice was icy, and the subordinate quickly acquiesced, proceeding to relay this news to the proprietress. The proprietress regarded the calm young man before her, letting out a cold laugh, and replied leisurely, "Very well. If you wish to wager, I shall oblige. But the stakes must be raised." Minutes later, a sensational announcement reverberated through the transmission plaza. For the first time in Nanshan's history, the prodigy Subai bets 1 billion, wagering on himself to become this year's top scholar of the Great Xia. Even within the city lord's residence, Manhwaedit caught wind of this and found himself intrigued. Half an hour later, the transmission light flickered, and countless beams of light, akin to shooting stars, tore through the sky, descending into the world tower. The college entrance examination had officially commenced. Chapter 58, Arrival at the Insectoid Continent, Rampage. A sudden crisis. Welcome to the first level of the world tower. This plane is plagued by an insectoid frenzy. Passing standard, at least 1,000 points. Assessment content. Survive for at least 3 hours amidst the relentless insectoid tide to achieve the minimum passing standard. The longer you survive, the more points you earn. Additionally, there is a second method to pass. You may also actively hunt special insectoids to reach the minimum standard for clearance. Note: black iron level insectoids yield 10 points, bronze level insectoids yield 100 points, silver level yield 1,000 points, gold level yield 10,000, and so forth. On the insectoid continent, countless meteors streaked across the sky, randomly dropping into the thick swarms of insects. Soon, accompanied by piercing screams, the tranquility was shattered as countless insectoids surged forth, launching relentless assaults against the newly arrived entities. Simultaneously, Subai opened his eyes, confronted by an expanse of pitch-black earth, fractured ridges, and a gloomy sky. Thousands of ominous birds, cloaked in black feathers, seemed to herald the arrival of death, flying in droves while emitting chilling cries. Surrounding him were already throngs of insectoids. Their fearsome mandibles, sharp limbs, and a multitude of crimson eyes greedily fixated on their prey, eager to devour this rare being. Do you wish to consume me? That will depend on your strength. A smirk graced Subai's lips as he extended his hand, and in an instant, several beams of light converged, transforming into a colossal gateway that spanned the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, countless threads surged forth from the origin realm, intertwining and coiling, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent golden divine throne. With a thunderous crash, the throne descended, fracturing the ground beneath it. Radiance flowed into Subai's body, and he transformed into a towering giant, standing thousands of meters tall. Like a colossal deity, his imposing figure stood tall upon the pitch-black earth, radiating an effulgent light that rendered him as dazzling as the sun itself. In the next moment, Subai took his seat, perched upon the gilded throne. He surveyed the myriad of beings below, his gaze devoid of any human emotion, marked only by an overwhelming indifference. As he settled into his seat, a singular command resonated simultaneously within the minds of all creatures in the origin realm. Commence the battle. With the utterance of this decree, the extraordinary forces of the three great civilizations, gathered beyond the interdimensional gate, sprang into action. The somber, ancient sound of horns echoed as Alice waved the battle flag, followed by a colossal army of over tens of thousands of extraordinary warriors. A resounding roar pierced the air, in accordance with the sacred command of Terra. The holy war commences. All forces advance. Instantly, the ground trembled as multitudes surged forward, a terrifying amalgamation of bioengineered legions and agile alien troops, with the investigative battalion standing atop the shoulders of thousands of earth-shaking giants. Dust ascended in clouds, as this army seemed endless, stretching to the horizon, where the progenitor giant, transformed into a formidable entity by Alan, advanced slowly like an ancient demon, each step echoing like the tolling of doom, instilling fear and trepidation. Upon the immense bones resembling mountains, the Seraphim, Blade Queen, Levi, and the other 9 giants manifested in their peak forms, their cold gazes imbued with a chilling intent. Fixated on the other side of the portal, with a shattering sound akin to breaking glass, this formidable army descended upon the Zerg continent. Time momentarily stood still, and in the next instant, the Zerg howled, and the giants roared, plunging into a brutal and sanguinary clash. Origin log. War has commenced on the Zerg continent. A tidal wave of Zerg swarms surges forth. The three great civilizations rally their forces, converging into an extraordinary army of tens of thousands. Subai sat upon his throne, overlooking the battlefield with a gaze as still as an ancient well. The battlefield had entered a phase of extreme intensity. The initial skirmish had escalated into a decisive confrontation. Engaging the Zerg could not afford to be a protracted battle. It was imperative to advance with an unstoppable force, crushing all Zerg in their path. The urgency driving Subai was not solely due to this characteristic. Significantly, he had already perceived the looming presence of a colossal Zerg nest standing hundreds of kilometers away, shrouded by a swarm of Zerg that spread like a tide, encroaching upon the continent. Time was of the essence. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Alice wielded her telekinetic powers, capable of shaking mountains. A massive stone, spanning over 100 meters, was lifted by her will, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Your subordinate Alice has slain 137 black iron Zerg, earning 1370 points. With this singular wave, Subai had already met the minimum threshold for victory. Yet, the offensive from the origin realm was far from over. From behind, the progenitor giant bellowed in fury as the other 8 giants completed their transformations. Reiner, now the frost giant, radiated an astonishing chill, his fists swinging to conjure massive glaciers. Nearby Zerg were instantly frozen solid. With another thunderous boom, akin to a nuclear explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, leaving a scorched earth within a 100-mile radius. Kill! A furious roar erupted as the investigative battalion charged. Captain Irwin and Levi soared alongside each other like eagles in the sky, followed closely by hundreds of investigative soldiers, their sharp blades and thunderous rifles unleashing devastation upon the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive sounds reverberated as the Zerg, resembling a dark cloud, were successfully torn asunder, allowing the investigative battalion to carve a path. The Earthshaker Legion thundered forth. Behind them, 3 alien battalions dispersed, while the bioengineered legion encircled from both flanks, striving to annihilate this Zerg army entirely. Such a tremendous commotion caused the entire Zerg continent to tremble. Nearby creators sensed this upheaval, their gazes shifting towards Subai's location. How formidable! In this generation, we have produced such an individual? What jest is this? To rattle the entire Zerg continent. Such a commotion must indicate at least a Tier 2 creator. Who could it be? Who possesses such strength? It must be Qin Shang, according to the information. He is the only one who has reached the Tier 2 creator level, the terrifying progeny of the gods. Yet, unbeknownst to this group of discussants, the figure they praised, Qin Shang, was at this very moment utterly astounded by the upheaval, feeling the ground tremble in waves, unmistakably signifying one thing: a cataclysmic battle was underway. But who could it be? Besides him, who else possessed such terrifying power? The shock was not confined to these candidates. Meanwhile, in the external realm, atop the floating islands of Jiang City, a group of principals watched the live broadcast, where the images of Su-Bai had been maximized. Zerg, giants, zombies. The principals were all bewildered. What was happening? Why had such an extraordinary civilization emerged in the world of a creator? It was utterly incongruous. More importantly, the displayed strength. The 9 giants, Seraphim, Blade Queen, though they had not struck often, each strike was earth-shattering. At least 13 had the power of bronze rank. Who was this candidate? Was he destined to defy the heavens? However, even though they had greatly overestimated Su-Bai, they still did not fathom that this was not merely 13 bronze-level powers, but rather 13 silver-level beings. Furthermore, on top of that, there existed one golden-level being. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly shake the entirety of Jiang City, including the city lord. Listening to his colleagues' conversations, Principal Nanshan was on the verge of bursting with joy, exclaiming, "What a windfall! What a windfall! I knew it. No child cries incessantly, and no gambler loses perpetually. This round is a victory for the gambler." Just then, a discordant voice interjected, "Do not rejoice too soon. The Zerg continent is not so simple." The speaker was Chun He, calmly holding a teacup, his expression placid, his eyes betraying no emotion. Simultaneously, as his words fell, as if receiving some form of permission, the forces of the Zerg, previously scattered, suddenly began a large-scale retreat, converging from all directions like a tide, encircling Su-Bai at the center. Tank bugs, plasma bugs, pulse scorpions, bomb bugs, and even at least 10 silver-level Zerg were gathering towards Su-Bai. The scene was magnificent and overwhelming. It resembled the onset of an apocalypse, instilling despair. And as this massive Zerg army completed their encirclement, Su-Bai found himself in a perilous predicament. Chapter 59, A Grim Sacrifice. The battle of the few against the many, the Plasma Bug Legion is annihilated, detecting massive life forms converging on the host in the Zerg continent. Shall we initiate battle simulation? The ground trembled, and Su-Bai could sense the multitude of Zerg converging upon this location. Observing the simulation information before him, Su-Bai nodded decisively, initiating the battle simulation. As his words fell, the familiar simulation data reappeared, exerting a peculiar force in the vicinity centered around Su-Bai. Even the live broadcast momentarily lost connection. What was happening? Why had Su-Bai's screen gone black? Had he perished? It shouldn't be. The Zerg army still has some time before it arrives. As the live broadcast was abruptly cut off, Principal Nanshan clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on the screen with palpable tension. Chun He, too, displayed a flicker of surprise. Was the Zerg's speed truly so formidable? Had they so ruthlessly dispatched Su-Bai? He felt a twinge of disappointment. He had invested considerable resources to eliminate Su-Bai. If this matter were to be uncovered, he could even face expulsion from the Human Alliance. You have initiated the battle simulation. The earth trembles as the Zerg hive commands the battlefield, for reasons unknown. They have begun to encircle you. As this segment of simulation data was conveyed, a dark mass of Zerg legions emerged in the distance. Suddenly, dazzling bolts of lightning flickered, coalescing into bursts of plasma, arcs of electricity dancing with astonishing power. Roar! The leading plasma Zerg commander let out a deafening roar, unleashing tens of thousands of plasma projectiles, which crashed onto the battlefield with a thunderous impact, akin to meteorites. Plasma falls. The Zergs suffer heavy casualties. Simultaneously, the Origin Realm also sustains severe damage. All non-superior life forms are annihilated. Half of the black iron level has been obliterated. Even a bronze level has met an unfortunate demise. What decisive tactics! The grievous losses on their side cast a shadow over Su-Bai's expression, leading him to ponder the Zerg leader's resoluteness. To employ such a tactic, inflicting harm on oneself while damaging the enemy, was truly audacious. Yet, he was not one to be trifled with. Su-Bai's eyes hardened. Command the 3 special aberrations to break through. The choice of not sending the investigation troops was deliberate. It was not yet time. The war had only just begun, and neither side's true trump cards had yet to be revealed. You issue the command. The 3 aberration legions, led by the Blade Queen, begin their breakout. The Blade Queen employs her innate spore propagation. The Zerg attempting to obstruct them are parasitized by face-hugging Zerg, subsequently bursting forth. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 Zerg were parasitized. However, this strategy quickly proved ineffective, as a new wave of Zerg emerging on the battlefield exhibited immunity to the spore parasitism. Their very blood had evolved into a material akin to sulfuric acid, rendering the Blade Queen powerless. Truly troublesome. Su-Bai furrowed his brow. He had anticipated the Zerg's rapid reproductive capabilities, yet he had not expected them to adapt so swiftly. In mere seconds, they had developed immunity to the spore propagation ability. It was evident that if Su-Bai could not eliminate them in one fell swoop, he would face the frenzied retaliation of the Zerg army. Nonetheless, the objective had been achieved. Under the Blade Queen's leadership, the previously parasitized aberrations, undaunted by death, forged ahead, finally closing in on the Plasma Zerg Legion atop the ridge. Following the Plasma Zerg, a cadre of tank Zerg began to mobilize, seemingly preparing to roll down the ridge, utilizing their formidable defenses to thwart the Aberration Legion's assault. I shall not allow you to succeed. Su-Bai promptly issued a new directive: deploy the airship forces. Launch missiles. The Seraphim will ignite all remaining explosives. The Origin Realm, having undergone the evolution of 3 entire civilizations since its inception, retained some measure of gunpowder resources across its various cultures, save for the Aberration civilization that had never discovered gunpowder. With Su-Bai's command, hundreds of airships emerged from the vast teleportation vortex behind him, laden with explosives and projectiles, soaring towards the distant Zerg army. Simultaneously, within the primordial continent, countless missile silos buried deep underground were activated by the AI, Red Queen, launching a fierce barrage. In an instant, missiles ascended into the sky, over 100 of them converging, capable of obliterating a silver-level life form. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed. The missiles struck first, detonating upon impact. As the cumbersome tank Zerg Legion found themselves unable to evade, suffering catastrophic losses on the spot. Simultaneously, the airship forces arrived, unleashing a hail of gunfire and artillery, razing the ridge to the ground. At this moment, the simulator updated. Your command has succeeded. The tank Zerg Legion has suffered heavy casualties before even engaging. However, simultaneously, the airship forces, having advanced too recklessly, were annihilated by the Plasma Zerg Legion. All personnel lost. Upon reading this information, Su-Bai did not so much as blink. As the creator, if he feared such sacrifices, how could he ever ascend to become a sovereign of a divine realm? Moreover, this was a war of worlds. Should he perish, all within the Origin realm would cease to exist, reduced to ashes. The creator and the world are mutually dependent. Even if civilizations evolve to the highest tiers, they cannot exist independently of the creator. This principle holds true even for worlds birthed from the abyss. They too must submit to the abyss. Having made such significant sacrifices, Blade Queen, if you cannot fulfill your mission, then face your demise. Su-Bai's cold voice echoed within the Blade Queen's mind, sending a shiver down her spine, extinguishing any flicker of hesitation. She summoned her full strength, her wings unfurling like blades, and began to shield the 3 special Aberration Legions. As she emerged, 3 silver-level Plasma Zerg commanders materialized within the Plasma Zerg Legion. Inherent skill, hypersensitivity. Predicting the trajectories of the 3 commanders' attacks, she narrowly evaded them. Then, employing her stealth blade, at the cost of her own injuries, she ensnared the 3 silver-level commanders. Seizing this opportunity, the hive mind activated. The Blade Queen, multitasking, commandeered the 3 special Aberration Legions and launched a reckless charge at the Plasma Zerg army. After incurring significant sacrifices, the 3 special Aberration Legions successfully approached the Plasma Zerg Legion. Bloodshed ensues, and the ground runs red. The 3 silver-level commanders are detained by the Blade Queen, leaving only black iron and bronze-level Plasma Zerg. At the cost of the special Aberration's lives, the Plasma Zerg army suffers devastating losses. In mere minutes, they have sacrificed at least 8,000 lives. This figure continues to rise. Ultimately, as the last special Aberration fell, the entire ridge had been stained crimson. Countless corpses of Plasma Zerg and special Aberrations lying intertwined. The Special Aberration Legion, with a mere 1,500 units, had triumphed over a Plasma Zerg army of 10,000. All Plasma Zerg have been obliterated. You have successfully thwarted the second wave of plasma coverage. Su-Bai's expression remained unyielding, his gaze fixed upon the ridge's rear, where more Zerg emerged. The Plasma Zerg Legion had merely been the vanguard. Behind them lay the true bulk of the Zerg army. Their numbers exceeded at least 100,000. In an instant, Su-Bai's pupils constricted, but he quickly shook off the shock and issued a new command. The Bio-Legion, advance. Regardless of casualties, not a step back. Understood, replied the Seraphim, soaring high above, before turning to face the vast Bio-Legion, comprising tens of thousands. As they bravely surged forward to clash with the seemingly endless Zerg horde. In that moment, the ground was littered with corpses. Chapter 60, All Candidates. What the hell? Where are my Zerg? I had such a massive swarm of Zerg here. The flames of war spread, the earth cracked, and countless bodies piled together, forming massive hills. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as hundreds of bomb Zerg detonated amidst the Bio-Legion, leading to the demise of thousands of low-level zombies. The Bio-Legion had already endured a round of plasma coverage, suffering significant losses. Now, with the deaths of thousands of low-level zombies, their remaining forces dwindled to a mere 3,000. However, without exception, they are the elite among elites, the weakest having reached the black iron rank. Holy fire! Purging the decadence of the mortal realm. Behind the seraphim with dual wings, a pair of light wings entwined with flames emerges, and countless flames descend from the heavens, landing upon the earth, endlessly rebirthing. Even water cannot extinguish them. They only wane when the life of the adversary is extinguished. It is this deluge of fire that salvaged the soon-to-be annihilated Bio core, though the seraphim is now utterly fatigued, devoid of any combat power in the near term. Yet, he has fulfilled Su-Bai's demands. Gazing at the road before him, soaked in corpses and blood, Su-Bai understood well that hesitation leads to defeat. He issued the next command: Investigation Corps, advance. Annihilate all remaining bronze-level life forms on the battlefield. Upon uttering this command, he turned his gaze towards the silver-level forces from the origin realm, unhesitatingly dispatching them all. All silver-level units, engage. Sweep the battlefield. Exterminate every silver-level life form without allowing a single one to survive. Obey the decree of Terra. In unison, they responded, and the origin realm began to scour the battlefield. Meanwhile, Su-Bai gazed towards the Zerg mother nest, thousands of kilometers away. Despite the recent devastating losses, he soon observed new Zerg legions emerging from within the mother nest, their numbers accumulating to thousands. Hurry, we must accelerate. Su-Bai roared inwardly, for time was running scarce. According to his calculations, in no more than 5 minutes, the Zerg mother nest would restore its previous military might. At that point, he would have no recourse but to revert to the initial time point. Bio core retreat. Investigation Corps advance. With the three-dimensional maneuvering device, paired with lightning rifles capable of slaying silver-level beings, the battlefield was swiftly cleared. On the other side, the frost giants unleashed their icy powers, enveloping the battlefield. The remaining silver-level life forms, seeking to avoid being frozen, were compelled to reveal themselves. In an instant, the 9 giants transformed simultaneously, each delivering a punch that reduced the unfortunate silver-level life form to a puddle of blood. More silver-level life forms emerged. They engaged in a fierce battle with the silver forces from the origin realm, during which our side suffered the loss of 7 lives, but successfully exterminated all enemy silver-level forces. This outcome displeased Su-Bai. Frowning, he gestured, rewinding time to the moment of the 7 deaths. Time rewind successful. With the experience of the previous fatalities, this time, our side incurred only 3 losses, yet succeeded in obliterating all local silver-level forces. Still unsatisfied, Su-Bai initiated another time rewind. Having endured the shadow of 2 prior deaths, our offensive began to stabilize, spearheaded by the resilient Reiner, ultimately forcing the remaining silver-level forces into a corner. In a desperate bid for survival, the enemy silver warriors resorted to self-detonation. As the dust settled, the Zerg, barely clinging to life, were taken aback as the enemy managed to burrow into the ground at the moment of explosion, completely evading harm. Yet, they had paid with lives and achieved not even a single serious injury. The enemy was left in despair. The enemy died in their despair. This time, our side suffered 0 casualties and successfully annihilated the enemy's silver-level forces. Only upon witnessing this result did Su-Bai nod in satisfaction, retrieving his phone to see that 1 minute and 30 seconds had elapsed. In this brief span, the Zerg mother nest had replenished its forces to 30,000. This meant that Su-Bai had only 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. With this thought, he swiftly waved his hand, channeling the mental energy bolstered by the entirety of the origin realm, sufficient to lift the full might of their forces. Like a meteor, this astonishing power surged forth, and in merely a second, accompanied by a resounding crash, the forces from the origin realm descended upon the Zerg mother nest. Before them, the newly birthed plasma insect legions, bomb insect legions, and pulse war scorpion legions stood in shock. Attack! Seizing the precious moment, Alice brandished her battle flag, reminiscent of the historical figure Joan of Arc, charging forth to lead the army towards the Zerg mother nest. The battlefield where Su-Bai stood had entered its final stage of combat. Meanwhile, due to Su-Bai's actions, the entire Zerg continent's forces had been drawn away, causing the once dense tidal wave of Zerg to vanish. The candidates, who had been struggling to hold on, were now bewildered. Where are the Zerg? Where's my vast swarm of Zerg? There was no relief in survival, only a fervor of discontent. Who the hell is so heartless to lure away the Zerg tide? I spent $1 billion to purchase a fortified position just to get through. A candidate lamented, one who had been privy to the insider information, and thus had prepared thoroughly, believing he could endure for over 3 hours based on the original plan. However, this unexpected turn of events had completely derailed his strategy. Not only him, but others were also cursing. Damn it. I had stockpiled a massive amount of supplies, and now it's all gone to waste. Don't even get me started on the one above. I detonated a special life form for 3 hours of group defense, and now I'm at a massive loss. I also sold defense scrolls worth 13 billion. A cacophony of lamentation arose, all directed towards maintaining their positions. With the Zerg now absent, their only path to success lay in exterminating the special Zerg. in the icy wilderness. Just then, a sharp voice rang out as the charred earth transformed into a vast expanse of ice, snow descending from the sky. Jiang Ryue, clad in an ice-blue gown, resembled the Ice Queen, commanded numerous snow and ice spirits, who began to sweep in a particular direction. Not only her, but others also immediately reacted, showcasing their abilities. Yulengson, awakened from the realm of the undead, was accompanied by several red-clad vengeful spirits, adept at one-on-one combat, and without hesitation, chose another direction. Following closely was Xiaohuahua, the lord of the fire element realm, with a blazing lotus flower behind him, letting out a furious roar, Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Like a blooming lotus, it cleared a path for him. Chen Shang, equally unwilling to be outdone, snorted coldly, waved his hand, and a massive interdimensional gate opened behind him. A dinosaur, seemingly emerging from the mists of antiquity and engulfed in flames, charged towards a direction with Chen Shang riding atop. Judging by its aura, it was unmistakably a silver-level life form. Not only that, but following it, hundreds of enormous dinosaurs emerged from the interdimensional gate, their auras slightly weaker than the first. This spectacle stunned everyone present, all marveling at the grandeur of the second-generation deity. This display was simply extravagant. But after the astonishment, the remaining candidates quickly realized that complaining was futile. To pass, they had no choice but to fight. Zerg, I'm coming for you. A resounding shout erupted as the remaining creators launched a carpet search for the remaining Zerg. Among them, a particularly extraordinary legion caught attention. All members bore chicken heads, their feathers resembling black suspenders, running as if dancing, and faintly, one could glimpse the shadow of a dear departed friend. Chapter 61, Battle Simulation, the Zerg's behind-the-scenes commander, Brain Bug. The terrifying innate talent of the Zerg. On the Zerg side, the Plasma Insect Legion is gathering energy, preparing to unleash a wave of plasma attacks. Zombie Earth Dragon, charge forward. Separated by 1,000 miles. Subai commanded from afar, his voice echoing within the ranks of the bioengineered legion. Instantly, the ground trembled, and 7 grotesque, blood-soaked zombie Earth Dragons emerged from the depths. Their skin ruptured. These were the last remaining 7 of their kind, the others having perished alongside the burrowing worms. Seizing the moment before a new breed of burrowing worm could arise, Subai launched a surprise attack. In the blink of an eye, the zombie Earth Dragons erupted from the center of the plasma worm army, disrupting their formation. However, it seemed the insectoid faction had a hidden commander, as they swiftly reacted with the plump tank worms advancing to form a 10-meter-high wall of flesh. Just as Subai prepared to strike, information scrolled across the simulator, revealing the enemy's strategic intentions. Within the insectoid mother nest, the brain worm dispatched its troops, using the tank worm legion as a visible target, while secretly preparing a massive pulse wave attack with the pulse battle scorpions. Pulse sweep. A single pulse battle scorpion possesses limited power, yet when 100 are amassed, they can unleash tremendous force, even affecting golden tier creatures. Subai's pupils constricted as he swiftly changed his command. Blade Queen. Utilize hive consciousness to contest control against the insectoid mother nest. Although the Blade Queen was not an insectoid, her hive consciousness bore some resemblance to their own. Subai did not expect her to succeed. He merely hoped to buy a few precious seconds. Following his orders, the Blade Queen acted, and seizing the opportunity, Subai turned his gaze to the colossal fortress giant, Peak. Peak, mobilized the entire investigation legion with utmost speed. You must arrive within seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Peak crystallized, transforming into a massive giant, and began a full sprint. Whoosh. Hundreds of steel cables soared into the air, the investigation legion landing atop the crystalline fortress, with Captain Irwin among them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time was up. The Blade Queen spat blood, her breath faltering, as the pulse battle scorpions broke free from the hive consciousness's grip, ready to unleash their pulse attack. At that very moment, Captain Irwin leaped from the fortress, biting down hard on his hand in midair, summoning golden lightning that cascaded down in a thunderous crash. Scalding steam surged as he transformed into a gargantuan figure. Positioned at the center of the pulse battle scorpion army, his power akin to a nuclear explosion, instantly decimating half of their numbers. Following this, a series of piercing sounds erupted as the investigation legion surged forth, Levi wielding dual blades, tearing through the swarm like a hurricane, countless severed limbs soaring into the air, resembling a god of death emerging from the depths of hell. In mere seconds, he obliterated the remaining pulse battle scorpions. As the pulse battle scorpions perished, the tank worm's fleshy wall and the remaining insectoids seemed to receive a command, initiating a hasty retreat. The insectoid horde, like a receding tide, withdrew, and Subai managed to tear a gaping hole in their formidable defenses. Seizing the moment, Alice waved the battle flag, leading the Holy Terra faction to charge forth, closely followed by the bioengineered legion led by the Seraphim. The Investigation Legion and the Earthquake Legion surged into the insectoid mother nest with an unstoppable momentum. Crashing through the towering structure, which stood thousands of meters high, creating a gaping breach as the origin army poured in, advancing relentlessly. Subai, losing his visual advantage, immersed himself in the simulator, watching lines of information scroll by, continuously seeking to fill gaps and make tactical adjustments. The origin army has entered the insectoid mother nest. The final battle commences. The insectoid mother nest, appearing as a pitch-black sphere from the outside, reveals a maze-like network of passages within, presenting the origin army with 3 distinct routes. With no other choice, the army splits into 3 different factions. To the left, the bioengineered legion led by the Seraphim advances, with the injured Blade Queen joining their ranks. To the right, the progenitor giant transformed from Alan leads thousands of earthquake giants forward with a thunderous roar. The remaining faction is in the center, where Alice and Levi collaborate, the Holy Terra believers and the Investigation Legion uniting to charge into this passage. Had the army truly dispersed? Subai pondered thoughtfully before deciding to first assess the situation at the left passage. However, it was not long before the simulator refreshed the outcome for the left passage. The left passage is a dead end. Over 10,000 bomb worms lie in wait. And in this premeditated explosion, the entire bioengineered legion, including the Seraphim, is annihilated. Subai, before he could process this, a series of grim tidings followed swiftly. At the right passage, the Earthquake Legion fell into an ambush of countless insectoids, numbering in the thousands. Under the relentless bombardment of plasma worms, pulse battle scorpions, and bomb worms, only Alan managed to escape thanks to the progenitor giant's formidable defenses. At the center passage, Alice sacrificed herself, overexerting her telekinesis to cover the army's retreat. The Investigation Legion was reduced from 400 to 121. The rest, including Captain Irwin, were all annihilated. This battle simulation has concluded. The cold, mechanical voice of the simulator echoed in his ears, while the timer on his phone ominously displayed that 3 minutes and 30 seconds had elapsed. Subai's expression turned frigid. In that brief span, despite his swift actions, he had been delayed, allowing the insectoid mother nest to regain its strength. In fact, they had feigned weakness to mislead him, causing him to misjudge their true power and believe they had only restored a force of 30,000, when in reality, they boasted over 50,000. Even if another 30,000 fell, their remaining forces could easily overwhelm Subai. Reproduction, evolution, and command. These 3 abilities combined birthed the nearly insoluble insectoid race. Suddenly, a chilling smile spread across Subai's face. Ah, so you wish to play tricks with me? Very well, don't blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics. With a steely gaze, Subai elevated his thoughts to a rapid state of operation, and an inexplicable force began to influence the battlefield. As if time reversed, Subai initiated another simulation rewind. Playing tricks with me? Today, allow me to show you what true cheating looks like. 13th Battle Simulation. The Origin Army successfully entered the insectoid mother nest, delving thousands of meters, only to be ambushed by a multitude of insectoids, resulting in total annihilation. 21st Battle Simulation. Drawing on the experiences from previous deaths, the Origin Army evaded damage and advanced thousands of meters, but ultimately perished under the overwhelming numbers of insectoids. 47th Battle Simulation. The Origin Army again delved thousands of meters. 72nd Battle Simulation. The Origin Army advanced tens of thousands of meters, still failing to reach the end of the insectoid mother nest. 83rd Battle Simulation. This time, at the cost of 7 silver tier combatants, including the Seraphim, they successfully infiltrated the core, discovering a peculiar chamber where a grotesque, bloated fat worm crawled forward. This was the mastermind behind the insectoid mother nest, the brainworm. At the very moment this message appeared, Subai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he instantly realized that he had finally located the core of the Zerg's nest, the brainworm. This entity, aside from the Zerg Queen, is the sole being capable of commanding the Zerg swarm. Rare in number and endowed with high intelligence, it is akin to humanity. And throughout history, the countless battles against the Zerg have seen human casualties soar, primarily due to the existence of the brainworm. However, this characteristic also grants it a unique trait. If consumed by another Zerg organism, there is a chance of inheriting its innate ability to control the Zerg. This was precisely what Subai sought. Although the Blade Queen is not a Zerg, her resemblance to them is striking. Should she consume the brainworm, there may be a possibility of her wielding control over the Zerg. At the very least, she could likely command a small swarm. One must understand the nature of the Zerg. They are hailed as one of humanity's most terrifying foes, second only to the abyss. Roaming the vastness of space and consuming all in their path, akin to locusts that scour countless resources. Even the stars, often deemed the bastions of life, are not exempt from their overwhelming invasions. When the human alliance first encountered the Zerg, there were attempts to domesticate them. However, a significant problem emerged. Regardless of the method employed to cultivate the Zerg, even with the application of slave brands, any creature bearing even the slightest trace of Zerg blood would fall under the control of the Zerg Queen. Initially, this was a closely guarded secret, one that the Zerg Queen refrained from exploiting. until one fateful day, when an unprecedented war between humans and Zerg erupted. In a critical moment, the Zerg Queen revealed this long-concealed trump card, causing a massive resurgence of Zerg forces that inflicted severe casualties upon the human alliance, nearly leading to the loss of their Great Wall defense. Following this event, the notion of domesticating Zerg became a tantalizing, yet ultimately unattainable dream for countless creators. Yet now, Subai found himself with the opportunity to seize control of this nearly flawless race. For this, he was even willing to take the risk of capturing the brain worm alive. Rewinding to the moment before the fall of the 7 Silver Tier warriors, Subai issued a command, causing time to flow backward once more, ultimately returning to the point of their initial demise. New memories flooded his mind, and the army within the Zerg nest, now aware of their chance to start anew, prepared to advance, led by Alice. They set forth, skillfully avoiding traps as they drew closer to the brain worm's location. With sulfuric acid, plasma, and pulse waves, they repelled wave after wave of Zerg forces, their bodies drenched in crimson, the number of fallen Zerg beyond reckoning. After advancing 100,000 meters, they finally reached the heart of the Zerg nest. With a soft thud, the stone wall shattered, revealing a colossal brain worm, staring in astonishment at the unfamiliar life forms before it. Seemingly puzzled as to why none of its numerous traps had succeeded, Subai, however, allowed it no time for contemplation. Hesitation could spell disaster. In the next instant, the Seraphim, Blade Queen, Leviathan, and various other Silver Tier warriors launched their assault simultaneously. Chapter 62, Golden Tier Entity, Ant King, fused with Zerg bloodline, endowed with the innate skill of endless pestilence. As the Silver Tier warriors attacked, the brainworm found itself in dire straits. At that moment, Subai's gaze fell upon a newly refreshed line of information in the simulator, causing his pupils to constrict. The Silver Tier forces besieging the brainworm overlooked their defenses, allowing the enemy to seize the moment and unleash a fleeting golden light, a chilling brilliance erupting forth. Golden Tier Entity, Ant King, has emerged. As this information manifested, Alice suddenly felt a chill within the Zerg nest, followed by the gruesome spectacle of her head being severed from her body, blood gushing forth. Her vision dimmed, and in her final moments, she finally beheld the source of her demise, a humanoid Zerg, exuding a formidable golden aura that instilled terror. An enemy strike. The Seraphim reacted swiftly, evading the lethal blow, yet the others were not so fortunate. Among the 9 giants, 7 perished in this onslaught, leaving only Arnie and Aaron alive. Witnessing her comrades fall before her eyes, Arnie's fury ignited, summoning golden lightning that birthed a female giant. In the next moment, her Valkyrie form was unleashed. Armed with a scarlet rose spear, she and Leviathan launched a counteroffensive. The simulator continued to churn, new information rapidly appearing. The crisis has arisen. Though the Zerg nest has lost the child of the world, a hidden Golden Tier Ant King remains. The Ant King, seizing the moment of complacency from the Origin army, swiftly struck, eliminating 9 Silver Tier warriors. In her rage, Arnie completed her transformation, becoming the female giant and initiating her Valkyrie form. Clang! A resonant sound echoed as the rose spear struck the Ant King, but after penetrating 3 centimeters, it encountered resistance. In the next second, the Ant King retaliated effortlessly, shattering the rose spear, delivering a devastating blow, and Arnie, in disbelief, gazed at her pierced chest as blood flowed, her eyes closing in defiance. Thus, all 8 giants met their demise. At this moment, as if a reaction had been triggered, Aaron felt the awakening of the slumbering Hydra within him, beginning to summon its 8 distinct powers. The bloodlines of 8 giants began to converge, and Aaron found himself in a peculiar state, able to perceive the fleeting phantoms of 8 different giant forms manifesting behind him. The Ant King sensed the peril and made to act. But Leviathan had also caught on to the unfolding situation, desperately attempting to halt the Ant King's advance. Meanwhile, the Seraphim seized the opportunity amidst the battle to capture the brainworm, subsequently integrating the T-virus into its being. The T-virus successfully infected the brainworm, transforming it into a zombie brainworm. The Seraphim temporarily gained control over the Zerg. Subai was not at all surprised by this outcome. It was a plan he had meticulously devised with the Seraphim. The T-virus is capable of infecting organisms, even those known as cosmic calamities like the Zerg. However, due to their unique evolutionary traits, once the first Zerg is infected, it rapidly develops genes specifically designed to combat the T-virus, rendering it ineffective. This had been confirmed previously when the Blade Queen used spores for transmission. Thus, Subai adapted his strategy. Even if the T-virus could not spread on a large scale, perhaps he could pivot his approach to control a pivotal figure within the enemy ranks, thereby turning this formidable Zerg against itself. The answer proved viable. Upon witnessing the brainworm truly under his control, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. This would alleviate the impending threat of a massive Zerg offensive. However, time was of the essence. Though the brainworm was subdued, the Ant King still thrived. Should it escape, it would undoubtedly assume the brainworm's role, commanding the vast Zerg forces anew. To prevent such an outcome, there was but one solution: the complete annihilation of this golden tier Ant King right here. With this thought, Subai turned his gaze toward the awakening Aaron, his eyes deep with contemplation. The origin giant. Having gained the powers of the 8 evolved giants, could its strength ascend to new heights? Soon, the answer would be revealed. Golden lightning flickered as the phantoms of the 9 giants melded into one, transforming into a colossal figure that towered above all. The emergence of the golden class origin giant. A resounding roar shattered the silence of the Zerg mother nest, as a colossal thunderbolt, reminiscent of a celestial pillar, descended from the heavens. The origin giant, its entire form cloaked in frost, appeared as though encased in armor forged from ice. In its grasp, the Valkyrie's rose spear had transformed into a frosty war axe. Yet, distinctively, within its chest cavity lay a heart that surged like molten lava, pulsating violently, each beat exuding a wave of scalding steam. With a ferocious roar, the origin giant unleashed its might, causing the Ant King to sense the overwhelming aura of a formidable adversary, instantly heightening its vigilance. Compared to the towering figure that stretched over 1,000 meters, it felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. The conflict between the minuscule and the colossal thus commenced. Simultaneously, on the opposing flank, the dual-winged seraphim, commanding the brain worms, directed the multitude of Zerg to converge towards the center of the cavern. The previously troublesome Plasma Worm Legion, Bomb Worm Legion, and Pulse War Scorpion Legion now transformed into lethal instruments for the annihilation of the Ant King. Like a deluge, they surged forth, enveloping the battlefield in an abyss of darkness. Plasma, explosives, pulses, and arcs of electricity raged freely, accompanied by splashes of sulfuric acid. With the addition of another mighty being of the golden class, the Ant King found itself overwhelmed, quickly descending into dire straits. At that moment, the brainworm, already under the control of the T-virus, began to writhe violently, oozing thick, deep green blood, a sight most repugnant. Its Zerg genes were rebelling, attempting to resist the T-virus's control, and at an astonishing pace, in no more than 30 seconds, it could free itself from the T-virus's grasp. Observing this, Subai let out a cold snort. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread. Hell has no door you insist on entering. I intended to spare your life. Yet it appears you are courting your own demise. Casting a glance at the Blade Queen, Subai commanded with unwavering authority, Blade Queen, devour it. As a fellow insectoid life form, the Blade Queen had long felt the insatiable desire deep within her bloodline, yet hesitated to act. Awaiting the divine directive from the Holy Terra. Now, with Subai's voice echoing, she unhinged her fearsome maw and, in the blink of an eye, consumed the brain worm entirely. Subsequently, the information card regarding the Blade Queen on the simulator altered. Race, Blade Queen. Status, gene collapse. Zerg bloodline difficult to digest. Subai had anticipated this, and with a mere thought, the remaining followers of the Holy Terra on the battlefield unleashed their faith-based divine art, Holy Light Healing. The B-class divine art could not fully reverse the gene collapse, but could only delay it for a few seconds. However, that was precisely the moment Subai required. On the battlefield, the Blade Queen's visage turned ashen, her vitality waning to the brink of death. The agony of gene collapse was sufficient to drive any being into madness. Just as the Blade Queen was on the verge of succumbing, Subai's voice resonated within her mind, calm, yet reassuring. Spore transmission. Upon uttering those 4 words, the Blade Queen's eyes brightened as she immediately grasped the solution. Instantly, thousands of minuscule spores detached from her being, attaching themselves to the Zerg army at that moment. Concurrently, with the massive release of spores, the once dominant Zerg bloodline within her was reduced by several layers. The remaining bloodline concentration plummeted to less than a third of its original potency. The difficulty of fusion was thereby significantly diminished. In that fleeting moment, the Blade Queen successfully fused with the Zerg bloodline. Across the minds of the Zerg on the battlefield, a familiar sense of superior dominance enveloped them. Reminiscent of the former Zerg matriarch, the simulator updated. Blade Queen fused with Zerg bloodline. Weak, original innate skill spore transmission evolved. Transcended into the new Endless Swarm. Endless Swarm, level 1 capable of breeding 10,000 Zerg daily, inheriting some basic talents of the Starry Sky Zerg, comprising 3 major species: Plasma Worm, Tank Worm, Pulse War Scorpion. Chapter 63, 130,000 points, ascending to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Perfect completion reward, Zerg Mother Nest. Upon acquiring the Endless Swarm skill, the Blade Queen's decree reverberated through the minds of all Zerg. Attack with full force to eliminate the Ant King. With this command, an unending tide of Zerg surged forth, launching a fierce assault on the Ant King. The simulator continuously refreshed its information. Blade Queen employs Endless Swarm skill. The Zerg tide assails. The Ant King becomes ensnared within the swarm, as the origin giant wields the frosty war axe, enveloping the area in frost, further hindering the Ant King's agile form. A multitude of bomb worms gathered, numbering in the tens of thousands. The dual-winged seraphim flapped its luminous wings, ascending into the air, unleashing a torrential rain of fire. Boom! Sparks met explosives, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, grievously wounding the Ant King. Seizing the opportunity, the origin giant roared in fury, exerting all its strength to swing the icy war axe with ferocity at the Ant King. Crack! The Ant King was cleaved in two. Golden-class creature Ant King perished. Battle simulation concluded. The simulation will directly overwrite reality. With the emergence of this outcome, a peculiar force manifested, causing this result to permeate reality. The Zerg Mother Nest, once towering, collapsed with a thunderous roar from a height of 10,000 meters, reducing it to mere ruins. Concurrently, the collapse of the Zerg Mother Nest, the core of the Zerg continent, sent tremors across the entire land. Nearby, the creators looked up in astonishment, witnessing a colossal divine figure standing in the distance. How immense! Whose divine form is that? A voice exclaimed in disbelief. The divine form, a manifestation of a creator empowered by the world's might, could unleash devastating power. Even the most mundane punch could carry the weight of 2,000 kilometers of origin realms stacked together. With a single strike, even a golden-class being would find it insufferable. That horde of zombies, is it Subai? From a nearby hillside, Jiang Ryue, who had accumulated 4,000 points, gazed in astonishment at the scene. Observing a group of blood-soaked, fearsome extraordinary forces trailing behind a colossal giant cloaked in ice, radiating a murderous intent palpable even from hundreds of kilometers away, sending shivers down spines. You have successfully annihilated the Zerg Mother Nest. Your subordinate has slain the golden-class creature Ant King, earning 10,000 points. Your subordinate has slain the Zerg leader Brainworm, earning 10,000 points. Your subordinate has slain numerous silver-class Zerg, earning 34,000 points. Your subordinate. Before Subai, information continuously scrolled, refreshing the height of points every second. Simultaneously, above the Zerg continent, a gigantic floating leaderboard materialized. The lowest among the top 10 boasted over 2,000 points, while the top 3 creators were Chen Shang, Jiang Ryue, and Yi Lanxin. Chen Shang's score soared to an astonishing 14,000, far surpassing the rest. As for Subai, he had yet to break into the top 10. Yet at this moment, at the very bottom of the leaderboard, a name began to ascend at a meteoric pace, breaking limits one step at a time, ultimately claiming the first position that belonged to Chen Shang amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd. Subai, Tier 2 creator, current points, 130,000. Leaderboard first. Bright golden letters, clearly visible to all, herald the results. The somber sky is pierced, and brilliant sunlight bathes the earth. An object, plummeting from the heavens, hovers before the mythic giant, formed by Subai. You have slain the Zerg leader, the brain bug, and breached the Zerg Mother Nest, achieving a flawless victory. Reward, a Zerg Mother Nest, capable of sustaining 100,000. A miniature version of the Zerg Mother Nest lands in his hands, crafted entirely from crystal. As translucent and radiant as glass, exuding an artistic allure rather than grotesqueness. Subai hefts it in his palm before casually tossing it to the Blade Queen. This is for you. Clear rewards and punishments ensure that subordinates will advance and retreat alongside their leader. Should one behave like a glutton, taking without giving, then, despite the suppression of a creator's status, betrayal from the world's creatures is inevitable. The Blade Queen had sacrificed much, having endured enough blows. Now was the time for sweet rewards. Hail the sacred Terra! The Blade Queen swoops in, kneeling midair, respectfully receiving the Zerg Mother Nest with both hands. The excitement etched on her face speaks volumes about the immense value of this prize. Subai? What schemes have you orchestrated to have the World Tower cheat on your behalf? Below, a voice filled with exasperation emanates from Chen Shang. He watches, aghast. As his position atop the leaderboard slips away, seething with resentment. He cannot comprehend how an ordinary person like Subai could surpass him, the scion of a divine lineage. Is it merely through effort? Nonsense. His family has been a creator's lineage for generations. How can he lose to this grassroots genius? Yet, the truth is unforgiving. The one he deemed a mere pest, Subai, has shattered his lofty facade and trampled upon his pride as a divine descendant. At that very moment, in the external realm, the simulated results envelop reality, the previously blocked signals reconnect, and the live broadcast resumes its link to the Zerg continent. Within the floating island, everyone falls silent, gazing in shock at the unfolding scene. What do they witness? The Zerg Mother Nest has been destroyed. This marks a historic first. In all previous high-stakes examinations, such an event had never occurred. This Zerg Mother Nest, unlike those of the cosmic starry skies, is an undeveloped nest painstakingly claimed by the human alliance. Upon eliminating the Zerg Queen within, it would be brought into the World Tower, utilizing its energy to maintain the Zerg continent's level, while deploying brain bugs as one of the evaluation criteria for the examination. However, even the original designers never conceived that someone would manage to breach the Zerg Mother Nest. The City Lord spoke, his voice laden with gravity. If I am not mistaken, did it not just indicate that a golden tier creature has fallen? What are your thoughts on this? A golden tier creature, even for seasoned creators, is no easy adversary. And its inclusion in the examination is unprecedented. How did the brain bug evade detection during the annual assessments of so many creators? How was it cultivated step by step into a golden tier creature? Such questions provoke deep speculation. Moreover, while the city lord spoke, his gaze never strayed from Chun-Hee. Silence. The silence lingers. Two formidable figures. One, a fifth-tier creator and the lord of the city, Manhwaedit. The other, a powerful individual on the brink of the fifth tier. Rumored to have connections to a creator family. The principal present adopts a meditative stance, choosing silence in unison. The heavy atmosphere stretches for 3 seconds until a soft crack sounds as Chun-Hee expressionlessly crushes his teacup, shards cutting into his skin, blood flowing. He rises, calmly stating, "I need to tend to my wound." Upon hearing this, the city lord chuckles, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Their eyes lock in a moment of electric tension before parting. The city lord nods slightly, saying with a light laugh, "Of course, Master Chun, you must be more careful. Be swift in your return." Chun-Hee promptly turns, hastening out the door when the city lord leisurely adds, "By the way, Master Chun, do you still remember the 3 iron laws of the human alliance?" Chun-Hee pauses, replying without looking back, "Of course, I have always remembered." He exits without a backward glance. Chapter 64. The marvelous creation of the cosmic amniotic membrane. The second stage of the examination, a special dimension, the forest sea. The 3 iron laws of the human alliance are as follows. 1. No creator of the human alliance may harm humanity under any circumstance. Otherwise, they will be deemed heretical. 2. Under no circumstances may one betray human civilization. Should treachery arise, no matter how far or deep one may flee, the traitor will be hunted down without mercy. 3. Regardless of status or rank, anyone who dares to consort with the abyss shall be executed without exception. Even a 9th-tier creator, the sovereign of a divine realm, is not exempt. Once confirmed, the full might of human civilization will be unleashed to eradicate the traitors. Blood will not dry until vengeance is fulfilled. Indeed, rules are merely rules. No matter how perfectly crafted, they cannot govern the human heart. Yet, at the very least, no one would dare openly defy the 3 iron laws. For those who do, even a 9th-tier creator will inevitably pay a heavy price. How much more so for a mere 4th-tier creator? Manhwaedit's actions serve as a warning to Chun-Hee, reminding him that being a 4th-tier creator does not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. There exists a cadre of divine realm sovereigns above. Manhwaedit watches as Chun-Hee's figure gradually fades away. Meanwhile, in the World Tower, on the Zerg continent, listening to Chun-Shang's frantic voice, Subai leisurely remarks, "Practice more, it will improve your skills." As his words fall, the Zerg continent begins to collapse. This is the mark of completion. Having exterminated the life of the entire Zerg continent, Subai's score reaches an unprecedented high, while the other candidates below lose their eligibility to continue the examination. Just as Subai is about to vanish entirely, he turns and snaps his fingers. Snap, snap, snap. In every corner of the Zerg continent, the surviving Zerg rush towards the candidates, voluntarily self-destructing. An avalanche of points floods into their bodies. In the bewildered eyes of the candidates, their scores soar, swiftly propelling them across the threshold of success. If the examination is akin to a multitude of soldiers traversing a narrow bridge, then Subai's prior actions have severed that bridge entirely, leaving only a select few capable of crossing. Naturally, this will incite the wrath of all those on the verge of failing. Yet, upon witnessing this act, the candidates who were once poised to fail find their hatred dissipating, replaced by elation and exuberance. Holy smokes! I passed. What a swift pace. I declare, from today onward, Subai is my deity. Anyone who dares oppose the great Su is opposing me. I second the proposal. Long live Su God. The leaderboard refreshes continually. And due to Subai's deliberate distribution of points, Chun-Shang not only loses his original second position, but is also surpassed by Jiang Ryue. As if that were not enough, Chun-Shang, gazing at the leaderboard, feels his lips twitch, a familiar expletive threatening to escape. Damn it. Jiang Ryue is merely 10 points ahead of me. Is this reasonable? Absolutely unreasonable. Subai is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Once was merely an occurrence. But soon after, Yalan surpassed him, leading by 10 points. Chun-Shang's forehead pulsated with veins, and had it not been for the exuberant cheers surrounding him, he would have eagerly challenged Subai to a duel to the death. Amidst Chun-Shang's sullen expression, which seemed capable of dripping water, and the cacophony of jubilant candidates, Subai smiled softly before vanishing into the sky. Congratulations. You have slain the Golden Grade Life Ant King, shattered the World Tower record, and triggered a hidden scoring mechanism. You have achieved an S-rank evaluation. You have obtained a fragment of the wondrous item, Celestial Amniotic Membrane, X1. Note, upon achieving 3 S-rank evaluations, the complete Celestial Amniotic Membrane will be rewarded. The Celestial Amniotic Membrane. Subai had heard of this item, belonging to the category of those known only by name but never seen. It was extensively documented in textbooks as a rare conglomerate of laws, nurturing the power of creation, which, when bestowed, could vastly enhance the world's resistance to cosmic tides. Moreover, it could withstand at least 3 incursions of abyssal will. The latter point was paramount. As the most terrifying calamity faced by the human alliance, the abyss possesses a sentience, encompassing an entire multiverse within it, layered like a glass mirror, endlessly vast. Even with the current might of the human alliance, they have yet to reach their exploration limits. Furthermore, the abyssal will holds the ability to infect. If the world is likened to a living entity, then the abyssal will is akin to a cancerous cell. Once it parasitizes a world, it proliferates and spreads rapidly. Unless one achieves the level of a divine domain, it is impossible to exempt oneself from this influence. Otherwise, any world will fall prey to the threat posed by this abyssal will, an affliction that cannot be eradicated by individual strength. The infected either swiftly devolve into a fallen dimension or must pay a hefty price to hire a divine domain sovereign to exorcise the abyssal will. Whichever path one takes, the costs are exorbitant, and the price of a world's downfall would ultimately impact the creator itself. It could lead to a betrayal of the human alliance, and in severe cases, result in immediate death, leaving no chance to become an ordinary person. For these reasons, the market price of wondrous items capable of resisting abyssal will has remained exorbitantly high. Subai gazed at the milky white crystal fragment in his hand and spoke softly. The milky white fragment was roughly spherical, and Subai possessed only 1/3 of it. He stored it away, resolutely deciding that he must acquire this wondrous item. Its value was too significant to be overlooked, even by someone like Subai. The moment his decision was made, the aurora suddenly expanded, and a resplendent path of light appeared before him, at the end of which a pristine white door slowly opened. Welcome, candidate, to the next stage. In light of your remarkable performance in the first stage, this level is a uniquely open special level, with a reward of celestial amniotic membrane fragment X1 for completion. Shall you enter now? Enter, Subai declared without hesitation. In the next moment, he felt a force tugging at his body, as if he were being thrust into a time tunnel. Upon opening his eyes once more, a brand new world unfolded before him. World Tower Special Dimension, 4C. World Level, 7000 kilometer, Medium World, Level 2. Background Introduction. This is a magical Forest Sea, said to be filled with life within its trees. Forest Sea? Upon seeing this name, Subai was momentarily taken aback, followed by a smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seemed serendipitous, as if he were being gifted a pillow when feeling drowsy. Surely, this was not a welfare level meant for him. Without a shred of hesitation, the teleportation portal opened. In the heart of the Origin Realm, where the Tree of Life had slumbered for countless years, Subai's voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Tree of Life. It is time for you to awaken. As those words fell, a hum resonated through the air. The Tree of Life, which had lain dormant for innumerable years in the heart of the giant continent, suddenly rose, as if infused with life, to the astonishment and fear of many onlookers. A brilliant arc of light descended from the heavens, and Subai personally intervened to extract the Tree of Life from the confines of the Origin Realm. Boom. The colossal entity landed, its roots swiftly invading this world. Suddenly, the ancient coiled dragon tree entrenched in the heart of the forest sea felt an unprecedented pressure, as if it were being overshadowed by a being of a higher life form. Chapter 65, Tree of Life. Mine is grand, please bear with it. The Tree of Life descended unceremoniously, unleashing a torrent of life essence upon the ancient coiled dragon tree in the forest sea center. It was instantly rendered bewildered, staring blankly at the towering Tree of Life not far away, comparing its own level. Silver Peak. Damn, was this truly an opponent of the same caliber? Outside, the live broadcast lingered on the scene of Subai's battle. This time, Subai did not initiate a combat simulation. Thus, the live footage presented a clear depiction of the enormous tree descending from the sky. The expressions of those present, particularly that of the city lord, were markedly stunned. Tree of Life? He uttered, furrowing his brow. As soon as those words were spoken, they immediately elicited reactions from the surrounding principals, with Principal Nanshan being the most fervent. Exclaiming, Tree of Life? My lord, are you certain? The Tree of Life was renowned, especially as a subordinate evolutionary branch of the legendary world tree, long sought after by many creators. Almost instantaneously after the name was uttered, Principal Nanshan keenly sensed that several among the gathered principals displayed glimmers of greed in their eyes. A knot tightened in his heart. The weakest among these principals was at least tier 3, and if they united, it would pose a disadvantage to Subai. Realizing this, he quickly shifted his tone, stating deliberately, the Tree of Life is priceless and rare. A few years ago, when a Tree of Life appeared, it was obtained by a minor figure, but due to negligence, it was seized by a 5th-tier creator. However, it was soon found by the Genesis Guild and forcibly branded, becoming mere cannon fodder guarding the Eternal Fortress. It is said that it has perished now. As these words fell, the previously greedy principals immediately revealed expressions of hesitation and struggle, Weighing the pros and cons, Manhwaedit cast a fleeting glance at Principal Nanshan. A wave of oppressive energy emanating from him. Principal Nanshan broke into a cold sweat, but fortunately, the pressure dissipated quickly. Manhwaedit smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, such events have transpired. Moreover, I recall a similar incident in Jiangcheng, but at this point, Manhwaedit's smile faded, his voice growing frigid. All of them were eliminated. A warning was clearly issued, cautioning all against harboring ulterior motives towards the Tree of Life. Su Bai's stunning performance had already garnered Manhwaedit's favor. Should he not meet an untimely demise, he was likely to rise as a true deity. It was wiser to have more friends than enemies. In light of this, Manhwaedit naturally chose to foster a good rapport with Su Bai, for he was no fool. If he were truly foolish, he would not have attained his current position as city lord. As this brief interlude concluded, Manhwaedit successfully intimidated those who were eager to act, while simultaneously, the live broadcast depicted the extraction of vast quantities of life essence. The ancient coiled dragon tree, now alarmed, realized that if this continued, even it would eventually be reduced to a mere trunk. Vines entwined like a coiled dragon swayed, sending deep green waves rippling across the entire forest sea. In the next moment, a palpable aura of malice emerged as the root systems of the forest ocean intertwined, seemingly merging their consciousness, and began to contest with the Tree of Life for its vital essence. Furthermore, they attempted to penetrate the Tree of Life's core, seeking to plunder the vast reservoir of vitality contained within. Origin log. You have summoned the Tree of Life to the special dimension of the forest ocean. The Tree of Life possesses the mythical bloodline of the world tree, activating life level suppression. The Tree of Life's deep connection to the earth, coupled with its formidable life extraction capabilities, rendered the ancient coiling dragon tree of this world incapable of resistance. With a series of sharp sounds, the roots of the forest ocean clashed with those of the Tree of Life, ultimately resulting in a decisive victory for the Tree of Life. The forest ocean relinquished a territory of 1,000 kilometers. As the simulation data unfolded, Su Bai beheld the landscape of the forest ocean dimension. Within a vast radius of 1,000 kilometers, all trees withered and vanished, replaced by the offspring of the Tree of Life occupying the land. The invasion was far from over. The Tree of Life suppression was insurmountable for any tree-like beings. Even the pinnacle silver-tier ancient coiling dragon tree appeared as a mere sapling in the face of the Tree of Life's authority, easily subdued and mercilessly crushed into the ground. Emitting cries of despair and struggle, Su Bai found himself momentarily stunned by this scene, sensing an underlying disquiet. Regardless, it was evident that the conquest of the forest ocean dimension was merely a matter of time, prompting Su Bai to refocus his attention on the internal affairs of the Origin Realm. After conquering the insectoid continent, the forces of the Origin Realm had suffered significant losses. It was imperative to replenish their ranks during this period, lest they risk failure in the final confrontation. His primary concern lay with the Blade Queen. Origin log. Following the conquest of the insectoid continent, the forces of the Origin Realm have returned, and the Blade Queen has established a high nest on the alien island to breed the insectoid race. Please select the insectoid species you wish to breed: plasma insect, tank insect, pulse war scorpion. Within the Origin Realm, on the alien island, a crystalline insectoid hive was being constructed, where the Blade Queen reclined comfortably in the depths of the hive, stretching her lithe form, her beauty undeniably captivating. Ah, how fair she is. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. Su Bai banished the notion and scrutinized the three options. After careful consideration, he opted to breed 3,000 each of the plasma insects and pulse war scorpions, and 4,000 tank insects. This decision was informed by the lessons learned from previous combat. It became evident that, had it not been for this battle, Su Bai would not have recognized the deficiencies of the Origin Realm, namely its lack of ranged capabilities. Beyond that, there was a glaring absence of aerial forces, naval fleets, and subterranean legions. The Underground Legion had been decimated to merely 3 zombie earth dragons, incapable of replenishment, rendering them practically defenseless. The aerial forces had exhausted the missiles left by 3 civilizations, along with the airships of the Mare faction, leaving Su Bai devoid of aerial counterattack capabilities. Among his troops, only a few, such as the Frost Giants, Blade Queen, Alice, and the dual-winged Seraphim, could pose a threat from the skies. The Plasma Insect and Pulse War Scorpion legions were thus intended to rectify this situation. As for the tank insects, they were meant to bolster overall defensive capabilities. As the current state of the Origin Realm was characterized by an excess of offensive strength but a deficiency in defense, the introduction of the Tank Insect Legion would adequately address a portion of the defensive void. Lastly, there was the Maritime Fleet. Regarding this, Su Bai felt utterly powerless. None of the existing transcendent civilizations had evolved in this direction. To resolve this issue, he could only hope to extract templates pertaining to naval fleets in future draws. In his past life, there was indeed an anime that fit the criteria, but regrettably, the lottery mechanism lacked a safety net, making it a veritable nightmare for players with poor luck. With a sigh of exasperation, Subai observed as the Blade Queen activated her endless swarm skill, producing 3 distinct insectoid legions in a streamlined manner. Within moments, 3 complete extraordinary legions materialized before Subai's eyes. The deep blue plasma insect legion crackled with electric arcs. The pulse war scorpions, clad in jet black armor and sporting scorpion tails, presented an imposing sight. And the tank insects, their bodies corpulent and enveloped in thick layers of flesh, boasted astonishing defenses. The combined might of these 3 legions totaled 10,000, all assembled in under 10 seconds. Remarkable. Subai was left astounded, taking a moment to articulate his thoughts before decisively dispatching the 3 legions to the forest ocean dimension to expedite the conquest. Simultaneously, a voice from the simulator echoed within him once more. The 3 extraordinary civilizations have been solidified. Would you like to utilize the true realm function to resurrect the deceased beings? Black Iron Tier, 10 creation points, Bronze Tier, 100 creation points, Silver Tier, 1,000 creation points, and so forth. The cost increases tenfold with each ascending tier. Subai's expression darkened. 1,000 points vanished faster than any robbery. Yet, despite his grievances, he promptly opted for resurrection. With only one final trial remaining before the ultimate examination, he could not afford to enter the fray with diminished forces. His account, now depleted to 700 creation points, saw 1,000 points evaporate in an instant. Wait, 1,000 points? Subai paused, suddenly recalling something. A realization dawning upon him. Indeed, although the 9 titans were all silver-tier beings, in the final moments, their power had reverted solely to Eren. Consequently, the corresponding controllers of the 8 titans had naturally experienced a drop in their tier, bereft of the titans' power. The original strength of the controllers was barely comparable to that of the investigative legion, and thus the cost of resurrection had indeed been reduced tenfold. With this thought, Subai cast aside his trepidations and, with a grand gesture, proclaimed, "Revive the 8 titan controllers." 800 creation points were swiftly deducted. Remaining creation points, 900. Rays of light plunged into the earth, and amidst the astonished gazes of Eren, the dual-winged seraphim, and others, the once-fallen silver-tier beings began to resurrect. In the forest ocean dimension, a teleportation portal opened, and the 3 insectoid legions surged forth through the portal, causing the onlookers' expressions to shift to grave concern. Insectoids. It is indeed the insectoids. This race cannot be controlled. This candidate is far too greedy. Such a reaction was to be expected, for numerically, the insectoids were undeniably one of the most perfect races extant, yet they ought not to have been summoned so hastily. The principal even stood up, casting a worried glance at the city lord. "My lord, I believe we must intervene. The toll of the last human insect war should still be fresh in your memory. Creators are forbidden from nurturing insectoids. This is an unwritten rule, for no one can ascertain whether they can truly be controlled, no matter how subservient they may appear. There is no certainty that this legion will not turn against us in a future conflict, delivering a devastating blow to the human alliance. Such an occurrence has already transpired once. It is more than sufficient." The city lord remained silent for a long moment, finally casting a deep gaze at Subai on the screen, and solemnly stated, "Let us observe the situation." He chose to take a gamble, harboring expectations for Subai. Perhaps this youth would once again create a miracle, akin to shattering the World Tower record, becoming the first creator in history capable of controlling insectoids. However, just as he uttered these words, the live broadcast feed abruptly displayed a snowy interference, followed by not only Subai, but the entire World Tower's broadcast plunging into darkness once more. A second occurrence of the same phenomenon. The face of the city lord darkened instantly, and the other headmasters also wore expressions of confusion, their foreheads adorned with slowly materializing question marks. After a brief moment, the city lord rose silently, his teeth clenched, and stormed out of the conference hall, muttering, "Damn it, who was responsible for the live broadcast? I must find him and peel off his skin." He went off to settle the score. At the same time, in the Forest Sea dimension, a notification appeared. "You have spent 1,000 Genesis points and successfully initiated the battle simulation." Before Subai, a familiar simulation interface emerged. With information continuously popping up, the 3 major insectoid factions have offered their support. The Tree of Life surged forward, while the dragon-coiling ancient tree cried out, "Diego, no." Yet it was all in vain, as the Tree of Life forcefully penetrated the deepest part of the dragon-coiling ancient tree. The dragon-coiling ancient tree is on the verge of death. Subai expertly timed it, and at the moment of impending death, decisively chose to rewind. The scene replayed, returning to the moment when the 3 major insectoid factions had joined the fray, and once again, the familiar scene unfolded. Following this, Subai executed several more rewinds, repeatedly tormenting the dragon-coiling ancient tree without respite. Even the Tree of Life, witnessing the dragon-coiling ancient tree's despondent state, which clearly indicated it had been thoroughly intimidated, felt a pang of sympathy. Reflecting on it, the Tree of Life realized that it had once been in a similar predicament. having endured the rain. One should not tear apart another's umbrella. The Tree of Life thought this, and a sense of exhilaration surged within it, prompting a wicked grin as it launched another assault amidst the shivering of the dragon-coiling ancient tree. Observing the Tree of Life's renewed enthusiasm for battle, Subai remained unfazed. This action was not born from boredom. After all, 1,000 Genesis points were quite valuable. He was merely stalling for time. The flow of time in the origin realm differed from that of the outside world. By prolonging the battle in this dimension for merely a second, Subai effectively bought additional time for the three major civilizations within the origin realm to recuperate. Based on the previous round's completion time, if he could clear the challenge within 10 minutes, it would secure an S-grade evaluation. He could indeed accomplish both goals simultaneously. Within the origin realm, the three major civilizations seized this opportunity to catch their breath and regain their strength. Not to mention, just from the recent rewinds, they had already restored their former peak scale, while the Blade Queen had taken advantage of this to summon an army of 100,000 insectoids. The total military strength of the origin realm now surged to around 200,000. Far from being weakened, they had undergone a thorough enhancement. The sole unfortunate victim remained the dragon-coiling ancient tree in the Forest Sea dimension. However, what concern was that of Subai's? Meanwhile, at the heart of the Forest Sea, time rewound once more, and the consciousness of the dragon-coiling ancient tree had become muddled, unable to count how many times it had been resurrected. Each time, it found itself on the brink of death. In the initial instances, it had felt fortunate, even mocking its foes for their folly in granting it a chance to restart. Yet, as the number of rewinds increased, it sank into despair, becoming utterly numb. It was akin to a repeatedly mistreated bride, resigned to the whims of the unworthy Tree of Life. Simultaneously, the Tree of Life finally experienced the exhilaration that Subai had felt during his conquest of the giant tree forest. Failed. No fear. A simple rewind would suffice. Unsatisfied with the outcome? No worries. Another rewind it is. Not finding the battle thrilling enough? Still a rewind. After enduring over 10 rewinds. If the Tree of Life had possessed a lucid consciousness at that moment, it would surely have exclaimed, "So this is the thrill of being shameless. I am utterly ecstatic." However, the time had nearly come. The beings of the origin realm had largely regained their vitality, and it had been several years since the last great battle within the origin realm. Continuing to prolong the fight would not only yield no benefits, but would also cause a decline in the army's combat effectiveness. Thus, Subai chose to conclude the battle simulation. On the 17th rewind, you opted to end the torment of the dragon-coiling ancient tree, granting it a swift release. The Tree of Life collaborated with the three major insectoid factions. This time, the dragon-coiling ancient tree had no thought of resistance and decisively chose death. With a soft thud, the roots of the Tree of Life penetrated the heart of the dragon-coiling ancient tree, feeling the vast life essence being siphoned away. And the dragon-coiling ancient tree's eyes brimmed with tears as it finally found liberation. Watching this scene, Subai felt a twinge of awkwardness, scratching his nose and muttering, "I didn't even torment you that much. Was it really necessary to react this way?" With a thunderous crash, the dragon-coiling ancient tree toppled, and the Forest Sea dimension was completely claimed by the Tree of Life. Simultaneously, upon the death of the dragon-coiling ancient tree, its once stately trunk withered, and within it, a vibrant green branch gradually emerged. Candidate has cleared the special dimension of the Forest Sea. Time taken, 30 seconds. Achieved a perfect clearance. Perfect clearance reward. A branch of the world tree, young sapling. Chapter 67. Everyone what? Subai has once again shattered the record? A world tree branch. Subai, quick on the uptake, used his telekinesis to directly absorb the world tree branch. The information card materialized. Name, a branch of the world tree, young sapling. Function, contains a trace of world tree power. Any tree-like life form that absorbs it can surpass its life limit. Description, it is said that this branch of the world tree originated from a young world tree, which fell into the void during its wanderings, only to be acquired by a dragon-coiling ancient tree. Upon reading this, Subai was struck with enlightenment. No wonder the dragon-coiling ancient tree was so feeble. Apart from the suppression from the Tree of Life status, a more significant reason was that it had forcibly ascended to the pinnacle of silver life through the branch of the Tree of Life. Realizing this, Subai tossed the world tree branch to the ever-eager Tree of Life, which, upon contact, emitted a jubilant thought, and in an instant, the branch was completely absorbed. The Tree of Life's once vibrant consciousness fell into slumber as it began to digest the immense energy within. Congratulations. You have achieved an S-grade evaluation. Obtained a fragment of the Genesis membrane of the world. The fragment of the world membrane landed in Subai's palm, and the origin realm had largely returned to its peak state. Without lingering further, Subai strode confidently into the light portal of the next level. Meanwhile, with the conclusion of the battle, the simulation's effects dissipated and the live broadcast resumed. However, when the audience looked on, they did not see the intense battlefield, but rather Subai's gradually fading figure within the transmission portal. And in the air, A line of grand text that had yet to fully fade. Candidate Su Bai. Time taken, 30 seconds. Perfect clearance of the special dimension of the Forest Sea. Achieved S-grade evaluation. Set a new record for the World Tower in this category. The crowd. Wait, did you just clear the challenge in the blink of an eye, and you broke the record again? Is there no justice left in this world? The crowd roared within, while only Principal Nanshan wore a beaming smile, resembling a sunny boy as he watched the scene with delight. As if that weren't enough, this old fellow even made a rather ostentatious remark. Truth be told, I haven't taught him much. One can only say that Su Bai is exceptionally gifted. Just breaking a record, nothing too remarkable, really. Please don't look so astonished. Watching this smug expression on his face, the crowd felt an overwhelming urge to spit in his direction. What do you mean, just breaking a record? Is this something that can be dismissed so casually? Dear brother, are you not afraid that everyone will unite to confront you in such a manner? Amidst the resentful gazes of the crowd, Principal Nanshan's laughter grew increasingly unabashed, revealing the countenance of a petty man who had found success. Within the World Tower, the vast, desolate expanse of the starry sky loomed overhead, with shooting stars occasionally streaking across it. Beneath one's feet lay what appeared to be an endless ocean. But instead of droplets of water, it was comprised of countless celestial bodies. The Sea of Realms. This is the true nature of the World Tower, aptly named. For it harbors more than 10,000 layers, each embedded with diverse extraordinary races and civilizations, encompassing all that exists, boundless and eternal. More importantly, this is one of the few realms of secretive origin on Blue Star, ranking amongst the most elite of the caverns of transcendence. Not to mention that even compared to ordinary caverns, certain divine domains ruled by deities pale in comparison, marking it as one of the most vital foundations of the entire human alliance. Boom. A white beam of light descended, materializing Su Bai's form. A line of text appeared before him. Please wait a moment. The next stage will be a group assessment. The examination will encompass the entire nation. And only by leading your city to break through the encirclement will you qualify to compete for the provincial champion, and ultimately the Grand Xia champion. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai understood the implication of these words. In simple terms, this was a filtering stage. Only by securing the top position in his province could he contend for the subsequent Grand Xia championship. Achieving first place within the province would already make him the provincial champion. Following this, there would be another round of point-based filtering, ultimately leaving only the provincial champion with the highest score. This would culminate in the emergence of the Grand Xia champion for this session. The rules were straightforward, and the method of elimination was clear and comprehensible, merely based on the accumulation of points. Reflecting on this, Su Bai glanced at his own score. Current points, 210,000. This included 130,000 from the insectoid continent and 80,000 from the Forest Sea dimension, ensuring that within the rankings of Jiang City, he was not just ahead, but far beyond the reach of others. No longer fixated on the Jiang City leaderboard, Su Bai shifted his gaze to the higher-tier rankings of Jinghai Province. This time, the positions on the leaderboard had shifted, yet compared to Su Bai's 210,000 points, the highest score among the rest barely reached 70,000. Su Bai stood in a position of unparalleled superiority, like a lone stallion racing ahead of all contenders in Jinghai Province. Indeed, achieving a perfect clearance was a rare feat even within the confines of an entire province, potentially occurring only once in several sessions. Should someone surpass him, it would be quite peculiar. Su Bai was not surprised by this outcome. Continuing to ascend the leaderboard, he arrived at the national rankings. A mere glance sent ripples through his previously calm demeanor. Imperial capital, Xiachi, current points, 230,000. First in the national rankings. His once unwavering position at the top had been usurped, and by a margin of a full 20,000 points. Such a shift, even for Su Bai, caused him to furrow his brow, beginning to ponder. Throughout my journey, I have amassed 210,000 points through perfect clearances and 2 S-rank evaluations. This Xiachi has not only matched my progress, but has surpassed me by an impressive margin. How intriguing. A light chuckle escaped Su Bai's lips as he felt a newfound pressure emanating from a peer for the first time. However, this pressure did not yield him to despair, but instead sparked a long-dormant excitement within his heart. The path of the prodigy dictates that one must vanquish all who stand in their way. For only by sweeping aside all geniuses can an invincible road be forged, ascending to the 9th tier and transforming into the sovereign of a divine realm. The thrill gradually morphed into a fierce resolve, and as he raised his gaze once more, Su Bai's eyes had taken on a profound depth, his entire being radiating an aura akin to a sharpened sword, soaring skyward. If the Su Bai of your resembled an ancient tree, its sharpness concealed, only revealing its terror when provoked, then the current Su Bai was akin to a resplendent divine sword, its brilliance undeniable. The fervor of battle surged forth, rendering him a figure impossible to gaze upon directly. Simultaneously, thousands of miles away in the imperial capital, a youth with striking brows and starry eyes, resembling an ethereal being, seemed to sense the distant battle intent. Gazing at the leaderboard before him, he lingered on Subai's name for a moment before breaking into a subtle smile. Subai. It seems this session is not filled with incompetence after all. His musings were overheard by a girl behind him, who, expressing her dissatisfaction, exclaimed, "Come on, let us go. The next round is about to commence. I genuinely don't understand your strange fascination. You've already graduated, yet you still secretly participate in the college entrance examination. Isn't that just bullying?" Upon hearing her words, Xiaqi's expression turned slightly awkward as he awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, "Isn't it to assess the quality of students each year?" The girl rolled her eyes in response. "Oh please, you just can't stand the fact that no one in the academy can match you, can you? Haha. My junior understands me well. Come, give me a kiss. I just did my makeup. My apologies, can we avoid this embarrassment?" "Absolutely not. Watch out." The girl lunged playfully at Xiaqi. Chapter 68. The eccentric Yi Lanxin, Chunshang Niels, the true first prodigy of Jiang City. After a 10-minute wait, as meteors streaked across the desolate starry sky, the candidates finally completed the clearance. Compared to the nearly 10,000 candidates at the outset, only a few hundred remained. Among them, 3 individuals boasted the highest scores: Jiang Ryue, Chunshang, and Yi Lanxin. Chunshang's expression was far from pleasant during the prior checkpoint. He had been on the verge of surpassing Jiang Ryue, only for her ice and snow world to feature an ice sprite that underwent a bloodline transformation, morphing into a silver-tier ice and snow queen. This ultimately led to his downfall, finishing in second place by a margin of 100 points. Oh wait, he should be in third place. Gazing at the leaderboard, where Subai held the top position with a staggering 210,000 points, Chunshang's lips twitched, filled with skepticism. Was this fellow perhaps an illegitimate child of the World Tower? How else could he have accrued such an astronomical score? Woodhead. Jiang Ryue quickly spotted Subai and hopped over joyfully, her stunning visage adorned with a radiant smile, stirring envy amongst the surrounding candidates. "The next round is a collective challenge, so just follow my lead," Subai instructed Jiang Ryue. Her strength was commendable. But the challenge ahead encompassed not just the candidates from Jiang City, but those from the entire Jinghai province. Should they be eliminated, securing a place in a prestigious academy would be uncertain, let alone a top-tier institution. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Jiang Ryue nodded obediently, her demeanor that of a well-behaved little girl, completely shedding the icy queen persona she held before others. Big brother, can I join you?" A voice emerged from behind, prompting Subai to turn and discover a chubby boy clad in a robe that resembled a Taoist garment, appearing rather easy to bully, Muyang. However, upon noticing the name above his head, Subai's expression turned serious. Yi Lanxin, Tier 1 creator, current points, 34,000. He was indeed Yi Lanxin. Subai regarded him with a peculiar gaze, utterly astonished. Based on the name alone, he had envisioned a dashing young man, only to find a plump figure before him. Uncertain of the boy's intentions, Subai remained silent, simply observing. Yalan's smile faltered, her expression stiffening as she awaited Subai's response, but when it did not come, her cheerful demeanor swiftly crumbled. She shifted her approach, gazing at Jiang Ryue with a pitiful look. "Goddess Jiang, this isn't fair. We agreed I'd be able to cling to your leg." Cling to her leg? At this, Subai cast a puzzled glance towards Jiang Ryue, who, sensing the situation had taken a turn, sheepishly stuck out her tongue and admitted, "Well, here's the thing." Listening quietly to Jiang Ryue's tale, Subai's initial calm was shattered, and even he could not help but reveal a hint of astonishment as he scrutinized Yalan. How could such an innocuous-looking plump person possibly have excavated graves in the previous round? Indeed, excavated graves. The rotund individual had awakened to the realm of the undead, enabling him to accurately sense the locations of certain burial sites, and had always relied on grave digging to level up rapidly. The previous world had fortuitously been a vast domain, teeming with extraordinary beings, including the ice and snow sprites from Jiang Ryue's world. Upon entering, he had proactively sought out Jiang Ryue to establish a partnership. After extensive exploration, he had astonishingly unearthed a tomb belonging to the Ice Queen, extracting her bloodline genes from within. This had allowed Jiang Ryue's ice sprites to undergo a successful metamorphosis, transforming into a legendary Ice Queen. As Jiang Ryue recounted this, her cheeks flushed crimson, clearly embarrassed to divulge such an unsavory incident before others. It was hardly befitting of her persona as the ice goddess. Meanwhile, Yalan listened with a grin, occasionally nodding and thumping her chest, asserting that while she may lack other talents, her skills in locating dragon veins and burial sites were unparalleled. Subai was left speechless. Truly, this world was replete with prodigies, even those possessing such peculiar abilities. "Very well, then, you may join us." Ultimately, Subai acquiesced to Yalan's inclusion, his curiosity piqued as to whether someone truly possessed such a skill. Do not underestimate this seemingly trivial ability. When viewed against the vast cosmos, this universe appears tranquil, yet it is rife with hidden currents and spatial fissures. Perhaps this rotund fellow's talent could aid them in discovering remnants of fallen creators. That would be a considerable treasure. Heh, a grave digger, a cheat, and a harlot. You three make quite the perfect trio. A provocative voice cut through the air. Without needing to glance upward, Subai recognized the speaker immediately, Qin Shang, the condescending second-generation deity. At that moment, the mockery on his face was so blatant that he could hardly mask it. Subai languidly stifled a yawn and casually remarked, "Oh, if that's the case, shall we settle this with a duel? Right here, right now. To be honest, I've wanted to thrash you for quite some time. Even a beaten dog will eventually tuck its tail and hide, so why do some dogs keep leaping out?" At this point, the entire crowd fell silent. Yet Subai seemed insatiable, continuing, "Honestly, a scoundrel like you is just asking for a beating." As those words fell, Qin Shang's mocking grin vanished, his gaze turning frigid. "You seek death," he ground out through clenched teeth, his emotions boiling over. Behind him, the silhouette of a vast world materialized, filled with flames and dinosaurs. Reminiscent of an ancient, savage era, terrifying in its appearance. "Is that so?" Subai replied with a faint smile, snapping his fingers. Waves of ripples surged through the void, and a colossal interdimensional gateway descended. Inside, titanic beings such as origin giants and seraphim surged with battle fervor, their overwhelming presence permeating the space through the portal without restraint. In an instant, it was as if a hurricane had erupted, inducing a terror akin to facing a formidable enemy. In that moment, all examinees, regardless of their strength, collapsed to their knees. Layer upon layer, hundreds of esteemed beings from the outside world, who could be deemed geniuses, knelt before Subai like subjects before an ancient king. Countless eyes were fixated on him, whose expression remained placid as he sat upon a resplendent golden throne, propped up on one hand. Surveying the battlefield and casting a glance at Qin Shang, who was still struggling to maintain his stance, now half kneeling, he spoke coolly. "What makes you think you can kill me?" As the last word left his lips, an immense pressure surged forth, causing Qin Shang's knees to shatter as he was forcefully slammed to the ground, bowing his head like a defeated stray dog, devoid of dignity. In that instant, the arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 69, the third examination Noah's Ark, crushing the entire province, seizing the title of Island Lord. Subai. Qin Shang's teeth ground together, his eyes bloodshot, his body stained with blood, fixated on the figure seated on the divine throne ahead. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not rise, as this weighty pressure held him firmly in place. His bones felt as if they were on the verge of shattering, and were it not for the support of his status as a second-tier creator, he would have perished on the spot. Subai prepared to eliminate his opponent. He had no intention of leaving himself vulnerable. As the portal opened, figures began to draw near. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone understood what was about to unfold, nervously swallowing their breaths. Just then, a ripple emanated from the ocean below, directly dismantling Subai's teleportation gate, and with it, the oppressive force dissipated. A notification for the new round arrived. "Welcome to the third examination Noah's Ark. This round encompasses the entire Great Xia Federation. Any examinee eliminated in this round will be barred from advanced academies. This stage has 3 primary rules. 1. Each of the 31 provinces of Great Xia is individually designated an island. A total of 31 islands exist in this world. All examinees must protect the island they occupy until they clear the stage. 2. This round lasts for 3 days. After 3 days, a world-ending tsunami will strike, accompanied by the monstrous Leviathan. Only by constructing Noah's Ark can one become the sole survivor. Each island possesses a fragment of the Ark. Only by collecting them can one summon Noah's Ark. 3. Defeating all cities on the island, save for oneself, grants the title of Island Lord and rewards one with 100,000 points. Additionally, one may possess a fragment of the Ark. As the simple announcement concluded, the teleportation channel opened, and an irresistible force swept through. All examinees in the ocean, including the severely wounded Qin Shang, were transported into the third round's world. A brilliant light enveloped them, obscuring vision. Qin Shang fixated on the vanishing figure of Subai, rummaging through his garments to retrieve a gray-brown crystal. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and crushed it with fervor. "Subai, you have forced my hand," he roared internally, and in the next moment, his figure also vanished from this space, as the ocean returned to its long-lost tranquility. Welcome to Noah's Ark. World Tier, 5th grade planet. Total area, 180,000 kilometers. Introduction. This is a world enveloped by oceans, where only 31 solitary islands exist. Every 100 years, a world-ending tsunami arises, submerging all. And now, only 3 days remain until the next world-ending tsunami. 3 days. Upon arrival, Subai swiftly discerned the text above. A slight heaviness settled in my heart. Not only that, but the previous 3 rules were clearly aimed at this round of examinees. To emerge victorious and gain admission to the Advanced Academy, one must vanquish all candidates from other provinces. It resembled the cultivation of a poisonous creature in this cohort. Out of over 1 million candidates, only a select few could ascend to the Advanced Academy, let alone the elite institutions. As for the rest, regardless of their innate talents, they would all be relegated to the intermediate academy. It is futile to claim unfairness. Since the advent of the creator's era, Blue Star lacks many things, but not people. Even geniuses, in the face of such vast numbers, are as common as dust, hardly remarkable. Regrettably, that rascal Chunshang managed to escape. Subai sighed. Having failed to deal with Chunshang decisively, retaliation was inevitable. Although Subai was unafraid, it would undoubtedly bring some troubles. Alas, one step at a time, he thought, shaking his head. Meanwhile, around him, the creators from Jiang City descended in droves, but Chunshang was conspicuously absent, having presumably utilized some identity to flee. In the distance, countless beams of light fell like comets crashing to Earth, as all the creators from Jinghai province who had passed the first 2 rounds congregated on this island. A fierce battle was imminent. In the icy expanse, amidst the tumult, the Azure Ocean, on an island spanning 10,000 kilometers, was engulfed in chaos. The moment numerous candidates arrived, they wasted no time in engaging in fierce combat. Subai, having defeated Chunshang, naturally assumed the role of leader for Jiang City's faction. They now faced candidates from another city in Jinghai province. Accompanied by the attacks of Jiang Ryue and the Chubby Fellow, 2 figures emerged from the opposition. Flame Mountain. The Holy Night Legion. As the portal opened, a massive flame mountain descended, melting the glaciers created by the icy terrain. Subsequently, the Holy Night Legion, renowned for its prowess against the undead, emerged, raising their long spears and brandishing their blades. Hundreds of the Holy Knights clashed fiercely with the Door Knocker demons summoned by the Chubby Fellow. Upon contact, the form of the Door Knocker dimmed. The opposing creator, witnessing this, laughed triumphantly. My Holy Night Legion is specifically designed to counter your undead type. You might as well concede. On the other side, the attributes of Flame Mountain countered the icy domain effectively. The male candidate who summoned Flame Mountain chuckled at Jiang Ryue, remarking on her formidable prowess, as she had indeed birthed a being of black iron pinnacle. However, he declared, this is still insufficient. With a hearty laugh, the male candidate commanded the Flame Mountain to tremble, transforming it into a colossal crab-like monster. Flame Giant Crab, Bronze Level 1, Talent Skill, Flame Mountain. A torrent of flames surged forth, coalescing into a fiery vortex that engulfed the battlefield. In an instant, Jiang Ryue's expression paled, as her ice elves began to melt away. The opposing candidates were even more exhilarated, shouting yes. Defeat them. We shall be the lords of this island. Xiaopeng, put in some effort. If we win, I'll take you for a foot massage. What do you say, Shigo? If you can't, let me handle it. Hearing the voices behind him, Xiaopeng's smile widened. He looked up, over Jiang Ryue, and shot a provocative glance at the singular Subai within the crowd. Sorry, but the position of Island Lord belongs to us. Unbeknownst to them, Subai paid little heed to their taunts. Instead, he frowned, observing the 2 adept performers on the battlefield, and remarked with exasperation, enough with the theatrics, let us wrap this up swiftly. Our time is limited. Before Xiaopeng could grasp the meaning behind Subai's words, he witnessed Jiang Ryue, previously under pressure, break into a radiant smile. Her breathtaking visage was nearly suffocating, causing Xiaopeng's heart to skip a beat. Jiang Ryue's cool voice rang out, unleash your full power, Ice Queen. With her words, the Ice Elves, who had struggled to sustain the flames, suddenly transformed. A flurry of snow descended, plunging the temperature to freezing levels. In that instant, the flames extinguished, the seawater froze, and glaciers spread forth. In the blink of an eye, the imposing flame giant crab was effortlessly sculpted into a massive ice statue, lifelike and exquisite. With a gentle touch from the Ice Queen, it shattered into countless pieces. Xiaopeng, struck as if by lightning, coughed up a spray of blood, succumbing to grievous injuries and falling unconscious. In a similar vein, the Door Knocker unveiled its true strength. With the might of Bronze Pinnacle, it summoned a vaguely defined decayed wooden door and gently pushed it open. A peculiar force rippled across the battlefield, causing the previously formidable Holy Night Legion to collapse like so many lifeless corpses, falling silent. With a single move, the outcome was determined. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the heavens. In the Jinghai province battle zone, Subai leads all candidates from Jiang City to defeat the remaining cities and seize the position of Island Lord. Subai has obtained the qualification of Island Lord. Reward, Arc Fragment X1. A crystalline shard fell into Subai's palm, his expression calm, while the previously tranquil sea began to stir with waves. The final message appeared. In half an hour, sea beasts will attack. All candidates must prepare. Chapter 70. The Sea Beasts Attack, the Ice City around the island, and the 3 Great Legions. Crimson warning text flickered before the eyes of each candidate. The once serene ocean surged with tumult, waves crashing violently. Beneath the azure waters, countless sea beasts lay in layers, as innumerable as grains of sand in the desert. Activate Battle Simulation. Subai wasted no time, directly engaging the battle simulator. He certainly did not intend to expose the existence of the simulator. Rather, he simply sought to utilize it for a more comprehensive acquisition of battle information. As long as he refrained from using the rewind feature, no one would perceive anything amiss. As his words fell, invisible ripples spread forth, and the real-time live broadcast of this world flickered once more. Bang! The city lord's face turned ashen as he slammed his fist against the conference table, his mouth twitching as he glared at the once again blacked-out screen, enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Why has the live broadcast cut out again? Damn it, that bastard who installed the live stream better hope I never find out where you are. Below, within the conference room, the various principals were accustomed to this situation. Noticing the city lord's pallor, no one dared to speak. After a moment, someone ventured, "Did you all see that? The battle just now?" A principal whispered, and the others nodded in unison. The last scene of the previously streamed battle, although Zhang Ryue and Yi Lanqin had always been in a disadvantaged position, seemed to reverse the tide in the final moments. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, those present, with their strength and discernment, felt that ephemeral breath of life. Remarkably, it was at the silver tier. The silver tier. Do not be misled by the apparent similarity between Su Bai and Chen Shang, for their circumstances are unique. Even within the entire Xia Federation, they are considered top-tier talents. Chen Shang, who relied on resources to elevate himself, is a different matter altogether. In summary, from the awakening of the world to participating in the college entrance examination, a mere week had passed. It is no exaggeration to say that the birth of silver-tier life is extraordinary. For most creators, even giving rise to black iron-tier extraordinary life is akin to their ancestors smoking mushrooms. Based on historical data spanning at least the past decade, candidates possessing black iron-level life forms can be deemed exceptional. Bronze-level individuals are considered geniuses. In previous years, such individuals were the very center of their schools, celebrated as the chosen ones among their peers. As for silver-level candidates, a profound silence enveloped the room, particularly affecting Principal Nanshan, who recalled nearly a century's worth of college entrance examination records. To say that merely one Jiangsheng had produced such talent would be an understatement. Even across the entirety of Jinghai province, aside from those privileged offspring who relied on their family resources, the number of candidates who genuinely cultivated silver-level life forms through their own efforts is exceedingly rare. Historically, such occurrences have only materialized a handful of times. Each of these individuals has proven to be a paragon among people destined for greatness, with at least a foothold in the 5th tier. To call them true divine seeds would not be an exaggeration. In the past, the emergence of even one such candidate would have been enough to secure a place in county history. Now, for have appeared in succession. The principal gasped in astonishment, profoundly moved by the extraordinary assembly of talent in this cohort, which is arguably the most illustrious group of candidates in the history of Jiangchen. Yet, the city lord refuted this statement, his gaze somber as he exhaled deeply and declared, "If my judgment serves me correctly, among them, Su Bai's prowess is undoubtedly beyond mere silver level. Do you all remember the colossal giant that made a fleeting appearance on the insectoid continent?" Upon hearing this, the crowd began to reminisce. During the insectoid continent incident, Su Bai was indeed accompanied by a giant towering over 1,000 meters, whose imposing presence certainly suggested he was not an ordinary silver-level entity. Could it be the pinnacle of silver? As Principal Nanshan entertained this notion, his complexion flushed with excitement, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a gambler who had staked everything after years of playing the odds. The city lord cast a fleeting glance at Principal Nanshan, then shook his head. Instantly, the principal's expression wilted, but soon after, the city lord spoke leisurely. The pinnacle of silver? Too low. If my calculations are correct, that giant is very likely a golden-level life form. In that instant, the room fell silent, with numerous principals widening their eyes in astonishment as they gazed at the city lord. "You have activated combat simulation." A voice echoed in Su Bai's mind, and simultaneously, his brain began to operate at an accelerated pace, efficiently assimilating various pieces of information through the simulator. His commands flowed seamlessly to all candidates without a hint of pause. Ice attribute creators, assemble. Erect a wall of ice around the island, towering at least 30 meters high. Zhang Ryue, accompanied by a cadre of ice attribute creators, immediately set about constructing the ice wall. Next, Su Bai turned to the creators specializing in marine combat, issuing orders, release all extraordinary creatures from within the world. Having achieved 2 flawless victories and having previously triumphed over the formidable Chen Shang, his prestige was already considerable. At this command, the creators did not hesitate for an instant. A myriad of extraordinary beings appeared simultaneously on the island. With a wave of his hand, a portal of transmission materialized, summoning the recently revived Alice, who had yet to catch her breath, to act as the overall commander for this multitude of creatures. Concurrently, he commanded the devotees of the sacred Terra sect, utilize blood frenzy, execute it 10 times, and remain on standby, ready to provide holy light healing at a moment's notice. 10 dazzling beams of red light descended as Su Bai expended 1,000 creation points in place of faith power, successfully activating blood frenzy 10 times for a duration of 1 hour. The extraordinary beings, now bolstered by blood frenzy, underwent a transformation, their momentum intensified, and they became undaunted by death for a fleeting period. Having completed these preparations, Subai directed the creators of these extraordinary beings to the vicinity of the ice and snow Great Wall, ready to launch an attack. Without pausing for breath, he swiftly organized defenses, logistics, infrastructure, and numerous other matters, meticulously dividing the present creators into 3 distinct legions. The Marine Combat Legion would lead the assault, the Glacial Legion would hold the defenses, and the Priest Legion would remain in the rear, ever ready to provide healing. With everything arranged, the only remaining individual without a task at hand, aside from Subai, was the seemingly innocuous chubby figure of Yilanqin. This fellow, possessing formidable strength and classified as a silver-level being, stood out prominently in the entire Jinghai province. After some contemplation, Subai decided to assign him a roving position, allowing him to provide support wherever it was needed. Rest assured, boss, I swear I will not disappoint your trust, the chubby man vowed on the spot. His resolute expression suggesting that if one were unaware this was merely an examination, they might assume he was heading off to face certain death. This elicited a mixture of amusement and exasperation from Subai. As all parties proceeded in a well-organized manner, within half an hour, a towering ice and snow Great Wall encircled the island, soaring 30 meters high, seemingly limitless. Moreover, it encompassed the entire expanse of the island, covering an area of 10,000 meters. At the base of the ice and snow Great Wall, a water channel was meticulously designed to facilitate the Marine Combat Legion's offense, extending directly from the wall to the nearby sea, with gaps perfectly accommodating their assaults. Tick-tock, time slipped away, and the entire island was armed by Subai at an unprecedented pace. Simultaneously, the once clear sky was swiftly shrouded by ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and the sea beasts beneath the waves grew increasingly agitated, their roars blending with the sound of crashing waves, instilling a sense of dread in all candidates as they anxiously awaited the final moment. Time's up, a voice rang out, tightening everyone's hearts. Then, they watched in astonishment as the once calm sea transformed into a tumultuous fury, with countless whirlpools erupting across the ocean. A multitude of fearsome sea beasts surged forth from the depths, akin to a tsunami, intent on overwhelming the island. The sea beasts were upon them,